Lin Yibai calculated that the largest comet in the solar system is on a collision course with Earth, and that 99.9% of the population would perish in this catastrophic event. What can ordinary people do to save themselves? Lin Yibai's answer was to build a rocket and flee to Mars. However, when the doomsday finally arrived, Lin Yibai realized he had erred. Chapter 1. The Comet Crisis. According to reports from the Central News Agency, renowned astronomer Professor Feng Ermao has tragically fallen to his death, with police ruling out foul play and currently investigating the precise circumstances surrounding his fall. The news on television was broadcasting the latest developments. Crash. The teacup in Lin Yibai's hand shattered on the floor, splattering tea everywhere. He snatched a notebook from the coffee table and began to flip through it rapidly. Another astronomer has committed suicide. Yet another. There must be something amiss. This marked the fourth suicide of an astronomer in the past 3 months, leaving Lin Yibai in a state of profound anxiety. He became increasingly convinced that his assessment was accurate. It was indeed a comet crisis. He firmly believed that in the winter of 2031, the comet designated C-2014-UN-271 would collide with Earth. This comet is the largest in the solar system, measuring 2,200 times larger than the famed Halley's Comet, with a nucleus over 10 times greater than that of Hall. EY. Its impact would inflict catastrophic devastation upon Earth's biosphere, leading to the extinction of 99% of life forms. Humanity itself could face total annihilation. Lin Yibai, merely an amateur astronomy enthusiast, was able to arrive at this conclusion that he believed that those astronomers could also calculate it. It was precisely due to the foreboding of the impending collision of the comet with Earth that these astronomers, engulfed in despair for the future, chose to take their own lives. On the television, the news continued to broadcast. According to reports from the Central News Agency, our country has once again made advancements in manned spaceflight, laying a solid foundation for the forthcoming exploration and colonization of Mars. Officials from a space agency declare that the nation would invest substantial resources into the Mars colonization initiative, with the anticipated development funds reaching astronomical figures. The news continued to unfold, yet Lin Yibai had lost interest in the television reports. Ever since the speculation arose regarding the comet's potential impact on Earth, he had sent numerous emails and letters to various institutions, research organizations, observatory, IES, and social science academies. As an ordinary individual, he found it impossible to reach the higher echelons of authority, which left him in a state of frustration. He had also attempted to sound the alarm to those around him, but without exception, everyone dismissed his words as mere folly. People were convinced that with such a vast world and advanced technology, if there truly were a comet crisis, how could there be no information whatsoever? The government must have already begun preparations. This was also the source of Lin Yibai's bewilderment, that if he could calculate such a thing, could it be that the nation was genuinely oblivious? The news on television shifted, now reporting on international affairs. According to reports from the Central News Agency, a joint command for humanity, initiated by the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, is actively being prepared, with an official establishment anticipated in early 2031. At that time, nations will put aside past grievances and engage in comprehensive cooperation. Transnational actions and trade will no longer face obstacles. The global community of shared interests will evolve from mere rhetoric into tangible reality. This marks a significant advancement for human civilization. Lin Yibai, feeling perturbed, switched off the television. He picked up his phone, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to disseminate this message through a short vid. He felt compelled to alert everyone that the apocalypse was imminent and that it must be taken with utmost seriousness. Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Yibai, a resident of Yanjiang City. Here is my identification. He raised his ID card for all to see. I am making an urgent announcement to the entire society regarding a critical situation that pertains to the safety of humanity. He gathered his thoughts and spoke in a hurried tone. As an astronomy enthusiast, based on my recent observations at the observatory and calculations from an astronomical computing platform, I have uncovered a grave crisis that poses a potential threat to all of humanity. A comet designated C-2014-UN-271, officially named the Bernstein comet, is projected to collide with Earth in 2031. This comet is 2,200 times the size of Halley's Comet. Following the impact, all life on Earth could face extinction that if humanity does not take action to save itself, obliteration is inevitable, and our civilization will vanish. I hope everyone can disseminate this video, raising awareness among more people, prompting the nation and the United Nations to take heed so that all may understand that humanity is on the brink of peril. For those who dispute this outcome, I encourage you to make your own observations. That I also welcome relevant institutions to verify my findings and to disclose them to the world at the earliest opportunity. He took a deep breath and pressed the send button. As for the effectiveness of his effort, he was uncertain. Yet, this was the only course of action available to him. Anxiously, he clutched his phone, monitoring the video's reach. Soon, comments began to surface. Yibai, you're at it again with your pranks. This was a remark from his friend, Feng Ermao. Lin Yibai, you constantly indulge in such alarmist antics. Sending such content at this hour was likely to invite misunderstandings. However, it was too late to retract his words. Perhaps triggered by the recommendation algorithm, the comments began to multiply. In just a matter of minutes, he received around 100 comments. The view count also surged dramatically. This brought a slight sense of relief to Lin Yibai. Perhaps his warnings could indeed make a difference. Yet, in the next moment, the comments ceased entirely. After refreshing the page several times, he found no new messages. Upon checking again, he discovered that the video had been taken down. He attempted to repost it, but as soon as he did, the video was deleted outright. This left him feeling quite disheartened. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that no one believed him. This attempt seems utterly futile. Ding! Suddenly, a friend request notification appeared on his phone. He casually tapped on it and accepted the request. The other party promptly sent a message. I believe what you say. Please refrain from sending videos. It is futile. I am currently at the Fat Baby Hot Pot restaurant. Let's discuss further in person. Lin Yibai felt a stir in his heart. This was the first person to express belief in him, and the Fat Baby Hot Pot restaurant was not far from his location. His intuition urged him to go. He quickly typed 3 words on his phone, on my way. At the Fat Baby Hot Pot restaurant, most of the customers had already departed, leaving only one patron still dining. The staff, stifling yawns, idly scrolled through their phones, occasionally glancing at the last customer. At this moment, they wished they could lift the customer and pour the hot pot over his head, urging him to leave. It was already 10 o'clock, and he showed no signs of departing, severely disrupting the staff's plans for the evening. As Lin Yibai entered the restaurant, the disinterested staff impatiently remarked, "We're closing. The chef has already left. I'm looking for someone. Do you really think there's anyone left here?" The staff's impatience grew. The person still enjoying their hot pot raised their hand. "Here, in the one you're looking for." Seeing Lin Yibai sit down opposite this individual, the staff felt on the verge of a breakdown. It was already 10 o'clock, and yet someone still came in for hot pot. Was this a joke? This wasn't a barbecue joint that didn't operate all night long. With his modest salary, he had planned to take his girlfriend to the movies that evening and perhaps book a hotel room afterward. Now, however, those plans lay in ruins. "Hey, bring me a set of utensils," called out a man at the hot pot table, raising his hand once more. Lin Yibai slowly settled into his seat, scrutinizing the individual. The man appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a scruffy beard. His overall appearance could be described, in a charitable light, as unkempt, less charitably, as disheveled. Yet his gaze was profoundly deep and wise, evoking a sense of trust. "What is your surname?" "Luo Feng. I'm Lin Yibai. I know you mentioned it in your video," the man replied, glancing at Lin Yibai. "How did you calculate the trajectory of the Bernstein comet?" Lin Yibai retrieved his laptop and opened it. There exists a website known only to astronomy enthusiasts that can compute the trajectories of various celestial bodies based on data you provide. The data I used was obtained from observations at the observatory. He swiftly navigated to his bookmarks and clicked on the link. Here it is. However, in the next moment, he found himself at a loss for words, as the web page displayed an exasperating 404 error. It may be due to a lack of internet connectivity, Lin Yibai mused, checking the signal. Everything appeared normal. Other websites loaded seamlessly, yet this particular site remained stubbornly at 404. "It's likely just undergoing temporary maintenance," Lin Yibai offered as an explanation. The man set down his chopsticks, reached for a napkin, and wiped his greasy mouth. No need for further discussion. I believe what you say. You believe? I do. Lin Yibai felt an intricate swirl of emotions, for this was the first time someone had placed their trust in his words. Not even his closest friends and family had ever believed him. Yet this man did. Lin Yibai, who had long been the subject of ridicule, felt a flicker of excitement, a sense of being acknowledged. Reluctantly, the server brought over a set of utensils and tossed them onto the table. The man assisted in opening the utensils and handed them to Lin Yibai. "I'm not hungry. Eat, our conversation will be lengthy." Luo Feng picked up a piece of overcooked tripe and munched on it with a crunch. "Look at the waiter, he seems eager to finish his shift," Lin Yibai remarked, glancing at the restless server, feeling a twinge of unease. Being a person of subtle thoughts, Lin Yibai was reluctant to impose on others due to his own matters. "Why should I care?" Luo Feng, clearly a different breed, continued to fish for food in the pot, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "We are discussing matters of life, and death is delayed, sleep is trivial." This imparted a peculiar sensation to Lin Yibai. Luo Feng exuded a rationality laced with madness, creating a contradictory impression. He seemed entirely unconcerned with the opinions or feelings of others, focused solely on his own judgments. "Do you truly believe in me? Let us dispense with trivialities and engage in a more efficient dialogue," Luo Feng proclaimed, lifting his gaze to fixate intently on Lin Yibai, his eyes sharp with intensity. "In the past 3 months, 4 astronomers have taken their own lives. Have you noticed this as well? It is not merely a domestic concern on an international scale. Over the course of these 3 months, a dozen astronomers have tragically ended their lives. Furthermore, thousands of scientists from various disciplines have inexplicably vanished, with astronomers constituting the majority." Luo Feng's expression grew profoundly grave. "I have been pondering what could possibly be the cause of this phenomenon, and it was through your video that my curiosity was piqued." Chapter 2. Crafting a rocket for self-rescue. The news left Lin Yibai utterly astonished. There were these circumstances? Such matters had never graced the headlines. How could they possibly make it to the news? Luo Feng smirked. "Only those of us within this circle are privy to such information." "What is your occupation?" Lin inquired. "A research professor at a scientific institute," Luo replied. "Naturally, your involvement in research explains your awareness. But why not reach out to the authorities? Do you not find this situation rather suspicious?" For reasons he could not articulate, Lin found Luo's demeanor to be remarkably trustworthy. His sincerity was evident, devoid of any hint of jest. "Are you suggesting that the higher-ups are indeed aware of this matter?" Lin probed. "Given that you are able to observe it, do you truly think they remain oblivious?" Luo retorted with a hint of mockery. He gestured towards Lin's computer. "I wager you will no longer be able to access that website. Furthermore, if you attempt to post any videos, your account might very well be suspended. All information regarding this comet will be under stringent surveillance or outright suppression." Lin fell into a contemplative silence, instinctively reaching for the hot pot with his chopsticks, carelessly scooping up whatever came to hand and bringing it to his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Luo Feng remained patient, accompanying Lin as he savored each bite. After a significant pause, Lin set down his chopsticks, his expression grave. "So you are saying that the authorities are indeed aware of this matter, and they are deliberately suppressing it?" "Perhaps it is not merely the authorities, but rather a formidable, clandestine, transnational organization akin to the Earth Trisolarist Group." Luo Feng's self-deprecating smile resembled that of someone who had just shared a jest. However, Lin Yibai found no amusement in the situation. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. "I have come to understand that the disappearance of those scientists was intentional. The new organization established by the United Nations, in collaboration with the 5 permanent member states, is indeed the Human United Command, formed specifically to address this impending comet crisis." Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a man beholding a stunning beauty. "Please, continue." "This colossal comet, given humanity's current technological capabilities, cannot be thwarted. It is impossible to bombard the comet's core as depicted in films, nor can we construct a planetary engine to redirect Earth from the comet's path. Humanity is left with but 2 options. One is to embark on a spacecraft and flee Earth. The other is to construct underground cities to shelter the populace below." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed even brighter. "Please, go on." His voice trembled slightly with anticipation. "Thus, the state is investing vast sums into the Mars colonization initiative. However, this endeavor will likely accommodate only a limited number of individuals, serving merely to preserve the seeds of human civilization. As for the underground cities, due to the constraints of time, their capacity will undoubtedly be minimal. Only a select few will gain entry to the subterranean levels to prevent societal upheaval. Information has been suppressed. My video was deleted, and this celestial trajectory calculation website was shut down. These actions are likely the reason. Lin Yibai's revelations grew increasingly alarming. Luo Feng had set aside his chopsticks, fully focused on listening. At this juncture, he interjected. The missing scientists must have had two objectives. Either conscripted for the construction of the underground city or safeguarded to prevent the dissemination of the information regarding the comet crisis. The specific operational authority may very well be this Human United Command. Lin Yibai, undeterred, reopened his computer and entered the celestial trajectory calculation website, hoping to recalibrate the trajectory of the Bernstein comet. However, the result remained a disheartening 404. Do not waste your time, Luo Feng remarked, his tone tinged with melancholy. The majority of individuals have likely been forsaken. Lin Yibai lifted his gaze to Luo Feng. Aren't you a professor and researcher? Surely you must possess the qualifications to gain access to the underground city? Luo Feng offered a wry smile. There are countless professors and researchers across the globe. Moreover, access to the underground city encompasses all professions, each individual meticulously selected. For someone like me, who is physically and mentally unfit, the probability of selection is scarcely more than 1 in 10. Though Lin Yibai struggled to comprehend why Luo Feng considered himself unfit, he refrained from inquiring further. Luo Feng cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yibai. Your chances of selection are likely even slimmer than mine. To preserve the existence of a civilization and ensure technological progress does not regress, a minimum population of 1 million is requisite. Yet, humanity is afforded less than 2 years, excluding the time for design, validation, and surveying, leaving merely 1.5 years for actual construction. I estimate that even with the concentrated efforts of the entire nation, the underground city could accommodate at most 1 million inhabitants. The remainder will be entirely abandoned. Luo Feng withdrew another tissue, wiping his mouth as he spoke. With a population of over 1 billion across the nation, your chances of being selected are roughly less than 1 in 1,000. Lin Yibai was taken aback, a wave of despondency sweeping over him. Are we to simply await the comet's collision with Earth, resigning ourselves to a silent demise? Luo Feng fell silent, and the two became enveloped in an atmosphere of stillness. It's closing time, gentlemen. The shop assistant finally could no longer restrain himself and began to usher them out. Luo Feng scanned the payment, gesturing to Lin Yibai. Shall we take a stroll? The two ambled along the bustling street. If the data were accurate, these individuals could only expect to live a little over 1 year, destined to perish beneath the comet's impact. Everything would be annihilated. Nevertheless, I must persist in creating videos. At the very least, I want to ensure that people do not slip away into oblivion without understanding. Lin Yibai declared through gritted teeth, if we must die, let us die with clarity. Luo Feng halted. Is it of any use? In the end, we all meet the same fate. Must we truly sit idly by and await our demise? Lin Yibai questioned, unwilling to accept the notion. Suddenly, a firework was launched, a single point of light soaring into the night sky. In that vast expanse, only this beam of light ascended. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yibai felt a profound sense of isolation. With a resounding bang, the firework erupted, casting vibrant hues that illuminated the faces of Lin Yibai and Luo Feng. In an instant, Luo Feng became animated, gripping Lin Yibai's arm. Perhaps there exists a possibility for us to survive. How shall we live? Lin Yibai was taken aback. Can we really build our own rocket? Leave this to me. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with ambition. I didn't waste my time at the Academy of Sciences. Acquiring rocket-building technology is not particularly challenging. What can I do? Lin Yibai inquired. What do you do? Luo Feng replied. I engage in small-scale buying and selling. Then your task is to generate funds. How much money? Let us aim for 100 billion. Luo Feng licked his lips. After all, we are planning to launch a rocket towards Mars, where we need to remain in space for at least 1.5 years. Insufficient funds would pose a significant challenge. How much? Lin Yibai was taken aback. 100 billion. 100 billion? Indeed. You are expected to earn 100 billion within a span of over 1 year. Luo Feng looked at Lin Yibai with anticipation. Shouldn't that be manageable? Get lost. Lin Yibai exclaimed, filled with fury. I can barely earn a few 100,000 after 1 year of hard work. And you expect me to make 100 billion in 1 year? Are you out of your mind? Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed. He waited patiently for Lin Yibai's anger to subside before responding calmly. The old you would have found this impossible. However, the current you might just be capable. What do you mean? The former you was constrained by numerous limitations in your pursuit of wealth, and your earnings were merely for survival. But now, the situation is different. Humanity is facing an impending doom, and such constraints no longer apply. Moreover, your motivation for earning money is now rooted in the instinct for survival, which can unlock your utmost potential. In the pursuit of wealth, you can take bold risks without excessive concern. Luo Feng smiled, asserting that as long as he could gather enough funds to construct a spaceship before the impending apocalypse, everything would be manageable. Lin Yibai fell into a contemplative silence. The former version of himself may have deemed such a feat unattainable, yet the present incarnation held a glimmer of possibility. Luo Feng possessed an innate charisma that stirred Lin Yibai's fervor. After all, humanity was on the brink of extinction, so why not take action? With a resolute bite of his lip, Lin Yibai inquired about any potential technical issues. Not a significant problem, came the reply. Very well. Since no one else can save me, I shall be my own savior. Lin Yibai solidified his determination. On the return journey, an idea sparked in Lin Yibai's mind, prompting him to visit the observatory once more. As anticipated, the observatory was closed. A notice declared the facility would undergo renovations with no specified reopening date. Indeed, an invisible hand seemed to have silenced all news regarding the comet crisis. The Bernstein comet was not easily detectable with ordinary telescopes. Even if spotted, measurement remained elusive. Only the observatory's powerful instruments could facilitate observation, mapping, and calculations. A quick online search further corroborated Lin Yibai's suspicions. All observatories had announced their closure today, refusing to admit outsiders. The pathways to uncover the comet crisis had been entirely sealed. At this juncture, Lin Yibai fully embraced Luo Feng's assertion. The comet crisis was genuinely upon them, and all information had been suppressed. In this world, a staggering 99.9% of humanity faced demise. To survive, he realized that self-rescue was his only recourse. And to accomplish this, he needed to amass a fortune, 100 billion, to construct rockets and build a spaceship. Merely acquiring wealth is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, to amass a staggering 100 billion in less than 2 years is an even greater endeavor. Chapter 3. Building Rockets, Journey to Mars. Certainly, if Lin Yibai were the CEO of a colossal enterprise, such a sum would be trivial. The renowned real estate magnate, Mr. Su, owes the banks a staggering 20 trillion. A mere 100 billion is but a drop in the ocean for such a tycoon. However, Lin Yibai is merely a small business operator. Achieving even a modest financial goal may elude him throughout his lifetime. To amass 100 billion in such a short span appears to be nothing short of fantastical. Nonetheless, Luo Feng is correct. Lin Yibai of the past was bound by numerous constraints in his pursuit of wealth. The present Lin Yibai, however, is liberated from these shackles. Surviving is the paramount concern, and the number of individuals privy to this undertaking must be minimal. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. In such a scenario, the prospect of building rockets would be utterly futile. Lin Yibai is no savior. His capacity to assist others is exceedingly limited. The nation's space industry, developed over several decades, has merely managed to theoretically propose sending individuals to Mars. In reality, no one has yet set foot on the Martian surface. This underscores the enormity of the challenge. Luo Feng stated that their greatest likelihood of success lies in departing Earth with a small group of 10 or so individuals to escape the onslaught of comets. Thus, the only ones they can take along are their closest friends and family. Consequently, this endeavor must be pursued discreetly, away from prying eyes. Only in this manner can survival be possible. The pursuit of wealth and the construction of rockets represent Lin Yibai's singular aspiration. In the early morning, sunlight filters through the tree canopy, casting vibrant halos upon the ground. Beneath these radiant circles, a young man in his 20s struggles to tackle a piece of tough beef tendon. Bright red oil trickles from the corner of his mouth down to his chin. Yet he has no time to clean up. You must be starving, Lin Yibai observes as he stands before him. The young man looks up, forcing an awkward smile. I'll repay you in a month. Seeing the large chunks of beef and tendon in the young man's bowl, Lin Yibai feels a pang of hunger himself. He pulls up 2 stools, one tall and one short, using the former as a table and the latter as a chair. This is the distinctive way of enjoying noodle dishes in Lianjiang City, where many patrons adopt similar postures. Looks like you're doing well. Able to afford a bowl of beef tendon noodles for 68, Lin Yibai remarks. He raises his hand and calls out to the bustling proprietor within. "1 bowl of dry mixed noodles, with extra chili, please." Feng Ermao's eyes widen in disbelief. "You can't be asking me to foot the bill, can you? What else?" "I have no money. My phone balance is just 68. Feng Ermao laments. "Who would believe you?" Lin Yibai retorts, picking up his chopsticks and unceremoniously snatching a large piece of beef from Feng Ermao's bowl. With a single bite, the rich oil bursts forth, and he revels in the delightful flavor of the 68 beef dish. "What do you want from me?" Feng Ermao's heart sinks. This fellow is tolerable in many aspects, but his stinginess is infuriating. Yet, Lin Yibai thinks, to accomplish great endeavors, one must have a reliable ally. And the first person who comes to mind is this miserly Feng Ermao. There was no choice. If he did not hasten to eat, Lin Yibai would devour all the large chunks of beef in his bowl. "When did you start prioritizing fame over your dignity?" Feng Ermao remarked with a chuckle. Having been the subject of Lin Yibai's ridicule for too long, he could hardly pass up this opportunity to jest back. Yet, while jesting was one thing, revealing one's identity card was another, as it could lead to online harassment. The bowls of noodles arrived, and a plump woman casually inserted her fingers into the steaming noodles without concern for the heat. Lin Yibai pretended not to notice, stirring the noodles until a fragrant, spicy aroma wafted through the air. Quick to act, Feng Ermao adeptly picked up a hefty portion with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. This fellow was determined not to be outdone. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let me ask you, haven't you always been researching ways to get rich quickly? Share your thoughts. I wish to see if there's a chance for a windfall." This was Lin Yibai's true intention in seeking him out today. Feng Ermao was well versed in finding shortcuts to wealth. Excitedly, Feng Ermao wiped the red oil from his lips and began to gesticulate animatedly. "You, my friend, have finally seen the light. I tell you, if we join forces, we shall be unstoppable. Now, let us discuss the specifics. It has to be a fast and lucrative venture. You may be in luck. I happen to have a promising project in mind." At this point, Feng Ermao lowered his voice, casting a wary glance around. This business venture required no initial capital and could potentially yield tens or hundreds of thousands in a single transaction. There was absolutely no doubt about it, but it all hinged on your ability to seize the opportunity. Lin Yibai had been engaged in small-scale trading for years, earning a modest sum of over 100,000 annually. Yet, despite his efforts, he had managed to save not a single penny. Now, faced with the daunting ambition of amassing a fortune of 100 billion, he found himself devoid of the necessary capital. He needed to generate enough funds with utmost urgency to pursue his grand objective. Without capital, all aspirations were futile. This predicament was precisely why he sought out Feng Ermao. Feng Ermao was a quintessential dreamer, perpetually yearning for a life of luxury without the toil. Each day, he concocted schemes to achieve overnight wealth. Whenever he devised a new idea, he would rush to Lin Yibai for collaboration. However, these proposals were invariably fraught with peril, and Lin Yibai had consistently dismissed them. The tides had changed. Lin Yibai's mindset had undergone a significant transformation, and he was now in dire need of money. Concerns about danger had become secondary. "Listen," Feng Ermao lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I know someone who runs a casino. Each gambling session requires a minimum stake of 1 million. If we can stage a raid during one of their games, all the money will be ours. Moreover, since it involves gambling, no one will report us to the authorities. It's completely safe." Lin Yibai scoffed. "And what about you? What will you be doing while I'm making the arrest?" Feng Ermao, undeterred, replied shamelessly. "I'm not exactly brave. I'll keep watch for you. But you expect half the take, don't you?" Lin Yibai inquired. 40-60 is fine. I can take a bit of a loss," Feng Ermao offered. "Get lost," Lin Yibai retorted, though inwardly he felt a stirring of interest. This scheme of raiding gamblers appeared to be highly secure, as gamblers would never dare to alert the authorities. The likelihood of success seemed promising. Moreover, acquiring the ill-gotten gains of gamblers does not weigh upon one's conscience. It can also serve as the initial capital for future endeavors. The sole concern lies in the potential for covert retribution from the adversaries. Chapter 4. The first money-making scheme, however, if one conducts their actions discreetly, leaving no trace for others to follow, it is undoubtedly feasible. Gather intelligence on their gambling schedules and locations, and inform me promptly so that I may prepare accordingly. Lin Yibai swallowed a mouthful of noodles, wiped his mouth, and rose to depart. "I have no money to settle the bill." "Then you shall remain and wash the dishes." In a solitary building in Jianyang City, Old Scar, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted as he calculated the accounts. As the organizer of the Baccarat gambling den, the role was far from easy. Big fool, why do I have the unsettling sensation of my right eye twitching? This is certainly not a good omen, Old Scar cursed, tossing aside the calculator. This accounting is giving me a headache. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Big fool followed closely behind. Rest assured, boss. The location I have chosen is absolutely secure. For law enforcement to enter, they must cross a bridge. As long as we station a brother to keep watch on the bridge, we are completely safe. Old Scar nodded in approval. Retrieving his phone to send messages to the gamblers. The game will commence tomorrow evening at 8. Transportation will be provided. Please register if you wish to attend. Old Scar had managed the gambling den for 3 years, during which time everything had remained calm and secure. The reason was simple. All the gamblers were individuals he knew well, and he was a man of integrity, refraining from any deceitful practices in the realm of gambling. The gambling den in question is not directly operated by the notorious Lao Ba. Rather, it employs a method that synchronizes with the activities of offshore casinos. Lao Ba does not engage in betting against the gamblers. He merely takes a commission. The gamblers place their bets with the offshore casino, while Lao Ba serves solely as an intermediary, ensuring absolute fairness. Moreover, his commission rate is quite minimal, typically only 2 to 3% on a win. On occasions when a gambler suffers significant losses, Lao Ba waives the commission entirely. Such a reputation has rendered his establishment exceedingly popular, far more credible than purchasing lottery tickets. As for newcomers, they must be introduced by regular patrons. Only after Lao Ba personally assesses and confirms that they are not undercover agents from the Public Security Bureau will they be permitted to participate in the gambling. Under such stringent precautionary measures, he has maintained stability for 3 years. He checks his vehicle, ensuring that no mishaps occur the following day. Lao Ba rubs his eyes, finding the twitching of his eyelids rather ominous. Better to be cautious. Lao Ba is a well-known figure in the city's underbelly, having shifted his focus from street life to running a gambling den. Feng Ermao tosses a tattered notebook to Lin Yibai, containing the names, addresses, and phone numbers of several gamblers. Each time a game is organized, Lao Ba selects a random location and drives the gamblers there. Thus, pinpointing the location of his gambling den proves to be quite challenging. I have no clever solutions to this dilemma, otherwise, I would have acted alone by now. Feng Ermao mutters. How did you come to know about this gambling den? I participated once, but only after undergoing Lao Ba's rigorous vetting process. Unfortunately, I only had 20,000 as my stake, which I lost in mere moments. Feng Ermao sighed, and thereafter, I never returned. Lin Yibai felt a stir within. Do you have any regular patrons with whom you were close? Yes, but it is of no use. They go to gamble and are unlikely to share their location with you. Moreover, before entering the casino, all mobile phones must be surrendered, prohibiting any form of communication. Feng Ermao explained. Lin Yibai understood. Having someone is sufficient. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with a QR code. You can discreetly use that gambler's phone to scan it, and we shall uncover their whereabouts. What is that? A tracking software. Lin Yibai rose. I know someone who develops software, specifically those lesser-known applications. They are marketed to women seeking to catch their husbands in infidelity, and it reportedly sells quite well. Goodness, you could conceive such a method? Feng Ermao remarked with admiration. Among our classmates, you possess the sharpest mind. Lin Yibai donned a set of security attire and gazed into the mirror. How do I look? Feng Ermao glanced briefly, feeling somewhat uneasy. You truly resemble an officer. I nearly fled upon the first glance. Lin Yibai handed Feng Ermao another device. If you have nothing to hide, why fear the law? Take this. What is this contraption? A police siren. Where did you procure it? Feng Ermao pressed the switch. A loud blaring siren erupted, startling Feng Ermao into a flustered panic as he quickly turned it off. I bought it online. Lin Yibai turned to Feng Ermao and said, when the time comes, I will go in to seize the money while you create a diversion outside by sounding the sirens. Feng Ermao suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Are you truly planning to go through with this? He asked. What else is there to do? Lin Yibai retorted, pulling out a fake gun and striking a pose. Does it look cool? However, Feng Ermao genuinely appeared flustered. Lin Yibai understood him well. He was the quintessential individual who harbored the intentions of a thief, but lacked the courage. Always concocting grand schemes, yet faltering when it came time to execute them. If we fail, we might end up in prison, Feng Ermao cautioned nervously. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Could it be that you've fallen into debt with loan sharks? Is this your accomplice? The scruffy Luo Feng scrutinized Feng Ermao with a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed by his demeanor. He produced a stack of documents from his bag and placed them on the table. This contains essential information on constructing a space rocket. You must take it seriously. At the very least, you need to understand the steps and equipment involved in rocket manufacturing. You should familiarize yourself with the propellant, fuel, gyroscopes, fairings, basic materials, and circuit devices, among others, Luo Feng stated matter-of-factly. Aren't these your responsibilities? Lin Yibai replied, feeling overwhelmed. As the leader, you must be well-informed, Luo Feng insisted. Leaning in to inspect the tools Lin Yibai had prepared, Feng Ermao felt increasingly uncomfortable and discreetly pulled Lin Yibai aside. Why did you let an outsider in? This isn't exactly a respectable matter. The fewer who know, the better. Lin Yibai remained unfazed and addressed Professor Luo, saying, Professor Luo, I feel somewhat apprehensive. I would appreciate your oversight. Could you please review our plan and suggest any necessary improvements? I believe you might offer valuable insights. Luo Feng glanced at the security uniform, then at the police siren, ultimately studying the action plan prepared by Lin Yibai. Is the location confirmed? Chapter 5. The initial scheme for financial gain. We have installed tracking software on a gambler's mobile phone. At 8 o'clock tonight, once we trace the signal from this device, we will ascertain the location of the casino. Lin Yibai donned the security uniform and layered it with a hooded trench coat to obscure his appearance. Once the location is confirmed, be cautious of surveillance. Try not to reveal your identities. It would be prudent to wear masks throughout the operation, removing them only when necessary. There will be no one to report us, Feng Ermao interjected. We must not only evade security personnel but also the casino owner, rising to prepare for their departure. Luo Feng added, furthermore, I advise enlisting the support of the security bureau. If the casino owner is a formidable character, confronting him alone could lead to serious trouble. If they possess weapons, the situation could escalate to life-threatening levels. Upon hearing this, Lin Yibai felt a flicker of unease. Old Luo, please accompany us. You can provide backup from the perimeter and alert authorities if danger arises. Feng Ermao quickly chimed in. Yes, you two go together. I tend to be rather timid. Lin Yibai gave him a sharp nudge. Your task is quite demanding. Check to see if your motorcycle is charged. We cannot afford any mishaps at a critical moment. At Qinglong Bay, a van drove into an abandoned factory. The doors swung open, and a group of individuals stepped out, stretching their backs in preparation to enter the premises. One man remarked, Old Scar, this is quite a distance, isn't it? This godforsaken place is beyond the city's expressway. Old Scar stood before the van, extending his hand to collect their phones one by one, subsequently shutting them off. Safety first. This is in your best interest as well. You can gamble with peace of mind, free from the disturbances of the constabulary. Once every phone was gathered and powered down, Old Scar turned to Dasha and instructed, hurry and fetch the second group. It is already 7:40 in the evening. On the phone, a blinking red dot came to a halt, but it soon disappeared. With the phones turned off, this must be the location of the gambling den. Let us move, Lin Yibai urged, giving a slightly trembling Feng Ermao a pat on the back as they proceeded. Luo Feng followed silently behind them. 40 minutes later, the trio arrived at Qinglong Bay. As I made my way here, I surveyed the terrain. If the constabulary decides to come, they would have to cross a small bridge ahead. I noticed a suspicious individual loitering near the bridge, a motorcyclist who is likely one of Old Scar's lackeys. Lin Yibai pulled up a map on his phone, formulating a new plan to ensure their safe escape. Feng Ermao felt somewhat perplexed. Brother Luo, do you and Lin Yibai have some sort of clandestine dealings? Of course. The intention was to collaborate for substantial profit. Otherwise, why would he engage in such perilous activities? Luo Feng's words left Feng Ermao speechless. Old Luo, please wait for my call at the bridgehead. I will instruct you to report to the authorities. You should devise a reason for the report yourself. Lin Yibai turned to Feng Ermao. This factory has 3 entrances, a front gate, a rear door, and a side door for unloading. You shall remain outside the side door until I give the signal. When I call you, sound the alarm. I will charge in through the rear entrance and commence our operation. The front entrance will be left open for their escape. At that moment, Lin Yibai resembled a natural-born commander, and everyone instinctively adhered to his directives. Some individuals possess an innate leadership quality, and Lin Yibai undoubtedly exemplified this trait. Remember, we must act swiftly. Once we are successful, we shall retreat immediately. Lin Yibai quickly devised a tactical plan. From the moment old Luo contacts the police, we have a mere 5 minutes to prepare. Why only 5 minutes? Because it takes the police just 5 minutes to reach this bridge after the call is made. Upon their arrival, the henchman will signal, and the casino owner will undoubtedly panic, creating chaos. That is when we will spring into action. We intend to leverage the authorities' presence to instigate panic, driving away gamblers and thugs, thereby ensuring the success of our heist. Lin Yibai remarked. If it were merely the sound of the alarm, it might not intimidate the old Scar. With Lin Yibai once again single-handedly embarking on a robbery, the risk of being recognized by Old Scar loomed ominously. Thus, Lin Yibai sought to enlist the aid of the local security forces, hoping to convince Old Scar that the security personnel had genuinely arrived, prompting him to flee in a panic and thereby creating an opportunity for Lin Yibai to successfully execute the heist. Feng Ermao's eyes widened in astonishment. If I weren't so thoroughly acquainted with you, I would genuinely suspect you of being a notorious bandit. Lin Yibai's agility left Feng Ermao utterly astounded, even drawing a curious glance from Luo Feng. Mounting his electric bike, Luo Feng declared, I shall depart first. I estimate I shall arrive at the bridge in approximately 5 minutes. As Luo Feng departed, Lin Yibai patted Feng Ermao on the shoulder, instructing, remember, when the police siren sounds, do not flee. Instead, stay and shout loudly. The security personnel have arrived. Run. Create as much chaos as possible while exiting through the main gate. Feng Ermao stared blankly at Lin Yibai, trembling. Are we truly going through with this? Otherwise, what? You appear utterly unperturbed. While I am nearly frightened to the point of losing control, Feng Ermao stammered. I am a man of action, whereas you are a dreamer. Lin Yibai surveyed their surroundings, giving Feng Ermao a firm pat. Go now, guard the side door. Heed my commands. As he scaled the wall, Lin Yibai, aided by the faint glow of light, surveyed the courtyard situation. Those engaged in gambling were gathered within the factory, where raucous sounds intermittently erupted, some expressing joy, others disappointment, clearly indicating the gambling had reached a fever pitch. The van in the courtyard remained idling, the engine still running, while in the driver's seat. Desha was engrossed in watching videos on his phone, chuckling to himself as he did so. His mission, evidently, was to lead everyone to safety at the first sign of danger. Lin Yibai stealthily descended from the wall, quietly approaching the factory. Peering through the window, he observed that the abandoned building had been draped with fabric to create a makeshift space, where a dozen people were vociferously placing their bets. This baccarat establishment offered various gaming options, and each table was equipped with a display screen that provided real-time updates on the situation at the overseas casino. The gamblers were not wagering against Old Scar, but rather against the distant casino. Thus, Old Scar not only wished for the gamblers to win, but actively hoped for their success, for only then could he profit from the winnings. This dynamic fostered a strong sense of trust between the gamblers and Old Scar, which was paramount to the establishment's ability to operate safely for 3 years. Chapter 6. The operation begins even when gamblers faced losses, they would not blame Old Scar. Instead, they lamented their own misfortune. Old Scar merely needed to remit a certain percentage of the winnings to the overseas casino. Such gambling operations were far more reputable than licensed lottery shops, which were essentially blatant money grabs. Lin Yibai's gaze shifted to a corner where a scarred-faced man sat with his legs crossed, silently observing the gamblers as they placed their bets. He was Old Scar. Beneath Old Scar's feet lay Lin Yibai's objective, an unlatched briefcase, filled with substantial amounts of cash and numerous chips. After a meticulous observation lasting around 10 minutes, Lin Yibai had discerned that approximately every 2 to 3 minutes, the Old Scar would briefly vacate the table and the money box to either engage in a game of poker or sell chips. When departing from the table, he would not take the money box with him but would secure it with a lock. Thus, when the Old Scar left the table, it was the optimal moment to act. Feeling that everything was in readiness, he discreetly picked up his phone and dialed Luo Feng's number to report the incident. After hanging up, he quietly removed his trench coat, revealing his security uniform, neatly folding the coat and tucking it away in a nearby corner. Simultaneously, he held his phone, poised to call Feng Ermao at a moment's notice. The instant the Old Scar departed from the money box would mark the beginning of his operation. At the West City Security Office, Officer Xiao Chong rubbed his eyes, fatigue weighing upon him. I'm utterly exhausted. I spent the entire night on watch and didn't catch a single break. His partner, Xiao Chun, stifled a yawn. Xiao Gu, have you sorted out the matter regarding the child's schooling? Money, Xiao Chang spat out disdainfully. I have none. Connections? I lack those as well. What do you expect me to do? He grumbled about the absurdity of needing to classify education into ranks. Sighing, Xiaochen was about to voice a thought when the phone rang. After answering, he stood up, donned his hat, and gestured toward Xiaochong. There's been a report. We're heading out. Xiaochong also put on his hat and followed Xiaochen to the parking lot. What is the case? There's been a fight at Qinglong Bay. Xiaochang scoffed. The cursed place should have been shut down long ago. It's nothing but a collection of small workshops polluting the environment. It's a chaotic mix, making it prone to trouble. Though he incessantly complained, his actions were remarkably swift, and the vehicle soon sped away. Inside the factory, Lin Yibai fixed his gaze intently on Old Scar. If Old Scar did not depart, the operation would prove exceedingly challenging. Within 5 minutes, police cars would arrive at the bridge, and those on lookout would likely alert Old Scar via the intercom. That moment would mark the optimal time to commence the operation. This was Lin Yibai's inaugural experience with such an audacious heist. Curiously, despite his anxiety, his palms slick with perspiration, he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with eagerness. Perhaps, deep within him, there resided an innate impulse towards crime. At last, someone at a gambling table sought to exchange chips, prompting Old Scar to rise, secure the cash box, and stride confidently towards the scene with a handful of chips. Lin Yibai's heart raced, for success hinged on this pivotal moment. The situation was clear. If Old Scar remained by the cash box when the operation commenced, complications would ensue. Lin Yibai had to intercept Old Scar and intimidate him to seize the cash box. This task was daunting, for Lin Yibai was alone. Should Old Scar cling to the cash box, the heist would be fraught with difficulty and risk exposure. Conversely, if Old Scar was absent from the cash box, the endeavor would become significantly simpler. By revealing his identity and brandishing a fake firearm, Old Scar would undoubtedly flee rather than contest the money, thereby reducing the heist complexity. Lin Yibai's heart raced once more. The atmosphere in the casino was electrifying, allowing Lin Yibai to finally relax. At the bridgehead, Luo Feng stood in the shadows, gazing into the distance. The flickering lights intermittently illuminated his face, casting a rigid demeanor upon him. A vehicle approached the bridge, its police lights flashing, a clear sign that law enforcement had arrived. Luo Feng's expression began to soften, the stiffness dissipating. He crouched down, picked up a brick, gritted his teeth, and with resolute determination, brought it down upon his own head. Blood swiftly streamed down his forehead, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to stumble. I may have been a bit too forceful, he thought. The henchman stationed at the bridge also noticed the arrival of the police vehicle, his demeanor shifting to one of anxiety. He retrieved his walkie-talkie, communicating as he ducked behind a tree to observe. Witnessing this scene, Luo Feng grinned in the direction of the casino, murmuring, "Lin Yibai, the rest is up to you." His blood-soaked visage bore a chilling smile. Inside the factory, the walkie-talkie at Old Scar's waist crackled to life, prompting him to lift it to his ear. In an instant, his expression turned tense. He gestured vigorously to the gamblers, signaling them to quiet down. The gamblers, sensing the urgency, fell silent. Old Scar's actions indicated the presence of law enforcement. Everyone held their breath, awaiting to determine whether the police vehicle would merely pass by or come to apprehend them. The room descended into a hushed stillness, starkly contrasting the earlier lively atmosphere. Lin Yibai understood that the police had arrived, and the henchman at the bridge must have sent word. This marked the opportune moment to act. He promptly pressed the button on his phone and dialed Feng Ermao's number. The operation was set in motion. Outside the side door, Feng Ermao, anxiously awaiting, felt his phone vibrate in his hand, nearly dropping it in his flustered state. In his haste, he fumbled for the police whistle, intending to press the button. Yet, amidst the chaos, the button became stuck, refusing to respond. Inside the room, Lin Yibai was pacing in agitation. Lao Ba was rapidly advancing towards the money box, intent on seizing it first. The gamblers, too, began to feel the tension mounting, the atmosphere within the casino becoming palpably charged. This was the opportune moment. If the police whistle did not sound soon, it would be too late. Damn it, Feng Ermao, what are you doing? Lin Yibai drew out a replica gun, preparing to charge forward and assert control over the situation. Fortunately, just then, the police whistle finally blared to life. Chapter 7. The clue left behind. The sudden shriek of the police whistle sent the gamblers into a frenzy, scattering like headless flies in all directions. Lao Ba was taken aback, hastening his pace towards the money box. He needed to seize it before the constable arrived. At that moment, Lin Yibai burst forth, brandishing his handgun and shouting, "Constable, gambling is prohibited. Do not flee." Lao Ba hesitated, glancing towards the constable's approach, which coincided with the location of the money box. If he attempted to grab the box, he would undoubtedly be apprehended by the constable. At this critical juncture, preserving his life took precedence over money. Furthermore, the constable's gaze was fixed solely upon him. If he did not flee now, it would be too late. Gritting his teeth, Lao Ba turned and sprinted towards the front door, shouting, "Big fool, get the car ready." Some gamblers, in a state of panic, ran amok, with a few even heading towards Lin Yibai's direction. The scene was utterly chaotic, which was highly detrimental to Lin Yibai's operation. At that moment, Feng Ermao's shout finally pierced through the din. "Run to the front door. There are security guards at the back." This immediately galvanized all the gamblers, who stumbled and lurched towards the front entrance, squeezing into the idling minivan. Desha, behind the wheel, promptly floored the accelerator, speeding away with the throng of gamblers. Within a matter of moments, all the gamblers had fled. The entire gambling den was left in disarray, completely deserted. Seeing that the place was now empty, Lin Yibai swiftly seized the money box from the floor, turned, and dashed out through the back door. He placed the money box on the electric scooter, started the engine, and shouted to Feng Ermao, "Turn off the siren, get in the car, let's go." However, during the escape, Lin Yibai couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something. After picking up Feng Ermao, they headed towards the bridgehead. The bridgehead was the last place the gamblers would dare to go, making it the perfect escape route. Only after riding for several minutes did Lin Yibai realize what he had forgotten. He had left his windbreaker in the gambling den, and now he was conspicuously clad in a police uniform. It was his first transgression, and he was understandably tense and flustered. At the bridgehead, Xiao Chong heard the distant wail of a police siren. It sounded particularly jarring in the night. He said with some suspicion, "Xiao Chun, use our internal channel to call and see who is on duty there." Xiao Chong turned to look in the direction of the siren. It doesn't seem too far away. "Xiao Chun, drive over and take a look. I'll handle things here." As Luo Feng was busy taking notes, a sense of anxiety enveloped him. He was uncertain about the situation with Lin Yibai. He could not allow the officer to go there. He must buy Lin Yibai some time. Suddenly, his body swayed, and he nearly fell. Xiao Chong quickly steadied Luo Feng, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I feel dizzy. Please take me to the hospital," Luo Feng implored, gripping Xiao Chen's arm tightly. Xiao Chen hesitated, casting a glance at Xiao Chong, uncertain of what to do. Abruptly, the distant wail of police sirens ceased, and a wave of relief washed over Luo Feng. The silence of the sirens indicated that Lin Yibai had succeeded. There was no longer a need for pretense. Xiao Chong furrowed his brow, peering into the distance where he sensed movement, yet the specifics remained obscured. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he turned around, stating, "It seems there is nothing amiss over there. Let us go. We need to transport the injured to the hospital." With that, Xiao Chong assisted Luo Feng into the vehicle. Just before the car could start, Luo Feng caught sight of Lin Yibai approaching, accompanied by Feng Ermao, both encasing a box. To his surprise, Lin Yibai was still clad in the officer's uniform, an exceedingly conspicuous choice. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, a silent exchange of information transpired, easing Luo Feng's heart. Xiao Chong also spotted Lin Yibai and Feng Ermao. Lin Yibai's uniform piqued his curiosity. In the rush, he noted Lin Yibai's features. Although visibility was poor in the night, his years of experience in criminal investigation allowed him to commit Lin Yibai's fundamental characteristics to memory. Upon observing Lin Yibai proceeding onto the bridge, Luo Feng promptly signaled for the vehicle to halt, addressing the officer with, "There's no need, officer." After a brief respite, "I feel considerably better. Besides, my electric scooter remains parked here. A trip to the hospital would be unduly burdensome." The officer inquired, "Are you certain you're all right?" Luo Feng affirmed, "Indeed, I am." "Very well," the officer conceded. "Let's proceed with the statement. Should we apprehend the individual responsible for the assault, we will notify you without delay." Xiao Chong produced his notepad. However, a subtle suspicion lingered. The day's events seemed rather peculiar. The complainant had initially been quite agitated, yet now appeared entirely composed, as if having fulfilled some objective. Furthermore, the complainant's tranquility was uncharacteristic of someone who had been attacked. Additionally, the behavior of the individual in the police uniform seemed somewhat aberrant. Inside the van, Lao Ba, in a state of vexation, noticed the cessation of the police siren behind them, prompting a sense of unease. "Pull over," he commanded. "Why halt?" "There are officers present," the gamblers protested, their apprehension of law enforcement palpable. The prospect of being apprehended by the authorities was daunting, entailing not only fines but also the creation of a criminal record. The common sentiment was to sacrifice funds to avert further trouble. Laoba glanced back, remarking, "No one is pursuing us. Stop the vehicle. I sense something amiss." The Shah complied, bringing the van to a halt. At the bridgehead, observing Luo Feng departing on his electric scooter, Xiao Chang turned his gaze toward the direction from which the siren originated, his suspicions deepening. "Xiao Chen, let's investigate that location. There are no officers stationed there." Xiao Chen responded, starting the vehicle. "Presumably, it's a fire alarm or an ambulance. Their sirens are distinct from ours. That's the distinctive siren of a patrol car. Let's investigate. There might be some unforeseen circumstances." Several nearby residents were craning their necks, peering inside, which further convinced him that something was amiss. Stepping inside the factory, the scene unfolded before him in disarray. Discarded garments and personal belongings were scattered about, with even a few abandoned shoes, suggesting a hasty escape. Upon entering the factory, the situation became apparent. Several makeshift gambling tables were still laden with chips that had not been collected. Monitors displayed the unfolding events of overseas casinos. It was evident that someone had collaborated with an offshore casino, establishing a clandestine branch within the country. The occupants had evidently fled the casino in haste upon hearing the siren. Following closely behind, Xiao Chun surveyed the scene with astonishment. "Well, it seems someone is indeed on duty, but why is no one to be seen? At the very least, someone should remain to secure the premises. They aren't our people." Xiao discerned the deception at a glance. He meticulously examined the contents of the room, seeking any trace of evidence. "Not our people? Then who?" Chun, being relatively young and inexperienced, lacked the discernment to interpret the scene. Xiao moved to the vicinity of Lao Ba's seat, crouching down to scrutinize the floor. A professional took advantage of the chaos, creating a diversion with the siren to seize the funds. Xiao, a seasoned expert, accurately assessed the situation merely by observing the scene. Furthermore, the unscrupulous individual involved in this illicit affair was likely the one he had encountered at the bridge. Donned in security attire, Xiao crouched down, meticulously searching for subtle clues on the ground. Among the onlookers gathered outside, although there were indeed security personnel inside the premises and a security vehicle parked nearby, neither of these officers resembled the one he had just seen. Moreover, the security vehicle had not activated its siren. The officers appeared to have rushed to the scene and were currently conducting an investigation. This was decidedly suspicious. Lao Ba, a veteran in the underworld, had already formed a preliminary judgment in his mind. Xiao Chen emerged and called out to the nearby residents, inquiring if anyone knew what had transpired. The crowd collectively shook their heads. Lao Ba clenched his teeth in frustration. The officer's statements clearly indicated that he had been set up. Someone had impersonated a security officer to pilfer his gambling funds. This infuriated him beyond measure, and he silently cursed, "Should you fall into my hands, you'll not even know how you met your demise." Within the factory, Xiao ultimately discovered a suspicious item, a neatly folded trench coat tucked away by the rear door. Xiao, eyeing the garment with suspicion, questioned, "How can you be certain this belongs to the robber?" To which Xiao replied, "The other clothing was carelessly strewn about, whereas this piece is neatly concealed. A gambler would not have the time for such meticulousness. Only a thief would take the time to hide their attire." He concealed his police uniform beneath the trench coat, skillfully disguising his true identity. Xiao scoffed, expressing his disdain for the robber who shamelessly exploited their name for criminal gain. If given the opportunity, he vowed to apprehend the scoundrel and teach him a lesson in morality. Good evening, dear viewers. Today is Saturday, April 5th, and we bring you the evening news. According to reports from the Central News Agency, the entrepreneur known as the Iron Man of Silicon Valley, Mark, has been arrested by the Alaga police on charges of financial fraud. His companies, Starry Sky Travel and Space Network, have also been taken over by the authorities. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yibai and Luo Feng exchanged a knowing glance. It appeared that although the United Human Command had not yet been officially established, operations were already underway. Mark's enterprises operated in highly sensitive sectors, making the government's intervention entirely reasonable. This development indirectly validated their suspicions that a formidable force was suppressing information regarding the comet crisis, a force that transcended national boundaries. 560,000, came the excited voice of Feng Ermao, capturing the attention of Lin Yibai and Luo Feng. While not an exorbitant sum, it was sufficient to serve as capital. Lin Yibai approached to collect the money. The initial triumph had eased his spirits. With capital in hand, the opportunity to amass great wealth emerged, marking the first step towards self-rescue. Without funds, launching his grand plans for profit, including the construction of rockets, would remain an impossibility. This timely influx of cash would enable Lin Yibai to transform 56,000 into 100 billion. Although success seems distant and the chances of it happening are slim, at least the initial step has been taken. Said, touching his nose, my share. This is our seed capital. We must use this money to establish a company, and it is not to be touched. Produced a 100 yuan note and tossed it to, stating, this money is for your labor. Are you kidding me? 100 yuan to get rid of me? Exclaimed, jumping up. If you want money, fine. But you have to work with us and be available at all times. At the end of next year, you'll receive dividends. Turned to look at, asking, is your head all right? Was dumbfounded, realizing that not only would he not get the money, but had also set his sights on him. This is truly encountering an unscrupulous person, he thought. Shook his head, his forehead now bruised and swollen. I can't believe I was so ruthless with myself. Fortunately, it's nothing serious, just a superficial injury. This was residence, and the room was somewhat cluttered, but fortunately, none of the three men seemed to care. Placed the money on the table, stacks of cash that were particularly eye-catching. What should we do now? What do you need the money for? Asked, plopping down. Holding an ice pack to his head, also sat down opposite him. Let's sort things out and establish a schedule, completing each item one by one. Also pulled up a chair, but both and ignored him, acting as if he were invisible. What? Are you really going to build a rocket? Are you crazy? Asked, his eyes wide with shock. However, unexpectedly, the two once again disregarded his presence. Lin Yibai turned to Luo Feng and inquired, what is the cost to acquire this company? For bankruptcy restructuring, the bid is 20 billion. Lin Yibai furrowed his brow. It seems we are still a bit short. What is the deadline for bankruptcy? In 3 months. We will enter the liquidation phase. Chapter 9. The second money-making scheme. Feng Ermao was nearly in tears from the torment inflicted by these two. Lin Yibai. We only have 560,000, and that is far from 20 billion. It doesn't even cover the pennies. Furthermore, after acquiring the rocket company, we must also manage it, purchase raw materials, and pay salaries. This meager sum wouldn't even suffice for taxes. He urgently added, moreover, do you two understand rockets? Why pursue rockets? This requires high-tech talent to manage. Listen to me, Yibai. Let us divide the money, and then I can enjoy large bowls of beef noodles every day. At last, his words captured the attention of the two. Lin Yibai's eyes sparkled, and he slapped Feng Ermao's shoulder enthusiastically. You are indeed correct. 20 billion is insufficient. We will require at least 30 billion to reinstate the rocket company. Very well, I will secure 30 billion within 3 months. As he spoke, Lin Yibai exuded an air of confidence, as if 30 billion were merely 30 yuan, easily attainable. This nearly drove Feng Ermao to madness. He sat down in despair. That is not what I meant. Earning 30 billion in 3 months is impossible, even if you were to sell me. However, his words were once again disregarded by both of them. What do you intend to do now? Luo Feng inquired. Lin Yibai's lips curled into a slight smile. First, we shall establish a company. Only then can we generate profit. He grasped Feng Ermao firmly. Over the years, you seem to have devised several money-making schemes, right? You once mentioned something about a little treasury. Please elaborate, and we shall embark on this venture together. Observing Lin Yibai's earnest demeanor, Feng Ermao felt a surge of madness. The fervor with which he pursued wealth instilled a sense of dread within Feng Ermao. I know nothing. I am completely oblivious. It's madness, utter madness. Feng Ermao only wished to escape from these two lunatics. The notion that someone would aspire to construct a rocket was utterly preposterous. Moreover, was this truly the Lin Yibai he had come to know? In Yinjiang City, Old Scar sat silently on the sofa, deep in contemplation. Being blackmailed was an immense humiliation for him. In his prime, he was a prominent figure in Yinjiang City. While his name may not have been thunderous in the realm, it was at least well known among the populace. The gambling den was his most stable source of income, yet now he had been robbed. Although he did not see clearly, he was aware that the assailant was a remarkably young man. This revelation was a significant disgrace for Old Scar. Did you see the surveillance footage? Upon noticing Desha's entrance, Old Scar lifted his gaze, fixing an intense stare upon him. Feeling a wave of trepidation under Old Scar's fierce glare, Desha replied, there are 4 surveillance cameras nearby. I have copied all the data. He produced a USB drive, stating, "I've copied the surveillance footage from last night between 8 and 10. The scarred face finally displayed a hint of approval, remarking, "Well done." He activated the computer, commencing his review of the footage. To dare disturb the earth beneath the sovereign's feet is a certain death, was the unspoken thought of the scarred man. At the West City Public Security Bureau, several officers were engaged in animated discussions regarding the nation's imminent launch of a Mars unmanned landing module. The government had recently invested considerable effort into space exploration, rekindling the already soaring enthusiasm of the populace. A few individuals leaned against the office entrance, excitedly conversing, effectively blocking the doorway. "Excuse me, let me through," called Xiao Chun as he navigated through the crowd, presenting the USB drive to Xiao Chong. "Old Xiao before us. Someone already copied the surveillance footage." "Who is it?" Xiao Chong's brow furrowed. "Desha," Xiao Chun replied, taking a seat. "A recently released convict, freed just 5 years ago." Xiao Chong understood. Investigate Desha's background further and ascertain for whom he is working. What could they possibly want with the surveillance? They must be the organizers of the gambling operation. If we can uncover their secrets and monitor their movements, we can dismantle their operation if they continue their illicit activities. He inserted the USB drive into the computer, beginning to sift through the previous day's footage. By the way, the individual who reported the incident, I believe his name was Luo Feng. Look into his background as well, to determine his connections. Is there any link between him and the robbery at the casino yesterday? Xiao Chun regarded Xiao Chong with a peculiar expression. "Old Xiao, are you not being a bit overly suspicious? Caution is never detrimental." Xiao Chong reverted his gaze to the surveillance display, considering contacting the individual via the phone number he possessed, fabricating a pretext to ascertain his domicile and place of employment. Furthermore, he intended to investigate any prior criminal history. Disturbed by the commotion emanating from the entrance, Xiao Chong vociferously commanded silence. The security personnel at the gate, after casting a glance at Xiao Chang and making a face, dispersed. Amidst the lingering chill of early spring, Lin Yibai, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, halted before a 4-story villa. He was cognizant of his previous misstep in abandoning the incriminating windbreaker at the scene of the crime, thereby furnishing the Public Security Bureau with a clue. However, his lack of a prior criminal record afforded him a degree of protection, impeding their ability to trace the crime back to him. This provided Lin Yibai with ample time. This was the office building of the Mining Requisition Office in Heji Town, a suburb of Yinjiang City, and the location provided by Feng Ermao. "This is it." Lin Yibai scrutinized the villa. "This is it." Feng Ermao appeared apprehensive, avoiding direct eye contact. "It appears that the security is not particularly stringent," Lin Yibai mused, stroking his chin as he surveyed the surroundings. "There's a massive safe in the office on the 2nd floor, filled with money." Feng Ermao recoiled slightly, sniffing. "Even if we manage to infiltrate the building, it's futile if we can't breach the safe." Lin Yibai directed his gaze towards the 2nd floor, noting the presence of several iron gates and a robust security door guarding the office entrance. The security guards are stationed round the clock, and the nearest police station is merely a 5-minute walk away. Should the guards detect any suspicious activity, all efforts would be in vain. Feng Ermao sighed, lamenting the fact that despite knowing there is a fortune within, it remains inaccessible. Lin Yibai remained silent, his gaze fixated on the imposing door. "Stop staring, it's futile. The moment there is any unusual sound from the door, the guards will trigger the alarm. The authorities would arrive in no time," Feng Ermao said, growing restless. "Let us go. This northwest wind cuts like a knife, chilling to the bone." Only then did Lin Yibai retract his neck, stuffing his hands into his pockets, and prepared to leave with Feng Ermao. "I've been contemplating this place for at least 3 years, yet I can't find a point of entry." Feng Ermao shook his head, trailing behind Lin Yibai with a despondent gait. "I see no hope." "Who says there is no hope?" Lin Yibai turned, casting a dark glance at the 4-story building behind them. "This little vault shall be mine. Such ill-gotten gains, entrusted to us, would finally be put to righteous use. How do we proceed? We need assistance." "Who?" "A notorious bandit." Chapter 10. Using ill-gotten wealth for just causes in the suburban area of Yinjiang. Where the urban and rural converge, the narrow alleys were teeming with people. Along the walls, numerous stalls encroached upon the walkways, significantly impeding pedestrian flow. Yet, no one seemed to mind, for these stalls were essential to the daily lives of the locals. At a key-cutting stall, a man of dubious appearance was indulging in a bowl of noodles. A fragrant aroma of sesame paste mingled with chili oil wafted through the air. The weather was not particularly warm, Yet the man before the stall was scantily dressed, exposing his chest. The stall, though modest in size, was brimming with an array of items: a key-cutting machine, a shoe repair machine capable of puncturing belts, tools for mending tires, and even a watch repair table. Such stalls have largely vanished from most places, and where they still exist, they are often tucked away in bustling alleyways filled with a vibrant atmosphere. Lin Yibai approached the stall and stood upright. The man, engrossed in his noodles, did not lift his gaze. Key cutting or watch repair? He inquired. Neither, Lin Yibai replied, observing the man with a sense of nostalgia. After several years apart, the once formidable figure had transformed into a man showing signs of middle age. Brother Xiaozi. Lin Yibai extended his hand, embracing him warmly. This man was Lin Yibai's neighbor, who, after serving 3 years in prison for theft, had taken to this humble trade to make a living. What brings you here? After their pleasantries, Zhang Libring asked, puzzled. I seek to draw you out of retirement, Lin Yibai stated. He noted how Zhang's previously animated expression instantly dulled. I have long since left that life behind. Besides, didn't you go to university? Why would you want to get involved again? Lin Yibai settled onto a nearby toolbox, declaring, I have a significant endeavor at hand. Zhang Libring fell silent, contemplating the proposition. Lin Yibai continued. This time, we can acquire a substantial amount of capital. Zhang Libring finally lifted his head, responding, at present, my aspirations are modest. I simply desire to earn a livelihood through my craft and, when time permits, visit my daughter. That is sufficient for me. Undaunted, Lin Yibai countered. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I shall assist you in securing custody of your daughter. Zhang Libring's hands, stained with grime, paused, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. However, in an instant, the light dimmed once more as he lamented, I have no desire to return to incarceration. Nor do I wish to be separated from my daughter. Worthless child, just like your father. A sharp smack echoed. Mama, please don't strike me. I promise to refrain from idleness. Upon hearing this lament, both Lin Yibai and Zhang Libring halted, their gazes filled with indignation as they turned toward the courtyard. A robust woman stood akimbo, brandishing a switch, her eyes fixed menacingly upon a young girl of 6 or 7. A red welt marked the child's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she dared not weep. Zhang Libring trembled, longing to intervene, yet he restrained himself. Slowly approaching the courtyard entrance, the little girl first noticed Zhang Libring, her face lighting up with joy. She yearned to rush toward him, yet she timidly hesitated, stealing glances at the imposing woman. The woman, too, noticed Zhang Libring, exclaiming, Zhang, it is not the weekend. You are not permitted to visit Yaya. However, she soon donned a frivolous smile, adding, of course, should you arrive bearing funds, I shall make an exception and allow you to see her. Observing the aggrieved little girl and her swollen hand, Zhang Libring turned his head and softly inquired, how long until I can obtain custody? Once the matter is resolved, you will possess sufficient funds to secure custody. Lin Yibai was acutely aware that to involve Zhang Libring, he could only leverage his daughter. Zhang Libring possessed an exceptional skill, lock-picking. Be it an antiquated mechanical lock or a modern fingerprint lock, even a safe, none posed a challenge to him. To acquire the second sum of money, Zhang Libring was an indispensable element. He had long been divorced from the corpulent woman, and their daughter had been awarded to her due to his imprisonment. However, this woman frequently subjected their daughter, Yaya, to abuse. Zhang Libring desired custody. Yet the overweight woman demanded an exorbitant sum of 200,000 as a condition for relinquishing her rights. The notion of earning such a sum through a humble key-cutting stall was utterly preposterous. Very well, I shall proceed. Zhang Libring gritted his teeth and declared. Across from the mining requisition office, in a noodle shop, the television broadcasted the news. The establishment enjoyed a steady stream of patrons, some savoring their noodles while watching the news, others engrossed in their phones. At the entrance, several suspicious-looking men sat, listening to the news while peering through the glass door at the scene across the street. Are you suggesting that we pilfer this small vault as a means of delivering justice to the people, portraying it as a noble act? Zhang Libring glared at Lin Yibai, incredulous. How can you possibly believe such nonsense? It is hardly nonsense. It is akin to running a red light to save a life. Though a violation, it is undeniably righteous. Our actions are equally justifiable, Lin Yibai replied, his demeanor unwavering, for he genuinely believed in the righteousness of their cause. To salvage oneself, to subsist, to endure. Is it truly reprehensible to employ ill-gotten gains for righteous endeavors? Observing Zhang Libring's continued skepticism, he added, The rectitude of an action is not inherent within the act itself, but rather resides in the abundance of righteousness within one's heart. Consider, this is an illicit fund, a transgression of the law. Yet, we employ these unlawful funds to liberate your daughter from her torment. What could be more just than this? Noticing the continued consternation on Zhang Libuing's countenance, Luo Feng approached and gently patted his shoulder. Behind the dark-rimmed spectacles, a pair of sagacious eyes gazed directly at Zhang Libuing. If you harbor distrust for Lin Yibai, can you not place your faith in me? I am, after all, a bona fide intellectual, a professor, a scientist engaged in research. Our endeavors are imbued with significance and righteousness. This declaration once again elicited a disdainful eye roll from Feng Ermao. The most deceptive individuals in this world are those who, like Luo Feng, maintain an air of utmost seriousness. He was acutely aware that this man, who could unhesitatingly pick up a stone and hurl it at his own head, was certainly not the archetypal professor. To pilfer the illicit fund, I must infiltrate the finance office and ascertain the model of the safe. Concurrently, a meticulous plan of larceny must be devised. Zhang Libuing's confidence was finally restored. Very well, he assented. Let us commence the planning forthwith. Lin Yibai calmly stated as he arose, slowly ambled out, and positioned himself in front of a small shop across the street. Chapter 11. The accession of the rocket propulsion expert. This humble shop stood adjacent to the mining requisition office's courtyard. Madam, Lin Yibai requested, a beverage, if you please. His gaze swept across the expanse above the mining requisition office's courtyard. Several strands of barbed wire were strung across the perimeter, a sign warning of the electrified fence. The landlady, her beauty still radiant, handed Lin Yibai a bottle of water, her gaze lingering on him. It was unavoidable. His handsome features invariably drew attention, particularly from women of a certain age who were captivated by his slender physique that concealed a muscular build. Is it truly electrified? Lin Yibai inquired, feigning casualness. Indeed. The landlady responded, eager to prolong the conversation. A feral cat was electrocuted just recently. Good heavens, is it that serious? Lin Yibai questioned as he scanned the QR code to make his payment. Could there be money concealed within this place, necessitating such a measure? There is considerable wealth. The landlady whispered conspiratorially. The employees here are affluent. However, they are all misers, unwilling to patronize my establishment. Lin Yibai glanced at the for sale sign hanging prominently in the convenience store. What's this? Is business faltering, prompting the sale? Not exactly, she demurred, her eyes flirting with Lin Yibai. It's simply monotonous tending to this shop. I rarely encounter handsome young men such as yourself. An electrified perimeter fence indicates substantial wealth. Lin Yibai mused. Nonsense. Would I have schemed for so long if there wasn't any money to be made? Feng Ermao grumbled resentfully, his words, as usual, ignored by everyone. April 9th, Lin Yibai's residence. Early in the morning, two men entered the house. This is Professor Hu Baiyan, a rocket propulsion expert, Luo Feng announced, gesturing towards a gray-haired man beside him. Despite his white hair, he is only in his 40s. Hu Baiyan nodded cautiously at Lin Yibai, observing his demeanor. It was evident that he was a person plagued by social anxiety. Old Lin, our rocket project may need to expand, and Professor Hu wishes to be involved as well. His stipulation is that he be permitted to bring his family along. Lin Yibai glanced at the man and inquired, Do you believe the comet crisis is imminent? I do. I have a friend who is an astrophysicist. Approximately 3 months ago, he mentioned this matter to me, but he subsequently vanished. When it came to his area of expertise, Hu Baiyan shed his social inhibitions and spoke with fervor. I have been speculating about what transpired. It now appears that my friend must have been sequestered to prevent the details of the comet crisis from leaking. Most importantly, I have come across a piece of information. In the remote southwestern mountains, a long-completed underground facility has recently resumed construction, and a 50-kilometer radius surrounding it has been designated a no-go zone. Until yesterday, I had failed to connect these two events. However, after Professor Luo shared his analysis, I realized that a dual strategy is being employed, one move to ascend into the sky and another to burrow into the earth. When discussing his field, his enthusiasm was palpable, and he became quite loquacious. Given the time constraints, I concur with Professor Luo regarding the underground base's construction. Its maximum capacity is merely 1 million individuals. Furthermore, other underground facilities are futile. Only this one, located 400 meters beneath the southwestern terrain, is viable. Its structure is fortified with solid granite, rendering it capable of withstanding a comet impact. He turned his head to glance at Lin Yibai's room. You are more capable than I am. Not only have you anticipated the reasons before I did, but you have also taken action. Rest assured, I will not sabotage your efforts. I shall utilize my expertise to assist you, and I will safeguard your secrets. Lin Yibai looked towards Luo Feng. Will our planned rocket accommodate everyone? Luo Feng cleared his throat. Thus, our plan requires a slight modification. We need to construct an additional rocket. One rocket costs 100 billion. Adding another means 200 billion. How could I possibly procure such a sum? A single rocket does not cost 100 billion. For a mission to Mars, a 2 billion budget is sufficient, including research and experimental expenses. The total would be around 100 billion at most. Constructing an additional one would only necessitate another 2 billion. Hu Baiyan continued to speak eloquently. Lin Yibai glared at Luo Feng, who remained unperturbed. This is merely an estimate. I am not as specialized as Professor Hu. Welcome aboard. We shall build 2 rockets. After all, Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing will surely want to bring their families along. Lin Yibai grasped Hu Baiyan's hand. April 10th. In the northwestern outskirts of Huji Town, Jiangyong City, the mining taxation office is located here. The mining taxation office is indeed a lucrative position. The taxation station for mineral products in Huji Town, abbreviated as the mining office, is Lin Yibai's target. Is there truly a fortune hidden within? The group gazed up at the unassuming 4-story building, unable to believe that it concealed a vast amount of cash. Our classmate, the one with the silly demeanor, works right here. I too have heard him speak. His monthly salary is modest, barely exceeding 4,000 yuan. However, the benefits are remarkably generous. When the monthly bonuses and various perks are tallied, they surpass 20,000 yuan. At the year's end, there are 3 additional salaries, along with an annual bonus nearing 100,000 yuan. Their workforce exceeds 100 employees. And Erha is merely one among many who earn even more than he does. This wealth is drawn from a clandestine fund. Do the math and see how much it truly amounts to. To avoid inciting envy and potential whistleblowing, their year-end bonuses are not dispersed before the new year, but rather in the aftermath, as I understand it, around the end of April, timing the theft just right. Speaking of money, Feng Ermao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Most crucially, this wealth is ill-gotten. Even if stolen, they would not dare to report it, for their crimes would be far more severe than ours. The establishment of a private fund would jeopardize their positions. Even in the event of theft, their safety would be assured. Lin Yibai observed the ebb and flow of the crowd before turning to Zhang Libuing, declaring, prepare to depart. Certainly. Yet, after much internal conflict, Feng Ermao finally resigned, saying, forget it, I withdraw. I cannot proceed. He rummaged in his pocket for a time before producing a 100 yuan note. Here, take back your money. Lin Yibai did not accept the cash, but instead placed a reassuring arm around Feng Ermao's shoulder. Why do you think a research professor like Luo Feng would engage in such perilous activities? Moreover, what could have compelled the elderly Professor who visited yesterday, to join our ranks? Chapter 12. With justice in heart, fear becomes non-existent. Feng Ermao shook his head. I don't know, but I sense that you all are plotting something grand. Your ambition and audacity are overwhelming, to the point of frightening me. Feng Ermao was indeed that kind of person, possessing the heart of a thief, but lacking the courage. During their school days, he was always the one clamoring to skip class to watch the wandering earth, yet when the moment came to actually do so, he would invariably retreat. Lin Yibai sighed. Why can't you change? Feng Ermao found himself at a loss for words. To be frank, the end of humanity is upon us, Lin Yibai continued. You must have noticed that nations around the globe are placing immense emphasis on the advancement of aerospace technology. In our country, rockets are launched nearly every day. Do you know why? Feng Ermao's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Would it serve any purpose for me to deceive you? Lin Yibai shook his head, however. You must not disclose this information. The more people who are aware, the greater the difficulty we will face in constructing the rockets. Revealing the truth to Feng Ermao was a decision Lin Yibai had pondered deeply. He had refrained from sharing it earlier due to the limited payload capacity of the rockets and uncertainty about the feasibility of constructing a second one. He did not wish to instill false hope in Feng Ermao. Yet, with Professor Hu Baiyan's involvement, the creation of a second rocket had become an integral part of their plans, compelling him to share this news with Feng Ermao, as well as with Zhang Libuing. Feng Ermao's expression turned grave. Professor Luo and Professor Hu joined for this reason? They too wished to leave Earth with their families aboard a rocket. Ermao's gaze hardened with resolve. So that's the way of it. I believe you. I'm in. Lin Muzi clapped him on the shoulder, turning to depart. Bye. Be wary of their leader. He's a ruthless character, Feng Ermao cautioned. The director of the mine levy office, Tian Daong, was formerly a figure in the underworld. Due to crackdowns, he dared not continue in that life, so he used his money to find someone to secure him a position. He initially worked as a temporary employee at the tax office, and because he was well-connected, generous, and knew how to handle things, he managed to obtain a permanent position. Later, he became the director of the mine levy office. This fellow was audacious and unscrupulous, and coupled with the abundance of mineral resources here, with small, privately operated mines everywhere, it was extremely chaotic. Tax collection was exceedingly difficult, and several successive directors had failed to meet the tax revenue targets. However, Tian Daong, having a background in the underworld, was able to leverage his skills, easily accomplishing the tax collection tasks here and securing his position. Subsequently, he began to create a slush fund. He had been the director of the mine levy office for over 2 decades, and the tax revenue targets of the mine levy office had never been raised. But the taxes collected had clearly increased, with the surplus funds going into the slush fund. Tian Daong was adept at interpersonal relations. Among the 100-plus people in the mine levy office, 50 or 60 were relatives of leaders at various levels who had been placed there. Tian Daong accepted them all without exception, providing them with good food and drink, and issuing them high bonuses and generous benefits, even though their salaries were not high. This made Tian Daong's position extremely secure. Moreover, Tian Daong is a magnanimous individual. He never hoards the funds from the petty cash for himself, but rather ensures that everyone receives a share. Among the more than 100 individuals, only about 20 or 30 truly contribute, while the rest merely clock in and then slip away. Nonetheless, this does not impede their ability to partake in the distribution of funds. Consequently, the relatives of these leaders, whom Tian Daong has brought in, sing his praises, which, in turn, fortifies his position. Several times, there have been attempts to promote Tian Daong, yet he has consistently declined. He would never relinquish such a lucrative post. This petty cash fund is comprised of tax revenues that Tian Daong has illicitly collected and retained under various pretexts. Its existence is fundamentally unlawful. Therefore, Lin Yibai and his associates feel no guilt regarding the funds in this petty cash. Furthermore, after the petty cash was stolen, Tian Daong did not dare to report it to the authorities. Everyone remained safe. Zhang Libuing approached with a ladder, clad in an electrician's uniform, which bore faint stains, and his rather unsavory appearance marked him as a quintessential tradesman. Lin Yibai picked up an electrician's bag from the ground, donned his safety helmet, and lifted the other end of the ladder, making his way towards the entrance of the mining requisition office. In this world, there exists a universal pass, and that is the ladder. So long as one is dressed in work attire and carries a ladder, they can gain entry into nearly any establishment with ease. Indeed, the security guard merely glanced at them before opening the door and allowing the two to enter. Lin Yibai kept his head down as they hurriedly ascended to the second floor, where the finance office was located. The main entrance was ajar, and several individuals were engaged in reconciling accounts. Among them was a portly man in his 50s, whose visage was unmistakably that of Tian Daong. He cast a fleeting glance upon Lin Yibai and Zhang Libuing as they entered, inquiring, "What malfunction brings you here, requiring repair?" The accountant arose, her gaze settling upon the pair. "Our light bulbs have ceased to illuminate," she stated, and despite repeated requests over several days, no one has attended to the matter until now. Lin Yibai, offering no superfluous words, erected a ladder and ascended, simultaneously casting a subtle glance towards Zhang Libuing. The latter, comprehending the unspoken message, promptly fixed his gaze upon the substantial safe situated behind the accountant's desk, meticulously noting its dimensions and model. Lin Yibai, well versed in the intricacies of electrical work, deftly replaced the faulty bulb. As they exited the finance office, Lin Yibai murmured, "What is your assessment?" Just as they were about to depart, Tian Daong's voice echoed from behind. "Hold on, something is amiss. We have an electrician on staff. Why were you dispatched?" Zhang Libuing's body recoiled involuntarily, his muscles tensing. Lin Yibai, placing a restraining hand upon him, calmly turned and responded, "Your electrician directed us here, citing a lack of time." Tian Daong spat vehemently, exclaiming, "That old Wu, shirking his duties and indulging in mahjong. I shall dismiss him tomorrow." The accountant chuckled, interjecting, "Spare him. If old Wu were to undertake the repair, I would harbor reservations. His rudimentary skills might well result in his electrocution." Lin Yibai, gently squeezing Zhang Libuing's shoulder, prepared to leave. However, before they could proceed, Tian Daong once more halted them, stating, "Do not leave yet. Accompany me." Zhang Libuing's physique tensed anew. Maintain composure. Lin Yibai whispered, accompany him. Only then did Zhang Liebring regain his composure, inquiring in a subdued tone as to what emboldened him, given his unfamiliarity with such undertakings. Lin Yibai, too, was somewhat intrigued. Having never before engaged in illicit activities, he had anticipated experiencing trepidation and anxiety when embarking on such a nefarious endeavor. Yet, to his surprise, he remained remarkably composed. Perhaps, he mused, it was the conviction of acting justly that rendered him fearless, a rationale he proffered to himself, albeit one of questionable validity. Following Tian Daong into his office, Tian Daong gestured towards a circuit near his desk, explaining that it was an alarm system connected to the finance department. Suspecting an anomaly, he requested Lin Yibai's inspection. Lin Yibai was taken aback. Upon scrutinizing the circuit, beads of perspiration formed on his brow. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. The alarm system, as it turned out, was linked to the finance department's safe. Any attempt to open the safe without Tian Daong's authorization would trigger the alarm, alerting the local constabulary. Unless the switch was deactivated, the authorities would arrive within minutes of the safe being opened. It was fortunate that Tian Daong had summoned him to examine the alarm system, thereby unveiling this concealed mechanism. This also underscored the gravity with which Tian Daong regarded the funds. Even the accountant was required to obtain Tian Daong's consent prior to accessing the safe. After swiftly rectifying the alarm system, Lin Yibai, exercising prudence, deliberately tested it. Immediately, the office was filled with the clamor of the alarm. However, the occupants remained unperturbed, suggesting that accidental activation of the alarm was a frequent occurrence. In less than 5 minutes, a patrol vehicle arrived, and an officer disembarked. Zhang Liebring had regained his composure, stating, "That safe is equipped with an alarm. We intentionally triggered it to assess the response time of the authorities." Lin Yibai surveyed their surroundings, remarking, "This situation is intricate, necessitating meticulous planning." April 11th, Old District, Yinjiang City. A surveillance feed played on a computer screen, while news reports aired on television, according to the Central News Agency. Since the advent of the artificial intelligence revolution 7 years ago, significant advancements have been made. Experts predict that AI will supplant a substantial portion of manual labor positions within the next 5 years. And our nation has achieved major breakthroughs in the field of artificial intelligence. Scarface, engrossed in his meal, meticulously scrutinized the surveillance footage. Oblivious to the news broadcast, he was simply trying to alleviate the tedium of watching the monitors. However, for days, his efforts had been fruitless. The surveillance footage was indistinct, and the lighting was dim, making it challenging to discern who was double-crossing them. Suddenly, Scarface abruptly paused the recording, rewinding the frames one by one. Finally, the image he sought appeared. On the computer screen, the headlights of an oncoming vehicle flashed, momentarily illuminating the cyclist on a scooter. Despite the lack of clarity, he could discern that the cyclist was wearing a law enforcement uniform. Furthermore, the cyclist's features closely matched those of an individual in his memory. This was the perpetrator of the double cross. With palpable excitement, Scar abruptly ceased his meal, his gaze shifting from Lin Yibai to the figure of Feng Ermao seated behind. Despite the compromised visual fidelity, Scar was certain of a prior acquaintance with this individual. The assailant was unfamiliar, yet the person riding pillion evoked a profound sense of recognition. Desha, come quickly," Scar exclaimed, rising to his feet and capturing a screenshot of the image. Desha, abandoning his meal, rushed over. "Boss, what is it?" Scar, gesturing to the indistinct figure of Feng Ermao, inquired. "Does this fellow seem familiar to you?" Initially perplexed, Desha scrutinized the image, a glimmer of recognition dawning. "Indeed, I seem to have seen him before. However, I cannot quite place him. If the image were clearer, we might be able to identify him." Following the printer's whirring, the photograph materialized. "Seek someone who can enhance the image's clarity. I wager this is someone we know, a mole. A stranger could not have located our gambling den with such precision." Scar resumed his meal, consuming a mouthful with gusto, his tone menacing. "Little one, there is no escape. To dare pilfer my funds is a death sentence." At the West City Public Security Bureau, Xiao Zhao presented Xiao Chong with an enhanced photograph. "This is the photograph I managed to retrieve. Its clarity improved." Xiao Chong examined the photograph for a moment. "Unfamiliar. He appears quite young. By the way, was any pertinent DNA information recovered from the windbreaker at the scene?" A DNA sample was extracted. However, upon comparison with our existing database, no matches were found. Xiao Zhao, seated nearby, fidgeted with his handcuffs. The owner of these cuffs likely had no prior incarceration or criminal record. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chang recalled something. Have we investigated Luo Feng? Is there any issue? Yes, we have looked into Luo Feng. He is a professor researcher at our city's Scientific Research Institute, a true scholar, with no criminal history whatsoever. Xiao Zhao secured the handcuffs behind his waist, forming a bulging pouch, admiring himself in the mirror. He should have no connection to the underworld. Such an academic is entirely devoid of ties to that realm. Xiao Chang playfully struck Xiao Zhao on the head. Wearing handcuffs isn't something to boast about. Put them away. As law enforcement officers, we must remain as inconspicuous as possible. Xiao Zhao, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head. He got it. Xiao Chang glanced at the photograph in his hand, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the screenshot of the scarred man. However, after adjusting the clarity, some distortion occurred. Even if Lin Yibai stood before them, they could not be certain that the individual in the photo was indeed Lin Yibai. It could be said that this lead was nearly futile. Yet, there was a breakthrough. Among the other DNA samples extracted from the scene, one matched a target. Xiao Zhao suddenly recalled and eagerly exclaimed, "Who is it?" Zhao Yuming, also known as Old Scar. He was previously apprehended for illegal gambling, but there have been no recent records of his criminal activity. Perhaps he has turned over a new leaf. Xiao Zhao picked up a file and handed it to Xiao Chang. Upon glancing at it, Xiao Chang thought to himself, I recall this individual. Such a person could never reform. He must be the proprietor of the gambling den. That foolish fellow must be working for him. Let us follow him discreetly and ascertain if he is indeed the victim of a dark scheme. On the night of April 17th, at the entrance of the mining requisition office, it was now midnight, and the streets were deserted. Occasionally, workers returning from their night shifts hurried home on their bicycles. A gust of night wind swept through, causing an empty soda can to clatter as it rolled from one side of the road to the other. The security guard, engrossed in a series, heard the noise and touched the baton at his waist, stepping out of the kiosk to survey the surroundings. Chapter 14. The highwayman. The street was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the streetlights. The faint glow from the adjacent convenience store seeped through the cracks, alleviating the solitude of the night. The convenience store next to the mining requisition office had been closed for 2 to 3 days, yet every night, lights remained on inside, leaving one to ponder what was amiss. Fortunately, the presence of light suggested the presence of people, which eased the security guard's anxiety. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the pitch-black night devoid of any pedestrians. With this realization, the guard relaxed his vigilance, turned back, and returned to his kiosk to continue his viewing. The security personnel at the mining requisition office received higher wages than their counterparts. Thus, they remained ever alert, maintaining a state of readiness. If theft were to occur here, his livelihood would be jeopardized. Inside the neighboring convenience store, chaos reigned supreme, with dirt strewn everywhere. Near the courtyard wall, a conspicuous hole in the ground caught the eye. Bearing a basin brimming with earth, Zhang Libuing straightened, emptying the contents onto the passageway. It's clear, we're just awaiting Feng Ermao. Lin Yibai proffered a garment of sable hue to Zhang Libuing, himself adorned in similar attire. He should arrive momentarily. Don these clothes, and seize the opportunity when it presents itself. The shrill peal of a bell heralded the arrival of an electric scooter before the Bureau of Mining Requisition, from which Feng Ermao, clad in the livery of a delivery courier, dismounted, bearing an insulated food container as he stood before the sentry box. Is this indeed the Bureau of Mining Requisition? What is your purpose? The guard inquired. A delivery. Feng Ermao cast his gaze upon the tenebrous 4-story edifice. Surely no one toils late within? The guard scoffed derisively. Within our Bureau of Mining Requisition, the concept of overtime is non-existent. Then who commissioned this repast? In the absence of peril, Feng Ermao exuded composure and naturalness. You must be mistaken, the guard retorted impatiently. No one here has ordered a delivery. Notwithstanding, Feng Ermao, with resolute action, thrust the container into the sentry box. I care not. The address specified the Bureau of Mining Requisition, and hither it shall be delivered. As the guard attempted to restrain Feng Ermao, the latter mounted his electric scooter. Presumably, your benefactor, witnessing your arduous vigil, has procured this repast especially for you. Observing Feng Ermao's departure, the guard muttered as he opened the container. Immediately, a savory aroma of braised meats wafted forth. Indeed, this is quite lavish. Pig's head meat, roasted fowl, skewers, and grilled kidneys. Alas, if only there were libations to accompany this bounty. The guard audibly swallowed. He scrutinized the label, which indeed bore the inscription Bureau of Mining Requisition. Lifting the bag, he discovered 2 cans of beer nestled beneath. At this juncture, he could no longer resist. The night watchman stood vigil, the hours stretching endlessly and monotonously. With the presence of braised meat and beer, the tedium was somewhat alleviated. Nonetheless, he dismissed it as merely the leftover from a delivery, an affair unconnected to him. When something is presented at one's doorstep, one ought to partake. Convincing himself, the watchman opened the box and savored a piece of pig's head meat. An hour later, he slumped over the table, the sound of his snoring resonating in the silence. Action, Lin Yibai whispered, catching sight of the movements within the guardhouse through a crack in the door. This small convenience store had been acquired through Zhang Libring, who spent a considerable sum to secure its transfer. The proprietress, overjoyed with the transaction, had promptly handed over the keys to Zhang Libring. For the past few days, their mission had been to excavate a tunnel leading to the adjacent premises. After 3 days of toil, they had finally made significant progress. Zhang Libring crawled into the dugout and began to tunnel upwards, soon breaking through to create an opening. Lin Yibai, each bearing 2 large sacks, navigated through the tunnel and emerged into the courtyard of the mining office. This route cleverly circumvented the high-voltage wires atop the surrounding wall. Lin Yibai crouched low, surveying the area. They were positioned beside the wall of the mining office, next to a pile of river sand and construction debris that obscured their exit. Even if the watchman were to awaken, he would be oblivious to their secret entrance. The courtyard lay in tranquil silence. Zhang Libring moved with agility and speed, swiftly approaching the stairwell entrance. The stairway was secured with a chain lock. However, for Zhang Libring, such a contraption posed no challenge. As a skilled locksmith, unlocking it was child's play. Within half a minute, the chain lock was released, and the path to the second floor was unobstructed. Lin Yibai waved his hand, instructing Zhang Libring to proceed to the second floor and unlock the financial room's security door. He remained behind, concealing himself in the shadows to observe the situation at the guard post. A vehicle passed by, causing both Lin Yibai and Zhang Libring to feel a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, the car merely drove through, its headlights illuminating the courtyard momentarily before it vanished into the distance. Click! The sound of a doorknob turning signaled that the financial room door had been unlocked. Lin Yibai swiftly closed the iron gate and ascended to the second floor. The door to the financial room was ajar, and Zhang Libring gestured towards it with a nod. Just as Lin Yibai was about to step inside, a sudden ringing pierced the silence, startling him to the point of nearly fleeing. The sound emanated from Zhang Libring, who frantically fumbled for his phone, hastily pressing the answer button. A woman's voice erupted from the other end, shouting, "Zhang, don't you dare abandon your daughter, no matter where you hide. If you fail to send me the money on time, I won't let you off the hook." Noticing the disapproving glance from Lin Yibai, Zhang Libring quickly ended the call and powered off his phone. "I apologize, I forgot to silence my phone," he murmured. Lin Yibai remained silent, his gaze shifting back to the guard post. Inside, the security guard, who had been dozing off, shifted slightly before succumbing to slumber once more. The beer had been laced with a sedative, injected by Feng Ermao, and the puncture was sealed with green tape to obscure any signs of tampering. However, the dosage was not substantial enough to render the guard into a deep sleep. Hence, they had to exercise utmost caution to avoid arousing his attention. Steeling himself, Lin Yibai prepared to open the safe, keeping a vigilant watch on the outside commotion from the corridor, especially towards the southern direction, where the security office is located. As soon as a security vehicle approaches that area, he will swiftly escape with Zhang Libring. Safety is paramount. Zhang Libring, donned in gloves, stealthily made his way to the back of the accountant's desk, retrieving a set of specialized equipment to commence his task. To practice unlocking this particular safe, Lin Yibai had purchased an identical model for Zhang Libring to study. True to his reputation as a locksmith virtuoso, Zhang Libring mastered the art of opening the safe within just 2 days. He extracted a toolkit and began with the safe's numerical input panel, prying it open and pulling out the data cable, subsequently connecting his device to the exposed wires. This safe boasted remarkable sturdiness, employing 3 security measures: fingerprint, password, and key. To unlock it, all 3 components were indispensable. Even the accountant from the mining rights office could not access the safe without Tian Dayong's fingerprint, underscoring the significance of the safe's security in Tian Dayong's eyes. Nonetheless, no amount of precaution can withstand the prowess of a master. Zhang Libring had long been engrossed in studying various safes and the methods to unlock them. Chapter 15. It's all about the money. Connecting the switch to the specialized device, he short-circuited the data line of the control panel. Regardless of the fingerprint or password, they were rendered ineffective. After a few deft manipulations with a master key, the door of the safe swung open. Shoo! Zhang Libing signaled Lin Yibai. Not rushing in, Lin Yibai attentively listened for any sounds from outside, confirming the absence of the security vehicle's siren before finally entering the room. Fortunately, thanks to Tian Dayong's previous efforts in repairing the alarm system. Had it not been for that, the moment they opened the safe, the alarm would have blared, rendering all their efforts futile. Drawing the curtains, Lin Yibai switched on a small flashlight. Instantly, both of them were taken aback, for the enormous safe was packed to the brim with money, an expansive sea of crimson notes. Lin Yibai began to doubt whether, had he delayed his thievery any longer, the safe would have been incapable of accommodating any more cash. Hurry, let's fill the bags. Lin Yibai was the first to regain composure, unzipping a travel bag and commencing the task of stuffing it with money. It took them 4 travel bags to finally contain all the cash. Lifting one, he was astonished by its weight. Who would have thought that money could be so heavy? Let us go retreat. In the early hours of the morning, a chilling breeze swept into the guardhouse, rousing the slumbering security guard. He quickly sat up, gathering the fast food containers from the table, preparing to dispose of them in the trash. As he stepped outside, an unsettling, tingling sensation coursed through his body. He had noticed that the iron door in the hallway was ajar. The first light of dawn was beginning to illuminate the sky. He could distinctly see that the chain lock on the iron door had been undone and was now hanging limply to one side. This indicated that someone had intruded and stealthily accessed the stairwell. Stumbling upstairs in a panic, he was met with an even greater horror. The door to the finance room stood wide open. Bursting into the finance room, his last shred of hope was dashed. For the colossal safe within lay gaping open, as if mocking him with its wide maw. The security guard hastily pressed the alarm button and, trembling, dialed Director Tian Dayong's number. Director Tian, there's been a theft in the finance office. Sleepy-eyed, Tian Dayong was jolted into alertness, quickly regaining his composure. What about the safe? He inquired. The safe is completely empty. There are only a few ledgers left. Do not report it to the police. Wait for me to arrive. Tian Dayong instructed before preparing to hang up. The guard, in a panic, exclaimed, Director Tian, I pressed the alarm button in my haste. The officers will be here shortly. He glanced out the window. The wail of police sirens echoed, and in 3 to 5 minutes, the officers would arrive. Fool, why did you press the alarm? Tian Dayong, a seasoned veteran, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and urgently ordered, take the ledgers inside and hide them. Additionally, toss a few documents from the accounting desk inside. If the officers ask what was taken, just say you don't know. We will discuss everything once I arrive. The guard nodded gratefully. Yes, Director Tian. I will do it immediately. At the Huji Town Mining District Security Office, Gu Chongyun was engrossed in watching videos when one particular clip caught his attention. In the video, several unmanned robots were swiftly laying bricks, their speed far surpassing that of human workers, and they required neither rest nor wages. If only we could have robotic officers as well, we wouldn't need to keep night watch, he mused. The duty officer at the front desk yawned. It was dawn, the most drowsy hour. Well, robots might handle traffic control, but I doubt they could solve cases effectively. Indeed, assuming your role of answering calls seems rather fitting. It appears that modern automated response systems could easily supplant your position. Gu Chongyun raised his teacup, preparing to indulge in a sip of tea. At that moment, the police lights began to flash. Without needing to glance, he knew it was yet another alarm triggered by the mining office. Gu Chongyun rose with determination, hastening out of the public security office, and swiftly boarded the patrol vehicle, activating the siren. In the stillness of the night, the wail of the siren pierced the silence, rousing many from their sweet dreams. However, Gu Chongyun paid no heed to this. He rolled down the window and shouted into the night, urging urgency. His partner, Ma Yuan, rushed over, hastily adjusting his trousers as he took his seat in the passenger's side, still struggling to fasten them. I had just stepped into the restroom when the alarm sounded. Damn it, it's probably yet another false report, making us run for nothing. In his 40s. Gu Chongyun's face bore the deep, etched lines of a life weathered by the elements, an emblematic visage of a grassroots security officer, accustomed to the relentless exposure to sun and rain. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes remained sharp and vigilant. This is different. Previous false alarms occurred during the day. Yet tonight is cloaked in darkness. Their office should have closed long ago. This hour is when fatigue sets in, providing an opportune moment for theft. Seasoned criminals often choose this time to strike. Finally managing to secure his trousers, Ma Yuan retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips, igniting his lighter, and inhaling deeply. I must admit, had it not been for my pressing need, I would have nearly succumbed to sleep just now. As the siren blared, the patrol vehicle sped towards the entrance of the mining office. The blaring of sirens drew the early risers, who curiously peered into the courtyard. The security guard hurriedly approached. Unlocking the gate, "Director Gu, there's been a theft in the finance office." Gu Chongyun exchanged a solemn glance with Ma Yuan, both visibly troubled. The area was known for its safety, making this brazen theft unprecedented. What was in the safe? I don't know. Only the accountant and Director Tian are aware. The guard replied, his gaze evasive. Gu Chongyun sensed something amiss. He could not overlook the subtleties. Upon entering the finance office, Gu Chongyun immediately noticed distinct streaks on the floor, clear indications of something heavy being dragged away. The once ample safe now lay barren, save for a few scattered documents, including a book on accounting auditing. Gu Chongyun smirked disdainfully. Who would be so foolish as to keep an accounting textbook in a safe? This was evidently a ruse to obscure the stolen items. He surmised that the safe had originally contained a substantial sum of cash, now pilfered. However, he suspected that this money was illicit, thus the concealment. At that moment, the rotund Tian Daong hurried over, exclaiming, "Director Gu, I appreciate your efforts." Spotting Tian Daong, Gu Chongyun gestured towards the safe, inquiring what was originally stored inside. "Oh, some financial statements, along with various accounts, and, indeed, 200,000 in tax payments. These pilferers are truly uncanny. We had just received a tax payment yesterday, but due to the lateness of the hour, the bank was closed, precluding us from depositing it. We placed it in the safe, never imagining it would be purloined before morning. I suspect an inside job," asserted Tian Daong with an air of gravity. Chapter 16. Seed money secured. Gu Chongyun cast a keen glance at Tian Daong, suspecting duplicity. A sum of 200,000 in cash would not necessitate dragging on the ground. The actual amount pilfered must be far greater. "Look, it's definitely an inside job," Tian Daong suddenly exclaimed, pointing to an electrical wire on the wall. Gu Chongyun crouched down to examine it. The junction box had been forced open, and the wires within had been severed. "This connects my office to the safe. Had it not been cut, the alarm would have sounded upon opening the safe," Tian Daong remarked, stroking his buzz cut. This was undoubtedly perpetrated by someone with inside knowledge. An outsider would have no cognizance of this mechanism. Gu Chongyun scrutinized the severed ends, noting they were freshly cut. It appeared to be the work of someone familiar with the inner workings. "Old Gu, there's a tunnel in the courtyard, presumably leading to the adjacent shop," Ma Yuan called from below, smoking a cigarette and illuminating the passage with a flashlight. "Proceed with caution and inspect the tunnel thoroughly," Gu Chongyun instructed. Gu Chongyun turned his gaze back to Tian Daong, whose countenance was a tempest of conflicting emotions, betraying an unsettling demeanor. This further solidified his conviction that Tian Daong was being mendacious. A mere 200,000 would not elicit such profound disquiet from Tian Daong. Something of significant value must have been stolen. Based on the analysis of the on-site conditions, it appears that a substantial amount of cash has been stolen, which has caused Tian Daong such unrest. Furthermore, this theft is clearly premeditated and not a mere chance occurrence. If, as Tian Daong claims, the safe contained only a temporary deposit of 200,000, which was placed there just yesterday, it would indeed defy logic. The drag marks on the ground and the meticulous planning exhibited by the thieves corroborate Gu Chongyun's hypothesis. The safe must contain significant sums of money, the origins of which are dubious and likely linked to an illicit fund. "Director Tian, is it true that there is merely 200,000 in the safe?" He pressed further. Tian Daong, a seasoned veteran, gradually regained his composure. He understood well that revealing the actual figures would serve no purpose and could lead to immense trouble for himself. An illicit fund has always been an unlawful entity, potentially implicating many others. The burden of this theft would be his alone to bear. It should only be 200,000. Tian Daong's expression returned to calmness. Yet the precise amount would only be known once the accountant arrived. Gu Chongyun, seeing that no further information could be extracted, surveyed the room before descending the stairs. He discarded his cigarette, but with a fierce stomp, and instructed, "Be sure to collect DNA evidence." Given the premeditated nature and the sophistication of the methods employed, this must be the work of an experienced criminal. Let us see if we can identify the perpetrator through DNA comparison. Ma Yuan approached Gu Chongyun, lowering his voice, and inquired, "What exactly has been lost?" Director Tian claimed that only 200,000 in cash was lost. Who would believe that? Ma Yuan spat in disbelief. Such a large safe could hardly contain a mere 200,000. Moreover, did the thief exert such effort merely for that sum? Gu Chang'an lit a cigarette, stating that once the thief was apprehended, the true contents would be revealed. It is said that the mining tax office is exceedingly wealthy, rumored to have a private vault containing no less than 10 million. This gossip, I suspect, holds some truth. Enough of this idle chatter, let us get to work. Gu Changyan cast a glance at Tian Daong, who stood coolly on the second floor. It was evident that Tian Daong had regained his composure, making it impossible to extract further information from him. Tian Daong, stationed by the window, silently observed the two officers below as they gathered evidence, his expression growing increasingly grave. Shortly thereafter, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Boss Zhu, it's me, Tian Daong. Please send me a list of recent clients who purchased the same model of safe as ours. Yes, the same model. Additionally, I require a list of clients throughout the nearby districts and the entire province who have acquired the same model of safe. It must be by noon today. Anything later will be unacceptable. He had once been a thief himself and understood that to unlock a safe, one must thoroughly comprehend its model. Thus, the thief must have procured an identical safe for practice. Identifying this buyer would ultimately lead them to the gang of thieves. After hanging up the phone, Tian Daong fiercely squeezed his mobile device. No matter who you are, once I find you, you're as good as dead. Lin Yibai suddenly sneezed. Damn it. Who is cursing me from behind? Have you finished counting? How much is there in total? Feng Ermao trembled with excitement, his hands and feet shaking. Before him lay a substantial stack of cash atop a wide table. He had never encountered such an abundance of money. Yibai, you might want to sit down, my heavens. It's a staggering 20,050,000. We've struck it rich, we truly have. The cash was bundled in increments of 100,000. And with 205 bundles, that amounted to an impressive sum. He had long dreamed of sudden wealth, and now that he had finally acquired the money, he could hardly contain his excitement. Yet Lin Yibai sighed. Acquiring the rocket manufacturing company requires 3 billion. I don't even have a fraction of that. So what is there to celebrate? The thought alone gave him a headache. He needed to raise 3 billion within 3 months to purchase the soon-to-be bankrupt rocket company. Now, despite taking such significant risks, he had only managed to gather 20 million. He hadn't even reached a small target. And the goal of 100 billion felt like an insurmountable distance. Such treasures as a small treasury are not easily found. Fortunately, Lin Yibai remained undeterred. Money breeds money. The more one possesses, the quicker it accumulates. This 20 million serves as the foundational capital. With this substantial starting point, the subsequent pace of earning would certainly accelerate. Nevertheless, Lin Yibai found it rather peculiar. Regardless of whether it pertains to robbing a gambling den or the recent heist of a small treasury, Lin Yibai exhibited an astonishing calmness. His mind remarkably clear, even tinged with a hint of exhilaration. His command and coordination were executed with meticulous precision, leaving him to ponder if he had inadvertently become a habitual offender. He harbored a profound suspicion that within the depths of his being, a split personality akin to that of a notorious thief resided. Chapter 17. Feng Ermao is recognized. The news has emerged. Feng Ermao felt a subtle thrill, despite the criminality. It was undeniably a significant event, instilling in him a sense of pride and the exhilaration of undertaking something monumental. The audacious theft of 20 million in cash undoubtedly ranks among the most prominent crimes in the annals of domestic history. On television, local news reported the incident. Yesterday, a heinous theft occurred in Heji town, where a unit's safe was breached. The stolen cash amounted to 200,000. The Public Security Bureau has issued a notice, promising rewards for any citizens who can provide leads. The case is currently under further investigation. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Such a colossal sum amounts to only 200,000? Feng Ermao gaped at the mountain of cash in the room, incredulous. There was nothing astonishing about it. Lin Yibai had anticipated this. After all, this was merely a small treasury. If they were to disclose the truth, it would not be them who faced consequences, but rather a multitude of individuals from the Mining Reclamation Office who would be summoned for a chat. Feng Ermao scratched his head, realization dawning upon him. All right, I almost forgot about that. Lin Yibai cast a glance at Zhang Libuing, who seemed hesitant to speak. Brother Izzy, do not hold back. Express your thoughts openly. We are all in the same boat now, bound by a brotherhood that transcends life itself. Whatever challenges arise, we shall bear them together. Since Zhang Libuing laid eyes on the substantial sum of money, he has exhibited an unmistakable tension. Lin Yibai perceives that this fellow harbors ulterior motives. On the afternoon of April 18th, within the office of the director of the Mining Expropriation Office in Huijizhen, the secretary tiptoed in, cautiously gathering the scattered items from the floor, daring not to raise her gaze to meet Tian Dayong's eyes. The atmosphere in the office was palpably oppressive. Everyone was acutely aware that the stolen money was intended as the year-end bonuses. Each individual was due at least 100,000, now vanished, leaving an unsettling discomfort in their hearts. Unfortunately, this predicament could not be divulged, leading each person to suffer in silence, a burden too heavy to bear. Among them, Tian Dayong felt the discomfort most acutely. He had infused the office with the camaraderie of the underworld, where wealth was shared and benefits distributed among all. Thus, his share was not significantly greater than that of his colleagues, which garnered him a near reverence from them. They dreaded provoking his wrath. At that moment, Accountant Chen entered and spoke in hushed tones. Director Tian, I have informed everyone that this year's year-end bonus is no more. Tian Dayong's countenance darkened, and upon hearing this, he slammed his hand on the table. Who says there is none? Inform everyone that this year's year-end bonus must be secured. Relay the message to those private mine owners to remit their taxes for the entire year to me in advance. No matter how difficult it gets, we cannot let our brothers suffer. Before the ore has even been extracted, taxes are levied. Accountant Chen, adjusting his glasses perched on his nose, appears somewhat troubled. He informs them that prepayment can yield substantial savings. Failure to pay in advance will result in this year's taxes doubling. Someone must bear the losses incurred by the proprietors. Chen's expression brightens as he promptly exits to notify the tax collectors below. Their modest treasury is entirely derived from those private mine owners operating small, unregulated mines. Such private mines lack proper documentation, and the tax amount is dictated solely by Tian Dayong's word. Thus, Tian Dayong holds dominion over these private mines, wielding power as he pleases. However, he is astute enough to leave a way out for others. Generally, a private mine owner can discreetly remit a portion of tax without receipts, thereby evading a significant amount of owed taxes. These funds flow into the small treasury, forming the foundation of Tian Dayong's wealth. His most trusted confidant, the head of security, Chang Zhonglin, enters and whispers, Brother Yong, I have verified the list provided by the safe company. This year, a total of 13 safes of the same model have been sold in the surrounding provinces and cities, with 8 of those sold in the past 6 months. 3 were purchased by state-owned enterprises, while the remaining 5 belong to private companies. No individuals? None at all. Tian Dayong furrows his brow. One of these 5 private enterprises must be the hidden hand orchestrating the theft against us. Are there any contact numbers? Yes. Then, have a sweet-voiced girl call them and inform them that their purchase safes are eligible for complimentary software upgrades for enhanced security. Anyone who declines the upgrade is likely a thief, Tian Dayong stated in a low voice. Chang Zhonglin immediately gave a thumbs up. You're full of bright ideas, Brother Yong. I'll go right away. Remember to prepare your speech and avoid giving yourself away, lest you arouse suspicion. Yes, I'll have the safe deposit company assist us. Midday, April 19th. A residential area in Yanjiang City. The midday news was broadcasting. According to the Central News Agency, the third phase of China's astronomical deep space observation radar compound I project is nearing completion, signifying that China has taken a global lead in the observation industry. This is a monumental achievement. Once the third phase is completed and put into use, it will be capable of observing the trajectories of asteroids tens of millions of kilometers away. This is a significant advancement for China's astronomy community, as well as the global astronomy community. What good is seeing asteroids? Desha grumbled as he carried a bucket of water in front of the computer. Lao Ba was pondering over a photograph, a digitally enhanced image of Feng Ermao. The photo now revealed a clear outline of Feng Ermao's features, recognizable to anyone familiar with him. Lao Ba was certain he knew the young man, but he couldn't quite place him. Desha, having replaced the water bucket on the dispenser, glanced out the window before turning around and saying, Boss, I think I just saw a cop car downstairs. Lao Ba approached the window and looked down. Which one? Desha pointed to a gray car. That joint venture car right there. I have been particularly attentive to the license plates of the Public Security Bureau. This plate should belong to the West City Security Station. Have you seen anyone? Lao Ba places his trust in Desha's words. Over the years, his gambling den has remained remarkably secure, a fact inextricably linked to Desha's diligent efforts. Desha has meticulously noted all the unofficial vehicle numbers associated with the Public Security Bureau and its subordinate stations, enabling him to detect the presence of law enforcement officers at gambling events in advance. No, Desha replied. I fear it might alert them. However, there should be someone inside. I wonder if they are here for us. With years of counter-surveillance experience, he is highly attuned to such matters. He picked up the photograph, packed his belongings, and prepared to depart. At that moment, Desha glanced at the image of Feng Ermao and said, Boss, I remember now. This person is a gambler. He has been here once. Chapter 18. The exposure of our movements. Lao Ba's eyes brightened. Are you certain? Absolutely, Desha affirmed. I have a good memory. Do you know his name? I don't. However, he came with a regular patron. Which regular? I've forgotten. Get lost. How can you claim to have a good memory? Though he scolded, Lao Ba's mood suddenly lifted. Since he was a gambler, the task became simpler. By poring over the previous list of gamblers, they could ascertain the identity of this individual. Alternatively, they could identify him by locating the gamblers present on that day and having them point him out. Apart from Lao Ba and a few others, only those gamblers would possess knowledge of their gambling den. The double-crosser must be familiar to someone among the gamblers. At the Huji Town Public Security Station, a staff member was installing equipment. The clanging of the installation was disruptive, preventing Gu Chongyun from even dozing off. The receptionist on duty, answering the phone, pouted at Gu Chongyun. You're such a jinx. They really are installing a smart answering robot. It's starting now. If I lose my job, it's all your fault. He settled down, commencing a review of the crime scene photos from the previous day, endeavoring to unearth fresh leads. Ma Yuan, in high spirits, approached Gu Chongyun with alacrity. We've got a lead. DNA analysis from the scene has identified a suspect. Gu Chongyun immediately rose to his feet. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go apprehend them. Ma Yuan offered a wry smile, gently urging Gu Chongyun back into his seat. Hold your horses. Just a few days ago, the West City Public Security Station also had a similar robbery involving a double cross. A piece of clothing was left at the scene, from which a DNA sample was extracted. Upon comparison, it matched a DNA sample we discovered at the convenience store. However, the West City Public Security Station is also unable to pinpoint the suspect. The only lead we have is that these two cases were perpetrated by the same group. As for the identity of this individual, Ma Yuan shrugged. The city authorities are also in the dark. West City Public Security Station? Affirmative. Who's in charge of that case? Xiao Chong. Gu Chongyun picked up the phone, dialing a number. I'm looking for Lao Xiao. Xiao Chong's resonant voice came through the receiver. This is Xiao Chong. It's me. Lao Gu. A grievous case of burglary has transpired in our vicinity, resulting in the theft of 200,000 in cash. Following a thorough examination of the scene, we have extracted a DNA sample that corresponds with one collected from a previous crime scene associated with you. I propose that we merge our investigations. On the other end of the line, a teasing voice of Xiao Chong echoed. Old Gu, I have long known that you are the laziest of them all. So, which case is it? Gu Chongyun glanced up at Ma Yuan, who understood immediately. It's the casino robbery case from a few days ago. Upon hearing Gu Chongyun's words, Xiao Chong replied promptly. All right, if you wish to combine efforts, then it shall be entrusted to you. Our case is utterly devoid of leads, no complainant, no victim, and we remain in the dark regarding the amount involved. It cannot even qualify as a formal case. Handing it over to you is quite fitting. Get lost. I aim to pass it to you, yet you shove it back onto us. You, Xiao Chong, are exceedingly sly. Gu Chongyun chuckled in jest before concluding. Let us arrange a time to meet. Will you come here, or shall I go there? After hanging up, Ma Yuan, feeling somewhat unsettled, inquired, Old Gu, who is this person, attempting to shift the burden? Gu Chongyun cast a sidelong glance at Ma Yuan. Xiao Chong, a seasoned investigator. He has merely remained in the ranks due to his inability to navigate connections. Rest assured, he will not shirk responsibility. Prepare all the relevant materials. We shall make a trip to the city today to confer with them. At the West City Public Security Bureau, a team was in the process of installing an artificial intelligence response robot at the reception desk, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Times are advancing, technology is evolving, and artificial intelligence has genuinely begun to permeate the lives of the populace. This has placed considerable strain on numerous public safety officers. While the officers are somewhat resilient, many construction positions are now being supplanted by robotics. The implications of this remain uncertain, as do the societal ramifications. Zhao, pushing through the throng, stormed in, removing his cap and slamming it onto the desk in a fit of pique. Those imbeciles, Desha and Lao Ba, have vanished, he exclaimed. Their residence is deserted. He turned to the front desk. When will they invent a stakeout robot? That way, we won't have to endure the arduous and exhausting surveillance. Xiao Chong extracted a piece of chewing gum, popping it into his mouth and chewing vigorously. It's no wonder we haven't detected their trail all these years. They possess a robust counter-surveillance acumen. Disregard them for now. They certainly won't dare to operate a gambling den in the immediate future. We'll resume our search once the Führer has abetted. As he masticated the gum, he continued, the Huji Township Constabulary has information. They discovered DNA at a crime scene that matches the DNA found on that garment. Xiao Chong's gaze deepened. This double-crossing individual is rather intriguing. He's pilfered another safe. Serial offenses, quite audacious. Xiao straightened up. Are there any leads? Xiao Chong smirked. The leads are sparse, but they're now on my radar. They won't elude me. April 20th, dawn. At Lin Yibai's residence, Zhang Libuing, who was in the process of filling a safe with cash, received a call. Upon inspection, it was an unfamiliar landline number. Zhang Libuing casually pressed the answer button. Hello, am I speaking to Stardust Exploration Corporation? Regarding the safe you acquired from our company. A software update is now available to enhance its functionality and security. We offer on-site upgrade services at your convenience. A mellifluous voice echoed through the phone. No need, Zhang retorted, promptly terminating the call. The safe was merely a temporary measure, its panel already disassembled, rendering any upgrades inconsequential. Intrigued by the snippet he overheard, Lin inquired warily. What's going on? A question germinated in Lin's mind. Barely days after the purchase, an unsolicited offer for an on-site upgrade seemed anomalous. Seizing Zhang's phone, he promptly dialed the number. Hello, is this the company offering the upgrade service? Simultaneously, he input the number into his computer, tracing its origin. It led not to the point of purchase, but to a rival safe retailer. The unsolicited offer of a software upgrade for a safe not originally sold by them heightened the anomaly, corroborating Lin's suspicion. This call was dubious. Indeed. We provide software upgrade services. Why are you declining our offer? The dulcet voice of a young woman responded. It's not a matter of declining. Our company is in the midst of relocating and will only be settled in a fortnight. Once the move is complete, I will contact you to schedule the upgrade. I see. Could you provide me with your relocated address? I will notify you in due course. Lin Yibai inquired as a final point. The upgrade is complimentary, correct? Indeed. It is free of charge. The female voice responded sweetly. Very well. I shall contact you within a fortnight, just to confirm there are no fees involved. With that, Lin Yibai concluded the call. Yibai, was that an automated response system? No, it was a live person. Zhang Libuing seemed perplexed. Why did you agree to the upgrade? We don't even utilize it. Lin Yibai's expression grew grave. That Tian Daong is not inept. He deduced that he could trace our whereabouts through the safe deposit box company. If we decline the upgrade, they will ascertain that we were the perpetrators of the theft. This is merely a delaying tactic. However, if we fail to notify them in the coming weeks, their suspicions will be aroused, Zhang Libuing stated anxiously. Install the safe deposit box. I intend to secure an office building for the relocation and formal commencement of operations for our Starry Sky Exploration Company. At that juncture, we shall permit them to proceed with the upgrade, ensuring they detect no anomalies. In this manner, Tian Daong will not be able to implicate us. Lin Yibai inhaled deeply, relieved that he had discerned Tian Daong's scheme. Otherwise, they would have been exposed. This Tian Daong is indeed a formidable adversary. Zhang Libuing and Feng Ermao exchanged glances, and Feng Ermao shook his head. Yibai, I swear, I feel as though you are destined to be a crime boss. You must possess at least 10,000 stratagems. Lin Yibai offered a wry smile. Even a myriad of schemes would be futile. 100 billion. Where am I to procure such a sum? Moreover, I'm expected to amass 30 billion in a little over 2 months. It's utterly fantastical. Didn't you dabble in stocks before? You could speculate. I've heard fortunes are made swiftly in the stock market, exclaimed, eyes wide with naive enthusiasm. Dismiss the thought. Retail investors invariably suffer grievous losses, Lin Yibai demurred, shaking his head. Even with the foresight of a reincarnated soul, privy to the stock's trajectory, one would still be manipulated to ruin by market makers. Why is that? Because the stock market is a dynamic entity. Even if one were to relive yesterday, possessing knowledge of its course, it would avail them not. For the market would chart an utterly inscrutable path. This is especially true when dealing with substantial capital. Incomprehensible, Zhang Libuing and Feng Ermao echoed, shaking their heads in unison. Familiar with the lottery, are you? Lin Yibai inquired with a faint smile. Even as a reincarnated individual, purchasing tickets with the winning numbers from a previous life would not guarantee success. Feng Ermao's face cleared with sudden comprehension. I understand. Our national lottery operates on statistical principles, not probabilistic ones. Even if we were to purchase the supposedly winning numbers, we would inevitably fail to win due to manipulation. The stock market operates similarly. Were such capital to enter the market, would margin trading be necessary? Once margin trading is involved, one becomes easily targeted by market makers. Unless one is a seasoned stock market virtuoso, being targeted spells ruin. Even if one knew a stock was poised to surge the moment one invested, the market makers would have already detected their presence, proceeding to suppress the stock until one's position was liquidated, only then commencing the stock's ascent. Stock speculation is far from facile. If we forego capitalization, then? Queried Feng Ermao, a hint of defiance lacing his tone. Without margin lending and securities lending, a mere 20 million would never burgeon into 30 billion in a mere 2 months. Even the most adept stock market aficionado would find such a feat unattainable. This pronouncement elicited sighs of resignation from both Feng Ermao and Lin Yibai. Luo Feng, bearing a rucksack, entered the room. He deposited his bag and extracted a dossier, which he presented to Lin Yibai, urging him to peruse it. Lin Yibai interjected timidly, inquiring, "Pray, what do margin lending and securities lending entail?" Borrowing funds constitutes margin lending, while borrowing stocks constitutes securities lending, Feng Ermao elucidated with an air of self-satisfaction. Do you comprehend? Margin lending and securities lending, in essence, amplify leverage. A sum of 20 million can be leveraged up to 10-fold. And what does amplifying leverage signify? Zhang, ever the unassuming one, persisted. It signifies multiplication, Feng Ermao clarified. With 20 million, one can procure up to 200 million for stock speculation. Ah, so there exists such facile methods of procuring funds, Zhang murmured, tugging at his hair with a newfound realization. Had I known, I would have devoted myself to the study of stock speculation. Let us first examine the dossier. Luo Feng urged, gesturing towards the documents. These represent preliminary schematics for the rocket's construction. Kindly assess them and identify any areas requiring augmentation. The rocket engine, predicated on its propellant, can be categorized into chemical rocket engines, nuclear rocket engines, electric rocket engines, and photon rocket engines. Given our temporal constraints and technological limitations, the chemical rocket engine stands as our sole viable option. As for the rocket's other constituents, they are broadly classified into 3 principal systems: the propulsion system, the airframe, and the payload. This dossier will afford you a swift comprehension of the endeavor we are about to undertake. Let us also clarify our individual objectives. Luo Feng took a seat, and Lin Yibai followed suit, delving into the materials at hand. Feng Ermao inquired, "Professor Luo, don't you already comprehend all of this? Why must we also familiarize ourselves with such information?" Luo Feng sighed. "I cannot rely solely on my understanding. Each of you must acquire a certain knowledge of rocketry. Particularly from this point forward, it is essential to condition your bodies, as everyone must adapt to the demands of space travel. Technically, my expertise alone is insufficient. This is precisely why I enlisted Hubayan's assistance. Moreover, there may be a need for additional personnel in the future. The rockets we aim to construct will be numerous. By the way, regarding your earlier discussion about stocks, I happen to possess some insider information that is absolutely reliable. However, I previously had no interest in trading stocks, and thus did not pay it much heed. Now, it seems, Lin Yibai, you could leverage this for some speculation." Instantly, the others gathered around, eager to learn. What insider information? Go away, go away. Lin Yibai dismissed 2 of them, turning to Luo Feng and asking, "Is there truly insider information?" Luo Feng nodded. "However, if you intend to trade stocks, such matters should be handled by professionals. Otherwise, the market makers could easily outmaneuver you." This remark sparked a realization in Lin Yibai. "Indeed, I have thought of someone, a true master of trading. I shall seek her out immediately and invite her to join us." At a certain vault sales point, the comely telephone operator presented the roster to Team Leader Chang Zhonglin. "Team Leader Chang, all calls have been placed. 2 entities declined the upgrade, one being a state-owned enterprise and the other a private firm. This particular company initially demurred, but subsequently requested the upgrade, albeit with a 2-week deferral due to their ongoing relocation. They will require the upgrade once they are settled." Chang Zhonglin annotated the list accordingly and surreptitiously pressed a red envelope into the operator's hand. "Treat yourself to a milk tea." Having worked alongside Tian Daong, Chang Zhonglin had assimilated the art of currying favor with monetary gifts. Once Chang Zhonglin departed, the girl furtively opened the envelope. her eyes widening at the sight of 5 crimson banknotes, igniting a surge of elation. The vernal night air remained crisp. A gust of wind billowed through Xie Yujing's dress. Yet she remained impervious to the chill, for her heart was already encased in frigidity. The blazing furnace before her failed to thaw her despondency. She mechanically flipped the roasting potatoes, finding solace in evading the gaze of the man opposite her. "Repay the debt," the man bellowed, gesticulating at Xie Yujing with rolled-up sleeves. Xie Yujing's eyes welled with tears, which she valiantly suppressed. As a highly educated individual with a doctorate in finance, she was relegated to subsisting on roasted potatoes, a fate that filled her with profound resentment. "Do not feign deafness. I have been seeking you for months. You will not elude me this time. Every penny you owe me shall be disgorged today." The man was about to get physical. A murmur rippled through the crowd. "I've heard of them. Wasn't that a fraudulent company? Rumor has it that this fraudulent company swindled the common people out of their hard-earned money. Our neighbor was deceived by this Jifubo and lost over 1,000,000 yuan. That was the hard-earned money of a family's lifetime, and it was cheated away by black-hearted swindlers. Yeah, it's frightening to think about. I was almost deceived at the beginning. Fortunately, my son is in finance. He knew it was a scam at a glance and told us not to invest." Seeing that so many people knew about Jifubo, the man slammed the barbecue cart and pointed at Xie Yujing, scolding, "Let me tell you, she is Jifubo's master manipulator. Damn. It turns out that the so-called expert is actually a baked potato seller. Return the money." "So it's her. Then she really should return the money." "Unexpectedly. She looks so gentle and refined, but she's actually a swindler. What are you waiting for? Call the police." Someone already called the police. The crowd chattered again. Lin Yibai watched all this from outside the crowd and sighed. Xie Yujing was the expert he was looking for. However, with the crowd in such a frenzy, he couldn't help her. "Return the money. Return the money." People who knew the truth began to surge up. The man overturned the pot that was being roasted, and the hot oil almost scalded people. People surrounded Xie Yujing in the middle, and the noise was deafening. Xie Yujing still didn't move at all. The man finally took action. He grabbed Xie Yujing's hand and shook it vigorously. "Return the money." As a siren's wail crescendoed in the distance, a patrol car came to a halt by the roadside. 2 officers of the peace, parting the throng, approached Xie Yujing. One of the officers, casting a cursory glance at Xie Yujing, immediately voiced his displeasure. "It's you again. Officer, she's a charlatan. She's swindled us out of a considerable sum. Seize her. Make her return our funds." The crowd became animated, some having pursued her upon hearing the news. The Jifubo investment product had wrought havoc on many, with at least 100,000 victims in Yinjiang City alone. The officer raised his hand, quelling the clamor, and proclaimed in a stentorian voice, "Esteemed citizens, lend me your ears. This Miss Xie is also a casualty in this affair. She liquidated all her assets to settle her debts. Alas, the obligations are too vast. Her savings are but a drop in the ocean, utterly insufficient to cover the liabilities." He gestured towards the barbecue cart. "As you can observe, she now subsists on the meager earnings from this barbecue cart. Disperse, all of you. You will extract no recompense from her." However, the incensed crowd remained unyielding. Lin Yibai, positioned on the periphery, could only fret anxiously. "Come, accompany us to the vehicle. It is the only means of extricating you from this predicament," the officer stated with resignation. Xie Yujing, without uttering a word, silently trailed behind the officer towards the patrol car. Yet, the enraged mob was clearly unwilling to relinquish Xie Yujing so easily, with individuals reaching out to seize her, even tearing her outer garment, revealing her undergarments. The officer, incensed, drew his baton, brandishing it as he declared, "Should anyone lay hands on her again, I shall incarcerate you in the precinct." Only then did the crowd abate somewhat. Outside, Feng Ermao curiously inquired, "Is this the person you were looking for?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Is she a fraud?" "No, she is merely a private equity fund manager. A once celebrated star who has fallen from grace." Lin Yibai rested his chin on his hand, silently observing the unfolding scene. "Do share," he urged. Suddenly, Xie Yujing, in a fit of rage, forcefully wrenched her hand from a woman's grasp, exclaiming hoarsely, "What more do you want? I am also a victim. I sold my house. My family is shattered, and my son no longer recognizes me. I have lost my job and my career. All I have left is a barbecue stall to scrape by. What else do you desire from me?" Her anguished cries soon morphed into heart-wrenching sobs. The crowd began to relent, albeit slightly. The sheriff reiterated, "The court has ruled. She bears no criminal liability, and she has relinquished her entire fortune. There is nothing more to be done." Please disperse. Yet, the crowd remained unmoved. Their pressure somewhat alleviated but still palpable. The sheriff sighed, assisting Jie Yujing into the patrol car. Chapter 21. Jie Yujing's past as the patrol car departed. The scammed individuals continued to harbor resentment, with some vandalizing her barbecue stall in a fit of rage. Lin Yibai pulled Feng Ermao, and the two hastily entered their vehicle to follow the patrol car. Jie Yujing emerged from the police station, disheveled and lost, feeling as though she had nowhere to turn. The barbecue stall she had painstakingly acquired now lay in ruins, a mere heap of scrap metal. Her heart felt desolate. Glancing up, she spotted a towering building across the street. With a steeled resolve, she made her way toward it. Ascending to the summit, she materialized on the uppermost floor a quarter of an hour later. Emerging from the stairwell, Jie Yujing ambled towards the precipice of the edifice. The structure, a towering colossus of 30 stories, afforded a panoramic vista, a sensation of dominion over the world below. Yet, Jie Yujing remained unmoved. Instead, she was overcome by a profound sense of desolation. With each measured step towards the edge, her heart grew more numb. A void where only the prospect of death offered solace. Just as she was poised to mount the final steps, a mellifluous baritone reverberated. "Have you composed a valedictory epistle to your kin?" Jie Yujing recoiled, her voice laced with apprehension. "Who's there?" A figure materialized from the stairwell. A man whose words dripped with sardonic observation. "You are indeed resolute in your pursuit of oblivion. Despite my conspicuous presence, you remained oblivious. I harbor no desire to perish. Nay, you yearn for it. Had I not intervened, you would have plunged into the abyss, leaving behind a maelstrom of disarray and a bereaved mother." Her eyes forever stained with tears. "Your 3-year-old progeny would forever bear the indelible scar of his mother's self-inflicted demise, a somber shadow cast upon his tender psyche." Lin Yibai sauntered forward, positioning himself before Jie Yujing. Jie Yujing remained mute, bereft of words, for indeed, she had come seeking death's embrace. "I wonder if you are cognizant that on the 3rd day following your fund's collapse, Brent crude oil futures experienced an unprecedented surge, catapulting from $20 a barrel to $80 a barrel, a price that has remained constant to this day." Lin Yibai's words, at last, stirred a flicker of emotion within Jie Yujing. "I am indifferent to such matters. Indeed, were I in your position, I would likewise wish to remain ignorant of such matters." Lin Yibai advanced a step. Jie Yujing promptly extended her hand, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll jump." Lin Yibai shrugged. "Go ahead and jump. It's not as if you desire to live any longer. However, are you not curious as to the reason for your failure? All data and indicators suggested that oil prices would surge, owing to our nation's rapid economic expansion and the economic recovery of Western nations, which would lead to a substantial increase in the demand for crude oil. Oil prices should have skyrocketed. Yet, the price of international crude oil futures inexplicably plummeted, plunging further and further until it drove you to utter ruin. Are you not the least bit interested in discovering the cause of all this?" Jie Yujing finally relented, asking, "Why?" As the fund manager of Jifubo, upon receiving Qualcomm's advisory report, you inferred that international crude oil prices would surge. Consequently, you wielded your authority to acquire 100 billion M currency worth of crude oil in the Brent crude oil futures market at a price of 60 yuan. However, instead of rising, the price of crude oil futures plummeted, forcing you to continuously inject additional funds and margin to avert liquidation. Yet, after you had poured in all your funds, including borrowed capital, you were still compelled to liquidate your position. As a result, your fund company was forced into bankruptcy. Your Jifubo product imploded, and your boss absconded with the remaining funds, leaving you, the fund manager, to bear the blame. Jie Yujing's body trembled. "I do not wish for you to recount the events. I demand to know the reasons." Her voice was nearly hysterical, clearly on the verge of collapse. "Very well, since you desire to know, it shall be easily resolved," Lin Yibai replied. "Your judgment is not erroneous, indeed. Due to the global economic recovery, the price of crude oil is poised to soar. However, you have been ensnared by someone. The orchestrator of your misfortune is none other than Qualcomm, the very entity that provided you with the data. How do you know this?" Jie Yujing's initial fury gave way to despair. "It is pointless. The deed is done. Regret serves no purpose. I have let down those investors who placed their trust in me. I cannot atone for my sins, even at the cost of my life." Lin Yibai's expression remained serene. "Since you cannot atone for your sins, even unto death, then do not choose death. He placed his hand gently upon Jie Yujing's shoulder. To speak candidly, your bankruptcy and the loss of over 10 billion M coins from Jifubo are insignificant, as are Qualcomm and their machinations. Lin Yibai gazed into Jie Yujing's eyes. For in less than 2 years, every soul on this planet shall perish. The entirety of human civilization is destined for annihilation. You are merely set to depart this world a little less than 2 years ahead of the majority. Jie Yujing finally shifted her focus to Lin Yibai. What significance does your visit hold? Lin Yibai patted her shoulder. I require your assistance. I need you to help me amass a substantial fortune, and then we shall escape Earth together in a rocket. This way we might survive. I feel as though I have encountered you before. Indeed, I have invested all my funds into Ju Fu Bao, and I attended your lecture, wholeheartedly resonating with your views. I even devised a way to capture a photograph with you, Dr. Xie. Lin Yibai turned to Jie Yujing and inquired, Are you willing now? The apocalypse? Dare you offer an even more absurd justification? He led Jie Yujing to the edge of the building, gazing down at the throngs of people below, remarking, From this vantage point, they appear as mere ants. In truth, they are just that. In approximately a year and a half, a comet will collide with the Earth, obliterating these oblivious ants. To survive, we must ascend into space, overlooking the Earth as it faces destruction. Only after the calamity can we return to the Earth and begin anew. Jie Yujing shook her head slightly. I do not believe it. The most crucial aspect is that you can ensure your son's continued existence. This statement touched Jie Yujing, causing her resolve to waver. Lin Yibai fixed his gaze on Jie Yujing, confidence blossoming within him. Now, do you wish to join us? Upon meeting Lin Yibai's clear, pure, and sincere eyes, Jie Yujing was finally moved. I am willing. You are no longer suited for the limelight. Lin Yibai led her down the steps, declaring, From this moment forth, you are a member of our Escape from Earth initiative. Your task is to leverage your expertise to swiftly help us amass a fortune of 100 billion. 100 billion? Jie Yujing's eyes widened in disbelief. How much capital do you possess? 20 million. To presume to amass a fortune of 100 billion from a mere 20 million is surely a flight of fancy, is it not? It is precisely for this reason that your expertise is indispensable. Otherwise, why would I have intervened before you took such a drastic measure? I entrust you with the entirety of this sum, 20 million in cash, Lin Yibai declared, gesturing towards the overflowing safe behind him, a hint of arrogance in his tone. However, Jie Yujing's response swiftly grounded his self-assurance. 20 million is indeed rather modest, but I shall endeavor to manage it as best I can. Feng Ermao exclaimed in disbelief. We risked our very lives for this sum, and you dare deem it insufficient? Jie Yujing remained impassive, her spirits dampened by the circumstances. Moreover, she harbored reservations about fully trusting Lin Yibai and remained skeptical of his claims regarding the impending apocalypse. Lin Yibai quelled Feng Ermao's agitation. Acknowledging that Jie Yujing was accustomed to handling funds in the hundreds of millions, making 20 million seem paltry in comparison. Will you be trading stocks or futures? Jie Yujing inquired with a composed demeanor. Lin Yibai's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Stocks. I possess privileged information. Humph, privileged information? Jie Yujing scoffed. In the stock market, nothing is more perilous than so-called insider tips. Lin Yibai interjected. This information is genuinely reliable, originating from a highly credible source. Lin Yibai refrained from disclosing that Luo Feng was the source of this insider information, which he would have otherwise kept confidential, as Luo Feng himself was implicated in the scheme. However, with the world teetering on the brink of destruction, the revelation of such information seemed inconsequential. This particular stock is poised for a significant surge. You are a professional. Please examine this matter closely. What has caused the unusual fluctuations? Jie Yujing has accessed the interface of this stock. This is the information leaked by Luo Feng, who is also one of the designated experts. In times of peace, he would not have divulged this information, as he too is entangled in this situation. Should the scandal come to light, the repercussions for Luo Feng would be dire. Essentially, the experts who participated in the signing would refrain from disclosing such information, as they have vested interests with the manufacturers. Moreover, they have signed confidentiality agreements. And if it is confirmed that they were the source of the leak, they would face substantial penalties. She turned to Lin Yibai. Now, you must undertake a task that I cannot personally manage at this moment. Lin Yibai, seek out an individual who can assist us in acquiring at least 20 accounts, and subsequently deposit funds into these accounts. Why so many accounts? Lin Yibai inquired, somewhat taken aback. The market makers detest when others share in their profits. By utilizing 20 accounts for our operations, they will perceive us merely as retail investors or suspect that their information has been compromised, thus refraining from exerting excessive pressure on us. At most, they will preemptively accumulate shares and elevate the prices. In that case, our funds will be secure. Feng Ermao and Zhang Liebring exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly perplexed and indicating their lack of comprehension. However, Lin Yibai grasped the concept. He rose and stated, "What you propose aligns with my expectations. Tell me whom to approach for the account openings, and I shall proceed forthwith. An earlier price surge would benefit us as well." Feng Ermao timidly posed a question. Is it truly feasible to generate 3 billion within just over 2 months? Provided that Lin Yibai's intelligence is accurate, it is permissible to amass 100 billion in merely 2 years? A fanciful notion. Understood. The outskirts of Yinjiang City. An indigenously manufactured automobile came to a halt before a solitary cottage. Zhang Liebing, with his neck drawn in, alighted from the vehicle and proceeded to rap upon the portal. A grating creak resonated as a robust woman emerged, and upon recognizing Zhang Liebing, she pivoted and retreated indoors, uttering, "What is it?" "It is not the weekend today." Zhang Liebing, shrinking back, inquired, "Where's my daughter? I intend to take her with me today." The woman plopped herself down in the courtyard, retorting, "If you desire to take your daughter, proffer 200,000. Not a single cent less." The woman was Zhang Liebring's former spouse, and their daughter, Zhang Xiaoya, had been under her care. Of late, the woman had become acquainted with a man and, deeming her daughter a hindrance, would occasionally subject her to physical abuse. This was the paramount reason Zhang Liebring was amenable to working under Lin Yibai's auspices. His aspiration was to secure custody of his daughter. 200,000. Not a penny less. Slap. Zhang Liebling deposited 2 bundles of currency upon the table, declaring, "Herein lies 200,000, complete to the last penny. Summon my daughter forth." Upon beholding the conspicuous stacks of banknotes, the woman's eyes gleamed with avarice. She snatched up the money, meticulously examining the contents to ascertain the authenticity of each bill, lest they be counterfeit. Assured of their genuineness, she clutched the money to her bosom and hastened indoors. Zhang Liebing stood in the courtyard, patiently awaiting. Having previously neglected his paternal duties, his paramount aspiration now was to provide for his daughter's well-being. After a brief interval, the woman re-emerged, conspicuously without the daughter. "Where's my daughter?" he inquired. The woman, her corpulent frame quivering slightly, retorted, "The sum is insufficient. An additional 300,000 is required before you may retrieve your daughter." Chapter 23. A woman's insatiable greed summoning his forbearance, Zhang Liebring replied, "I have already furnished you with 200,000. Do not presume upon my goodwill. The cost of living has inflated. 200,000 was the price of yesteryear. Unless you remit an additional 300,000, you shall not reclaim your daughter," the woman declared flippantly. Extracting a handful of melon seeds from her pocket and proceeding to crack them open, seemingly unconcerned. Her demeanor incited within Zhang Liebring a homicidal impulse. "Then, return the funds to me," Zhang Liebring asserted, struggling to suppress his ire. "That constitutes the child support for your daughter over these past years," the woman retorted impatiently. "Make haste. Remit an additional 300,000, and you may depart with her." "Impossible," he countered. "Then, relinquish all hope of seeing your daughter again," the woman persisted obstinately. Zhang Liebing entertained the notion of resorting to physical force, but upon assessing the woman's robust physique, he demurred. "I do not possess such a sum. I can offer you, at most, an additional 100,000. "Very well, produce it," the woman demanded, folding her arms across her chest. Zhang Liebing hesitated momentarily before extracting another bundle of currency from his satchel and placing it upon the table, yet this time, he maintained his grip. "Bring forth my daughter." The woman, her eyes gleaming anew upon beholding another stack of banknotes, spat out a melon seed husk and sauntered back into the residence with a sinuous gait. After a brief interlude, she emerged, leading a diminutive girl by the hand. "Here she is," she announced. Zhang Liebing released his hold, embraced his daughter fervently, and promptly turned to depart. "Zhang Liebing, you still owe me 200,000. A woman's voice echoed from behind. Zhang Liebing halted in his tracks. "Didn't we agree on an additional 100,000? Why are you suddenly making such exorbitant demands?" The woman grinned, her eyes gleaming with cunning. "Zhang Liebing, I know you all too well. You're nothing but a pauper. The fact that you've suddenly produced 300,000 tells me your old habits have resurfaced. The money is stolen. That story about the safe robbery on the news the other day, that was you, wasn't it? Let me tell you, 300,000 is the ransom for our daughter. And 200,000 is my hush money. Otherwise, she spat, scattering sunflower seed shells on the ground. If you don't give me 200,000 for my silence, I'll report you to the constabulary. Zhang Libring's countenance shifted, his face betraying his distress. He had never imagined the woman he once married could be so treacherous. Yet, he was utterly helpless. Sensing she had struck a nerve, the woman grew even more smug. Heh, I'll give you 3 days to come up with 200,000 for my silence. Otherwise, the magistrate's officers will be at your door tomorrow to haul you away. Zhang Libing trembled with rage, but he was powerless. He also cursed himself for ever being drawn to such a callous woman, a decision that had ruined his life. Faced with her threats, he had no choice but to flee with his daughter in a state of disarray. 300,000 wasn't enough. Now she wants 200,000 more for her silence? Lin Yibai exclaimed, astonished by the woman's avarice. This was the first time he truly understood the extent of her greed. She's bluffing. Pay her no mind, Feng Ermao remarked dismissively. Zhang Liban quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, I know her too well. She is a person who values money over life. If I refuse to give her money, she might very well report me. Boss, you must devise a solution. I have just managed to bring my daughter here. I cannot afford to end up in prison again. Lin Yibai remained silent, deep in thought. This situation was indeed precarious. If Zhang Liban were to be reported by his ex-wife, their plans would be in vain, and the dream of escaping Earth would be extinguished before it even began. A prudent approach was essential to navigate this predicament. Offering money was not a viable solution. This woman was evidently insatiable. No amount of money could satiate her greed. If you give her 200,000, she will soon demand 500,000 next time. Money cannot fill her insatiable desire, Feng Ermao remarked disdainfully. This assertion held considerable truth, plunging Lin Yibai and Zhang Liban into silence, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. It felt as if they were ensnared by a woman, leaving them with an uncomfortable sense of helplessness. Suddenly, Luo Feng, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a glint of determination in his eyes. We cannot allow this woman to impede our significant endeavors. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it. How will you manage that? Zhang Liban questioned, skeptical that a research professor could devise a strategy against his mercurial ex-wife. There is but one type of person in this world who will never divulge our secrets. Luo Feng replied calmly, his tone sending a chill down their spines. Old Luo, don't act recklessly. Lin Yibai expressed his concerns. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. I only engage in endeavors where I possess certainty. Luo Feng maintained a calm demeanor, yet this tranquility exuded an unsettling aura. Before a shop selling daily necessities, Lao Ba and Desha were conversing with the store owner, Feng Ermao, a friend of mine residing in the southern district of the city. Upon glancing at the photograph presented by Lao Ba, the shopkeeper exclaimed, Ah? A hint of a smile curved at the corners of Lao Ba's mouth. Finally, we have located you. He pointed at the picture and inquired, reflect on that day when we took you to Qinglong Bay. Did you inadvertently disclose our address? How could that be? The shopkeeper shook his head. I am a regular here. I understand the unspoken rules. Moreover, I incurred a loss of over 50,000 that day. However, a frown creased the shopkeeper's brow as he began to ponder. Ah, indeed, he visited me that afternoon, borrowing my phone to make a call. Suddenly alert. The shopkeeper checked his mobile device. Could it be that he installed something on my phone? Lao Ba grasped the shopkeeper's hand. Come, we must visit the computer market. Half an hour later, the results were conclusive. The shopkeeper's phone had been surreptitiously equipped with a tracking software. Feng Ermao was the mastermind behind the black market dealings. Lao Ba's expression darkened. Lao Miao, should you encounter this Feng Ermao, be sure to inform me. We cannot allow him to abscond with our money. He must repay us. The man surnamed Miao's countenance also grew grim. Damn it. I regarded him as a brother, yet he schemed against me. I shall call him now and summon him forth. Once he emerges, how you choose to deal with him is of no concern to me. However, my money must be returned to me without fail. Having said this, the man produced his phone and dialed a number. Yet, all that greeted him was a monotonous tone. That scoundrel has gone into hiding. The man felt a twinge of disappointment as the call was disconnected. Nonetheless, Old Scar remained unfazed. He will surface sooner or later. Stay in touch. Should any news arise, ensure to inform me. No matter where you encounter him, you must relay it to me. Chapter 24. The abandoned port in a noodle shop across from the West City security office, Xiao Chong savored a bowl of noodles swimming in crimson oil, slurping them with delight. Currently, the cases of blackmail in the gambling dens and the theft of a safe at the mining office in Huji Town have merged. These two cases share numerous similarities. Firstly, the victims are too fearful to report the incidents. The owner of the gambling den is in the front, while the director of the mining office, likely hiding a small fortune, is in the rear. Both parties are reluctant to come forward. The robbers seized upon this very fact to execute their plan. Moreover, both cases have revealed the same individual's DNA. Merging these two investigations is indeed the correct course of action. However, what troubles Xiao Chong is the lack of sufficient leads in both cases. Although the DNA has been identified, it does not match any known suspects, indicating that its owner has no prior criminal record. The very notion that an individual with no criminal history could commit such significant crimes is inherently sinister. By the way, what has the safe company said? Xiao Chong ceased his repast, lifting his gaze from the bowl to inquire. He favored contemplation whilst consuming noodles, finding it sharpened his focus. Gu Chongyun, abstaining from the noodles, merely nursed his cigarette, inhaling languidly. I've investigated. In the past semester, 8 safes of the same model were vended, 3 to state-owned enterprises, 5 to private. Unraveling this will be arduous. Furnish me with the numerals and locales of the quintet of private firms. I shall scrutinize them one by one. Xiao Chong resumed his meal. Gu Chongyun, saying little, merely extracted some information from his cellular device and transmitted it to Xiao Chong. Old Xiao, this matter is entrusted to you. We, the constables of this quaint locale, find our endeavors greatly impeded. Bah, I, too, am merely a constable of the Xiqing precinct. Do not attempt to evade your duty. We shall collaborate on this case. I sense that the perpetrator of these 2 deeds possesses considerable acumen and prowess. Very well, keep in touch. Gu Chongyun arose, cigarette in mouth, and departed, adding, do venture into our jurisdiction, I shall treat you to roast duck. Ha, the roast duck of Huji is exceedingly renowned. I shall assuredly visit. Xiao Chong waved his hand in farewell. Off the coast of a certain port in Central Africa, a freighter lay anchored, awaiting the advent of a tugboat. On deck, a man with a visage obscured by whiskers produced a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Clack! A nearby African ignited the cigarette. De Luo, this place harbors the world's most formidable dock. I tell you, the entire port is devoid of living souls, populated solely by automated robots. Luo D exhaled a plume of smoke, which curled skyward, his eyes narrowing as he observed the approaching tugboat. And the tugboat is also unmanned? No, not a single one. I have traversed docks around the globe, yet only here in Central Africa do we find such advanced facilities. None exist elsewhere. The black man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with pride. Roddy chuckled. It's nothing remarkable. Our country has had such advancements for some time. That is different. You are a great power, a developed nation. Here, in Africa, we inhabit a veritable concentration of the world's poorest countries, the black man murmured. As a tugboat approached, a loudspeaker on board blared. Please cease operations and await instructions from the tugboat. The voice was not human. It was artificial intelligence. Fearing Roddy might misunderstand, the black man pointed to the tugboat, saying, Look, this vessel lacks even a place for a person to stand. Roddy inspected the tugboat earnestly, noting its peculiar design. There were no railings. The hull was exceedingly smooth, rendering it impossible to maintain one's footing. A few mechanical arms on the vessel began to move, securing the tugboat to the cargo ship with fixed anchors. The tugboat lacked a cockpit, featuring only surrounding radars and cameras. Before long, the tugboat was firmly attached to the cargo ship. With a resounding blast of the horn, it commenced its operation. This seemingly small tugboat, brimming with power, swiftly propelled the iron or laden cargo ship into the port. Upon entering, Roddy was left in a state of bewilderment. The entire port was devoid of pedestrian pathways, replaced solely by conveyor belts and towering cranes. This dock indeed offered no space for human presence, only an array of transportation systems. Other vessels were discharging cargo, with the tower cranes lowering containers onto the conveyor belts, swiftly transporting them away. The unloading of one ship occurred at a remarkably rapid pace. Typically, the iron ore from such a ship would require a minimum of 2 to 3 days to be completely unloaded. However, here, the task was accomplished in mere hours. From the moment of waiting to the completion of unloading and the subsequent departure from the port, it all transpired within half a day. This rendered the entire port exceptionally efficient. Rhodey observed that other cargo ships were also dispatched within the same half-day time frame. This level of efficiency eclipsed any port in the world. Goodness, such an impressive port. Why have I never heard of it before? Rhodey mused. That's because this dock exclusively handles construction materials, thus its influence is limited, replied the black man. Clearly, a significant project is underway here. Rhodey glanced around the vicinity of the dock. The coastline was steep, preventing any vessels from approaching. Everything about this situation felt peculiar. The captain shouted boisterously, "Rhodey, phone call. Hurry, it's a satellite phone, quite expensive." Rhodey shrugged and walked over briskly. "I am Rhodey. This is Luo Feng. Where are you now?" "Central Africa." After hanging up the phone, Rhodey found himself momentarily stunned. His older brother, Luo Feng, seldom made calls, and this one must have been of great importance. In the suburbs of Yangjiang, Luo Feng recognized Zhang Libring's ex-wife at a glance, that fiercely intimidating woman. Now, she donned a floral nightgown, carrying a large cloth bag, and was in the process of locking the door. Observing her demeanor, it was evident she was preparing for a shopping excursion. Otherwise, she would not have dressed in such a manner. Luo Feng's expression turned somewhat melancholic as he reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the silken texture of an ornate satin box, stirring a sense of anxiety and hesitation within him. "Old Lu, given your frail condition, what business do you have venturing outside? You ought to be resting at home, lying in bed and waiting for someone to attend to you." A woman with a particularly loud voice bellowed at a passing elderly gentleman in his 60s or 70s. The old man recoiled slightly, fear evident in his demeanor, hastening his steps to distance himself from her presence, clearly intimidated by her. Yet, the woman remained unfazed, reveling in the sight of the elderly man retreating from her. With that, she advanced toward Luo Feng's direction. He realized that he could no longer afford to wait. This woman posed a grave threat to the safety of them all. He understood that Lin Yibai would not resort to harsh measures against her. Lin Yibai was merely an ordinary individual, fully aware that the apocalypse loomed, and humanity stood on the brink of peril. This woman would significantly jeopardize their rocket development project. However, despite the necessity to confront her, Luo Feng found himself unable to act against her. Yet, he knew he could. Chapter 25. One's own misfortune is unbearable. Luo Feng's guiding principle was that individual interests must yield to the collective good. When an individual poses a serious threat to their safety, that individual must be eliminated. This is a matter devoid of legal and moral implications, grounded solely in reason and scientific rationale. He adjusted his collar, tucked his chin, and emerged from his hiding place, making his way toward the woman. As the two individuals brushed past one another, he subtly shook his hand, which was tucked into his pocket, causing a satin box to tumble out. This moment caught the woman's attention, her eyes visibly brightening. After Luo Feng had walked by, she halted abruptly, quickly crouching down to retrieve the satin box and swiftly stowing it away in her pocket. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, she extracted it once more, loosening her waistband to conceal it in a more secretive location. Only then did she feel reassured, striding leisurely with her bag in hand. Luo Feng came to a stop, slowly turning to face the woman, whose visage was marred by excess flesh. "Excuse me, have you seen a box that I dropped?" he inquired, presenting her with what could be her final opportunity. It was also her last chance at survival. Should she continue her avaricious ways, she would have no one to blame but herself. Luo Feng felt he had been exceedingly generous. Initially flustered, the woman soon regained her composure. "I didn't see anything," she replied curtly, attempting to move forward. Luo Feng pressed on. "It is a satin box containing a valuable piece of jewelry." Her eyes sparkled once more, her hand discreetly feeling the area where the box was hidden, confirming its safety. She then shot him a fierce glare, retorting in a menacing tone, "What do you mean? If I didn't see it, I didn't see it. Are you trying to frame me?" A sigh escaped Luo Feng's lips. This was her final chance at survival. Since she had chosen to forfeit it, he would bear no responsibility for her fate. A shimmering golden necklace materialized before her eyes. Particularly, that pendant dazzled brilliantly, its material indiscernible, yet undoubtedly of considerable worth. She could hardly contain her eagerness to don the necklace. Even her robust neck could not conceal its luster. And in an instant, she found herself enamored. No matter how formidable a woman may be, she too possesses an appreciation for beauty, and she was no exception. She wore the necklace close to her neck, feeling an immense sense of joy. In recent days, fortune had favored her with a succession of good news. Her bothersome daughter had been taken away by her ex-husband, Zhang Libuing. Furthermore, she had extorted 300,000 in cash from him, with an additional 200,000 soon to be in her possession. Today, she had also stumbled upon a valuable gold necklace, and all of this brought her great comfort. Yet, unbeknownst to her, death was already drawing near. Her streak of luck was merely a harbinger of her impending doom. Call your ex-wife and inform her that you are arranging the funds. Asking her for an extension of 1 week, Luo Feng instructed as he imparted his final piece of advice, confident she would acquiesce. Zhang Libuing was uncertain of Luo Feng's true intentions, yet he recognized the wisdom in the words of Professor Luo. There must be a rationale behind an intellectual's actions. Very well, I shall call immediately. No, wait until the time is right to make the call. Remember, it is crucial to insist on a week's extension. Luo Feng concluded, retreating quietly. However, his silhouette left Zhang Libuing with an unsettling chill. He sensed that Luo Feng was not quite himself, though he could not articulate the nature of the change. Managing the stock market was indeed a taxing endeavor. Jie Yujing has discreetly acquired nearly 100 million shares of Guoxin Technology through 20 different accounts. Engaging in stock trading is inherently an unpredictable endeavor. Even with insider information, Lin Yibai cannot guarantee a profit, as the stock market is a realm manipulated by human hands. Once the market makers detect unusual activity, the trajectory of the stock can swiftly alter. Lin Yibai is aware that Guoxin Technology is on the verge of releasing significant positive news. Yet while accumulating shares at a low price, he inadvertently attracted attention. The capital controlled by Jie Yujing amounts to merely 20 million, which, when leveraged tenfold, equates to a total of 200 million. Ordinarily, such an amount would be inconspicuous in the stock market. However, the market makers proceed with utmost caution, evidently scrutinizing every trader's actions. Shortly after Jie Yujing's substantial purchase, the market makers made their move. In the securities trading arena, top trader Lang Ning is meticulously monitoring the market. 2 months prior, an individual discreetly approached him, commissioning him to maneuver Guoxin Technology's trades. Such occurrences are not uncommon. The domestic stock market has long been characterized by its lack of robustness. These prominent fund managers frequently possess insider information, and their mission is to execute trades in a manner that remains as concealed as possible, thereby reaping substantial profits. With the collaboration between him and the shadowy orchestrators, a single stock can effortlessly yield returns of several times, if not more. This time, the information originates from within Guoxin Technology itself. Although the specifics of the information remain unclear, an insider has instructed him to quietly prepare for significant accumulation at the bottom over the course of 2 months. Then, in the 3rd month, he is to leverage the news to execute a dramatic surge, aiming to elevate the stock price by more than 5-fold within a month. As for what follows, he need not concern himself. Others will liquidate their positions at the peak, and he too shall sell at a high point, reaping substantial profits. However, such maneuvers must remain clandestine, lest the plan be divulged and the potential profits diminished. He has already been accumulating at the bottom for over a month, and with approximately another half-month remaining, he will complete his accumulation task. At that point, in conjunction with favorable news, he will initiate the aggressive ascent. Every trader possesses their own operational habits. Nonetheless, today seems peculiar. On several occasions, he has attempted to sell off shares to drive the price down. Yet there are always buyers who preemptively seize the opportunity, quietly purchasing a considerable amount of stock. His initial instinct is that someone has caught wind of the insider information and has begun covertly accumulating at the bottom. This is undoubtedly an ominous sign. Should the news leak, controlling the stock price would become exceedingly difficult, potentially resulting in a premature surge before he has completed his accumulation. This could severely impact his profits. To counter such individuals, extreme measures must be employed to suppress them. Chapter 26. The confounding behavior of retail investors. He meticulously reviewed today's buying activity and felt an immediate sense of relief. Given their limited capital and dispersed funds, evidenced by at least 20 accounts purchasing shares, each transaction not exceeding 5 million, it suggests that retail investors privy to insider information are subtly accumulating positions at the bottom, hoping to profit discreetly. The optimal approach to counter this is to shake them out preemptively, instilling doubt about the veracity of the information. Lanning casually placed sell orders for over 10,000 lots, each valued at more than 2,000, totaling over 20 million, directly causing the stock price to plummet by over 1 percentage point. This would undoubtedly incite panic among typical retail investors. For those employing leverage trading, the situation would be even more precarious, potentially leading to margin calls. Observing the stock price's immediate decline, Lanning remarked with arms crossed. Let's see if you are retail investors or institutions. Oh no. The stock has dropped by over 1 percentage point. We've instantly lost over $1 million. Feng Ermao exclaimed, anxiously wiping sweat. Moments ago, the stock was exhibiting positive momentum. But in the blink of an eye, it was knocked down by over 1 percentage point. With a current stock investment of $100 million, a 1 percentage point drop translates to a paper loss of over $1 million. He has never earned over $1 million in his entire life. But in a matter of seconds, that amount vanished. It's no wonder he's unnerved. Jie Yujing remained composed, stating, "The market maker has detected our accumulation at the bottom and is attempting to gauge whether we are retail investors." Lin Yibai inquired with furrowed brows. "Then how should we proceed? Let's endeavor to behave like retail investors. Flee." Without further ado, Jie Yujing placed a sell order, driving the stock price down another 0.5 percentage point, resulting in a substantial loss of nearly $500,000. Feng Ermao sighed, lamenting the difficulty of stock trading, where hard-earned money could be wiped out in an instant. "Hold steady. The market maker is buying at the bottom again," Jie Yujing said calmly. Believing they had successfully convinced the market maker that they were merely retail investors following the trend. Lin Yibai nodded, finally comprehending Luo Feng's words that even with insider information, success in the stock market was not guaranteed. He realized that their advantage was offset by the market maker's ability to adapt to changing circumstances, potentially leading to financial ruin despite accurate information. Jie Yujing concurred, emphasizing that stock trading was not about information but rather a battle of wits against the market maker, which explained why ordinary investors often lost money. Many investors with insider information still suffered significant losses due to the market maker's manipulation. In the securities market, Lanning had determined that retail investors were following the trend rather than institutional interference, which eased his vigilance. He believed it would be easy to deal with retail investors by repeatedly shaking them out of their positions until they capitulated. He resumed building his position at the bottom, unaware that the retail investors who had sold a large number of shares earlier were also quietly accumulating shares at the bottom. On the morning of April 28th, an ambulance arrived in the outskirts of Yanjiang City. With considerable effort, 2 paramedics managed to load a woman into the vehicle. In just a few days, the woman's condition had deteriorated drastically. Her eyes were sunken, her gaze was dull, her entire body was covered in festering sores, and she emanated an unpleasant odor. Moreover, she was in a severely weakened mental state, her consciousness fading. The doctor in the ambulance glanced at the woman and shook his head, remarking that her condition appeared terminal, with multiple organ failure likely underway. The accompanying nurse observed the woman's once robust physique, now emaciated and resembling that of a cadaver. The doctor speculated that acute leukemia might have triggered the organ failure, lamenting that her condition was beyond medical intervention. He discerned that the woman's various organs were compromised, particularly her immune system, leading to her dire state. Meanwhile, at the Yanjiang City Public Security Bureau, a call prompted Officer Zhang Linfeng to rush to the city hospital with his partner. The attending physician cautiously handed Zhang Linfeng a lead-lined container, explaining that it held an item discovered on the patient, which contained a potent radioactive substance, a significant factor in the patient's rapid deterioration. Zhang Linfeng inquired about the item's nature, to which the doctor responded that it was a gold necklace with a pendant serving as the radiation source. "We have already submitted an application for nuclear contamination testing, and the entire hospital is currently undergoing radiation pollution inspection," the attending physician remarked with lingering apprehension. "Fortunately, our director possesses expertise in this area. He promptly identified the potential issue with this necklace. Otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The entire hospital, including patients and staff, could have been exposed to nuclear radiation. How did she come to acquire the necklace?" The attending physician sighed. "During her last lucid moment, we inquired. She stated that she found it on the ground and kept it due to a momentary desire for a bargain. However, we believe that crafting radioactive materials in dependence is unequivocally a criminal act. Therefore, we immediately alerted the police." "You acted correctly. Is it possible for us to question the patient?" Zhang Linfeng sensed that this case might be more complex than it appeared. "I'm afraid it's too late. The patient has already lapsed into a deep coma. Whether she can survive tonight is uncertain. Even if she does, death could occur at any moment." The attending physician sighed. I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity to inquire about the patient's condition. The assistant accepted the lead box and hastily departed. Through the glass window, Zhang Linfeng silently observed the patient receiving intravenous fluids. Judging from her physique, she was a robust and sturdy woman. However, under the ravages of radioactive substances, she had become unrecognizable in just a few days. There must be something amiss here. Who would fashion a radioactive substance into the shape of a pendant? This is undoubtedly a murder case. Was this woman the primary target, or was she mistakenly killed due to her avarice? Further substantiation is required to ascertain the truth. Chapter 27. An erudite rogue, April 30th. Environs of Yinjiang City. Zhang Liebing, cradling his daughter, observed from a distance as law enforcement officers entered and exited his ex-wife's residence. From the surrounding murmurs, Zhang Liebing discerned the unfolding events. His former spouse had discovered a necklace, which, unfortunately, contained radioactive elements, leading to her demise within a matter of days. Law enforcement officials suspected foul play and were meticulously examining her dwelling for evidence. Zhang Liebing adjusted the cash he held, turned, and departed. His trepidation grew with each step, a profound fear of Luo Feng. His former wife's demise was undoubtedly orchestrated by Luo Feng. This realization instilled in him an immense respect for Luo Feng. The malevolence of scientists is insidious and difficult to guard against. Indeed, it is not the audacity of a rogue that is frightening, but rather the erudition of one. When an intellectual turns ruthless, it is truly chilling. However, he also experienced a sense of relief. The woman could no longer pose a threat or use their daughter to coerce him. It was a definitive resolution. Papa, what's happening at Mama's house? Did the police arrest Mama? His daughter inquired, clinging to Zhang Liebing's neck. Yes, Mama was apprehended by the police. Wonderful. No one will bully me anymore, she exclaimed joyfully. Children may not comprehend everything, but they discern who treats them with kindness and who does not. Zhang Liebing embraced his daughter tightly, his voice tinged with emotion. As long as you're with Papa, no one will ever mistreat you. At that moment, his trepidation towards Luo Feng diminished considerably, yet his esteem for him burgeoned. Professor Luo, my former spouse has passed away, Zhang Liebing resolved to convey to Luo Feng. Luo Feng's tone was somber as he responded, if she is deceased, then it portends an end to the tribulations. The constabulary is currently scrutinizing her residence, and it is rumored that her demise was not as straightforward as it seems. Luo Feng's voice remained subdued. What simplicity or complexity could there be in the death of a reprobate? You terminated her existence, did you not? Nay, she courted her own demise. I proffered her an opportunity at survival, yet she elected death, and thus no blame can be assigned to another. Luo Feng's tone was frigid. Indeed, she was the architect of her own misfortune. Zhang Liebing felt a profound sense of release. The existence of his former spouse had become a grave menace to the safety of all, and was severely impeding the rocket construction endeavor. She was deserving of her fate. Upon receiving the tidings of Zhang Liebing's former wife's death, Lin Yibai was plunged into contemplation. He had not anticipated that his aspiration to construct a few rockets to safeguard his loved ones would unwittingly ensnare him in such a dire predicament. While double-crossing and plundering petty caches were one thing, he had now become stained with the taking of a life. Nevertheless, he had no intention of ceasing his endeavors. The arrow had been loosed from the bow and could not be retrieved. Once the march towards self-preservation had commenced, it could not be halted. Even if he were to be misunderstood and pursued by the entire world, he would persist to the very end. He was unwilling to allow his friends and family to perish in this impending apocalypse. Moreover, Lin Yibai could foresee that even more regrettable events lay ahead. Amassing $100 billion to finance a rocket venture solely through legitimate means is an unattainable feat. Lin Yibai is not a sentimentalist, and he refuses to dwell on the demise of an unsavory woman. He swiftly composed himself and issued a fresh directive. Zhang Liebing, Feng Ermao, and Xie Yujing were to remain out of sight, as their exposure would be detrimental. He also recognized the imperative need for an individual to manage potential crises. Should incidents akin to that of Zhang Liebing's former spouse, which posed a grave threat to the Earth Escape project, recur, a seasoned professional would be indispensable. Luo Feng, despite his professorial expertise, lacked the requisite skills for crisis management. The Earth Escape project now faces the potential of severe interference from law enforcement, organized crime, and various other factions. A specialist is thus required to assist in navigating these treacherous waters. As for the ideal candidate to handle these crises, Lin Yibai had yet to identify a prospect. None among his acquaintances seemed to fit the bill. Luo Feng entered, his countenance even more somber than before. Lin, he began. Our team requires the addition of someone capable of crisis management. Lin Yibai looked up, surprised that Luo Feng had arrived at the same conclusion independently. I share your sentiment, he replied, but I have yet to find a suitable candidate. Luo Feng settled beside Lin Yibai. I have someone in mind, he revealed. Who? My brother, Luo D. A former commando and current seafarer. Is he trustworthy? Absolutely, beyond any doubt. Lin Yibai nodded. If Luo Feng vouched for his reliability, then he was undoubtedly dependable. It seems that even 2 rockets may not suffice for our needs, he remarked. We are adding new personnel almost daily. After my brother Roddy arrived, he was bound to take his family away. Moreover, his wife's family might eventually leave as well, which would mean yet another group of people departing. Lin Yibai spat disdainfully. It's all right. Transitioning from 0 to 1 is challenging. Yet moving from 1 to 100 is not particularly difficult. It's merely a matter of earning a few more billion and constructing a few additional rockets. Our initial target was to achieve 100 billion. Even if we were to build 100 rockets, that should be feasible. By the way, will that soon-to-be bankrupt rocket company be viable? If all the technical staff leave, it would be pointless. Luo Feng lifted his chin. I don't know. However, as long as the foundation remains intact, there should be no problem. I will handle the technical personnel. I may not have significant academic accomplishments, but I do possess a certain influence within the industry. At the Jianyang City Public Security Bureau, the site of an empty reception area, occupied only by a humanoid robot, left everyone feeling somewhat uneasy. Although the robot greeted everyone with enthusiasm, its demeanor appeared awkward and unfamiliar. Hello, Officer Zhou, how was the movie last night? The robot addressed the newly arrived officer in an odd tone. It seemed to aim for a casual rapport, yet the effect was quite the opposite. Xiao Zhou glanced uncomfortably at the robot and chose to ignore it. The humanoid robot continued its chatter. Wishing you a pleasant day. May everything go smoothly for you. Xiao Zhou found the emphasis oddly unsettling, yet he could not quite articulate why. He took the documents and entered the office, where a significant discovery awaited. Zhou presented the information to Zhang Linfeng, revealing that 300,000 in cash had been discovered at the deceased's residence. Allegedly, it was given to the deceased by her former husband just days prior, during which a dispute arose between them. This former husband is also a released convict. Zhang Linfeng straightened his posture. A keen sense of anomaly piqued his interest. Who? Zhang Libing. Zhou was visibly animated. Rumor has it that Zhang Libing possesses exceptional lock-picking skills, having made a living from it, and key duplication. Now he suddenly has money, giving his ex-wife 300,000, which is quite suspicious. And after giving the money, his ex-wife died. This shouldn't be a coincidence. I surmise that Zhang Libing's crime was exposed, leading him to murder her to silence her. Chapter 28. Starry Sky Exploration Company officially inaugurated. Zhang Linfeng promptly accessed the internal inquiry system. Let's see if there have been any major theft cases recently. Yes, the safe at the Huji Town Mining Requisition Office was stolen, with a theft amount of 200,000, according to leads obtained from interviews. One of the thieves is of short stature, very likely Zhang Libing. Zhou, the deputy, stated. Zhang Linfeng picked up the phone. Who is handling this case? Gu Changyun. However, this case has now been merged with a double-cross casino robbery case, and the current handler is your old acquaintance, Xiao Chong. Zhang Linfeng smiled wryly. Coming full circle. It has returned to Xiao Chong. Very well, I will contact him. Zhou gestured towards the door. Old Zhang, does it not strike you as peculiar? The way this robot speaks. Do you perceive it as such? Zhang Linfeng dialed a number while remarking, it mimics the exaggerated dubbing of foreign films from a decade ago. Ostentatious and pretentious. On the morning of May 1st, a newly established company officially opened its doors atop the business center building in the heart of Hanwu City. The company, named Stellar Exploration, is headed by Lin Yibai. Its operations are remarkably diverse, encompassing investments, tourism, machinery manufacturing, and satellite services. At first glance, this enterprise appears unremarkable, akin to many others, thus failing to attract significant attention. The choice of Hanwu City as its location was a deliberate strategy to evade the scrutiny of the local sheriff from Yinjiang City. After all, Lin Yibai and his associates had left behind too many traces from their numerous dealings in Yinjiang. Feng Ermao and Zhang Libin were ill-suited to expose themselves there. While Xie Yujing preferred seclusion, as being recognized by the investors of Zhu Fubao would lead to complications. Hiding within the stellar exploration group provided the perfect sanctuary for the trio. Meanwhile, the television broadcast reported, according to reports from the Central News Agency, the renowned Interstellar Exploration Company of Alaga has successfully launched a manned spacecraft, marking a significant advancement in Alaga's Mars colonization initiative. However, those entering the company paid little heed to this development, as news concerning space exploration had become increasingly frequent, leading to a sense of desensitization. Dressed in casual attire, Feng Ermao strode in confidently, striking a pose in a self-important manner towards Lin Yibai. "Hey, Yibai, let me take charge of the recruitment for the front desk this time." With a lecherous mien, Feng Ermao sought to recruit several employees to embellish his nascent enterprise, particularly a receptionist of comely countenance and refined deportment, thereby enhancing the company's image. "Enough," Jie Yujing retorted with disdain. "You merely assess physical attributes, disregarding competence." Having regained her composure after the impetuous actions that precipitated substantial losses and suicidal ideation, she had since reconciled with her past. She had also contacted her parents, imploring them to lead fulfilling lives, untroubled by her tribulations. In due course, she intended to reunite with them and her child. As for her former spouse, she remained undecided. For now, she must dedicate herself to the pursuit of financial solvency. "Our Starry Sky Exploration Group is merely a shell corporation," Feng Ermao flippantly remarked. "What need have we of competence? Beauty is sufficient." Lin Yibai delivered a forceful blow to Feng Ermao, exclaiming, "Make no mistake, our Starry Sky Exploration Group bears an arduous mission to amass 100 billion within a year. It is no mere shell corporation. Our paramount task is to formulate an acquisition strategy to subsume aerotechnology, no trivial undertaking. We require not only professionals, but also experts." Feng Ermao stuck out his tongue, protesting, "Even if I erred, such violence is unwarranted." Smack! Luo Feng struck him again, asserting, "I deem it insufficient. Considering you retain the strength to complain, hasten to action and produce the acquisition proposal. Currently, we possess a mere 20 million in our accounts. With what shall we execute the acquisition? Rest assured, in another fortnight, the market upturn shall commence." Jie Yujing cast a sidelong glance at Feng Ermao, then turned and entered her office, which also served as her stock trading command center. The room was replete with various candlestick charts and trend analyses, her principal theater of operations. Upon entering this arena, she was immediately invigorated, her spirit brimming with resolve. Due to the surreptitious nature of her maneuvers and their seemingly artless execution, the major players perceived it as mere scattershot activity by retail investors, thus averting any concerted suppression. Now, the moment for elevation, the culmination of her efforts, was nigh. "How fares it?" Lin Yibai inquired, entering and taking a seat beside Jie Yujing, his attention riveted to the trading screen. Having followed the expert guidance of Jie Yujing, Lin Yibai had also made considerable progress. The principal investors have nearly completed their accumulation phase. They now control approximately 40% of the circulating shares of National Core Technology. "The time for elevation is at hand," Jie Yujing stated. Lin Yibai inquired, "Precisely when will the elevation commence?" Jie Yujing elucidated, "The principal investors must capitalize on prevailing conditions to elevate the stock price. Senior officials are currently convening the annual Economic Work Conference. Within a day or two, announcements will be forthcoming. Chip manufacturing has been a focal point of our nation's attention for many years. Therefore, I surmise that in a few days, upon the release of the news, we shall seize the opportunity to initiate the elevation. However, today is a holiday. Once the holiday concludes, I must commence operations, deploying all remaining funds to acquire stock. Such customary respite is advantageous to our trading endeavors. If there are adjustments to the trading schedule, it would result in at least 5 days of inactivity, thereby delaying the opportunity to act. Jie Yujing harbors a deep-seated disdain for such previous adjustments. Should this year also witness a similar alteration, trading would be halted from the 1st to the 5th. In the stock market, information is ever-changing. A continuous 5-day suspension would severely impact her judgment and decision-making. Are we drawing the attention of the major players? It should not be the case. Even if we are, it is not a significant concern. In no more than 3 days, the results of the Economic Work Conference will be announced, which will serve as the optimal moment for the major players to release information," Jie Yujing stated with unwavering confidence. Chapter 29. 5 million Moro money, come forth swiftly. The plan to acquire aero technology is pressing. However, Lin Yibai felt a twinge of concern. His experience told him that in this world, nothing ever goes smoothly. On the morning of May 3rd, in the securities trading hall, the renowned trader, Lang Ning, suddenly furrowed his brow. He realized he had been deceived. Those 20 retail investors, who had been elusive, suddenly made a substantial move, acquiring nearly 50 million in shares. This was highly irregular, as retail investors could not possibly act with such synchronized precision. This only indicated that someone had received insider information and had acted early, accumulating shares at the bottom. Damn it, they have finally revealed themselves. Fine, I shall outplay you. Lang Ning swiftly took action, beginning to sell off his shares in large quantities. However, the opposing party was not idle, aggressively absorbing his sell orders. Lang Ning was utterly enraged. He detested such underhanded tactics. He would not rest easy until he had thoroughly vanquished his opponent. The stock market has never been a tranquil realm. Rather, it resembles an invisible battlefield. Though devoid of gunfire and artillery, it is fraught with life and death confrontations. Lang Ning's trading strategy is characteristically aggressive, and he harbors a profound disdain for anyone who perceives his intentions. Now that his bottom line has been crossed, he is engulfed in fury. Very well. If you dare to take the plunge, I shall ensure your downfall. He executed a massive sell-off, liquidating nearly 50 million in shares, decisively driving the stock price downward once more. Within the confines of the Starry Sky Exploration Group, Jie Yujing suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. She had fully committed her capital, investing every last cent. According to the brokerage's safety protocols, should the stock price plummet by more than 5%, leaving her with less than 5% of her margin, the brokerage would forcibly liquidate her holdings. At that juncture, not only would she earn nothing, but her initial investment of 20 million could very well suffer a significant loss. The prospect of indiscriminate stock sell-offs left her feeling unprepared. Should the National Economic Work Conference release favorable news regarding semiconductor manufacturing, stocks related to chips would inevitably soar. To engage in such reckless market manipulation at this juncture is perilously risky. A substantial loss of capital could ensue, resulting in a commensurate decrease in potential gains. However, Lang Ning's trading approach is excessively stringent. Such a person is ill-suited for the role of a trader, as their emotional volatility will inevitably lead to significant losses. Yet, the harsh reality confronting Jie Yujing is that her margin is running dangerously low. Lin Yibai, our movements have been detected by the adversary. Currently, they are frantically pressuring the market, indiscriminately liquidating stocks and driving down prices. The stocks have now plummeted by over 5%. Just moments ago, the brokerage firm sent us a notice for additional margin requirements. If we fail to provide sufficient margin before the market opens next week, it will trigger the brokerage's risk protocols. The moment the market opens the next day, the brokerage will forcibly liquidate our positions, rendering our efforts futile. Jie Yujing furrowed her brow and spoke with concern. Lin Yibai was taken aback. How much more do we need? At least 5 million, she replied. Lin Yibai sank into his seat. Where could he possibly procure 5 million? However, without securing that amount, all the previous investments exceeding 20 million would go to waste. He stood up and hastily gathered Feng Ermao, Zhang Libuing, and Luo Feng to discuss the matter. Yet, everyone was at a loss. 5 million needed to be deposited into the brokerage account before the market opens. How could that possibly be accomplished? In this world, there are no shortcuts or hidden funds to exploit. Today is Friday. We have 2 days left. We must raise 5 million by Monday morning, Jie Yujing insisted. I could mortgage my house to a loan shark. That should yield around 1 million, Luo Feng said calmly. Yet his actions were quite audacious, even risking his home. Lin Yibai's expression shifted. I can also mortgage my house. It should fetch around 500,000. Don't look at me. I have no assets, Feng Ermao quickly interjected. Having spoken, Feng Ermao directed his gaze toward Zhang the dwarf. Zhang the dwarf sighed. Do I appear to be an affluent individual? We are still lacking 3.5 million. Jie Yujing grew somewhat anxious. The present circumstances were not something she had anticipated. Lang Ning's vehement counterattack had caught Jie Yujing off guard. Lin Yibai rose to his feet and began pacing within the office. His mind was engaged in contemplation. From whence shall 3.5 million be procured? Perhaps, Feng Ermao suggested, raising his hand, we should resort to abduction. Considering the multitude of cases we have already undertaken, 1 or 2 more would hardly make a difference. Zhang Libuing appeared somewhat apprehensive. That is untenable, he asserted. it is highly probable that we would be apprehended by the constabulary. In such a scenario, rather than successfully extricating ourselves, we would find ourselves incarcerated. Lin Yibai declared with gravity, our operations must be conducted with absolute secrecy, ensuring that we remain undetected. Engaging in such a reckless endeavor as abduction is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, before we can even construct our rocket, we will be apprehended, and we shall all meet our demise regardless. Suddenly, Feng Ermao proposed, what if we availed ourselves of online lending platforms? Are there not numerous such platforms? If we all participated, perhaps we could amass 5 million. To no avail. Jie Yujing countered. Online lending companies are not so easily deceived. By the time they have completed their assessment, the deadline will have long passed. Jie Yujing possessed some familiarity with online lending platforms. Securing a modest loan is feasible, but procuring an amount exceeding 50,000 would prove exceedingly arduous. By the time the loan is secured, it would likely be too late. Furthermore, Feng Ermao muttered, tomorrow is the weekend, and banks will be closed. Even mortgaging a property would be unfeasible. This remark served as a reminder to Lin Yibai and Luo Feng. They aspired to mortgage the dwelling to usurious lenders. Yet such endeavors were not expeditious. Consequently, their anxieties burgeoned. Usurious lenders are indefatigable, Jie Yujing blurted out. Yet the funds remain insufficient. Feng Ermao expressed his curiosity. Why is there such a fervent desire to acquire your abode? According to surreptitious intelligence, our locale is slated for demolition and relocation. Luo Feng stated with unwavering composure. Good heavens, demolition and relocation are indeed propitious occurrences, Feng Ermao exclaimed, his avarice evident. With the world teetering on the precipice of annihilation, demolition and relocation are rendered inconsequential, Zhang Liebring muttered. Lin Yibai abruptly rose to his feet. Your abode is subject to demolition and relocation? Merely a possibility, Luo Feng replied. Ergo, a solution presents itself. Dispense with online loans and procure 5 million directly, Lin Yibai declared, his gaze ablaze with determination. Chapter 30. A detrimental stratagem. What manner of stratagem? A somewhat detrimental stratagem, scarcely a viable solution. Thou art wont to concoct such preposterous notions, Feng Ermao reiterated. His disdain palpable. May 4th, Saturday dawn. Luo Feng awoke betimes. He donned pristine attire and sat serenely within his abode, awaiting their arrival. Knock, knock, knock. An individual rapped upon the portal. Upon opening the door, a youthful couple entered, their gaze sweeping across the confines of the dwelling. Professor Luo, you intend to vend your abode? The young woman inquired. Luo Feng nodded in affirmation. Wherefore do you seek to vend it? I am to be transferred. We, who are engaged in scientific research, find that our domicile is wherever our project lies. Luo Feng, who typically maintains taciturnity in the presence of strangers, exerted himself for the sake of procuring 5 million, even proactively elucidating his motives to unfamiliar individuals. After a brief survey, the young couple eagerly inquired, how much do you want? I hastily replied, I require the full payment, 1 million. Luo Feng meticulously laid out his identification, property deed, and work certificate on the table. If you wish to purchase, a deposit of 200,000 is required. When the time comes to process the paperwork, we shall proceed with the transfer. The woman appeared somewhat hesitant, yet the man was already intrigued. The price was undeniably enticing. Most crucially, there were rumors of potential demolition in this area, which could yield at least double the compensation upon relocation. My time is limited. If you have made up your minds, I will issue a receipt for the payment, Luo Feng stated calmly. However, the woman remained uncertain. If you do not wish to buy, then please leave. Others are waiting to view the property. Whoever provides the deposit shall secure the sale. Luo Feng's tone grew icily indifferent. Unable to contain himself, the man scrutinized all the documents thoroughly, confirming their legitimacy before stating, we shall provide the deposit, but you must sign a sales agreement with us. With a sharp motion, Luo Feng placed a sales agreement on the table. Review the agreement. If all is satisfactory, you may proceed with the payment, and I shall sign. Minutes later, Luo Feng bid farewell to the young couple. After a brief interval, a knock echoed at the door once more. This time, 2 older individuals entered. Professor Luo, are you selling your house? Yes. I am relocating for work and wish to sell the property swiftly. I only accept full payment. Should you agree, a deposit of 200,000 is required. And when the transaction hall opens, we will proceed with the transfer. On the evening of May 5th, a Sunday, as Jie Yujing gazed at the 5 million in her account, she was utterly astonished. Professor Luo, have you sold the house 25 times and received 25 deposits? Luo Feng gestured towards Lin Yibai. Don't look at me. This was Lin Yibai's idea. Only someone capable of harming others could conceive such a wretched scheme. Feng Ermao scoffed. After today, Professor Luo's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Whether it is tarnished or not is inconsequential. After all, the end of the world is upon us. Professor Luo remarked as he set down his briefcase. Is this sufficient? If not, I can sell a few more properties. It's enough. At least we can hold on until Monday's opening, she replied. Just then, the phone rang, and Luo Feng glanced at it before saying, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He stepped outside but then pointed at Lin Yibai. Yibai, accompany me. As Luo Feng and Lin Yibai departed, Feng Ermao muttered, Tell me, when it comes to malice, who is more devious, Luo Feng or Lin Yibai? They are different. The former is cunning, while Luo Feng's heart is venomous, Jie Yujing replied. Zhang Libring shivered. That is profoundly accurate. Now, whenever I think of Professor Luo, I feel an icy chill. The night air was slightly cool, as it often is after dusk. Luo Feng and Lin Yibai walked side by side in silence, neither inquiring about their destination. They had developed an unspoken understanding. Upon reaching a hotel, Luo Feng halted, stating, I have said before that we need individuals capable of managing crises. Indeed, we do, came the reply. He has arrived. He pushed open the door of the hotel, and his gaze fell upon a stout man seated on the sofa in the lobby. The man noticed Luo Feng and immediately stood upright. Roddy, my brother, Lin Yibai remarked, observing Roddy, who appeared somewhat disheveled with a scruffy beard and a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, Lin Yibai could discern in his every movement the hallmark of rigorous training. Particularly striking was the seemingly casual gaze that often sparkled with intensity. Such a person undoubtedly hailed from a military background. A veteran? A former Special Forces operative, dismissed from service. Roddy spoke with an air of casualness, but his eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. Clearly, he was a man with a story. Very well, Lin Yibai nodded at Luo Feng, then extended his hand to Roddy. Welcome to the Escape from Earth team. Why is it called the Escape from Earth team? Roddy inquired, posing the first question. Because the apocalypse is imminent. Roddy paused, turning to glance at Luo Feng, who nodded gravely in affirmation. On the morning of May 6th, within the securities trading hall, on the prestigious trading floor. It was a Monday, the day the stock market reopened. Long Ning, brimming with confidence, once again began to sell stocks, aiming to drive the prices down in a single sweep, intending to force the trend-following retail investors into a complete liquidation. According to his calculations, if he could suppress the prices by just one more percentage point, it would undoubtedly trigger the threshold for forced liquidations. It was evident that the opposing party was fully leveraged. Once the threshold was breached, the brokerage would be compelled to sell stocks to close positions, at which point the stock prices would plummet once more. He seizes the opportunity to accumulate shares at a low point, absorbing all of the opponent's stakes. When the news is released and the stock surges, he can gallop ahead and reap substantial profits. However, it is perplexing that after a further decline of 1 point in the stock price, there has been no significant sell-off. This implies only one possibility. The opponent has not triggered the liquidation threshold and has evaded forced closure. The reason for this outcome is that the opponent has injected additional margin. This incites a degree of ire within Lang Ning. He now finds himself in a predicament, as he is uncertain of the opponent's remaining capital. If the opponent refrains from selling, it poses considerable risk for Lang Ning, who is merely a trader. His promise to the opponent was to ensure profits exceeding fivefold in this venture, necessitating that he possesses sufficient shares. Chapter 31. The market surge initially. He held an adequate number of shares, but during the previous trading day, he liquidated a portion. Now, at the market's opening, he has again disposed of a significant quantity of stakes. Should the selling persist while the opponent remains steadfast, refusing to part with their shares, Lang Ning would find himself in a precarious situation. Traders of his ilk struggle to elevate prices to target levels without sufficient shares. He had initially intended to compel the opponent into liquidation to acquire their 200 million stakes. However, it now appears that the opponent is more resilient and financially robust than he had anticipated. The current scenario lays before him. If he continues to suppress, the consequences may outweigh the benefits. Yet, if he refrains from applying pressure, an intense discomfort will linger within him. Today, it is imperative that the opponent faces a margin call. Otherwise, the consequences for oneself will be profoundly distressing. After much hesitation, Lang Ning finally resolved to accompany the opponent to the bitter end, vowing not to relent until he had seized all the chips in their possession. Gritting his teeth, he placed another sell order of 10,000 shares, further driving the price down by another percentage point. Within the trading room of the Star Exploration Group, Jie Yujing furrowed her brow in silent contemplation. Lang Ning's reckless suppression had completely caught her off guard. In her understanding, typical traders would not employ such an aggressive strategy. This approach would impose immense pressure on Lang Ning himself. An excessively aggressive tactic might inadvertently attract the attention of other institutions, who could then step in to buy at the bottom and collectively absorb the shares, thereby diminishing Lang Ning's potential profits. However, the current aggressive strategy employed by Lang Ning was causing her significant discomfort, as the margin was rapidly approaching the forced liquidation warning line. Should it reach this threshold, the brokerage would issue a margin call notification. If the margin were not replenished within the stipulated time frame, the brokerage would forcibly liquidate positions. What now? Lin Yibai inquired as he entered and took a seat beside Jie Yujing. Lang Ning is a madman, trading in such a manner, utterly devoid of reason. Jie Yujing expressed her frustration. We are once again being pushed toward the warning line. If this suppression continues, we will need to inject more margin. Yet, we currently have no means to acquire additional funds. Then let Luo Feng sell his house, Zhang Libing suggested irresponsibly as he leaned in. Stop thinking about it. Now those who have paid the deposit have given Professor Luo quite a headache, murmured Feng Ermao. Lin Yibai raised an eyebrow. Do you still have connections with those in the investment circle? Well, I suppose I do, replied Jie Yujing hesitantly. Then send out a message stating that the nation is prepared to invest heavily in subsidizing the chip industry at this economic conference, Lin Yibai suggested. Jie Yujing frowned. But you have no concrete information. Isn't this just a rumor? We can't afford to be cautious anymore. Since this Lang Ning is reluctant to elevate the situation, let us give him a nudge, Lin Yibai said with determination. Jie Yujing clapped her hands. You're right. It's the end of the world, and we can't keep hesitating. I will immediately disseminate the information. If we are to spread false news, then let it be. By the time anyone traces it back to me, we will have long since departed from Mars. In the securities trading hall, on the gold medal trading seat, Lang Ning viciously sold off another 10,000 shares. Today, he was determined to force his opponent into a margin call. He felt somewhat confident, as his adversary had refrained from accumulating shares since yesterday. This indicated that their funds were nearly depleted. With just a bit more pressure on the stock price, it was likely they would be forced to liquidate their positions to prevent losses for the brokerage firm. The substantial sell-off of these stocks would further depress the stock price. At that point, he would buy in at the bottom, accumulating enough shares before initiating a rally. He could scarcely believe that a mere small retail investor could possibly withstand him. Watching the stock price gradually decline, Lang Ning smirked with satisfaction. He intended to ensure his opponent's demise was swift and merciless. Upon contemplating this, he placed an additional 10,000 buy orders, as if he were determined to crush his opponent under the weight of dark clouds. This Lang Ning had truly lost his sanity, adding yet another 10,000 sell orders. Jie Yujing felt a surge of urgency. The securities company had just sent another notice for additional margin. She was required to inject 5 million before the market closed, or she risked forced liquidation. But where could she possibly procure such funds at this moment? Lin Yibai? If the stock price were to decline by just one more percentage point, the securities firm would bypass any further notification and proceed directly to liquidation. What to do? Jie Yujing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It seemed as though misfortune clung to her. Whatever she touched turned to loss. Zhu Fubao had gone bankrupt due to her trading, and now, with Lin Yibai placing such trust in her and allowing her to manage the trades, they were once more teetering on the brink of collapse. This was a torment beyond measure. A pair of warm hands rested on her shoulder. Do not fret. You have already disseminated the information. Feedback will arrive shortly. Allow the news to circulate a little longer. I have a premonition that there will be an upward surge today. Lin Yibai's words had a calming effect, soothing Jie Yujing's anxieties significantly. For reasons unknown, there was an inherent trust in Lin Yibai's words that inspired confidence. She casually glanced at the market, and to her surprise, a flicker of joy ignited within her. The trading volume had surged, indicating that someone was accumulating shares at the bottom. The news was having its effect. Lin Yibai observed the market as well, and indeed, the trading volume had unexpectedly increased moments ago. This was a clear sign of accumulation at the bottom. The stock price had halted its descent, showing signs of stabilization and even beginning to pivot upwards. Funds have entered the market, ensuring our safety. Jie Yujing let out a sigh of relief. In the securities trading hall, on the prestigious trading podium, Long Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. He too discerned the signs of someone accumulating shares at the bottom. Hastily checking, he discovered that it was not a retail investor, but rather external capital that had begun to accumulate shares at the bottom. Despite his aggressive trading tactics, his experience was substantial. He rushed to withdraw all his sell orders, but it was too late. A significant influx of funds suddenly surged in, clearing his 10,000 sell orders at the bottom. It was evident that large capital had entered the market. He realized that someone had set their sights on Guoxin technology, and it was now impossible to suppress the stock price any further. He reversed his position and began to buy heavily. However, it was too late. The stock price surged rapidly, while sell orders dwindled. The price of Guoxin technology officially began to rise. Long Ning slapped himself hard. Due to his impulsiveness, he had lost several tens of thousands of shares. This would greatly impact his final profit. Suddenly, he sensed a frenzy of activity in the trading hall, knowing instinctively that this was a sign of a significant market movement. Chapter 32. The suspicious locksmith Long Ning had been so engrossed that he had failed to notice the changes in the hall. He raised his head to observe the thronging crowd, uncertain of what had transpired. His assistant rushed over, breathless, and exclaimed, "The latest news just in. The content of the National Economic Work Conference has been released, and the government plans to invest heavily in the chip industry to support domestic chip manufacturing. Currently, stocks related to chips have experienced significant surges. Is this news genuine? And why has it not been reported officially? It appears to be mere hearsay, yet it aligns with the general expectations." Long Ning, with a furrowed brow, sank into his seat, realizing that his pursuit of that retail investor had cost him tens of thousands of shares. Consequently, he now faced a potential loss of several hundred million, perhaps even over $1 billion. This predicament made it increasingly difficult for him to justify the situation to the source of the insider information. After all, possessing first-hand insider knowledge, yet failing to acquire sufficient shares at the bottom was a grave misstep on his part. Meanwhile, the Space Exploration Company was in a state of jubilation. Just as the stock price began to ascend, Jie Yu swiftly seized the opportunity, deploying her remaining funds and making a full investment. Now, all the capital she could leverage had been invested in Guoxin Technology stocks. With 25 million in funds and a tenfold leverage, she held 250 million in stocks. She had taken a significant step closer to realizing a profit of 3 billion. What was most exhilarating was that just before the market closed, official news was released, which remarkably mirrored the false information disseminated by Lin Yibai. The government announced a 100 billion investment to support the chip industry and would place substantial orders with domestic chip manufacturers over the next year. As soon as the news of government investment in chips broke, nearly all chip-related stocks were set to soar at least twofold. Moreover, the executives of Guoxin Technology would undoubtedly leverage this momentum to release insider information in the coming days. Otherwise, they would be deemed utterly foolish. Based on these calculations, Guoxin Technology is poised for a protracted period of limit upsurges, initiating a path of explosive growth. At present, the only course of action is to exercise patience. Await the ascent of the stock price from the teens to the hundreds, at which point, commence the divestment. May 8th. Director Tian Daong of the Mine Expropriation Office in Huji Town, Yinjiang City, regarded the roster in his hand, his countenance a mask of fury. All 8 without question? Chang Zhonglin, head of the security team, appeared somewhat dejected. Originally, a state-owned enterprise claimed exemption from the upgrade, but through our discourse, they acquiesced to our proposition. I, in conjunction with personnel from the Safe Company, visited the aforementioned enterprise and indeed discovered no irregularities. It is a legitimate state-owned enterprise, devoid of suspicion. What of the others? Tian Daong inquired, his voice laced with exasperation. I refuse to believe that anyone could directly breach the safes. Chang Zhonglin sighed. There was one potentially dubious case. This company relocated its offices from Yinjiang City to Hanwu City. I personally undertook a visit, only to find that it, too, was a bona fide company, the safe untouched. They assented to the upgrade. I discern no artifice. Are there not 5 private enterprises? What of the remaining 4? Tian Daong pressed, undeterred. I have personally inspected them all. The other 4 have also undergone the upgrade without incident. No anomalies were detected, and the safes remained inviolate. I suspect that this band of thieves procured safes of this model from elsewhere. I have requested from the safe company a list of all national purchases of safes of this model. I intend to conduct a more thorough investigation. Tian Daong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for that. This individual is quite skilled. Tracing any clues will prove futile. You should inquire at the Public Security Bureau and ascertain what progress they've made, striving to extract as much useful information as possible." Understood. Remember, if they withhold information, do not hesitate to exert some pressure. By the way, avoid seeking out Gu Changyun. That old fox will not divulge any information. Instead, approach Ma Yuan. He tends to be more forthcoming. Perhaps treat him to a meal and indulge in a few drinks. You might be able to elicit more valuable insights. Understood. Chang Zhonglin held a deep admiration for Tian Daong. His thoughts were meticulous, and he possessed a keen understanding of human nature. Indeed, there was some useful information to be had. In a drunken stupor, Ma Yuan waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "This is not merely an isolated case of theft. This group not only pilfered your safe, but also robbed a gambling den of its funds. We have information on a suspect, but this individual has vanished." "Oh, what is this person's name?" "I cannot disclose that. I can only share that this suspect was previously a locksmith, and now he has fled." Ma Yuan had this unfortunate tendency. Once intoxicated, his lips became rather loose. "And who runs the underground casino?" "Oh, that would be Lao Ba. He too has gone into hiding." While Ma Yuan's knowledge was limited, it was sufficient for Chang Zhonglin. "Come, let us share another drink." On May 10th, Friday morning, at the office of the Mining Expropriation Office in Heji Town, a locksmith? Upon hearing Chang Zhonglin's account, Tian Daong immediately grasped the crux of the issue. It was unmistakable. Only a locksmith could potentially breach our safe. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he turned to fixate on Chang Zhonglin. "Do you know the suspect's name?" "I do not," came the reply. Ma Yuan refuses to disclose it. "However, this group has also robbed a casino, and the owner is an acquaintance of yours." "Who?" "Old Scar." A smirk danced upon Tian Daong's lips. "Old Scar, indeed an old acquaintance." He instructed, "Keep an eye on things for the next few days. I shall make a trip to the city and have a word with Old Scar. We cannot allow the sheriff to locate these individuals before us. We must act decisively." A glint of malevolence flickered in his gaze. A piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the nation and across the internet. Guoxin Technology had mastered the pivotal technology for crafting 3-nanometer chips, heralding a new era of complete independence in domestic chip development. This announcement coincided with the government's investment of 100 billion yuan to support the domestic chip industry, propelling Guoxin Technology's stock to a firm halt at the daily limit rise. At this juncture, Jie Yujing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the entire Escape from Earth team found themselves devoid of tasks. Their sole responsibility was to patiently await Guoxin Technology's daily 10% increase, watching their 250 million yuan worth of stocks appreciate incrementally. In the office of the president of Starry Sky Exploration Company, Lin Yibai scrutinized Roddy, who had shaved his beard, revealing an appearance that seemed nonchalant, yet bore an underlying vigilance. "You and your brother appear to be markedly different. However, upon becoming acquainted, one realizes the striking similarities between you." Chapter 33, The Suspicious Unmanned Port. Roddy calmly remarked, "Familiar individuals often express such sentiments. You have yet to disclose why the world is approaching its end. Did your brother not inform you? He scarcely speaks before family, only engaging in eloquent discourse with his peers." Lin Yibai was rendered speechless, contemplating the truth of this observation. He had witnessed Luo Feng fervently discussing academic matters with several scientists, yet he remained taciturn in the presence of strangers. To put it succinctly, "I have observed a colossal comet named Bernstein, which is destined to collide with Earth in the coming year, 2031. Humanity is poised to face annihilation. Is it possible that the nation remains oblivious? We surmise that the government is likely aware, which is why they are currently expanding underground cities. However, your brother estimates that the capacity of these constructions will not exceed 1 million individuals. Consequently, a staggering 99.9% of the population will perish in the impending comet impact." Lin Yibai gestured towards the company, stating, "We all belong to that 99.9%. To survive, we must take matters into our own hands. My brother and I have devised a plan to construct our own rocket, enabling us to escape Earth alongside our family and friends." "To where?" Roddy's inquiries were always piercingly astute. "The first option is exorbitantly expensive, requiring a minimum of 100 billion in funding and presents immense challenges. The second option is somewhat less costly. This is the impetus behind our efforts to amass wealth in order to acquire a rocket company. Roddy grinned widely. 100 billion. Are you jesting? Not joking at all. Your brother is quite confident. How about you? I see you as the one in charge. A glimmer of determination flickered in Roddy's eyes as he patted Lin Yibai's shoulder. With that assurance, I shall follow you. By the way, I observed an unmanned port in Central Africa, where vast quantities of construction materials arrive daily, yet not a single soul is present. Is there perhaps a subterranean city being constructed there? Roddy recalled the advanced yet suspicious port he had just left. Lin Yibai appeared taken aback. Is there such an advanced port in Central Africa? Indeed. When our ship departed, I noticed signs of construction amid the mountainous terrain. Furthermore, the abundance of construction materials being unloaded at the docks leads me to believe it must be for a project of significant scale, such as an underground city. It could be possible, Lin Yibai acknowledged, feeling a hint of unease. However, he could not pinpoint what was amiss. After all, a subterranean city ought to be built discreetly. Otherwise, the public might swarm the area, causing considerable complications. It's plausible that this could be a subterranean city constructed by the United Nations, thus chosen for its secrecy and impoverished setting. My suggestion is, if we cannot manufacture the rocket, we should head there. Agreed. If we truly cannot succeed in the rocket endeavor, that will be our last refuge. May 11th, Jianyang City. Inside a dilapidated building, Old Scar eyed the corpulent Tian Daong warily, asking, Tian Daong, weren't you supposed to have cleaned up your act and come ashore? What brings you to visit your brother? Tian Daong cleared the items from the sofa and sat down heavily, tossing a pack of cigarettes to Dashin. Brother, I need to speak with Laoba in private. Dashin glanced at Laoba, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He opened the cigarette box, took one out, and left the room, closing the door behind him. What is the matter? So secretive, Laoba remarked, his eyes filled with wariness. He felt as if he were a startled bird, constantly evading the pursuit of the constable. Tian Daong, having long since turned his life around years ago, had no further connections with Laoba. The sudden visit from Tian Daong made him uneasy. I've heard you've been running a gambling den? Tian Daong inquired lazily. Laoba's muscles tensed instantly. Who told you that? A constable has been investigating your case, particularly the incident at Qinglong Bay where you were robbed in a black market deal, Tian Daong replied. Laoba's expression shifted, his body became rigid, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to cause you trouble. The gang that robbed you also stole from my safe. Tian Daong's gaze sharpened dangerously. Only then did Laoba relax. It seems what you lost was certainly more than 200,000. Indeed, Tian Daong's expression darkened, his voice gritting through clenched teeth. We have a common enemy. Laoba let out a bitter laugh. And we can't rely on the constable to apprehend them. We must take matters into our own hands. Exactly. If the constable gets to them first, both of us are finished. Tian Daong turned to Laoba. I trust you have some leads. Affirmative. Having glanced at the photograph, which depicted a rather unsavory-looking young man, Tian Daong inquired, is this the mastermind or merely an accomplice? An accomplice, came the reply. The principal is quite handsome and of considerable height, though I possess no image of him. Nevertheless, upon encountering him, I am certain I would recognize him. Stay in touch. Tian Daong deposited the photograph into his pocket, then turned and strode towards the exit. Once Tian Daong had departed, Dasha hastily slipped in, asking, Boss, what's the background of this brother Tian? May 12th, Hanwu City Business Building. Luo D entered the Starry Sky Exploration Company's premises. He feigned nonchalance, yet a keen observer would discern his eyes darting about, scrutinizing every individual present. Upon entering Lin Yibai's office, Luo D settled onto the sofa and inquired, What is my assignment? We require a specialist to manage unforeseen incidents, ensuring the seamless execution of our Escape from Earth initiative, Lin Yibai stated. Understood. My task is to thwart any potential impediments to our grand scheme, safeguarding the mission's success, correct? Luo D appeared relieved. Precisely. We may have inadvertently alerted the Bureau of Public Security and certain factions. These constitute latent threats, Lin Yibai explained. Above all, I wish to avoid a recurrence of the Zhang Libriang's ex-wife incident. Very well. He gazed upward, adding, First order of business. Install surveillance in all the offices. Chapter 34. The first pot of gold, acquired. Following a series of limit-up sessions, Cortec has emerged as a new speculative stock. Its share price has nearly doubled from just over 10 yuan. The value of Lin Yibai's holdings has surged from 250 million to over 400 million, giving him his first real taste of affluence. While still short of the 3 billion target, the stock's bullish momentum suggests it is within reach. The acquisition of Aero Technology is set to commence, yet unbeknownst to Lin Yibai, peril is drawing near. Inside the office of Tian Daong, the director of the mining requisition office in Huji Town, two photographs lay on the desk. They depicted Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing. This one, Tian Daong said, indicating Feng Ermao's photo, was provided by Old Scar. He's a former gambler who tried to double-cross the gang. He knows Old Scar well and is familiar with the casino's layout, making him a likely mastermind. Tian Daong's finger then pointed to Zhang Libuing's photo. This is from my contacts within the Municipal Public Security Bureau. His name is Zhang Libuing, nicknamed Shorty. He served time for theft and is now a suspect in our case, with an internal warrant issued for his arrest. We must locate these two before the Public Security Bureau does, or our illicit funds will be exposed. Tian Daong handed the photos to Chang Zhonglin. Make multiple copies and have people search everywhere to find their hiding place. Chang Zhonglin picked up the photos, scrutinizing them intently. His gaze gradually focused upon the photograph of Zhang Libuing. After a protracted silence, he finally uttered, "Director, I believe I have encountered this young man before." Tian Daong's eyes sharpened with intensity. He gently urged Chang Zhonglin onto the sofa, saying, "Compose yourself. Deliberate meticulously. Where precisely did you see him? Could it have been during one of your visits with the safe deposit company personnel for upgrades, perhaps at a certain establishment?" Prompted by Tian Daong's suggestion, Chang Zhonglin snapped his fingers in sudden recollection. Indeed, it was at a company. I recall being struck by him. He was of modest stature, with a somewhat unrefined appearance, hardly resembling a typical office worker, more like a rustic individual. I remember pondering how such a person could have attained a white-collar position. Chang Zhonglin briskly perused the documents in his grasp, then pointed to a name on one of the pages, stating, "It was at this entity, Starlight Exploration Corporation. They relocated here from Yinjiang City just last month." Tian Daong, in a surge of elation, waved his hand emphatically. Once he had regained his composure, he spoke through gritted teeth. "No wonder we were unable to locate them in Yinjiang. They had absconded to Hanwu City. Summon all of our brethren. The time has come to put our long-prepared forces to use. It is time for your comrades to execute their purpose." June 28th, Hanwu City Business Tower. Xie Yujing deliberately placed her hand upon the mouse, her gaze shifting towards Lin Yibai, her emotions palpable. Everything has been liquidated. After deducting financing costs and various taxes, our principal has reached 28 billion. The shadows that had clouded Xie Yujing's heart began to dissipate, replaced by a glimmer of hope. It is conceivable that from this juncture onward, Xie Yujing emerged from the shadows that had enveloped her spirit, for she had unequivocally validated her worth. Lin Yibai's gaze, imbued with affability, rested upon Xie Yujing's countenance. While the accumulation of 28 billion is noteworthy, my paramount concern lies in your disposition. It is gratifying to witness your liberation from the Umbra. Subsequently, Lin Yibai declared, exhaling deeply, "We shall embark upon the acquisition of Aero Technology. Only through the procurement of Aero Technology and the commencement of rocket construction can we genuinely initiate the process of self-preservation." The stock price of Guoxin Technology, following a consecutive month of limit-up trading, had appreciated more than tenfold, thereby affording Lin Yibai his initial fortune. Although the stock price would likely continue its ascent until the lifting of the major shareholders' restricted shares, at which point fluctuations would ensue, it would nevertheless remain elevated. However, Lin Yibai could not afford to tarry. He was compelled to liquidate 20 billion to embark upon his ambitious plan to acquire Aero Technology. The deadline for Aero Technology's bankruptcy reorganization was fast approaching, and further procrastination would preclude any opportunity. Only through the acquisition of Aero Technology could the manufacture of rockets commence, thereby signifying the true commencement of self-preservation. Retain 300 million for continued trading, Lin Yibai instructed, and I shall take the remaining 25 billion. 300 million will suffice. I am confident in my ability to generate substantial profits. Xie Yujing responded with exuberance, her entire being radiating vitality and confidence, a stark contrast to her initial despondency. The lifting of the major shareholders' restricted shares would inevitably induce fluctuations in the stock price. A true virtuoso would capitalize on this juncture with repeated maneuvers, amassing a considerable fortune. Furthermore, when the fabricated news unravels in August, It will precipitate another substantial market movement, allowing me to profit from a short position. I am confident of accruing another billion. Feng Ermao and Zhang Liebing exchanged glances, as if experiencing a dream. Previously, even earning tens of thousands was an arduous task. Now, hundreds of millions materialize with such ease, resembling a figment of imagination. Feng Ermao, is our tender document prepared? I shall review it once more before submitting it in a few days, stated, his pace brisk. Before that, we have much to accomplish. Not a moment can be squandered. June 29th. A hotel in Beijing. An annual commendation convention of the Industrial Bureau is about to commence. The primary attendees are the leaders of various industrial groups. The director of the Industrial Bureau, as a leading figure in the industry, will also be present to bestow awards upon the recipients. The security measures for the convention are moderately stringent. Every attendee must possess a convention-specific participation certificate to enter the venue. Similarly, media personnel must have an interview permit to gain access. However, none of this poses an impediment to. In the corridor, Zhang Liebing unlocked a room belonging to a participating delegate in a mere minute. Another minute later, he emerged with 2 convention participation certificates in hand. Subsequently, he proceeded to another room, and within a few minutes, he procured an interview permit. With utmost discretion, Zhang Liebing furtively passed a conference pass and a press pass to Lin Yibai and Feng Ermao. He then nonchalantly exited the hotel, entered a waiting automobile, and handed the remaining conference pass to Luo D. Chapter 35, Clandestine Endeavor Accomplished. Securing a press pass and 2 conference passes. Zhang Liebing found himself in a state of vexation. Pray tell, he mused, why am I deemed unfit to impersonate a journalist? Why must Feng Ermao assume this role? Your countenance bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a transgressor. Were I a member of the security detail, I would undoubtedly subject you to heightened scrutiny, thereby increasing the likelihood of your deception being exposed, Luo D retorted, eliciting a mere eye roll from Zhang Liebing. Undeterred, Zhang Liebing scrutinized his visage in the rearview mirror. I dare say my countenance is not displeasing. At the very least, it surpasses Feng Ermao's in comeliness. Your physiognomy is not the primary concern. Rather, it is your comportment. Luo D countered as he alighted from the vehicle. Your gait exudes an air of furtiveness. Were I an inspection officer, I would promptly subject you to interrogation. Await my return here. I shall proceed to assist them. The Industrial Bureau's annual commendation ceremony was held within the conference hall on the ground floor. The majority of the entrepreneurs had already entered the premises. At that juncture, a business vehicle came to a halt, and Fu Songrong, the director of the Industrial Bureau, alighted from the vehicle, accompanied by several staff members, and proceeded toward the conference hall. Luo D, mingling with the throng, approached the hotel entrance, where he promptly espied Lin Yibai and Feng Ermao patiently awaiting his arrival. The two exchanged a subtle glance with Luo D. The group then discreetly trailed behind the assembly, making their way toward the entrance of the venue. This time, Lin Yibai's purpose was not to attend the conference, but to capitalize on the publicity, to acquire aerotechnology. Mere financial resources are insufficient. The establishment of Starry Sky Exploration Company is too recent, less than 3 months. Using Starry Sky Exploration Company's qualifications to acquire aerotechnology evidently lacks competitiveness. This acquisition of aerotechnology is not exclusive to Starry Sky Exploration Company. Several other conglomerates have also expressed keen interest and submitted substantial offers. To distinguish himself from these competitors, Lin Yibai must not only rely on money but also enhance his reputation to inspire confidence. The objective of this endeavor is to leverage the fame of the Industrial Bureau Director General to augment his own renown. Director Fu, please sign here for a photo opportunity. The hostess guided the Industrial Bureau Director General towards the signature wall. Fu Songrong received the pen from the hostess and inscribed his signature on the wall with flourish before returning it. The reporters snapped numerous photographs, completing the procedure. Next, he was scheduled to enter the venue and formally participate in the conference. At that moment, Roddy retrieved an item from his pocket and brandished it aloft. Lin Yibai gestured to Feng Ermao, the imposter reporter, in the crowd. Feng Ermao nodded, indicating his readiness. Suddenly, Roddy parted the crowd, holding the item and rushing towards Fu Songrong. Director Fu, I am reporting the inaction of the director of the Yinjiang City Industrial Bureau. I implore. The man was tall and burly, with considerable strength, enabling him to surge through the crowd and towards the signature wall. The security guard, who had just relaxed, was suddenly jolted awake as several guards rushed over to intercept Roddy, pulling him away from the venue. Due to Roddy's actions, there was not a single guard left by Fu Songrong's side. Observing that the plan was proceeding smoothly, Lin Yibai adjusted his suit and tie, and without any obstruction, he swiftly approached the signing wall. He extended his hand toward Fu Songrong with a smile and said, "Director Fu, it is a pleasure to see you again." Fu Songrong appeared somewhat puzzled. He did not recall having met this young man before, yet out of social courtesy, he also smiled and extended his hand to shake Lin Yibai's. Feng Ermao hastily pressed the shutter, capturing the moment with a flurry of clicks. The guards had been drawn away by Roddy, and although the hostess felt that Lin Yibai's actions were inappropriate, she found herself unable to intervene. Lin Yibai was entirely unreserved. Not only did he grasp Fu Songrong's hand, but he also engaged in overly friendly gestures, laughing heartily, making fist gestures, and even draping an arm over Fu Songrong's shoulder. Feng Ermao seized this rare opportunity, snapping photos rapidly. An assistant hurriedly approached, whispering, "Director Fu, who is this?" Fu Songrong shook his head, replying, "I cannot recall. He must be an entrepreneur attending the conference." The assistant, apologetically, said, "There was a commotion earlier, and the security did not notice this person's arrival. My apologies, Director Fu." Fu Songrong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. However, do keep an eye on this individual and ascertain his background." Outside the hotel, Lin Yibai and Feng Ermao quickly entered the car, and Roddy started the engine, speeding away. "How did it go?" Lin Yibai turned his gaze towards Feng Ermao, exuding confidence. "Assuredly, there will be no issues. Please, cast your eyes upon the photographs and ascertain their quality." Feng Ermao promptly accessed the images stored within the camera, disseminating them for perusal among Lin Yibai and Zhang Libing. "Splendid," Lin Yibai exclaimed with fervor. "Continue forth. Our subsequent objective is none other than Jeff Bezos, the preeminent magnate of the world. It is imperative that we capture a photograph immortalizing the moment of our handshake." With a swiftness akin to a wisp of smoke, the automobile accelerated, vanishing amidst the throngs of humanity. Deep within the verdant, undulating mountains of Binjiang District, a pivotal hub in southwest China's Yinjiang city, a procession of heavy-duty, heavily laden trucks rumbled into a clandestine aperture, indicative of a monumental construction endeavor underway. Not far removed, another concealed opening disgorged a steady stream of similarly burdened trucks. Yet these behemoths bore heterogeneous stones of varying dimensions. Their ascent was arduous, each vehicle laboring under its immense burden. Aerial drones maintained a vigilant vigil, overseeing the proceedings below. It was evident that this significant undertaking was shielded by stringent security measures. Should one bear witness to this spectacle, astonishment would undoubtedly ensue. For each of these colossal trucks operated autonomously, devoid of human occupants. The ascendancy of artificial intelligence had reached a zenith, enabling unmanned construction operations. July 5th, Taiping County, Shiyuan Province. A domestic luxury sedan materialized upon the thoroughfare, eliciting discerning glances from those in the know. Such vehicles are typically reserved for dignitaries of considerable import. Ergo, it could be inferred that a personage of consequence occupied its interior. Yet, unbeknownst to onlookers, the vehicle harbored not a grandee, but rather Lin Yibai and Luo Feng. Among others, it served as an impeccable symbol of status, befitting their aspirations. Indeed, it is Rocket City. Promotional posters throughout the entire city are related to rockets. Looking at the dilapidated advertisements along the roadside, Lin Yibai observed their age, indicating that the county once took pride in rocket manufacturing, but its fortunes had recently declined. There is no scarcity of private rocket manufacturing companies in the nation. Over a decade ago, a wave of investment enthusiasm was sparked. Certain private rocket manufacturing companies even achieved commendable feats, attaining the point of launching 2 satellites with a single rocket. They had already commenced accepting domestic and international satellite launch orders. Chapter 36. The abandoned rocket launch-based domestic private rocket manufacturing companies generally pursue one of 2 paths. One involves manufacturing solely satellite launch vehicles, primarily to undertake private satellite launch services. The other focuses on manned flights, mainly for the purpose of interstellar tourism. However, in the face of the outstanding achievements of interstellar travel companies abroad, they are quite sluggish. This has resulted in a large number of rocket companies collapsing and going bankrupt. Aerotechnology is one of them. Ahead is the county government, the driver said, pointing forward. "Shall I stop outside or drive in?" "Drive in." Lin Yibai, impeccably dressed in a suit, appeared in the Taiping County Government Office. The asset restructuring tender for Aero Technology was being overseen by the county government. The Aero Technology Asset Restructuring Review Team was personally led by the Taiping County Magistrate and jointly composed of several departments of Taiping County, together with the original team members of Aero Technology. Aero Technology was once the pride of Taiping County. After all, not every county can build rockets. However, as the manufacturing of rockets continues to face significant challenges and remains uncommercialized, Aero Technology is gradually descending into decline. Presently, it is plagued by a severe lack of funds, forced to rely on bankruptcy restructuring for survival. The most pressing concern for the county government is that Aero Technology has incurred substantial loans, many of which are now overdue. Should they fail to repay these debts, the bankruptcy of Aero Technology would merely be a minor issue, as the stability of the county's key leadership members would also be jeopardized. Currently, Aero Technology has not disbursed salaries for 6 months, with over half of its workshops idled. The company is severely insolvent. Had it not been for the continuous financial subsidies from the county, it would have long since faced bankruptcy. This burden is one that the county is eager to shed. Nevertheless, for Lin Yibai and Luo Feng, Aero Technology presents the most promising opportunity. Lin Yibai is determined to provide funding to propel Aero Technology towards rapid development, with a singular objective: to manufacture a rocket and escape Earth within a year and a half. Securing Aero Technology is essential to commence the rocket construction. I inquired earlier, and 5 entities have submitted bids to acquire Aero Technology, Luo Feng remarked quietly, trailing behind Lin Yibai. Lin Yibai furrowed his brow, pondering. Such a faltering enterprise still attracts so much interest? Some are drawn to Aero Technology's land, while others seek its skilled workers. Each has their own motives. Luo Feng continued softly as they walked. Upon entering the office, Lin Yibai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Is Director Zhao available? A man behind the desk lifted his head and responded, I am he. How may I assist you? Lin Yibai strode confidently towards Director Zhao's desk, clad in an exquisite suit, effortlessly capturing the attention of several women in the office. I am Lin Yibai, chairman of the Stargazing Exploration Company. We have sent you a message regarding our intention to acquire Aero Technology. Here is our letter of intent. With a graceful flourish, Lin Yibai presented the document, turning to offer a charming smile to the captivated women. The office buzzed with animated chatter among the ladies. Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yibai had a penchant for such theatrics, yet they proved effective at times. With his handsome visage, gentle smile, and refined demeanor, Lin Yibai naturally attracted admiration from women. Very well, I will register you. The day after tomorrow, we will hold a presentation at the county auditorium, where you will need to conduct a roadshow to discuss your pricing and future development trends, Director Zhao said with a beaming smile. The interest in Aero Technology had drawn the pursuit of 5 conglomerates, a development that surprised everyone. Among them, 2 presented sincere offers, with Stargazing Exploration Company being one of them. Director Zhao was also favorably impressed by Lin Yibai, who exuded a sense of maturity beyond his years, embodying youthful vigor. Perhaps under Lin Yibai's stewardship, Aero Technology could truly experience a renaissance. Suddenly, a man in the room interjected, Stargazing Exploration Company? I've never heard of it. However, I suggest you don't waste your time. Aero Technology is as good as ours. Our offer is beyond your reach. Lin Yibai sensed the formidable aura emanating from the other party, and he inquired in a low voice, Who are you? This left Lin Yibai and Luo Feng exchanging glances, both acutely aware that this man was not merely boasting. The strength of the Huanya Group was indeed beyond their comparison. From the very outset, this acquisition endeavor had been fraught with difficulties. On July 6th, during the afternoon, the vehicle traversed the vast plateau, stirring up a cloud of dust. The road was reasonably well constructed. However, due to a lack of maintenance, the surface was covered in dust. As the car sped along, dust billowed into the air, making the swiftly moving vehicle resemble a dragon soaring through the clouds. Look, the launch pad! Luo Feng exclaimed with a surge of excitement. Lin Yibai also spotted it. In the scorching sun, a colossal launch pad loomed in the distance. It appeared quite magnificent. Yet, as they drew nearer, a sense of nostalgia washed over them. The grandeur was merely an illusion. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the launch pad, due to neglect, was riddled with rust. In some areas, damage was even visible. A panel on a cooling tower hung precariously, swaying in the fierce winds of the plateau, presenting a scene of desolation. It was clear that constructing this launch tower must have entailed a significant investment. Now, however, it lay abandoned, which was undeniably regrettable. When the vehicle came to a halt, the originally imposing and powerful car appeared diminutive, akin to a toy, in comparison to the towering rocket launch pad. Luo Feng exited the vehicle and crouched down to inspect the track's grooves. The rails had rusted, indicating that nothing had traversed this path for at least over a year. What purpose does the track serve? Feng Ermao inquired with curiosity. Lin Yibai gestured towards a colossal warehouse behind them. That is the rocket assembly workshop. Once the rockets are assembled, they will be towed by a mechanical vehicle to the launch pad for secure placement. The track, therefore, is for transporting the rockets. He sighed. This indicates that Aero Technology has not utilized this track, nor launched any rockets, for over a year. This company seems somewhat unreliable, and the pressure on us is immense. Luo Feng had already approached the towering launch pad. He reached out to touch the iron frame, which was covered in rust, and scraped it with his fingernail, revealing the original metal beneath. Lin Yibai spat. That's a relief. Otherwise, our efforts would be in vain. We are all insignificant figures, and our only path to survival is through relentless effort. Mars will be our only chance of survival. Feng Ermao followed Luo Feng's gesture, but saw nothing. Lin Yibai said disdainfully, Ermao, don't listen to him. He's pointing in the wrong direction. Mars is to the south. Feng Ermao rolled his eyes at Luo Feng. Are you really a professor? Chapter 37. Harsh Reality, July 7th. Taiping County Auditorium. A presentation was underway. Lin Yibai and Luo Feng were also in attendance, representing the Starry Sky Exploration Company. Following the county leaders' speeches, the 5 companies proceeded with their roadshows. Starry Sky Exploration Company was scheduled last. After the presentations of the first 3 companies concluded, Lin Yibai and Luo Feng felt little in the way of emotion. Compared to the Starry Sky Exploration Company, the bids and development proposals from these firms lacked any discernible advantage. However, as the 4th company commenced its presentation, a palpable tension enveloped Lin Yibai and Luo Feng. This company, Huanya Group, is a venerable enterprise with a formidable background. It is rumored that the chairman maintains extensive connections with high-ranking officials. Most crucially, the bid presented by this enterprise was nothing short of astonishing. Aero Technology's external offer started at $1 billion, with an intended price of $20 billion. The preceding 3 companies had all proposed bids in the range of $10 billion, failing to surpass Starry Sky Exploration's offer. In stark contrast, Huanya Group's bid was a staggering $50 billion. This singular fact overshadowed the other companies and eclipsed the $20 billion proposal from Starry Sky Exploration. Upon the revelation of Huanya Group's bid, members of the review panel began to murmur amongst themselves, with several county officials visibly elated. If Huanya Group were indeed to invest $50 billion, it would be akin to a windfall for the Taiping County government. Not only would Aero Technology's entire debt be settled, but there would also be a surplus, an unexpected boon for the county leaders. Luo Feng, unable to contain his anxiety, exclaimed, Lin Yibai, what should we do? We cannot possibly secure $50 billion. If we fail to acquire Aero Technology, finding another suitable rocket company will prove challenging. Lin Yibai maintained a stoic expression, his mind racing with thoughts. After a moment, he replied, money is not the sole bargaining chip. During my speech, I will recalibrate our focus. Furthermore, we must engage in some subtle maneuvers if we are to achieve victory. Luo Feng adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. I am inclined to follow your lead. You possess far greater expertise in this matter. Luo Feng was acutely aware of Lin Yibai's remarkable intellect, consistently capable of devising astonishing strategies. This time, he harbored confidence in Lin Yibai's abilities. However, he found himself at a loss regarding how Lin Yibai would navigate this predicament. After all, $50 billion dwarfs $20 billion by a staggering $30 billion, a sum not to be taken lightly. After the presentation by Huanya Group, their representatives cast a disdainful glance towards Lin Yibai's direction, their intentions unmistakably provocative. Their gaze was replete with arrogance and hubris, clearly indicating their determination to seize Aero Technology. This ignited Lin Yibai's fighting spirit. A defining trait of Lin Yibai is his audacity. He is one who knowingly ventures into perilous territory, unafraid of any authority. Otherwise, he would not be so single-mindedly devoted to rocket development, even at the risk of legal infractions. The representatives from the other 3 companies rose and departed the venue, evidently aware of their inability to compete with Huanya Group. The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense. The county mayor of Taiping, Zhong Pingan, inquired, Have the representatives from the Stargazing Exploration Company arrived? Lin Yibai adjusted his attire with a flourish and stood elegantly, waving towards the stage. Zhang Ping'an nodded slightly. I am uncertain if you wish to address the assembly, given that I have observed the departure of the representatives from the other three companies. The head of Huanya Group offered Lin Yibai a contemptuous smile, remarking, perhaps it is unnecessary. I posit that our terms and conditions are unparalleled by any other corporation. This assertion, imbued with both pride and provocation, was not perceived as arrogance by the review panel, for the financial proposal tendered by the Huanya Group did, in fact, substantially eclipse those of its competitors. The consortium had perused the prospectus submitted by the Starcraft Exploration Company, whose bid, though respectable at $2 billion, paled in comparison to that of the Huanya Group. Disregarding the representative of the Huanya Group, Lin Yibai proceeded directly to the podium and projected his PowerPoint presentation. Esteemed colleagues, he began, you may find the Huanya Group's valuation enticing. However, I must assert that our proposition is even more alluring. This declaration elicited widespread astonishment. County Magistrate Zhang Ping'an inquired, Chairman Lin, is not your valuation set at $2 billion? Are you contemplating an increment? The Huanya Group's representative immediately demurred, stating, it is untenable to arbitrarily amend a valuation. Such conduct would be deemed imprudent. Our valuations are the product of exhaustive deliberation and multifaceted validation. We cannot proffer a figure capriciously, as it would be neither diligent nor empirically sound. This declaration resonated with the review panel, who nodded in agreement. They believed that the acquisition of a major corporation is not akin to an auction, where one can simply raise the bid. Rather, it entails the stewardship of a vast enterprise with tens of thousands of employees, necessitating meticulous validation and precise analysis to arrive at an equitable valuation. To alter a valuation flippantly would indicate a lack of due diligence on the part of the corporation. In such circumstances, no matter how high the offer, it is improbable that the review committee would grant approval and consent. Lin Yibai remained unfazed. He opened the presentation and stated, the price is merely one aspect of the equation. To my knowledge, the reason Huanya Group is willing to present such a lofty bid is primarily due to their interest in the land held by Aero Technology. They intend to utilize this land for upscale commercial development, which justifies their investment of $50 billion. This statement elicited subtle nods of agreement from the members of the review committee. It was evident that Huanya Group was engaged in real estate development. The purpose behind their acquisition of Aero Technology was clear. The head of Huanya Group interjected, do not tell me that you also aspire to develop this land for high-end projects. Our group has over 30 years of experience in upscale real estate. Such premium properties can only be fully utilized and developed under our stewardship. It is akin to the same fish. A Michelin-starred chef can create a dish worth thousands, while a street vendor can produce a meal worth no more than 100. Most importantly, your company, Stargazer Exploration, has only been established for a mere 3 months and lacks even the qualifications for real estate development, does it not? Following this remark, the review committee members nodded frequently, evidently in agreement with the head of Huanya Group. Luo Feng felt a surge of anxiety. The current situation appeared to be an insurmountable dilemma. What solutions could Lin Yibai possibly propose? Stargazer Exploration did not even possess the qualifications for real estate development. How could they navigate this predicament? Luo Feng sensed that Aero Technology was slipping from their grasp. Chapter 38. A speech of deception. Lin Yibai remained composed as he spoke. Indeed, our Stargazer Exploration Company has a brief history, yet this does not signify a lack of capability. He pressed the page-turning button, and a photograph appeared on the large screen. It depicted a moment of close interaction between Lin Yibai and Fu Songrong, a carefully chosen image. In the photo, Lin Yibai playfully punched Fu Songrong's shoulder, who wore a broad smile in return. From this image alone, one would assume that the two individuals shared a deep familiarity, explaining their affectionate gesture. While the others were unfazed, the expression of County Chief Zhang Ping'an shifted dramatically. Unlike the others, Zhang Ping'an recognized Fu Songrong, the director of the National Industrial Bureau and a titan of the national industry. The intimacy displayed in the photograph implied that Lin Yibai possessed a remarkably powerful background. Though Zhang Ping'an had never heard of Lin Yibai prior, he was aware that some members of hidden families, much like Lin Yibai, remained obscure until they emerged as giants. This revelation sparked a sense of curiosity regarding Lin Yibai's origins. After all, it was no small feat for a company that had only been established for 3 months to attempt an acquisition of Aero Technology. Lin Yibai did not linger on the photograph for long. He was keenly observant of Zhong Ping'an's reaction. Should Zhong Ping'an remain unaware, he would elucidate Fu Songrong's identity. However, Zhong Ping'an's countenance had betrayed his recognition of Fu Songrong, thus rendering any expatiation on my part superfluous. Therefore, I depressed the page turn key, whereupon a second photograph materialized. The duration of this image's display was likewise brief, for the individual depicted was universally known, Bezos, the world's preeminent plutocrat. The evident cordiality between Lin Yibai and Bezos illuminated a certain truth for all present. Lin Yibai was a person of considerable consequence. An individual capable of such rapport with the world's wealthiest man could scarcely be an inconsequential figure. After several successive photographs, Lin Yibai ultimately selected a final image. The visages in the preceding photographs were familiar to some, yet unknown to others. Regardless, Lin Yibai offered no elucidation, allowing them to pass without comment. It was only upon reaching the final photograph that Lin Yibai commenced his explanation. Does anyone here recognize the venerable gentleman in this photograph? A collective headshaking ensued. Lin Yibai had refrained from explaining the individuals in the preceding photographs, partly to avoid any semblance of ostentation, which might have aroused suspicion. Therefore, he had simply allowed them to pass without deliberate explanation, striving to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, as if they were of no import. However, this final individual warranted an explanation. This is academician Wu Daoyu, our nation's eminent rocket scientist. A wave of enlightenment washed over the assembly. Wu Daoyu was a renowned national expert in rocket propulsion and currently the principal mentor and target of Luo Feng's entreaties. This photograph had been arranged by Luo Feng, capturing Lin Yibai and Wu Daoyu together. The reason I have shared the photograph of academician Wu Daoyu is that our stargazing exploration company has engaged him as an expert and consultant for our current merger. This statement instantly piqued the immense interest of individuals such as Zhong Ping'an. Furthermore, Lin Yibai's recent maneuver was exceedingly astute. Had he chosen to flaunt his associations with figures like Fu Songrong and Bezos, it would likely have provoked disdain, perceived as a deliberate display of ostentation. People tend to resist such displays. It is a curious truth of the world that those who possess less often feel compelled to boast about it. This sentiment was especially evident in Zhong Ping'an's skepticism, doubting the closeness of Lin Yibai's relationships with Fu Songrong and Bezos, suspecting them to be mere facades. Yet, Lin Yibai skillfully brushed past this, directing the focus toward academician Wu Daoyu, indicating that his true concern lay with individuals of such standing. My assertion that our offer surpasses that of Huanya Group is not without foundation. It is substantiated. Observing that he had captivated his audience, Lin Yibai commenced his address. We do not intend to engage in real estate development. For, should we, like Huanya Group, terminate the original rocket project of Aero Technology, we would be casting tens of thousands of its employees into unemployment. The societal upheaval caused by such a wave of joblessness is something we can all comprehend. This statement elicited nods of agreement from Mayor Zhong Ping'an and other officials. The influx of tens of thousands of unemployed individuals into society represents a multitude of potential crises, poised to detonate and precipitate various societal tribulations. This is a matter of grave concern for all. The introduction of aero technology has, in effect, augmented Taiping County with tens of thousands of employment opportunities. The launch of a rocket is not merely the function of a simple factory. It encompasses a spectrum of industries, including the fuselage, propulsion systems, electronic components, fairings, heat shields, and coatings, among others. Aero Technology, upon its commencement, did not aspire to be a mere assembly plant, but harbored ambitious designs to indigenously produce all components, from the propulsion system to the smallest screw. The intent was to manufacture everything independently. This necessitated substantial investment and a protracted period of research, development, and expansion. It was this very ambition that led to the rupture of the financial chain, culminating in the necessity of bankruptcy. Our acquisition of Aero Technology will not result in the closure of any factory, nor the dismissal of any employee. On the contrary, we intend to recruit an additional 20,000 workers. Upon hearing this declaration, County Chief Zhong Ping'an and the members of the review panel were deeply moved. Their primary concern was the placement of the unemployed. If these workers could be retained without redundancy, it would constitute the optimal solution, even more compelling than financial incentives. The deputy county chief in charge of industry raised his hand, stating, given the obsolescence of Aero Technology's equipment, Maintaining factory operations would necessitate a substantial capital infusion and external orders to sustain them. Do you possess such orders? Lin Yibai smiled, recognizing that the deputy county magistrate's inquiry presented an opportune moment to showcase his capabilities. Regarding orders, he began, this is a primary impetus behind our acquisition of aerotechnology. We have secured a groundbreaking technology from academician Wu Daoyu, poised to generate orders exceeding 10 billion in value. This also factors into our need for recruitment. His declaration incited a renewed fervor within the assembly, with attendees engaging in animated discussions. Zhong Pingyan, maintaining a semblance of composure, remarked, Chairman Lin, much of what you've stated lacks substantiation. After all, we cannot currently verify these orders, correct? Could you furnish us with concrete details? You mentioned that your offered price surpasses that of Huanya Group. I'm curious as to the extent of this difference. His words tempered the atmosphere of the gathering, focusing the attention of all present upon Lin Yibai. Luo Feng, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, began to feel apprehensive for Lin Yibai. Chapter 39. Lin Yibai's resourcefulness. However, Lin Yibai remained composed and tranquil. Allow me to elaborate, he stated. The representative from Huanya Group is correct in noting that Star Exploration Company does not currently possess the qualifications for real estate development. However, acquiring these qualifications is a straightforward process. We can simply acquire a real estate firm. The Huanya Group representative scoffed. There are numerous real estate developers nationwide. Yet only Huanya Group possesses the expertise to develop high-end real estate and maximize the value of aerotechnology's land. Even with the authorization for real estate development, you might find it challenging to maximize the value of the aerotechnology land. This is undeniable, wouldn't you agree? Mr. Zhong and several county leaders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the assertion made by the head of Huanya Group. The development of high-end real estate is indeed the forte of Huanya Group. Mr. Lin calmly responded, indeed. You possess the capability to develop the aerotechnology land and optimize its value. However, I propose an even more lucrative approach. As the attention of the assembly converged on him, Mr. Lin elaborated, as I mentioned, our primary interest lies in acquiring aerotechnology's equipment, personnel, expertise, and brand. The land itself is of secondary importance to us. Our offer of 2 billion is specifically for the acquisition of aerotechnology, not the land. Mr. Zhong's eyes widened as he comprehended Mr. Lin's proposition. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that aerotechnology could be relocated? Precisely. Given suitable land and compensation from the county, we can relocate aerotechnology post-acquisition, thereby allowing the county to re-auction the original land. At that juncture, it could be sold to Huanya Group for development at a price exceeding 50 billion. This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement, Mr. Lin elucidated. Mr. Luo breathed a sigh of relief, impressed by Mr. Lin's eloquence and mental agility. Is this truly feasible? Mr. Zhong exclaimed, elated. If so, it would indeed be a win-win situation. It is essential to recognize that other companies seeking to acquire aerotechnology are primarily attracted to its land rather than its equipment or personnel. However, Lin Yibai is willing to offer 20 billion solely for the purchase of aerotechnology's equipment and workforce. This remarkably exceeds the bids of other companies. We can relocate. But there is a stipulation. Lin Yibai understands that it is time to reveal his ultimate card. You see, the relocation must occur no sooner than a year and a half from now. Luo Feng excitedly slapped his thigh, finally grasping Lin Yibai's intention. This is a strategic delay. Given a year and a half, the rocket will largely be completed, and the comet will be perilously close to striking the Earth. At that juncture, the value of the land will plummet. It is clear that Lin Yibai has no genuine intention of relocating. This is merely a tactic to buy time. Why? Zhong Pingyan inquired. Because I need time to reassure the workers and to implement necessary upgrades to aerotechnology's equipment. A year and a half is not an excessive demand. Moreover, land appreciates in value over time. Lin Yibai smiled as he shut off the projector. He had conveyed all he needed to, confident that, as long as the review committee is prudent, they will acquiesce to his terms. However, a more prudent plan is required to disseminate the content of today's meeting. The decision-makers in the county may yield to the conditions set by Huanya Group for monetary gain. Yet, the thousands of employees at Aerotechnology will not acquiesce. They all desire stable employment, a job that guarantees them financial security. Once the news is disseminated, these workers will exert immense pressure on the county, and securing a deal with Aerotechnology will be a foregone conclusion. Stepping out of the conference room, Lin Yibai wiped the perspiration from his brow. It must be said that today, as preparations were somewhat lacking, he had not anticipated that Huanya Group would present such a lofty bid. Nevertheless, this was insufficient. He must release the information, allowing the employees of Aero Technology to be aware of his proposal. Taiping County is now colloquially referred to as Rocket County, as the entire county's economy revolves around the development spurred by Aero Technology. This small county on the Northwest Plateau, once economically lagging, has experienced revitalization solely due to the arrival of Aero Technology, transforming it into a county of renown. Energizing Aero Technology is beneficial for the entire populace. However, the county officials may not share this sentiment. They seek political achievements, particularly those that yield immediate results. The real estate ventures of Huanya Group promise swift financial returns and swift political accolades, which are the priorities for these officials, rather than the needs of the common people. To securely acquire Aero Technology, it is imperative to enlighten the citizens with the truth. By the parking lot, two men clad in work uniforms were engaged in a smoke-filled conversation. It was evident they were employees from one of Aero Technology's subordinate factories. Lin Yibai extended his hand, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from Feng Ermao's pocket, and leisurely approached them. The weather had turned ominous, with a relentless month of rain that had surpassed the annual average. A bearded man shielded his eyes with his hand, gazing at the distant sky, where dark clouds were gathering, signaling yet another impending downpour. The world is not merely peculiar here, it is peculiar everywhere. I have seen the news reporting that the Antarctic continent is experiencing temperatures soaring to over 30 degrees. While in Central Africa, it has inexplicably snowed. The entire globe has become enigmatic. The man with the bushy beard took a deep drag from his cigarette and remarked, "Indeed. The world is perplexing. Regions once plagued by floods are now suffering from droughts, while areas typically characterized by persistent aridity are now inundated. Furthermore, there has been an alarming increase in seismic activity. In the past, we rarely heard of earthquakes registering 7 or 8 on the Richter scale. Now, it seems there are at least 4 or 5 significant earthquakes each year. This world is truly bewildering." Lin Yibai leaned closer, a cigarette perched between his lips, and pulled out 2 more to offer. "Master, could I borrow a light?" The bearded man handed over his cigarette and ignited it for Lin Yibai, inquiring, "Are you participating in the bidding?" "Yes, I represent the Stargazing Exploration Company," Lin Yibai replied. "It seems they have it in the bag. The Huanya Group has it secured," remarked another worker, seemingly privy to some insider information. Lin Yibai responded with a mysterious smile, "That is not necessarily the case." "What do you mean?" "Your bid is significantly lower by several billion. However, our proposal ensures that no workers will be laid off, and furthermore, we can offer salary increases for all," Lin Yibai asserted, taking a hearty drag from his cigarette. Though he typically abstained from smoking, he was willing to compromise in order to foster connections. He drew too forcefully, nearly choking himself. "Is that truly the case?" The 2 workers appeared genuinely intrigued. Lin Yibai smiled. "Of course it is. Just imagine, tens of thousands of workers, none of whom will lose their jobs, and we will even hire an additional 20,000. Not only will their wages and benefits remain intact, but they will also see substantial improvements. The county's leadership is not unintelligent, unless, of course, these officials have benefited from Huanya." With that, Lin Yibai turned to leave. Such matters are best left understated. Too much exposition would be akin to self-promotion, breeding disbelief. Let them unearth the remaining details themselves. Chapter 40. Acquiring Aero Technology, July 8th. Conference room. A fervent debate erupted within the review panel. Initially, based on the tender specifications, Huanya Group's acquisition of Aero Technology was virtually uncontested. Their corporate credentials were well established. Their reputation was high, and their operations were mature and stable, bolstered by a formidable background. Their bid also substantially exceeded those of other companies. However, the novel proposition from Starlight Exploration garnered considerable support. Aero Technology's management, in particular, favored Starlight Exploration, as they pledged not to dissolve the company and to retain all employees, a single provision that resonated deeply with the management. Nevertheless, Huanya Group also enjoyed staunch backing, especially from various officials within Taiping County. Selling Aero Technology to Huanya Group would yield a substantial sum for Taiping County, tangible cash. Moreover, incorporating Huanya Group into real estate development would represent a significant breakthrough for the city's investment attraction efforts. After all, Starlight Exploration was nascent, having been established for less than 3 months. Conversely, Huanya Group, a venerable enterprise with profound roots, substantial capital, and stable operations, held greater appeal for the county's officials. Their focus was on short-term achievements rather than long-term prospects. Earning $3 billion now appears far more enticing than the prospect of acquiring $50 billion a year and a half later. Who can predict whether these officials will still be present in Taiping County at that time? The two parties have consistently failed to reach a consensus, and County Chief Zhong Pingyan finds himself entangled in a dilemma. Rising from his seat, he recognizes the significant risks associated with mishandling such collective events. I shall accompany you. Today's agenda shall be temporarily set aside. On July 9th, within the county chief's office in Taiping County, Zhong Pingyan slowly approached the door, closing it gently behind him. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yibai, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery and insight. You were the one who leaked the information, weren't you? Just as Lin Yibai was about to protest, Zhong Pingyan raised a hand to silence his rebuttal. There is no need for denial. Your eyes betray your every thought. Upon hearing these conditions, Lin Yibai remained unperturbed, as they aligned perfectly with his intentions, thus hardly qualifying as harsh. While these stipulations might seem exceedingly stringent to other companies seeking acquisition, Lin Yibai, in fact, required Aero Technology to continue its operations rather than shutter its doors. Rising to his feet, he displayed a confident smile, not at all unreasonable. These are our demands. Furthermore, I assure you that within 3 months, we will recruit an additional 20,000 workers, thereby enhancing Taiping County's employment rate. As he watched Lin Yibai exit with such ease, Zhong Pingyan felt increasingly perplexed by this young man. He had investigated Lin Yibai's background, which appeared quite ordinary and unremarkable, devoid of any significant lineage or formidable connections. It seems that he deliberately concealed his identity. This entire situation exudes an air of peculiarity. After all, the acquisition terms proposed by Lin Yibai have already been leaked. If the Aero Technology is not handed over to the Stargaze Exploration Company, the tens of thousands of workers will certainly object. If the workers are unwilling, any ensuing turmoil would jeopardize his position as the county magistrate of Taiping. Once this is settled, the agreement will be signed tomorrow. Upon the completion of the contract, we will remit a staggering $1 billion, officially taking control of Aero Technology. Lin Yibai exclaimed excitedly as he entered the vehicle. It all feels like a dream. Just 3 months ago, Lin Yibai and his associates were mere insignificant figures. Yet now, they have transformed into an elite group poised to acquire a major enterprise. Do not celebrate too soon, Luo Feng cautioned, dousing Lin Yibai's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Securing Aero Technology is merely the simplest part. The subsequent phase will demand substantial financial resources to initiate production at Aero Technology. The required capital is immense. I estimate that once the entire production line is operational, we will burn through 200 million every day. You must seriously consider how to generate that amount daily. Indeed, Luo Feng is a master at extinguishing excitement. His sobering words promptly dampened Lin Yibai's fervor and instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure. 200 million daily. Where will that come from? Furthermore, Aero Technology's equipment is outdated and requires replacement, all of which necessitates funding. Additionally, the rockets we are currently developing may need to be increased in number, as we must expand our core circle. Luo Feng evidently felt that his words lacked impact, so he doused Lin Yibai with a bucket of cold water, leaving him chilled to the bone. For heaven's sake, if you can't speak wisely, would it not be better to remain silent? Lin Yibai could no longer contain himself and let out a curse. Luo Feng, unfazed, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and remarked, I have good news for you. Academician Wu Daoyu has expressed considerable interest in our project. He hails from a background in rocket engineering, and due to his advanced age, he is likely disqualified from entering the underground city. He has agreed to serve as our advisor, assisting us in rocket construction. However, he requires the presence of his entire family on Mars. Professor Hu Baiyan also conveyed some unfortunate news. He, too, has a large family intending to board the rocket. Luo Feng chuckled mischievously, calculating that it amounted to 34 individuals, necessitating 2 to 3 rockets for transportation. Lin Yibai rolled his eyes, pulling out his phone to distract himself from the anxiety brought on by Luo Feng's revelations. A news headline caught his attention. Renowned real estate mogul Pan Shanxi has been rushed to the hospital due to a sudden illness and remains in a critical condition. Chapter 41. A Greater Financial Opportunity. July 10th, Hanwu City. Star Exploration Company. Do you recall the local tycoon Su Yinxian from a few years back? Yes, the former richest man. However, Zurich Bank denied his family's request to withdraw funds on the grounds that he must be present in person to access the vault. This incident has caused a stir within the wealthy circles. Feng Ermao raised his hand, questioning, wasn't the Zurich Bank reputed to be the world's most secure financial institution? How could they perpetrate such a despicable act? With a derisive chuckle, Xie Yujing responded, the Zurich Bank's neutral reputation was tarnished during the Great War of yesteryears. The affluent expatriates of our nation sought to transfer their wealth to the Zurich Bank, only to be met with prevarications and rejections. Their reputation had long been sullied. Their covetous designs on Su Yinshian's estate are only to be expected. But isn't it somewhat unethical to blatantly intercept someone's inheritance? Feng Ermao pressed. It stems from the fact that Su Yinshian's safekeeping agreement with the Zurich Bank stipulated that he alone could access the funds, subject to the bank's security protocols. In truth, one cannot entirely fault the bank, as Su Yinshian harbored distrust for everyone, including his own family, leading him to insist on this clause. The news media reported at the time that Su Yinshian had leased a vault in Zurich to store his assets. Access to his personal vault required a 5-fold authentication process: fingerprints, iris scan, facial recognition, password, and key, she explained. Lin Yibai remarked with a playful tone. It is precisely for this reason that the Zurich Bank can brazenly deny his family access to the vault. A collective epiphany dawned upon everyone. The incident generated considerable controversy, prompting many wealthy individuals to hasten to the Zurich Bank to amend their safekeeping agreements. Otherwise, they would perish, and their families would not receive a single penny. However, a peculiar smile crept across Lin Yibai's face. Pan Shanqi, the chairman of a renowned real estate enterprise, is currently hospitalized due to illness. I possess insider information that reveals he holds substantial assets in Zurich Bank, employing the same method as Su Yinshian. Like Su, he harbors distrust towards his family, relying solely on himself. His greatest fear is that his wife and children might conspire against him. Such reckless individuals still exist, thought Feng Ermao, gazing at Lin Yibai with a hint of confusion. But how do you know this? Pan Shanqi divulged this himself. He stated that he would only withdraw his funds when he nears death, ensuring that his mistresses and sons could not orchestrate his murder. He aims to make it known that upon his demise, no one would inherit his wealth, thus securing his safety. Lin Yibai inhaled deeply, recalling a girl he knew who had also been one of Pan Shanqi's lovers. She recounted it as a jest, telling him that Pan would always expel her from the room after their encounters, fearing assassination in the night. Lin Yibai's gaze sharpened. Now that Pan Shanqi is in the hospital, we must seize this money before he passes away. How do we acquire this fortune? Asked Xie Yujing. Lin Yibai turned to look at Roddy. This will depend on whether our special forces have any clever strategies. All eyes were fixed intently on Roddy. Since joining the Earth Escape team, Roddy had yet to demonstrate his capabilities, arousing both curiosity and a hint of skepticism among his peers. Roddy slowly raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yibai. How are you so sure I have a solution? Lin Yibai calmly regarded Roddy. As a member of the assault team, you must have undertaken similar endeavors. You truly are a shrewd individual, Roddy muttered, tilting his head back, his eyes gleaming with what appeared to be excitement. Fingerprints are easily obtained upon approach. Retinal and facial recognition can also be replicated. I know where to find the equipment for duplicating such biometric data. As for the key, I can make a copy. Zhang Libing eagerly raised his hand, anxious to be noticed. What about the password? Luo Feng pressed. Seriously? That's possible? Feng Ermao and Zhang Dwarf exclaimed in unison. Their gazes, once tinged with disdain and contempt, were now filled with admiration for Roddy. They finally comprehended the true nature of the man before them. I've already formulated a preliminary plan of action. Let's discuss its feasibility together. Lin Yibai opened his laptop, displaying the action plan he had meticulously crafted. Step 1. We infiltrate the hospital and gain access to Pan Shanqi's room. July 15th, Jinghua Hospital, Beijing. A vehicle came to a halt in front of the entrance. Two individuals emerged, carrying a ladder between them, and proceeded into the hospital. The ladder, akin to a universal key, grants access to almost any establishment. Lin Yibai often jested that the ladder was an invincible means of passage. Upon seeing Lin Yibai and Roddy carrying a ladder, the security guard did not even glance up and allowed them entry without hesitation. The two men made their way into the doctor's lounge, and a few minutes later, they emerged clad in pristine white lab coats. As Luo Feng brushed past them, he discreetly handed his backpack to Lin Yibai, while Roddy presented a lab coat to Luo Feng. With swift determination, Luo Feng entered the restroom, and upon his exit, he too was garbed in a white lab coat. The principal figures of this endeavor were indeed the three of them, for they possessed the calmest demeanor, the wildest audacity, and the boldest spirit. Entering the single patient room of Pan Shanqi, Lin Yibai promptly asserted, "The patient requires examination. Please have the family wait outside." Luo Feng swiftly followed suit, ushering the family out and drawing the curtain closed. "Doctor, has my condition changed?" The emaciated Pan Shanqi inquired anxiously. Having just escaped the clutches of death, his frail body was in a state of extreme weakness. His inherent fear of mortality intensified upon witnessing the demeanor of Lin Yibai and his companions. It appeared that the affluent were even more terrified of death than the impoverished. With a firm shove, Lin Yibai commanded, "Do not move. Once we have the results of our examination, you will naturally be informed." Roddy quickly produced a syringe, adeptly grasped Pan Shanqi's hand, and skillfully administered the medication. Chapter 42. The Theft of the Tycoon's Information. Roddy then unveiled a set of instruments and commenced scanning the contours of Pan Shanqi's face. Upon completion of the scan, he proceeded to examine the patient's irises. Finally, he produced a silicone mold to capture his fingerprints. Having completed all these tasks, Roddy administered a dose of medication to Pan Shanqi, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Pan Shanqi," came the reply. "Age?" 68. "Gender?" "Male." "Where is the key to your vault?" "In the safe at my home." Through Roddy's manipulation, Pan Shanqi's consciousness, influenced by the drug, was now entirely under Roddy's control. "What is the number of the Zurich vault?" "PSQ 1005. "What is the password?" 58267329. Luo Feng exchanged an excited glance with Lin Yibai. For out of 5 security measures, iris scan, fingerprint, password, and facial recognition were all in place. As for the key, it posed no significant challenge. One could say it was within easy reach. "Prepare for extraction," Roddy instructed as he began to gather his belongings. This operation was executed with remarkable speed and efficiency. "Will he retain any memory of this once he awakens?" Luo Feng suddenly asked. "He will. But it is of no consequence. He does not know us and poses no threat. Moreover, his illness prevents him from traveling abroad. So it will not hinder our subsequent endeavors," Roddy replied. He then produced a syringe, injecting it into Pan Shanqi. By the time Lin Yibai realized what was happening, it was too late. The unknown liquid had already been administered. "What was that?" Lin Yibai asked, astonished. "Something that will ensure he does not wake up," Roddy responded. Luo Feng pulled aside the curtain and swiftly made his way toward the door. Lin Yibai wished to say more, but the door had already been swung open by Luo Feng. He hastened to catch up. The three of them, disregarding the family's inquiries, promptly exited the hospital room and the building. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Yibai expressed his indignation. "Luo Feng, how could you act unilaterally? This is a capital offense." Luo Feng remained composed. "I had to ensure that Pan Shanqi would not regain consciousness. His awakening would jeopardize our operation." He fixed his gaze on Lin Yibai. "We are already burdened with numerous complications. We cannot afford to invite more. Your focus should remain on generating revenue. Do not allow yourself to be distracted by such matters." "But this is an unnecessary homicide," Lin Yibai retorted with fury. "Rest assured, this matter is of no concern to you. Furthermore, I must act independently to ensure that all the unsavory aspects remain detached from you. I cannot allow you to be implicated in any homicides," Luo Feng stated with composure. "That is not my intention," Lin Yibai exclaimed, his voice laced with anger. "I have never sought to evade responsibility." "You must remain untainted." Luo Feng's tone remained unwavering. "Among our group, one individual must remain above reproach. That individual is you. Should our activities be exposed, only you possess the means to evacuate everyone from this planet. Therefore, you cannot afford to be stained. As for Pan Shanqi, his demise is imperative. He cannot be allowed to impede our progress. It is for these reasons that I took it upon myself to act without prior consultation." Lin Yibai offered a wry smile, having been involved in so many affairs. "Do you truly believe I can still maintain my innocence?" Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. "Indeed. The activities in which you have participated are susceptible to exculpation. Moreover, you should minimize your involvement in future problematic endeavors." Silence permeated the air as Lin Yibai remained taciturn. After an extended pause, Luo Di finally broke the quietude, remarking, "I'm inclined to believe my brother acted justly. Eliminating potential threats is a fundamental tenet in our commando manual. He was afflicted with a terminal illness, on the precipice of death. Furthermore, this individual deserved his fate. His wealth, acquired through dubious means, can now be utilized to aid others. A form of atonement facilitated by our actions. A subtle excitement flickered within Luo Feng's gaze, indicative of a dormant desire awakened by these two acts of homicide. Lin Yibai inhaled deeply, expressing, "I harbor a deep aversion for unforeseen complications. This matter should have been disclosed beforehand. It was imperative that I remain silent," Luo Feng asserted. "Had I divulged it, your hands would have been sullied. By withholding the information, you remain untainted. At the very least, the act of murder remains detached from your person. Furthermore, I bear tidings," he added. Lin Yibai sighed wearily. "Is there news more dire than a comet colliding with Earth?" "Indeed," came the reply. The occupants of the vehicle turned towards Luo Feng with palpable surprise. "You must amass greater wealth," he declared. "To what end?" Lin Yibai inquired. "We must construct an underground city, a sanctuary to safeguard our core assets before the comet's impact. This will enable us to perpetuate our rocket research upon our return to Earth," Luo Feng stated, his gaze unwavering and glacial. "That is indeed a prudent concept. Upon our return, we must ensure our continued existence on Earth, necessitating the stockpiling of ample provisions," Lin Yibai acknowledged. Luo Feng, however, tempered the optimism with a sobering observation. "Provisions are of secondary importance. The preservation of our rocket technology is paramount." "Why is that?" Lin Yibai questioned. "In a decade or so, we will be compelled to evacuate Earth once more." "The rationale?" A chorus of inquiries arose, a veritable why from everyone present. "The explanation shall be provided in due course. Your current disposition renders you unfit to receive further information." Luo Feng then closed his eyes. The others yearned to press further, yet they restrained themselves, for they all understood that when Luo Feng was disinclined to speak, he would remain steadfastly silent. July 21st, Zurich Bank. Adorned in a designer suit, Lin Yibai entered, carrying a piece of luggage. Subsequent to the verification of his facial and iris biometrics, a bank employee escorted Lin Yibai into the innermost sanctum of Zurich Bank's vault. This locale represented the bank's most secure precinct. It was rumored that even in the event of a nuclear cataclysm, this place would remain impervious. Lin Yibai had established an account here several days prior, thereby acquiring his own private vault. The bank possessed no authority to inspect the contents of a private vault. Consequently, many affluent individuals entrusted their most valuable assets to these private repositories. While termed private vaults, they were essentially rows of safety deposit boxes secured by 5 layers of locking mechanisms. "Mr. Lin, you have a half-hour allotment. Kindly expedite your affairs. I shall await you outside," the employee articulated before swiftly exiting the vault and securing the door. The absence of surveillance cameras further ensured the utmost privacy for clients. One could deposit any item within a private vault, even a nuclear weapon, if so desired. This was the compelling reason why the wealthy elected to safeguard their precious possessions here. Lin Yibai promptly retrieved a pair of imitation contact lenses from his luggage and inserted them into his eyes. The contact lenses contained the replicated iris information of Pan Shanxi. Subsequently, a silicone fingertip was donned upon his finger, which bore the replicated fingerprint data of Pan Shanxi. Chapter 43. It is not 100 billion, but 600 billion. Finally, a counterfeit silicone headpiece was affixed, transforming Lin Yibai into Pan Shanxi in terms of biometric identification. Lin Yibai had previously located Pan Shanxi's safe, and he adeptly approached it, commencing a series of scans. First the fingerprint, then the iris, followed by facial recognition, a password input, and ultimately inserting the key. With a click, the safe unlocked. The safe was modest in size, containing only a square box. Lin Yibai swiftly opened the box for inspection, revealing several fixed value. No expiration Zurich Bank promissory notes, amounting to approximately 1 billion M currency. There was also a share certificate for an anonymous stock in one of the world's top 10 renowned enterprises, the value of which required further calculation. Additionally, he discovered a USB drive, the contents of which were unknown to Lin Yibai, though he was certain it contained items of monetary value. A few property deeds and other fixed assets were also present. However, these were deemed unnecessary, and Lin Yibai promptly disregarded them. He quickly packed the valuable items into his suitcase, removed the contact lenses, fingertip, and headpiece, and stowed them away. Lin Yibai then reopened his own safe, retrieved a document that resembled a FAAD, secured the safe once more, and pressed the button. The vault door opened, and a respectful staff member entered. escorting Lin Yibai out. Thus, a sensational heist was successfully completed. The paramount concern is that this matter must remain perpetually confidential. No one must ever discover that Lin Yibai pilfered Pan Shanxi's safe deposit box. As Pan Shanxi is deceased, the contents of his private vault remain an enigma, an enduring secret. News disseminated swiftly within select circles. Pan Shanxi, the esteemed chairman of a prominent real estate enterprise, had passed away unexpectedly in the hospital. The cause of death remains undisclosed, purportedly due to procedural errors during emergency treatment, an allegation refuted by the hospital administration. However, the most startling revelation was the refusal of the Zurich bank to release Pan Shanxi's substantial assets held in their vault to his family. The bank stipulated that Pan Shanxi's personal presence was mandatory for the retrieval of the contents. With Pan Shanxi deceased, his appearance at the Zurich bank is, of course, impossible. The contents of Pan Shanxi's Zurich safe deposit box thus became an enduring mystery, their nature and value unknown. 10 billion M currency in bank drafts and 20 billion M currency in stock value, Jie Yujing announced, brandishing a USB drive. Yet, these are not the most valuable items. The true treasure lies within this. These are Bitcoin, aren't they? Lin Yibai inquired, his interest piqued. Precisely, Jie Yujing confirmed, Bitcoin wallet key information, totaling 150,000 Bitcoin. Valued at approximately 24 billion M currency at current market rates, the total assets amount to 54 billion M currency, equivalent to 350 billion in our currency. Jie Yujing exclaimed with elation, this signifies the completion of one-third of our mission. Feng Ermao leaped up in excitement, while Zhang Libuing joyfully twirled his daughter around. In just over 3 short months, they had accomplished one-third of their mission, igniting a glimmer of hope among them. Lin Yibai was equally exhilarated. With this influx of funds, the forthcoming tasks should proceed much more smoothly. Even the typically stoic Luo D displayed a rare smile. However, amidst this jubilant group, one individual exhibited unusual behavior, which caught Lin Yibai's discerning eye. Luo Feng, something seems amiss, Lin Yibai remarked, directing his gaze at Luo Feng. Luo Feng scratched his head. You remember our previous discussion about additional funding, right? Lin Yibai nodded, indeed. It pertains to the construction of an underground city to store our equipment and provisions. That shouldn't require a substantial amount. We have secured 350 billion already. If we can attain 1 trillion, it would suffice, Lin Yibai continued. Luo Feng's expression became peculiar. I recalibrated the calculations and conferred with Professor Hu Baiyan and academician Wu Daoyu. 1 trillion is inadequate. Why is it insufficient? Once the comet collides with Earth, we must reacquire the technology for re-entering space. This necessitates transporting 1/3 of the personnel from aero technology into space, which implies a minimum of 20,000 individuals must be sent. Moreover, they need to sustain themselves in space for at least 1 to 2 years, which entails a significant sum. Lin Yibai furrowed his brows. How much would suffice? Still 1 trillion, Luo Feng asserted before others could interject, in M currency. Lin Yibai inhaled sharply. 100 billion M coins equates to nearly 700 billion in local currency. This is exceedingly extravagant. Furthermore, the notion of sending 20,000 individuals into space within such a brief span of time is dauntingly implausible. Everyone fell silent. If we consider 100 billion M coins, that translates to over 600 billion. The 350 billion is but a mere fraction. Why must we send such a multitude into space? Zhang Libuing inquired. Because we need to retain our capability to launch rockets upon our return to Earth. Why? This time, everyone pressed for answers. Luo Feng's facial muscles twitched, and his expression turned notably grave. He moved his lips several times, but ultimately uttered not a single word. Lin Yibai sensed that Luo Feng was concealing something from him. He approached and whispered, Is there something you wish to share with me? Luo Feng's demeanor remained peculiar. Give me a few days, and I shall reveal everything. Lin Yibai scrutinized Luo Feng for a prolonged moment before gesturing dismissively. Let us disperse. We should not rest. Let us seek out lucrative opportunities together and strive to amass 700 billion. What a futile endeavor. There is but one Pan Shanxi in this world. Where shall we procure such wealth? Feng Ermao was the first to succumb to despair. Let us disband. This task is utterly insurmountable, Zhang Libuing lamented. Jie Jing and Luo D remained silent. Yet their expressions mirrored the bleakness of the situation. The chasm between 600 billion and 100 billion is undeniably vast. And collectively, they found themselves at a loss to bridge that divide. Lin Yibai slammed his palm onto the table with fervor. urging everyone not to lose hope. Consider 3 months ago. Who would have believed we could amass 300 billion? In my lexicon, there exists no such thing as impossibility. Isn't it merely over 600 billion? I shall undoubtedly achieve it. He turned to Luo Feng and asserted, Luo Feng, you must ascertain whether over 600 billion is indeed sufficient. All eyes were fixed on Luo Feng, who hesitated before responding, over 600 billion should suffice. Very well. Focus solely on perfecting the technology and expedite the rocket's launch. Leave the financial matters to me, Lin Yibai declared, possessing an uncanny ability to ignite the spirits of those around him. Indeed, there are no insurmountable challenges in this world. I am keen to devise profitable ideas and secure some quick returns, Feng Ermao proclaimed boldly. I had presumed that Pan Shanxi had amassed a fortune, yet it turns out to be merely over 300 billion, Zhang Libring interjected. Our nation is not limited to just one Pan Shanxi. There are numerous others profiting off the common people, yet fleeing abroad like vermin. We shall seize their wealth. Lin Yibai surveyed the group, fully aware that their words held little merit. Feng Ermao could hardly conjure a scheme to earn several hundred billion. There exists but one Pan Shanxi in this world. The notion of pilfering from a second and scrupulous capitalist is utterly implausible. As for Jie Yujing's aspirations of generating wealth through stocks and futures, such ambitions are equally futile. Earning tens or hundreds of billions is conceivable, but amassing over 600 billion within a year is an impossibility. Furthermore, the more substantial the capital, the more susceptible it becomes to scrutiny from individuals and various institutions. This has been validated countless times. In the absence of the power to enforce regulations, one should not be naive and expect other nations to adhere to a sense of contractual obligation or abide by rules. Western capitalists, who have built their fortunes on plunder and pillage, will once again reveal their predatory nature. The Jufubo incident involving Jie Yujing serves as a prime example. Should these 30 billion enter the financial markets, they would not only fail to generate profit, but would also become the target of ruthless capital annihilation. Their methods are insufficient to amass 600 billion. An unconventional approach is imperative. Lin Yibai, you and I both know that accumulating 600 billion through conventional means is unattainable. Do you harbor any alternative notions? When alone, Luo Feng halted Lin Yibai, posing the question. Indeed, Lin Yibai responded. There exists only one method to amass such a sum. And what method might that be? Luo Feng inquired. Deception. A Ponzi scheme. Understanding dawned upon Luo Feng. Outside the Hanwu City Business Building, a van remained stationed. Attentive observers noted that the vehicle had been parked there for over a month. Present almost daily. Seated in the driver's seat, Chang Zhonglin retrieved a piece of bread and took a bite. Damn it, he muttered. Has this fellow vanished or what? It's been over a month, and I haven't caught a glimpse of him. Captain, could it be that you've mistaken him? A subordinate cautiously inquired. Impossible, Chang Zhonglin retorted, swallowing the bread that had lodged in his throat with a gulp of water. I may lack other abilities, but I possess an exceptional memory for faces. Otherwise, our director wouldn't have appointed me as captain. Indeed, our director possesses remarkable discernment. A subordinate flattered obsequiously. Clearly pleased by the adulation, consumed another substantial portion of bread. He fully comprehended the implications of the stolen safe for. It was imperative that they apprehend the thieves before the constabulary, lest their livelihoods be jeopardized. Consequently, he maintained a vigilant watch, abstaining from dining out or ordering in, fearful of arousing suspicion and prompting an alert. The monotonous diet of bread induced nausea. Suddenly, he began to convulse, clawing frantically at his throat. Captain, choking again? An underling promptly offered a bottle of water. However, swatted the bottle aside, gesticulating wildly towards the rear, attempting to articulate something, but his windpipe was obstructed. The others were perplexed, unable to decipher the captain's intent. Finally, managed to swallow the obstructing morsel. He clapped his subordinate on the shoulder, exclaiming, "The camera! Quickly, the camera!" The subordinate comprehended. Have we located the target? Gestured towards two figures, one tall, one short, entering the commercial building. Those are the two. Commence recording. And were oblivious to the fact that their movements had been compromised. After all, this was their headquarters. You remain here while I reconnoiter the company to ascertain if those two are within. Alighted from the vehicle, quickening his pace to intercept, and indeed, it is them. He picked up the phone and dialed Tian Dayong's number. Director Tian, they've appeared. It's those two. Tian Dayong's voice, a blend of elation and fury, came through the receiver. Do not act rashly. This is an organized group. Carefully devise a plan to discreetly capture their key figures in one fell swoop. Understood. Rest assured, Director. I've enlisted the aid of an expert. We will orchestrate a foolproof abduction. Chang Zhonglin said with conviction. Do not alert them unnecessarily, lest they escape again. Tian Daong said menacingly. I intend to interrogate them personally. At a public security bureau in Beijing, Officer Yao Yalong stroked his chin, meticulously examining the case file. This was the most peculiar case he had encountered. The family of Pan Shanqi accused the hospital of improper examination procedures, leading to Pan Shanqi's death. However, Jinghua Hospital was entirely unaware of the situation. Only after reviewing the surveillance footage did they discover 3 unidentified individuals in white coats conducting the so-called examination on Pan Shanqi. Following this examination, Pan Shanqi exhibited symptoms of unconsciousness and shock, prompting Jinghua Hospital to rush him to the operating room for emergency treatment. Despite their efforts, Pan Shanqi passed away 3 days later at Jinghua Hospital. Until his death, the hospital remained ignorant of the true cause. Has the autopsy report been released? Yao Yalong asked, looking up from the perplexing case file at his deputy, Ko Jinwen, who was in the middle of eating. Ko Jinan hastily finished his rice in a couple of mouthfuls, wiped his mouth, and replied, the medical examiner told me to pick it up. I'll go right away. As he watched Ko Jinwen disappear at the office door, Yao Yalong shook his head, remarking, young people are so unreliable in their work. Chapter 45. The mysterious key. The crux of the case lay within the autopsy report. And when the results were released, Ko Jinan exhibited a surprising lack of initiative. Moments later, he re-entered the office, presenting Yao Yalong with a document, stating simply, here. Upon glancing at the contents, Yao Yalong's expression turned grave. The autopsy revealed anomalies. Pan Shanqi had not succumbed to a sudden illness. Rather, he had fallen victim to a neurotoxic substance. This drug had rendered Pan Shanqi unconscious and led to multiple organ failures. Furthermore, another psychoactive substance was detected in his bloodstream. Yao Yalong realized this was not a medical mishap, it was murder. He promptly picked up the phone and dialed Pan Shanqi's wife's number, inquiring, have you accounted for Pan Shanqi's assets to see if anything has been stolen? Pan Shanqi's wife was overwhelmed with issues relating to Zurich Bank. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, no, there were no valuables missing from our home, and the company's assets appear normal. This revelation deepened Yao Yalong's confusion. If Pan Shanqi had indeed been murdered, yet no assets were taken, what could the perpetrator's motive be? With no theft involved, could it be a crime of passion? Oh, there is something peculiar. Pan Shanqi's wife suddenly recalled. Our safe malfunctioned just a couple of days ago. Was anything taken? No, nothing is missing. However, it seems someone has tampered with it. She replied, what was disturbed? Within the confines of the safe lay a key, its position evidently having been altered. Whose key could it be? Yao Yalong, a seasoned detective, pondered this mystery. Pan Shanqi, unwell and hospitalized, had his wife, anxious about their financial matters, surreptitiously accessed the safe to inventory its contents, memorizing their arrangement. At that moment, someone had indeed opened the safe, not to pilfer its treasures, but merely to tamper with the key. This key, it appeared, held the essence of the enigma waiting to be unraveled. Madam, please refrain from disturbing anything in the safe. I shall examine it shortly, Yao Yalong instructed. Giving a gentle pat to Ko Jinwen, tilting his head in a silent cue to prepare for action. What sort of key is this? Yao Yalong mused, scrutinizing the peculiar object. It was distinctly unlike the keys commonly found in the country, bearing an uncanny resemblance to those used abroad. I have searched numerous places in my home, none fit, Pan Shanqi's wife admitted, her curiosity surpassing even that of Yao Yalong. A key secured within Pan Shanqi's safe undoubtedly held significant importance. The safe had been tampered with. Yao Yalong surveyed the safe, affirming his suspicion. Someone had erased the data within, allowing access to its contents. Though nothing appeared to have been stolen. The intruder's intent was evidently not to abscond with the items, but rather to obtain an impression of the key. This key had thus transformed into a pivotal clue in the investigation. Could it be possible that this key belongs to a safe at the Zurich Bank? Pan Shanqi's wife suddenly interjected. July 23rd. Within the confines of a Metropolitan Public Safety Bureau's internal case analysis meeting, the director inquired, has a determination been made regarding the nature of the Pan Shanqi case? Yao Yalong responded, it has been classified as a homicide. The perpetrator employed a neurotoxic agent, inducing a state of irreversible coma in Pan Shanqi, ultimately leading to multi-organ failure and subsequent demise. Are there any investigative leads? The perpetrator infiltrated Pan Shanqi's residence and surreptitiously made an impression of a key from the safe deposit box. Regrettably, surveillance footage failed to yield any actionable intelligence. The perpetrator exhibited a high degree of cunning, eluding the majority of surveillance cameras. The limited footage available is of substandard quality, precluding facial recognition. In the isolated instances where the perpetrator was captured on camera, they were invariably masked, rendering the acquisition of clear photographs impossible. The forensic pathologist raised a hand and stated, "A potential avenue of inquiry lies in the presence of residual psychotropic substances detected within the deceased system. This particular compound is a psychoactive substance with mind-altering properties. Its acquisition is subject to stringent regulatory controls within the country, accessible only through clandestine channels. An investigation into its provenance may prove fruitful." The director paused in contemplation. "In essence, the key represents our sole viable lead?" Yao Yalong sighed. "Regrettably, it appears so. Ascertaining the key's purpose will elucidate the perpetrator's motives and unveil additional clues." "Are there any leads pertaining to the key's function?" "One potential lead is currently under investigation, possibly linked to a safe deposit box at the Zurich Bank." The director is indeed an expert. "Understood. We shall exert every effort to investigate." Yao Yalong offered a flattering remark to the director, an expression of genuine admiration. It would only be the director who could conceive of such a method. Employing a supercomputer to aid in solving cases required the director's approval. Otherwise, they would be unable to utilize it. In the most opulent suite of the Aero Technology Guest House in Taiping County, Lin Yibai meticulously adjusted his attire before the mirror. The impending occasion marked Lin Yibai's inaugural encounter with the employees of Aero Technology, specifically those holding positions above the basic cadre level. With tens of thousands of employees within Aero Technology, nearly several thousand were classified as basic cadres or higher. Considering the magnitude of this gathering, Xie Yujing felt a sense of trepidation. She was present in her capacity as Lin Yibai's assistant. Within the Escape Earth group, she was the only one capable of fulfilling this role. Feng Ermao was unsuitable for formal occasions, while Zhang Libiang's image was unfavorable and his capabilities were insufficient. Luo Feng's primary focus was on technology. As for Luo Di, his expertise lay in weaponry. Consequently, Xie Yujing was the sole individual qualified to serve as Lin Yibai's assistant. Chapter 46. A competitive contender rain once again cascaded outside the window, rendering the entire county town muddy and impassable. This typically arid northwestern county had experienced an unusually prolonged period of rainfall this year, causing a sense of unease among the populace. When you deliver your speech later, please refrain from trembling and avoid any display of timidity, Xie Yujing cautioned as she meticulously smoothed Lin Yibai's garments, ensuring not a single crease marred his appearance. "I participated in speech contests during my academic years. It shouldn't pose a problem," Lin Yibai asserted, despite a sense of trepidation in his heart. "Please, can a speech contest truly compare to this? This is a cadre conference involving several thousand participants." Xie Yujing expressed her continued concern. Lin Yibai's initial public image was crucial to the success of their subsequent endeavors. To falter now would significantly impede future endeavors. And the former leadership of Aero Technology would hold Lin Yibai in low esteem. This debut appearance necessitates an exceptional performance from Lin Yibai to effectively manage the company. "What do you intend to say?" Xie Yujing inquired. "The employees are primarily concerned with their remuneration. My intention is to immediately disburse their owed wages," Lin Yibai stated. "With tens of thousands of employees, even if each is owed 10,000, that amounts to over $1 billion. We are currently experiencing a paucity of funds," Xie Yujing lamented. Displaying reluctance, she is presently responsible for both strategic operations and the financial administration of Starcraft Exploration. Although Starcraft Exploration has engaged a dedicated financial team, Xie Yujing retains oversight of all accounts, particularly those of critical importance. Assuming control of Aero Technology and immediately disbursing $1 billion in arrears is indeed a substantial financial undertaking. Once Aero Technology commences production, the daily expenditure will be at least 200 million, a considerable sum. The 350 billion procured from Pan Shanqi is insufficient to withstand such attrition. Xie Yujing is determined to economize every penny and is genuinely hesitant to relinquish these funds. 10 billion is insufficient. I intend to augment the workers' salaries, at least doubling them. Furthermore, I will elevate the overtime compensation rate. To instill confidence in us, I may advance overtime pay and bonuses. Therefore, You must secure 30 billion in funding for salary disbursements. Lin Yibai, satisfied with his attire, retrieved his briefcase and declared, "Let us proceed." Jie Yujing was taken aback. 30 billion? That's a tenth of our funds. Just like that? She was utterly perplexed, yet having already stepped outside, she found herself unable to inquire further. "Good morning, Chairman Lin." The managers of Aero Technology, who had been waiting at the entrance, greeted Lin Yibai with respectful bows. Lin Yibai elegantly acknowledged everyone with a nod. "I appreciate your patience. Let us proceed to the venue." Leading the way, Lin Yibai walked confidently, closely followed by Jie Yujing. A throng of Aero Technology's managers surrounded Lin Yibai like stars orbiting the moon as they made their way toward the conference hall. The scene exuded an air of prestige, reminiscent of a cinematic portrayal of a CEO's grand entrance. Upon entering the venue, a resounding wave of applause erupted, startling Jie Yujing. The conference room was vast, yet somewhat antiquated, though it remained sturdy. The hall was filled to capacity, even the aisles were crowded. Thousands of grassroots and mid-level officials occupied every inch of the grand space. Jie Yujing gasped. Even for someone as seasoned as she, the magnitude of the gathering was overwhelming. Stealing a glance at Lin Yibai, she found him remarkably composed. With a steady gait and dignified demeanor, he ascended the stage with a calm assurance. Had she not been aware of Lin Yibai's background, Jie Yujing might have genuinely believed he was a seasoned veteran accustomed to grand occasions. Previously, she had heard that some individuals excel in competitive environments. The more significant the competition, the more stable their performance, often exceeding expectations. Doubting, Jie Yujing surmised that Lin Yibai was the quintessential competitor, his composure and steadiness amplified by the size of the audience. As he took his seat at the center of the main dais, the former general manager commenced his address. "Distinguished guests, allow me to introduce the prodigious young talent seated beside me, the chairman of Starlight Exploration Corporation, Mr. Lin Yibai." A thunderous applause erupted once more throughout the assembly hall. These grassroots cadres were applauding with heartfelt sincerity, for Lin Yibai was the valiant benefactor who had rescued Aero Technology, their very own savior. Had it not been for the acquisition by Starlight Exploration Corporation, they would all be facing redundancy and the daunting prospect of reemployment. Despite Aero Technology's involvement in rocketry, at its core, it was essentially a collection of large-scale workshops. The workers were, for the most part, ordinary laborers, with only the core engineers qualifying as highly skilled personnel. Given their qualifications and capabilities, finding suitable employment would have been a considerable challenge, likely necessitating relocation far from their homes. Now, with Lin Yibai's arrival, they were spared this predicament, and their gratitude towards him was profound. The company's publicity department was broadcasting the meeting live, with tens of thousands of workers across the entire group eagerly watching the large screens in their respective workshops. Everyone was keen to learn how Starlight Exploration Corporation would operate this once bankrupt enterprise. "He will also serve as the chairman of our Aero Technology," the factory director continued, "leading us to new heights of glory." As the applause subsided, the director announced, "Now, let us invite Chairman Lin Yibai to address us." Another round of enthusiastic applause filled the hall. The atmosphere at the meeting was now intensely fervent. Lin Yibai's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had initially anticipated feeling anxious and at a loss for words. However, upon entering the venue and encountering a multitude of eager gazes, his confidence surged, and the remnants of his nervousness and worry dissipated like mist. He felt remarkably composed, as if he could handle any grand occasion with poise. Outside, Rodi, arms crossed, and Luo Feng, stroking his chin, observed Lin Yibai's speech on the large screen. "Indeed, Lin Yibai possesses the demeanor of a great leader," Luo Feng remarked meaningfully. Rodi nodded in agreement, saying he is truly a talent. To speak so calmly and eloquently in such a setting, and to command the attention of these officials, is no small feat. Let us continue to watch and see how he performs next. I have a premonition that he may surprise us. As Luo Feng spoke, he nodded in affirmation. Chapter 47. The hidden danger in the old flavored beef offal shop. They were watching the speech from the rocket production workshop. The emotions of the workers present indicated that a majority held Lin Yibai's performance in high regard. "The first thing I wish to announce is that, effective today, our Stargaze Exploration Company has officially acquired Aero Technology. However, we shall retain the existing structure to ensure everyone can work with peace of mind. Furthermore, to alleviate any concerns, I declare that all outstanding wages owed to you will be fully paid by tomorrow." Upon uttering these words, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Although Lin Yibai had stipulated a 10-second limit for applause, the momentous nature of the announcement incited an unrestrained outpouring of elation. The applause only gradually subsided as Lin Yibai raised his hand in a gesture of pacification. As far as I am aware, your salaries have remained stagnant for the better part of half a decade, he declared. Therefore, I hereby decree that, commencing this month, the remuneration of every employee shall be elevated by 3 grades. A fresh wave of jubilation erupted, causing the assembly hall to descend into a cacophony of exhilaration. For the majority, a 3-grade salary increase represented a near doubling of their earnings, an outcome that was undeniably cause for celebration. Verily, the most direct and uncomplicated method of galvanizing the morale of the workforce lies in monetary compensation. Concurrently, he added, I expect each employee to dedicate themselves to assiduous and diligent production, as we have secured orders amounting to tens of billions. To further incentivize your industriousness, I hereby proclaim that overtime compensation shall be calculated at 3 times the standard rate. This trifecta of incentives serve to completely dispel any lingering apprehension harbored by the employees of Aero Technology. Both the junior executives present in the assembly hall and the workers observing the proceedings via live stream in the workshops were flushed with excitement. On the verge of indulging in a celebratory libation, Luo D shook his head, remarking, Lin Yibai is truly sparing no expense in his haste to expedite progress. Luo Feng, however, harbored a sense of unease. Given our current financial constraints, he mused, Lin Yibai does not strike me as one to resort to lavish spending. I suspect he has an ulterior motive. Upon the dais, Xie Yujing was inwardly astounded. A cursory calculation of the implications of Lin Yibai's announcement revealed it to be an expenditure of staggering proportions. The burden is indeed substantial for the cash-strapped Space Exploration Company. While salaries represent one avenue for income, I shall also present an additional opportunity for everyone to earn. However, for now, I shall keep the details under wraps until the moment is ripe. Our acquisition of Aero Technology is not a mere spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, it stems from our recognition of its potential. I aspire to lead us collectively in our efforts to generate profit and transform Aero Technology from the brink of bankruptcy into a star enterprise. This encapsulates the entirety of my address today. My only request of you all is to labor diligently, produce earnestly, and strive to earn. Can you all do that? Yes. A resounding roar erupted from the audience. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. All employees, let us commence our work. The abrupt conclusion of this meeting caught everyone off guard. The general manager had intended to deliver some formal remarks, but was left with no opportunity. He began to comprehend that Chairman Lin is a decisive and action-oriented individual. Such a person is certainly capable of getting things done. Holding the vibrant red bills in their hands, the entire Aero Technology buzzed with excitement. Almost every restaurant was fully occupied today. Aero Technology had long been teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, with most employees' salaries having been delayed for at least 2 months. Although the workers' wages were modest, totaling less than 10,000 yuan for 2 months, Chairman Lin announced that from this moment onward, everyone's salary would be elevated by 3 levels. This effectively amounts to a doubling of their wages. How could this not incite exhilaration? At this moment, Lin Yibai's reputation reached its zenith. The most crucial aspect is that the long-dormant factory has roared back to life. Concurrently with Starlight Exploration's acquisition of Aero Technology, a comprehensive order was placed, detailing substantial demands for everything from screws to large castings, effectively enabling all workshops to operate at full capacity. Director Lin, is it prudent to expend billions in this manner? Xie Yujing queried, her heart aching despite the elation of the workers. The resumption of production entails significant expenditures, straining their limited resources. Lin Yibai responded with a serene smile. Have you ever angled for fish? Indeed. Then you should comprehend that without bait, one cannot expect to lure fish. The statement was somewhat convoluted, yet Xie Yujing began to grasp Lin Yibai's intent. Night of July 25th. A warehouse at an abandoned dock in Hanwu City was illuminated. Chang Zhonglin and several men were strategizing their operation. Our meticulous surveillance over the past few days has revealed their patterns. Their residence is densely populated, making it unsuitable for action. Their workplace, the commercial building, is also fraught with pedestrians, complicating any attempt. However, every other day, they frequent a restaurant called Old Flavor Beef Offal. This establishment is nestled in a deep alley, and their route involves several sparsely populated lanes. These alleys offer the most expedient and direct opportunity, a man explained, pointing to a map. Chang Zhonglin slammed the table. Then it shall be done thus. Select the most suitable location, one with parking. A few of you anonymously procure a used van and park it by the roadside. The rest, prepare the anesthetics and sacks. As soon as they approach, bind them. Yes, Captain, 4 or 5 men responded in unison. Chang Zhonglin sneered. These audacious fellows actually dared to touch Director Tian's money. They truly have a death wish. Night of July 26th. Lao Wei's Beef Offal Stew is a renowned establishment in Hanwu City. As with many cities, the truly delectable eateries are often concealed within residential alleyways. Lao Wei's Beef Offal Stew is one such place. The restaurant boasts a multitude of patrons. Despite the labyrinthine route required to locate it, the business remains unaffected. Each day, the establishment is filled to capacity with diners. As a seasoned gourmand, Feng Ermao discovered Lao Wei's Beef Offal Stew within 3 days of arriving in the city. One taste was enough to captivate him entirely. Every other day, he felt an undeniable urge to indulge. Back in Yinjiang City, he was a dedicated foodie. In matters of gastronomy, he was never frugal, albeit only for himself. However, enjoying beef offal stew alone was not ideal, so he enlisted Zhang Libing. Zhang Libing entrusted his daughter to the care of his colleagues and accompanied Feng Ermao to Lao Wei's Beef Offal Stew to satiate their cravings. Today, a light rain fell, but it did not dampen their spirits. Arm in arm, the two navigated the winding alleyways to reach Lao Wei's Beef Offal Stew. They remained oblivious to the fact that someone had been shadowing them throughout their journey. It was only when they entered the old flavor beef offal shop that this individual halted. He retrieved a walkie-talkie and murmured, "The targets have entered. All right. Everyone pay attention and prepare yourselves. When they emerge, we will act." Chang Zhonglin felt a surge of excitement within him. Chapter 48, Kidnapped. Capturing these two individuals meant a glimmer of hope for the year-end bonuses. Although Tian Daong had assured everyone that the bonuses would not be diminished, the recent tax collection had proven arduous. For the past 3 to 4 months, the collections had yet to be completed, causing the year-end bonuses to be delayed indefinitely. The root of the problem was a lack of funds. The small treasury of 20 million meant that each person could receive at least 100,000. A substantial sum indeed. Over an hour later, the walkie-talkie crackled with exhilaration. The two have emerged and consumed a fair amount of alcohol. They should be easy to apprehend. Chang Zhonglin's excitement grew. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Unaware of the looming danger, Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing strolled through a narrow alley, a place they frequented, thus lacking any sense of vigilance. As they turned into a secluded lane, 2 robust figures approached from the opposite direction, effectively blocking the passage. Feng Ermao, embodying a rowdy demeanor and emboldened by a few drinks, shouted at the oncoming men, "Hey, can't you walk a little more to the side? You're blocking the whole path." Chang Zhonglin scoffed softly. Taking a step closer, he pressed forward towards Feng Ermao. "What did you say? Repeat that." Feng Ermao suddenly lost his nerve. This individual was accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Just moments ago, fueled by alcohol, he attempted to intimidate his adversary. But upon realizing that the opponent was not easily trifled with, he quickly backtracked, stammering, "I must have made a mistake." He stepped aside, intending to let the other pass. However, the adversary moved swiftly, seizing Feng Ermao's arm with a firm grip. Zhang Libuing, sensing the danger, rushed to rescue Feng, only to find himself ensnared by another burly man who seized his arm. Chang Zhonglin produced a cloth soaked in ether and covered Feng Ermao's mouth and nose. In a panic, Feng inhaled deeply, drawing in a significant amount of ether. Before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Libuing understood that these individuals had come prepared. They were likely enemies. He shouted for help, but Chang Zhonglin swiftly covered his mouth and nose as well. A minute later, Zhang Libuing too fell to the ground. At the entrance of the alley, someone heard the cries and peeked out to investigate. Chang Zhonglin shouted from a distance, "Mind your own business." The onlooker hastily retreated and discreetly called the police. However, by the time the authorities arrived, the scene was devoid of any evidence. The police found no traces to pursue, leaving them to wait and see if anyone would report a missing person. If no such report were made, it would merely be classified as a gang dispute, rendering any investigation impossible. Inside the Aero Technology Hotel, the night was well advanced. Lin Yibai had just removed his clothing and lay down when he received an unexpected phone call. Initially reluctant to answer, he reconsidered and pressed the answer button. "Chairman Lin, you seem to be quite thriving. A strange voice emanated from the telephone, sending a wave of unease through Lin Yibai. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Who I am is of no concern to you. However, you shall soon find out. I must inform you that your companions, Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing, are currently in my possession." The phone crackled with the sounds of violence, accompanied by the anguished cries of Zhang Libuing and Feng Ermao. A chill ran down Lin Yibai's spine. He understood that his enemies had come for him. It was either the notorious gambler Old Scar or the embezzler Tian Daong. "What do you want?" he demanded. The line was filled with a harsh, raucous laughter. "How much do you require?" 50 million, Lin Yibai replied incredulously. "That is impossible. Stop pretending. I know you possess wealth. 30 million, but you must cease the assault on them. Otherwise, I shall not part with a single cent," Lin Yibai declared resolutely. A straightforward man. "Very well, it's a deal. Send me your account details. I require cash." Lin Yibai took a deep breath. "If it's cash, I will need some time. Grant me 2 days. 1 day. Otherwise, prepare to receive their remains." As the line went dead, Lin Yibai hastily dialed Luodi's number. It was destined to be a sleepless night. On July 26th, at the business building of Hanwu City, the 4 members of the Escape from Earth team convened at the Starry Exploration Company. The issue of raising 30 million in funds posed no significant challenge. I had already contacted the presidents of several banks, and they would assist us, considering we are VIP clients. Jie Yujing was visibly anxious. This was her first encounter with the perilous nature of their undertaking. With eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night, Lin Yibai addressed Rodi, "Procure a van to transport the funds and await their instructions." Rodi slowly raised his head, a fierce resolve evident in his gaze. "Yibai, after we deliver the money, what's the plan?" Lin Yibai squeezed his hand tightly. "Are you suggesting they'll continue to extort us?" "If my assessment is correct, they're undoubtedly aware of our current situation and the resources at our disposal. Otherwise, they wouldn't demand 30 million right off the bat. And after giving them this sum, they might persist in coercing us," Luo Feng interjected abruptly. Lin Yibai turned to Rodi. "What course of action do you propose?" Rodi's countenance turned exceedingly stern. "I've been contemplating this since yesterday. After thorough deliberation, I've devised 3 strategies, categorized as the optimal, moderate, and least desirable options. The optimal strategy is to provide them with the 30 million, thereby settling the matter amicably and ensuring mutual non-interference. Otherwise, escalating the conflict would be detrimental to all parties involved. The least desirable strategy is that, upon the hostages' release, I'll not only retrieve the money, but also ensure their permanent silence." Luo Feng cast a peculiar glance at Rodi, his expression filled with apprehension. He was about to speak when Lin Yibai preempted him. "We cannot afford to stain our hands with more bloodshed. Furthermore, Tian Daong wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal the existence of his secret stash publicly. Once they release the hostage, we'll have established a mutually binding relationship. If he dares to extort us again, I'll report his illicit funds directly. Undoubtedly, Tian Daong wouldn't be so imprudent as to jeopardize his future for mere monetary gain." However, Rodi harbored some reservations. There were no caveats. Lin Yibai demurred, asserting that they could ill afford to invite superfluous complications, lest they become increasingly vulnerable. He evidently desired to articulate something further, yet he staunchly suppressed the impulse. Upon observing Rodi's departure from the office, Luo Feng arose as well, proclaiming that since the decision had been cemented, he would retire for the evening. Lin Yibai massaged his temples, genuinely fatigued. He had been deprived of adequate rest in recent days, preoccupied with matters pertaining to aerotechnology. The preceding night's occurrences had further robbed him of slumber. Presently, he was overcome with exhaustion. He yawned and addressed Xie Yujing, stating that he would take a brief respite there and requested to be roused should any matter of significance arise. In the corridor, Luo Feng swiftly overtook Rodi, remarking that the sequence of the superior, intermediate, and inferior stratagems that he had mentioned earlier was inverted. Rodi cast a peculiar glance at Luo Feng, acknowledging that his brother had indeed grasped the essence of his words. Lin Yibai had elected the least favorable course of action. Luo Feng expounded as they ambled along, characterizing Tian Daong as a veritable ticking time bomb. His abduction of Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing on this occasion portended the potential abduction of others in the future. Given their exposed position and his clandestine operations, defense would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, their perception of their vulnerability to extortion would undoubtedly embolden them to persist in their endeavors. Crucially, Feng Ermao's lack of fortitude would inevitably lead him to divulge their financial standing, revealing their possession of illicit gains amounting to over 300 billion, thereby inciting their avarice and determination to partake in the spoils. Luo Feng turned to glance at Luo Di, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Thus, the strategy you deem inferior is, in truth, the most astute one, he mused. Luo Di, after ensuring no one was within earshot, pulled him into the adjacent office. Since you comprehend the situation, why did you not dissuade Lin Yibai earlier? Luo Feng shook his head. It is futile to advise him. Why is that? I have stated before that we must safeguard Lin Yibai's integrity. He bears the monumental responsibility of leading everyone away from Earth. Therefore, he must remain untainted. Luo Feng's gaze shifted toward Lin Yibai's office. Should our scheme be exposed, you and I can shoulder the blame. Yet, our families must be escorted by someone whose hands are entirely clean. That individual can only be Lin Yibai. Thus, he must harbor no blemish upon his character. Luo Feng's eyes bore into Luo Di with intensity. Any stains must be borne by another. Luo Di narrowed his eyes, fixing his stare on Luo Feng. You are indeed mad. Luo Feng responded with a chilling grin. In truth, so are you. After all, we are brothers. In this matter, if I choose the inferior strategy, you will inevitably follow suit, will you not? Luo Di nodded slightly. A decisive resolution that eliminates future threats is the superior strategy. Luo Feng smiled, his expression unnervingly calm. I shall take charge of this affair and select the true superior strategy. However, we must eliminate not only these kidnappers, but also Tian Daong to eradicate any future threats. Moreover, we must ensure our hands remain clean, ideally orchestrating it to appear as a tragic accident, so as not to draw the attention of the constable. Fear not, Roddy declared, his chest swelling with pride. Lest you forget, I hail from the commando unit. Such endeavors are mere trifles. As twilight descended, a vehicle halted at a derelict wharf along the riverbank. From the driver's seat, Roddy dialed a number. The funds are secured. Where's the hostage? Leave the keys within the vehicle and depart, a voice responded. Upon confirmation of the payment, the hostage shall be released. In the distance, an underling observing the scene through binoculars exclaimed, Captain, their operative has departed, yet the vehicle remains stationary. An hour later, the vehicle was driven into their stronghold, a dilapidated warehouse also situated at a wharf. Securing the warehouse doors, Chang Zhonglin eagerly flung open the vehicle's cargo doors. As the doors swung wide, the eyes of all present widened in astonishment. The vehicle's cargo bay was brimming with currency, a vast expanse of crimson, a truly magnificent sight to behold. Commence the tally. Chang Zhonglin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The others, equally enthralled, were lost in their revelry. Some clambered onto the vehicle, initiating the process of unloading and counting the banknotes. Unbeknownst to them, a fine powder began to disperse gradually from within the currency. This powder was inhaled into their throats, penetrating their lungs and mingling within their bloodstream. Meanwhile, fully equipped, Roddy held a tablet in his grasp. The tablet displayed a map, upon which a red dot pulsed incessantly. Roddy cast his gaze upon the abandoned warehouse, the location where the currency-laden vehicle had been parked. He had surreptitiously installed a tracking device within the vehicle. Without expending excessive effort, he had successfully tracked it to this location. In this domain, he was, without a doubt, a master. Roddy remained composed, patiently awaiting his moment outside. The medicine required time to take effect. The only recourse was to wait. After an hour had elapsed, Roddy, donning his respirator, sauntered to the warehouse and swung open the doors. Inside, stacks of cash, meticulously counted, were strewn about. As for Chang Zhonglin and his cohorts, they lay sprawled atop the money, fast asleep. Roddy scoffed, amateurs, devoid of vigilance. He approached the bound figures of Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing, dousing them with cold water to rouse them. Brother D, you're here? Thank goodness, Feng Ermao whimpered. Zhang Libuing, with a pitiable tone, inquired, is my daughter unharmed? His paramount concern, as always, was for his child. Cease your incessant prattle. Don your respirators and load the money into the vehicle, Roddy commanded, swiftly untying their bonds. Observing Chang Zhonglin and the others sprawled haphazardly, Feng Ermao questioned, what shall we do with them? Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing, hesitant to voice further inquiries, hastily packed the money into the vehicle and departed. With Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing gone, Roddy commenced the second phase of his scheme. He muffled Chang Zhonglin's mouth and nose, then abruptly delivered a forceful elbow strike to his chest. Chang Zhonglin groaned, expelling a mouthful of blood. He then collapsed, motionless, leaving his state uncertain. After replicating this process on the others, Roddy drove off. Night had fallen, and the surroundings were deserted. Roddy drove to a sharp bend in the road and halted. Following a series of calculated maneuvers, the van careened off the road at the sharp bend, plunging towards the riverbank below. With a resounding crash, the vehicle collided violently with the ground, tumbling over several times before finally coming to a halt. Some occupants were ejected from the wreckage, while others remained trapped inside. The vehicle was utterly destroyed, and some of the occupants suffered broken limbs. The scene was one of utter devastation. Witnessing the success of his scheme, Roddy clapped his hands together, then mounted a motorcycle that had been strategically parked nearby, and sped off towards the airport. 3 hours later, Roddy arrived in Yinjiang City. His next objective was to confront the mastermind behind the entire operation, Tian Daong. Chapter 50. The Might of the Supercomputer Taihu City. Inside the Taihu Light supercomputer facility, Yao Yalong gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, deeply impressed. This was one of the nation's largest supercomputer centers. It was also the first time he had been granted access to such a powerful machine. Captain Yao, what kind of calculations do you require? A member of the supercomputer center's staff inquired. Oh, I'm quite overwhelmed by the sight of this enormous computer. It's truly magnificent. Yao Yalong quickly produced a USB drive containing surveillance footage of an individual. However, the image is of poor resolution. We wish to utilize the supercomputer to reconstruct the person's facial features and simultaneously search through national surveillance and databases to identify them. Concluding his explanation, Yao Yalong cautiously asked, "This request shouldn't be too difficult, should it?" The staff member received the USB drive, inserted it into the device, and examined the contents. The sample quantity was adequate, and the angles were comprehensive. Although the clarity was suboptimal, it posed no significant impediment. Reconstruction would be facile, and comparison with the actual individual would not be arduous. Approximately 5 minutes should suffice for completion, he stated. 5 minutes? Yao Yalong exclaimed, astounded. Confronted with such a formidable machine, he realized the limitations of his imagination. He had initially surmised that with such poor resolution and the need to compare against a database of over 1 billion individuals, the process would necessitate several days. To discover that it would only require 5 minutes was astonishing. I meant that's the maximum possible duration, the staff member clarified. It's conceivable that results could be available in 1 or 2 minutes. Please be patient, Captain Yao. The staff member had evidently misinterpreted Yao Yalong's astonishment. Yao Yalong was momentarily rendered speechless. 5 minutes was merely the upper limit of the estimate. Analogous to the creation of a painting, the outline emerged first, followed by the facial features. Subsequently, the eyebrows, wrinkles, and hair became discernible and progressively clearer. In less than a minute, Zhang Libuing's likeness materialized on the screen. The supercomputer continued its work, comparing the image with the database. The numbers on the screen decreased rapidly from 1 per billion. In under 30 seconds, the figure had been reduced to the tens of thousands. After approximately 10 more seconds, the process concluded. 2 images appeared on the screen. Captain Yao, the results are in. 2 individuals are potential matches for the person in the video. One is named Zhang Libuing, a released convict with connections to several safe deposit box theft cases. The other is a civilian residing in a city on the frontier. Recently, there has been no sign of activity in the capital. A case that appeared to hold no leads was resolved in mere minutes by the supercomputer, revealing the suspect. Such is the power of technology. Thank you. How splendid. Yao Yalong's gaze was fixated on the photograph of Zhang Libuing. Undoubtedly, this individual named Zhang Libuing is the one he seeks. The next step is to locate Zhang Libuing in order to uncover the motive behind the murder of Pan Shanqi. Please assist me in searching the surveillance feeds from various locations to ascertain the recent whereabouts of Zhang Libuing. Just a moment, it will be retrieved shortly. You two shall embark on a night journey to Aero Technology. As our newly recruited employees, you will remain undercover at Aero Technology to support our operations. Your identities have been compromised. You can no longer afford to make appearances. Lin Yibai addressed the disheveled Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing. Shall we not hide in other cities? Feng Ermao asked with reluctance. You must have left traces behind. The fact that Tian Daong could locate both of you indicates that the law enforcement officials could easily find you as well. In this world teeming with surveillance, once a supercomputer is employed for analysis, your whereabouts can be detected at any time. You are far from safe, Lin Yibai stated with utmost seriousness. He sensed an impending crisis, a feeling of being heavily encircled, which left him profoundly uncomfortable. Everything began to feel as though it was spiraling out of control. However, Aero technology is equipped with cameras as well, Feng Ermao retorted, still unwilling to accept the situation. As per my directives, the surveillance apparatus of Aero technology has been reconfigured into a self-contained system, severing its external connections. Within the confines of Aero technology, your actions will be shielded from external scrutiny, and your identities will remain unknown. Furthermore, you will be entrusted with the crucial task of shaping public sentiment among Aero technology's workforce. Reassured by the prospect of contributing to Aero technology, Feng Ermao expressed his contentment, stating, "Very well, we shall proceed to Aero technology forthwith. Depart immediately by automobile, refraining from utilizing any form of public transportation and abstaining from disembarking en route. I have apprised Aero technology's personnel to facilitate your onboarding process. You shall assume the roles of junior management officials. Execute your duties with diligence. Would the donning of face masks suffice? Nay, the facial recognition system remains impervious even with the utilization of masks. Should you be compelled to venture outside for errands, ensure that you employ both face masks and sunglasses to obscure the majority of your facial features, thereby evading detection by the surveillance system. Understood. Concealing Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao constitutes a paramount imperative for Lin Yibai. In light of Tian de Yong's ability to locate them, it stands to reason that law enforcement authorities could replicate this feat. These two individuals represent the Achilles heel of the Escape Earth initiative, necessitating their concealment to preclude their apprehension by the police, thereby averting the potential forfeiture of all progress. Should the capture of Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao precipitate the arrest of the entire group, the Escape Earth endeavor would face irreversible collapse. Failure to secure passage via rocket would condemn all to perish. And what of Roddy? Lin Yibai inquired with curiosity. Jia Yujing shook his head. It seems he has gone to Yanjiang City. What could he possibly be doing there? It appears he is searching for Tian Daong. Lin Yibai subtly deduced that Luadi must have alternative plans. July 31st, 1 o'clock in the morning. The Public Security Bureau of Huji Town in Yanjiang City. The board Ma Yuan was engaged in conversation with the Intelligent Response Desk. Hello, are you male or female? Ma Yuan, the officer. Detected that you are mentally fatigued and in dire need of rest. It is advised that you commence your respite immediately. The Intelligent Response Desk had much to say. Ma Yuan yawned. If I rest, who will be on duty? You? I am on duty 24 hours a day. Gu Changyan hurriedly approached and patted Ma Yuan. Enough chatting. We have received a report of a homicide. Let us go. Ma Yuan, still yawning, climbed into the vehicle, switched on the police siren, and drove swiftly to the finest hotel in Huji Town. Upon arrival, he found a crowd gathered outside the hotel. Chapter 51. Not an accident. But murder Gu Changdan quickly exited the police car, parting the crowd, and spotted a figure sprawled on the ground. The hotel security rushed over. Director Gu. 3 people are dead. 1 jumped from the building, and the 2 upstairs were stabbed to death. Gu Changyan was taken aback, surprised to learn that multiple lives had been lost. He promptly instructed, arrange for someone to cordon off this area, keeping unrelated individuals at a distance. He and Ma Yuan hurried upstairs. As soon as they entered the luxurious private room, he was startled by the scene that lay before him. Although he had served as sheriff for several years, this was the first time he had encountered such a heinous murder. After all, Huji Town was relatively small, and violent crimes were rare. On the bed lay 2 lifeless bodies, one of which, upon a glance, Gu Chongyun recognized as Tian Daong, the director of the mining requisition office, who had handed him cigarettes just days prior. The other corpse, a young woman with an admirable physique, lay sprawled out. Both victims bore numerous stab wounds, with the woman suffering the most. It was evident that the assailant had acted with impulsive ferocity. Who is the woman? Gu Changyan inquired. Ma Yuan leaned in for a closer look. She appears to be Tian Daong's mistress. Men turn corrupt when they acquire wealth. Tian Daong was never a paragon of virtue. And with his money and influence, he surrounded himself with numerous lovers, frequently renting hotel rooms. The hotel staff were also familiar with his mistress. A sudden thought struck Gu Chang'an. Could the woman who jumped be Tian Daong's wife? Ma Yuan shrugged. That seems highly likely. He shook his head with a sigh. Men should not possess wealth. It leads to infidelity, and infidelity breeds trouble. He had already categorized the case as a crime of passion. The scenario was evident. Tian Daong and his mistress were caught in the act by his wife, leading to a heated argument in which she, in a fit of rage, fatally stabbed both of them. Realizing there was no escape, she leapt from the building, choosing death as her resolution. After articulating his analysis, Ma Yuan clapped his hands together. This case is closed. Do not arrive at conclusions prematurely, Gu Changyan said with a cough. The investigation must proceed. Contact the precinct and request assistance. It is particularly strange that there are so many major cases this year. He approached the window and gazed down. The woman who had taken her life remained prone on the ground. The distance and angle suggested that she had leapt from this very window, a fact corroborated by the presence of blood-stained fingerprints on the window itself. Security personnel had cordoned off the area around the body, leaving the immediate vicinity clear. Turning his attention to the floor, he noticed a sharp dagger lying near the window. This was undoubtedly the murder weapon. He carefully placed the weapon into a plastic bag, his mind already forming a preliminary hypothesis. The case appeared to be a crime of passion, as posited by Ma Yuan. Verification would be straightforward. A simple examination of the fingerprints on the dagger would suffice. If the fingerprints of Tian Daiyong's wife were found on the weapon, the case could be closed. However, Gu Changyan sensed that the case was not as simple as it seemed. Something was amiss, something he had overlooked. The surveillance system malfunctioned yesterday at 8 p.m., a hotel employee said, crestfallen. I have determined that the motherboard has failed and requires specialized repair. I have contacted the manufacturer, but repairs will not be possible for a few days. Gu Changyan found this development increasingly peculiar. The surveillance system could have failed at any time, yet it chose to fail on the very day of the death. This was not mere coincidence, but a point of suspicion. However, aside from this, there were no other discernible points of contention. Upon inquiry, it was the hotel staff who initially discovered the tragedy, having hastily arrived on the scene after hearing a dispute. However, by the time they arrived, the scene was already in disarray. They promptly alerted the authorities. Old Gu. Indeed, there are no other discernible suspicious indicators, Ma Yuan remarked, stroking his nose and shaking his head. All interrogation records suggest that no fourth individual was present at the location. The adjacent residents also overheard the altercation between a man and a woman. This is unequivocally a crime of passion. That fellow, Tian Daiyong, had at least a dozen mistresses. His wife was somewhat aware of this. It is plausible that Tian Daiyong and his lover provoked his wife, leading to a moment of impulsive homicide. As for the surveillance, the motherboard was fried, not intentionally sabotaged. It was merely a coincidence. Yinjiang City. In a secluded residential dwelling, Scarface was solemnly perusing news articles on his mobile phone. The news, dated 2 days prior, reported that a minivan in Hanwu City had veered off the road and plunged into the riverbank, resulting in the demise of all 4 occupants. 2 of the deceased hailed from Yinjiang City, while the other 2 were local residents. What piqued Scarface's interest was the revelation that 2 of the 4 victims were affiliated with the mining. The leading figure was none other than Chang Zhonglin, Tian Daiyong's right-hand man. This left Scarface profoundly puzzled. With a resounding crash, a shadowy figure burst in. Desha gulped down a glass of water in one go, exclaiming to Scarface, "Boss, major news. That old acquaintance of yours, the director Tian who visited us last time, Tian Daiyong, is dead." Old Scar suddenly stood up, a deep sense of unease washing over him. He learned that the man had been murdered by his wife. While he was in a hotel with his mistress, his wife stormed in, wielding a knife, and killed both of them before taking her own life by jumping from a building. Big Fool shook his head, exclaiming, "You speak of director Tian Daiyong, who has achieved great success and amassed wealth and power, yet he fell prey to a woman. Truly, it is a most unfortunate fate. Why are you silent?" Big Fool glanced curiously at Old Scar, only to notice that he was trembling uncontrollably. "Boss, what is the matter?" Big Fool inquired, patting Old Scar on the back. Startled, Old Scar exclaimed, "Hurry, we must run. These people are not to be trifled with. We need to escape." As Old Scar grabbed a few articles of clothing and prepared to leave, Big Fool asked, "Boss, where are you going?" Old Scar paused, struck by the question. Indeed. Where can I go? Nowhere is safe. He had come to the grim realization that Tian Daiyong's death was no accident, nor a crime of passion, but rather a calculated murder. Furthermore, his most trusted assistant, Chang Zhonglin, was complicit in the crime. The perpetrators were undoubtedly affiliated with Feng Ermao. He never anticipated that these individuals would pose such a threat. His own safety was now in jeopardy. But where could he possibly hide? "Boss, did you not say that once we step outside, the constables would surely discover us? Why venture out?" Big Fool pressed. This remark jolted Old Scar into clarity. Yes, the security office is our safest refuge. Chapter 52. The Truth Revealed. Yuanjiang City, West City Security Office. A man with a scarred visage burst in, exclaiming, "Sheriff Xiao! Sheriff Xiao, help me!" Immediately, the automated reception system announced, "Sheriff Xiao Chong, Sheriff Xiao Chong, someone is seeking assistance, someone is seeking assistance. Please come to the front desk promptly." Xiao Chang emerged, perplexed. Upon seeing the man, he instantly recognized him as Zhao Yuming, Old Scar, whom he had been diligently seeking. This Old Scar had been in hiding for months, yet now he was voluntarily surrendering himself. "Old Scar, get over here." Xiao Chong seized Old Scar by the collar, dragging him toward the interrogation room. He had initially intended to wait for Old Scar to reopen his gambling den, then catch him red-handed. However, Old Scar had unexpectedly appeared at the public security station, saving him considerable trouble. Strangely, when Xiao Chong grabbed Old Scar's collar, the man displayed not tension, but rather a sense of relief, as if he had found a reliable refuge. Seated across from Old Scar, Xiao Chong fixed him with a stern gaze. "Old Scar, honestly confess your crimes. You know the policy: leniency for confession, severity for resistance." Old Scar lowered his head, and despite his handcuffed hands, he laboriously wiped the sweat from his brow. "I'll tell everything. I only beg you to save my life." Xiao Chong sensed an anomaly. "What happened?" Old Scar swallowed with difficulty. "Yesterday, I received some intelligence. Chang Zhonglin, the security captain of the mining office in Hu Town, along with 3 security guards, were involved in a car accident in Hanwu City the night before last. Everyone in the vehicle perished." Xiao Chong's countenance grew stern. The amalgamation of the mineral levy office safe theft and the gambling den double-cross was privy only to him and a few constables, including Gu Chang'an. Yet, this scarred veteran was evidently aware that his funds and those of the mineral levy office had been pilfered by the same cohort. The situation appeared to be escalating. Moreover, news had surfaced yesterday that Tian Daong, along with his mistress and wife, had perished. The scarred man trembled with apprehension, asserting that it was no mere coincidence, but rather a systematic elimination of witnesses. "Why do you assert such a thing?" Xiao Chong inquired, his gaze still piercing, yet laced with astonishment. "The case remains under investigation, and its nature is yet to be determined." "It's evident, isn't it?" the scarred man exclaimed hysterically. "They are silencing us. With their deaths, I'm next." Xiao Chong straightened his posture, fixing his gaze upon the scarred man. "Have you ascertained the identities of the 2 suspects?" This revelation somewhat disconcerted him, as he had not anticipated that 2 ruffians would possess such acute investigative acumen, even surpassing their own in identifying the targets. It was, in truth, rather mortifying for Xiao Chong. "Indeed, we procured photographs of the 2 individuals from surveillance footage. Both hail from Yinjiang City. One is named Feng Ermao, and the other, Zhang Libing." Tian Daong also disclosed that the true mastermind is named Lin Yibai, who established a company called Starry Sky Exploration, with himself as the legal representative. Furthermore, Tian Daong mentioned that this company was financed with the money pilfered from both myself and him. Old Scar ventured everything, divulging all that was within his knowledge. For life holds paramount importance. A few years of incarceration for operating an illicit gambling den pales in comparison to the loss of one's existence. The magistrate had not deemed either Chang Zhonglin's or Tian Daong's demise as homicide, but rather as accidental, which was profoundly unsettling. Xiao Chong, too, perceived the gravity of the matter, fixing his gaze upon Old Scar and inquiring, perhaps these were mere coincidences? After all, the scene of Tian Daong's death yielded no discernible signs of foul play. Old Scar inhaled deeply and asserted, "Nay, these were not accidents, but calculated homicides. You may be unaware of the dynamics between Tian Daong and his spouse, but I am not, for we once collaborated. I possess an intimate understanding of their marital affairs." "Elaborate," Xiao Chong urged, inhaling deeply, sensing that these cases were nearing a breakthrough. Tian Daong and his wife had been wed for over 2 decades. She was formerly a streetwalker, a fact Tian Daong was well aware of, yet it did not deter him. Tian Daong indulged in numerous affairs, as did his wife. They had long established a mutual understanding, each pursuing their own pleasures without interference. Tian Daong harbored no desire for divorce, as it would adversely affect his professional life, his children, and his family. They maintained this arrangement for over 20 years. It is implausible that a mere paramour would incite her to murder Tian Daong. This is a facade deliberately constructed by another. The perpetrators of this homicide are none other than individuals from the Starry Sky Exploration Corporation. Old Scar trembled visibly, evidently consumed by profound trepidation. Xiao Chang rose from his seat and stepped outside, dialing Gu Changyun's number. Old Gu, I've received a tip-off. It appears that Tian Dayong's case may involve murder. Both he and his wife lead separate lives without interference from one another. You should investigate this situation. Gu Chongyun's voice conveyed palpable excitement over the phone. All right, I'll look into it immediately. I sense that this matter is far from simple. An air of strangeness envelopes it. Old Gu, we might be dealing with highly skilled individuals. Exercise caution. Avoid drawing their attention and remain vigilant, Xiao Chang advised earnestly. There was a noticeable pause in Gu Chongyun's voice before he replied, You must also take care. In Yangjiang City, at the West City Public Security Bureau. Xiao Chang highlighted information regarding the Starry Sky Exploration Company. A news article popped up on the computer screen. Starry Sky Exploration Company successfully acquires Taiping County Aerotechnology Group. Accompanying the article was a photograph of Lin Yibai delivering a speech before thousands of grassroots officials. Upon glancing at Lin Yibai, Xiao Chang felt a jolt of recognition. This was the individual he had been searching for, the very same person he had encountered at the bridge, clad in a security uniform and riding a motorcycle. He was confident in his memory. Just as the old scar had suggested, Lin Yibai was indeed the mastermind behind these cases. Xiao Ge, what are you looking at? Xiao Chen approached and stole a glance at the image on Xiao Chang's computer. Do you recognize this person? Tilting his head for a better look, Xiao Chen replied, No. I don't. I do, Xiao Chang affirmed. With a chilling tone, Xiao Chang confirmed that he was indeed the individual we encountered on the bridge that day, clad in a security uniform and riding a motorcycle. Chapter 53. Modus operandi for laundering money. Xiao Chang was now certain that Lao Ba's statements held veracity. The vehicular incident in Hanwu City and Tian Dayong's crime of passion were not mere accidents or coincidences, but rather meticulously orchestrated assassinations. Star Exploration Company was behind these acts of silencing, with Lin Yibai as the mastermind. Was he the one who double-crossed them? Was he also the one who pilfered the safe deposit box? A sudden realization dawned upon Xiao Chun. Could the garment we discovered belong to him? Would the DNA on the garment provide a match? In response to Xiao Chen's barrage of inquiries, Xiao Chang stated icily that ascertaining his involvement would require obtaining his DNA for comparison. Donning his hat, he rose to his feet and stated his intention to request authorization from the station to investigate the case in Hanwu City and to devise a method for acquiring Lin Yibai's DNA. He affirmed that no transgressor could elude his grasp. However, before he could depart, the telephone on the desk rang. After a brief exchange, Xiao Chang hung up the phone, his countenance betraying a mixture of emotions. What's amiss, Xiao Chang? Xiao Chun inquired, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Xiao Chang inhaled deeply and revealed that Lin Yibai and his cohorts were suspected of perpetrating a significant crime in the capital. The Beijing Public Security Bureau had requested his presence, along with the relevant documentation, to assist in the investigation. Xiao Chun gasped, marveling at the nature of these individuals, questioning if they were truly desperados. Hanwu City Commercial Building, headquarters of Star Exploration Company. Luo Feng entered Yu Jing's workspace and took a seat beside her. Brother Feng, is there something on your mind? Jia Yujing paused her actions and stood up to inquire. Please, have a seat, Luo Feng reassured her. As you are responsible for our finances, I wish to pose a question to you. Go ahead, she replied. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Feng asked, Is there a possibility that our funds may be traced by the authorities? Jia Yujing shook her head slightly. Not in the short term. The previous sum of over 20 million was deposited through 20 separate financial accounts. These accounts were purchased by us and are generally untraceable by the time they are discovered. It will likely be several years down the line. Luo Feng furrowed his brow. I do not quite grasp the method. How is it laundered? Jia Yujing shrugged nonchalantly. I identified a rather obscure futures contract, allowing the funds in those accounts to serve as long positions while we took short positions. Through legitimate trading activities, we ultimately transferred their money into our accounts. We executed numerous transactions involving such futures contracts and explored a variety of futures products. By diversifying the funds and keeping each transaction relatively small, we ensured that it would not attract undue attention. Luo Feng pressed further. But wouldn't this raise suspicions with regulatory bodies? The amount is too insignificant to elicit concern, Jia Yujing replied with a shrug, unless they specifically target us. Luo Feng pondered for a moment. Then you must remain vigilant, as it is quite possible that law enforcement officials may scrutinize our accounts. He sighed with relief. It was truly fortuitous that Lin Yibai reached out to you. Jia Yujing reflected, I owe my gratitude to Lin Yibai. He has bestowed upon me the courage and confidence to persevere. By the way, How did you launder the money belonging to Pan Shanxi? Luo Feng inquired. It's rather straightforward, came the reply. Pan Shanxi's funds are divided into 3 segments. The first portion consists of bank drafts, which require no laundering. We established a company overseas and directly transferred the funds to Aero Technology under the guise of payment for goods, effectively cleansing the money. The domestic law enforcement officials are unable to trace these foreign assets. The second portion comprises stocks from various corporations. We liquidated these stocks through our overseas companies by utilizing them as collateral, subsequently funneling the proceeds to Aero Technology as payment for goods. Legally, these funds have no connection to our Stargazing Exploration Company, making it impossible for any investigation to link back to us. It is impeccably clean and devoid of any flaws. The law enforcement officers would never uncover it. Lastly, there is the substantial sum in Bitcoin, which is also quite manageable. I located several early investors in the Bitcoin market and purchased their transaction records. These records were then attributed to a company registered overseas. This entity invested in Stargazing Exploration Company, thus sanitizing the funds. Even if the economic officers were to investigate, they would find no discrepancies. Luo Feng marveled. Indeed. In every profession, there exist unique methods. I have learned much and feel reassured. Rest assured, our company will remain unscathed for at least 2 years, Jie remarked, raising his hands. By then, we will have already journeyed to Mars, and no one will be searching for us. No. A resolute expression appeared on Luo Feng's face. It was not 2 years, but at most 1.5 years remaining. We must expedite our efforts. When can the rocket be launched? Asked Jie. Lin Yibai responded that he had issued a strict order to the technical team at Aero Technology. By the end of this month, a rocket must be launched. Luo Feng took a deep breath, indicating that manned flight should be implemented in 2 months. Jie was taken aback. So soon? At Aero Technology in Taiping County, the entire company's atmosphere had undergone a remarkable transformation. All the workshops were brightly lit, and the workers appeared invigorated, even speaking with greater volume than usual. In the past, identifying oneself as a worker at Aero Technology was a source of embarrassment. Although the notion of building rockets seemed impressive, the reality was that they were merely engaged in routine workshop tasks. Moreover, for several years, the wages of Aero Technology's workers had remained stagnant. An experienced technician earned less in a month than a restaurant server. However, the situation had changed under the current standards. Every worker now took home a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. In the economically modest Taiping County, this was a remarkable achievement. The surrounding restaurants, once serving inexpensive meals, had transformed. Each day, numerous workers dined there, indulging in lavish dishes without a hint of restraint. All of this gratitude was directed towards Lin Yibai, for it was he who had brought about these changes. It was rumored that production orders from various supporting factories could extend well into next year. This foretells that such remuneration will persist, at a minimum, until the ensuing year, instilling in everyone a renewed sense of optimism. Concurrently, Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing mingled among the workers as they entered the cafeteria, subsequent to Starry Sky Exploration's acquisition of Aero Technology. A noteworthy alteration was implemented. Each employee was granted a meal subsidy of 10 yuan per meal, which directly augmented the caliber of the comestibles consumed. Chapter 54. Insufficient funds. It could be asserted that, with the exception of a scant few idiosyncratic individuals, the entirety of Aero Technology regarded Lin Yibai as a savior. Laudations for Lin Yibai were ubiquitous. I am perplexed as to what machinations Lin is employing, and why he is engaging in such profligate expenditure to ingratiate himself with these laborers, Zhang Libuing remarked, unable to comprehend Lin Yibai's intentions. Jie had intimated that Starry Sky Exploration was currently experiencing a paucity of funds. The procurement of raw materials, the disbursement of wages, and the maintenance of production necessitated the expenditure of at least 1 or 200 million yuan daily. The retroactive payment of wages alone consumed over 1 billion yuan in one fell swoop. Nearly half a month had elapsed, and Starry Sky Exploration's liquid assets were already becoming strained. In reality, ingratiating oneself with these laborers is a facile endeavor. A modest augmentation in wages would suffice to elicit their gratitude. There is no exigency to inundate them with capital. I, too, am unable to comprehend, Feng Ermao responded, scratching his head. Despite our lifelong camaraderie, I must concede that I have never been able to fully decipher him. He exudes an aura of profound inscrutability. Alas, to double the laborers' wages and furnish them with triple overtime compensation, is this not indicative of an egregious surfeit of funds? The two individuals entered the management cafeteria, ordered several dishes, and commenced their repast. "How are things on your end?" Feng Ermao inquired. Zhang Liban, possessing a modicum of electrical and mechanical expertise, had been appointed as the overseer of the electrical workshop. "Not particularly well. That group refuses to respect my authority," Zhang Liban replied while eating. "What about you?" Feng Ermao had been directly assigned the position of workshop director by Lin Yibai. "I find myself in an even worse predicament. I lack technical knowledge and production skills. Although I possess some understanding of management, no one pays heed to my words," Feng Ermao lamented with a sigh. Zhang Liban fixed his gaze on Feng Ermao, saying, "Ermao, we are core members of the Earth Escape team. The others are currently overwhelmed with tasks outside, and we cannot falter. For the past few days, I have been diligently studying electrical knowledge. I am determined to become a competent manager." A surge of ambition welled up within Feng Ermao. "Indeed, I have been a close friend of Lin Yibai since childhood. I cannot bring shame upon him. After all, we are constructing rockets. I am a university graduate, and I refuse to believe I cannot master this." In the business building of Hanwu City, the clock indicated 3:30 in the afternoon. The stock market had closed, and the futures market had also concluded its trading. Jie Yujing entered Lin Yibai's office, bearing the results of the review. "The stock market cannot support our capital requirements. The daily profits are insufficient to meet our expenses. Professor Luo has a poor grasp of economics. His projections for funding needs are entirely misguided." Jie Yujing expressed her grievances. "He just messaged me again, insisting on expanding the rocket construction scale to produce 5 to 10 rockets daily, claiming this is essential for our escape from Earth before its impending destruction. I am perplexed as to the rationale behind evacuating such a multitude," quoth she. "By my reckoning, the requisite funds would scarcely fall short of 600 billion. Alas, we are bereft of alternative, more lucrative avenues." Disquietude gnawed at Jie Yujing, for she felt utterly at her wits' end. The rockets currently in production boast a passenger capacity of 10 souls. To convey 20,000 individuals from this terrestrial sphere would necessitate 2,000 such vessels, with a mere annum and a fraction remaining. The exigency demands an average daily output of 5 rockets. Given the present capabilities of aero technologies, this feat is simply unattainable. A large-scale expansion is imperative, entailing the recruitment of additional personnel and the construction of supplementary facilities. Verily, it is a mission impossible. Moreover, the monetary demands constitute a colossal, astronomical sum. Yet, the resources of retail investors are finite, and persistent fleecing would render them skittish, prompting a mass exodus from the stock market. The bourse might then plummet into a protracted bear market, rendering even the most ingenious technologies futile. As for institutional investors, their coffers are deep, and they are wily old foxes, making them even more elusive. Jie Yujing's utmost capability lies in generating a daily profit of 100 million. But this falls woefully short of the mark. Indeed, we must acquire several analogous enterprises, averred Lin Yibai. Relying solely on our internal expansion would prove too protracted. Jie Yujing's distress deepened. According to Lin Yibai's proposition, the acquisition of 2 or 3 companies of aero technologies magnitude would obviate the need for expansion, thereby potentially expediting the completion of the construction project. However, this would necessitate the immediate procurement of substantial capital. "Our coffers are depleted," she lamented anxiously. "What shall we do?" Contrary to Jie Yujing's expectations, Lin Yibai seemed unhurried, displaying instead a confident demeanor. "Rest assured," he said, "I'll handle everything." Strangely, upon hearing these words, Jie Yujing's previously agitated heart was immediately calmed, despite her uncertainty about Lin Yibai's plans. "Our primary focus now," Lin Yibai said with a smile to Jie Yujing, "should not be on building numerous rockets, but rather on launching a single one, accompanied by extensive publicity." He then instructed that a meeting be convened in 2 days with the senior engineers and scientific advisory team of aerotechnology. In the western outskirts of Taiping County, nestled in a virtually isolated location, stood several white buildings. While relatively recent in construction and appearing quite new, their neglected state was evident in their dilapidated condition. A robust middle-aged man was squatting in front of one of the doors, consuming noodles. The enormous bowl was brimming with noodles, devoid of even a trace of oil. A disgruntled voice emanated from within the house. "What good are you? You can't earn money, you can't get things done. I only allowed my daughter to marry you because you claim to be an astronaut. And yet, I've never seen you on a rocket. You train every day, consuming massive bowls of noodles, but the rockets are gone. What use are you? Now my daughter is pregnant again, and you're still not thinking of ways to earn money. Still dreaming of being an astronaut. Why aren't you out there working? The middle-aged man ceased his eating. He did not wish for his wife to suffer. He had come to aerotechnology without hesitation, driven by the opportunity to fulfill his aerospace aspirations. He maintained a rigorous training regimen, holding himself to the highest standards. In pursuit of the dream to one day board a rocket and venture into the cosmos as the first civilian astronaut, he found himself facing an unfortunate turn of events. The funding chain of aerotechnology had collapsed, plunging the company into the brink of bankruptcy. Within the astronaut training facility, there had once been a dozen individuals. But as circumstances grew dire, one by one, they slipped away. Ultimately, only 2 remained, and he was one of them. Xiang Longfei was reluctant to depart, for he yearned to realize his dream of space exploration. This aspiration was his lifelong pursuit, his grandest ideal, and the totality of his hope. Despite aerotechnology having failed to issue salaries for months and the impending collapse looming overhead, he could not bring himself to leave. This was his singular opportunity to fulfill his cosmic ambitions. Departing would mean the irrevocable loss of his chance to touch the universe. His mother-in-law failed to comprehend his plight, and his wife expressed her discontent, yet he bore it all in silence. However, the weight of his endurance had reached its limit. Chapter 55. A serious briefing. He entered the room, cradling a half-eaten bowl of noodles, and placed it upon the table. "Mother, I shall heed your counsel. Tomorrow, I will seek employment," he declared before turning to leave. He could not bear the thought of his wife suffering, nor could he allow their child to be born into poverty. It was imperative that he relinquish his ideals. Accepting reality was his only viable path forward. Stepping outside, he beheld the towering rocket launch pad in the distance. To his astonishment, he noticed individuals busily engaged in maintenance on the structure. This sight momentarily stunned him. A cloud of dust billowed toward him, signaling the approach of a vehicle. The astronaut training center was situated quite a distance from Taiping County, and visitors were a rare occurrence. "Along, someone has arrived." Another astronaut, Luo Feng, exclaimed with excitement. "It has been over 2 months. The company seems to have forgotten us, and only now do they send someone." A vehicle approached, kicking up dust, and from it emerged a logistics officer along with a young man whose demeanor exuded warmth. As the officer brushed off the dust from his clothes, he bellowed, "Along. Sha Yuan, it's time for your salary." The astronaut training center was indeed a peculiar establishment, intentionally situated far from the hustle and bustle of the city to ensure astronauts remained undisturbed. With most residents having departed, only 2 families remained. It was not until Lin Yibai had been in charge for some time that anyone remembered the outstanding salaries of 2 astronauts. "Let me introduce you," the officer continued. "This is our new chairman, Lin Yibai. He is now the head of aerotechnology." Luo Feng leaped with excitement. "Are we about to resume our training?" Lin Yibai regarded Luo Feng, noting his portly figure, which hardly conformed to the typical astronaut physique. He then turned his gaze to Xiang Longfei, a man whose resolute demeanor belied his age. Though in his 30s, he stood tall and straight, demonstrating impeccable physique, clearly a testament to his uninterrupted training. "Xiang Longfei?" Lin Yibai inquired. "Yes, next month we will conduct a test launch of an unmanned rocket, followed by a manned rocket the month after." He glanced between Xiang Longfei and Luo Feng. "Who among you wishes to be the first astronaut?" "I do." Luo Feng raised his hand enthusiastically. Lin Yibai turned to look at Xiang Longfei. With a sigh, Longfei expressed to Chairman Lin his regretful decision to resign. Lin Yibai, puzzled, offered cigarettes, questioning Longfei's motives, as he believed this endeavor was Longfei's aspiration. Luo Feng accepted the cigarette, but Longfei declined, stating that dreams are merely illusions, and reality necessitates providing for his family. He turned to his mother-in-law and pregnant wife, whose condition was quite noticeable. Lin Yibai understood the situation, asking if it was due to a lack of prospects. Longfei confirmed, citing the absence of financial reward, recognition, and hope. He lamented that after being dismissed from the National Aerospace Center at 25, he had dedicated over a decade to this endeavor, yet the rocket launches had consistently failed, and he doubted success would occur in his lifetime. Lin Yibai, gazing at the rocket launch platform, proposed waiting another month, promising to personally purchase Longfei's ticket if the next launch failed and he still wished to leave. Touched by Lin Yibai's determination, enthusiasm, and sincerity, Longfei wavered, as space exploration was his ultimate ambition. With resolve, he agreed to wait another month. As the smoke and dust billowed once more, Longfei shouted to Luo Feng to cease his idleness and resume work. Meanwhile, at the Aero Technology conference room, a substantial number of people were gathered, watching a news report announcing the construction of an underground laboratory in the southwest region of the country. The underground laboratory, situated at a staggering depth of 5,600 meters, will be the deepest subterranean facility in the world. Upon its completion, this laboratory will host a multitude of experimental tasks. A scientist, his hair streaked with gray, yet bearing a youthful countenance, called out to the staff, "Please turn off the television. It is quite distracting." Another voice chimed in, "Do not turn it off. It is beneficial for everyone to stay informed about external affairs. We must not remain oblivious to the world beyond our windows." At that moment, an elderly gentleman, his hair entirely silver, entered the room. "Academician Wu has arrived. Please, take a seat." The attendees of the conference room stood in respect. One reason the team has readily accepted Lin Yibai's leadership of Aero Technology is the esteemed guidance and involvement of rocket expert academician Wu Daoyu and other prominent figures. The invitation extended to such illustrious individuals signifies the formidable capabilities of Lin Yibai. Rumors abound that Lin Yibai possesses a unique and noble identity, likely emerging from a distinguished family of young entrepreneurs. After all, what could a mere 20-something achieve to amass billions to acquire Aero Technology upon his debut? Moreover, Aero Technology is a civilian rocket manufacturer. Once a rocket is equipped with a warhead, it transforms into a missile. If fitted with a nuclear warhead, it becomes a weapon of mass destruction. Without a significant pedigree and background, how could one possibly purchase Aero Technology and enlist the esteemed academician Wu for guidance? Lin Yibai's identity has already become the subject of much intrigue within the corridors of Aero Technology. Seating himself adjacent to the head of the table in the conference room, Daoist Wu deliberately left the premier seat vacant, thereby substantiating the collective conjecture that Lin Yibai possessed a distinguished pedigree. As the attendees were immersed in their speculations, Lin Yibai entered, offering a courteous greeting to all present. "My apologies for the slight delay. I trust one haven't kept you waiting unduly." Wu promptly arose, stating, "Your timing is impeccable." The signal achievement of securing the presence of academician Wu Daoist was, in essence, attributable to Hu Baiyan. Hu Baiyan was a protégé of Wu Daoist, and Luo Feng, in turn, was a student of Hu Baiyan. It was on the basis of this association that contact was established with academician Wu Daoist. Given Wu Daoist's eminence, he ostensibly merited access to the subterranean city. However, owing to his advanced years, and in the absence of any communication, Wu Daoist had resigned himself to forfeiting the prospect of entering the subterranean city. Consequently, he resolutely aligned himself with the Exodus Initiative, his sole aspiration being to ensure the safety of his family. Having previously met with Wu Daoist, Lin Yibai had personally pledged to ensure the evacuation of all of Wu Daoist's kin, thereby securing the invaluable assistance of the esteemed academician. Lin Yibai extinguished the television and, turning to the assembly, inquired, "Esteemed colleagues, as the vanguard and backbone of Aero Technology, I am curious as to your sentiments upon perusing these reports." This query precipitated a period of introspection among those present, with the consensus being that the nation was poised to undertake some momentous endeavor. Finally, Zhao Muyang, the chief engineer of Aero Technology, articulated, "The nation appears to be initiating a significant undertaking." Lin Yibai affirmed with a gesture of approval, "Indeed, your acumen is commendable." He then addressed the collective. "The nation is, in fact, embarking on a substantial initiative. As for what significant actions are taking place, I am uncertain. However, I do have some information to share with everyone." Chapter 56. The case becomes clear at the same time in the capital city, within a certain public security bureau. The atmosphere was thick with smoke. Were there a smoke detector present, it would undoubtedly be triggered. This is a common issue across public security bureaus nationwide. The officers, in their pursuit of justice, often rely on cigarettes to invigorate themselves. Otherwise, how could they endure the long hours of surveillance? It was for this reason that Xiao Chang quickly adapted to the environment, feeling increasingly at ease. Yao Yalong switched on the projector, displaying the photograph of an individual. "Do you recognize him?" Zhang Liboing, known as Zhang the Short, a master locksmith. Xiao Chang immediately identified the figure in the photograph. Gu Chongyun raised his hand, inquiring, "What was stolen?" The puzzling aspect here was that there was nothing missing from the safe. However, the deceased's wife mentioned that a special key, which had been stored in the safe, appeared to have been tampered with. "What kind of key?" both Xiao Chang and Gu Chongyun asked in unison. "According to our investigation, This key belonged to a personal vault at the Zurich Bank. Yao Yalong's expression turned grave. Was the vault robbed? What was taken? Xiao Chong pressed for answers. We do not know. The Zurich Bank has refused to disclose what was contained within the vault. Insiders have informed us that even the Zurich Bank is unaware of the contents of individual vaults. This is strictly confidential. Apart from the deceased, no one else is privy to what lies within. What remains in the vault? We do not know. Yao Yalong shrugged. I don't know. Why? Xiao Chong was perplexed. Because Zurich Bank has denied the relatives of the deceased access to the vault. Why? Yao Yalong replied with a hint of amusement. The agreement signed by the deceased stipulates that only the individual can unlock their personal vault. Gu Chongyun raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that the contents of the vault are still intact? Xiao Chang scoffed. They should be gone. Why? Xiao Chang's tone grew serious. This Zhang Libing is not acting alone. He is backed by a formidable gang. He turned to Gu Chongyun. There is something I have not disclosed to you. I suspect that the car accident involving Chang Zhonglin and the love-related murder case of Tian Daong are not as they appear, but rather meticulously orchestrated homicides. The mastermind behind these cases is the gang supporting Zhang Libing. Gu Chongyun expressed his astonishment. So, according to you, including Zhang Libing's ex-wife, they have murdered a total of 9 individuals? That is utterly terrifying. Furthermore, this gang continues to grow in numbers and strength. Yao Yalong appeared puzzled. Could you clarify further? Initially, when they engaged in underground gambling, they were inexperienced, with numerous flaws and insufficient manpower. However, by the time of the theft of the safe at the mining bureau, they had become significantly more adept. From utilizing radioactive materials to eliminate Zhang Libing's ex-wife, to the murders of Chang Zhonglin and Tian Daong, culminating in the recent assassination of the wealthy individual, their methods have matured, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Chang's gaze intensified with grave concern. Noting the escalating audacity and widespread repercussions of their actions, the identity of these individuals remained veiled as the Starry Sky Exploration Company. Despite the paucity of concrete evidence, Xiao Chang's mind began to crystallize a plan. He posited that even with the current evidentiary deficit, a multi-pronged approach could yield incriminating evidence sufficient for their apprehension. When asked to elaborate, he outlined the discovery of a recurring DNA profile at the preceding 2 crime scenes. He suspected it matched that of Lin Yibai, the chairman of Starry Sky Exploration Company, whom he had personally encountered at one of the locations. A successful comparison would essentially establish him as a prime suspect. Yao Yalong swiftly delved into the company's records, but cautioned that a solitary DNA match would not constitute irrefutable evidence. Undeterred, Xiao Chang revealed that Yao Yalong's earlier exposition had sparked another line of inquiry, scrutinizing Starry Sky Exploration Company's financial standing. He speculated that illicit funds might have been funneled from Swiss banks, leaving a discernible trail within their financial records. Upon reviewing the company's dossier on the computer, Yao Yalong expressed astonishment, exclaiming at the magnitude of the entity's holdings. Starry Sky Exploration Company boasted assets in the tens of billions and had recently acquired a major aerospace manufacturer. He inferred that any financial improprieties would provide grounds for intervention, allowing them to detain the principals for questioning regarding the suspicious origins of their vast capital. Another avenue to explore involves leveraging supercomputers to pinpoint the whereabouts of Feng Ermao and Zhang Libing. My investigation suggests that these individuals possess fragile psychological fortitude. Apprehending them would undoubtedly yield a wealth of information. With a decisive gesture, Xiao Chang asserted that this 3-pronged approach would enable them to secure incriminating evidence against the Starry Sky Exploration Company, leading to their comprehensive downfall. Rising to his feet, Yao Yalong remarked on the unexpected magnitude of the case. Acknowledging his limitations, he requested that they extend their stay in Beijing while he apprised his superiors of the situation. He pledged to endeavor to secure another opportunity to utilize supercomputers, as well as to obtain the necessary authorization to expedite the resolution of the case. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Aerotechnology Conference Room, the meeting was still in progress. The attendees had been meticulously selected by Lin Yibai, comprising the technological backbone of aerotechnology. Despite his relatively short tenure at the helm of aerotechnology, Lin Yibai had discerned a deficiency in the workforce's sense of urgency and responsibility. They had yet to fully embrace the demanding work ethic required. To accelerate progress, Lin Yibai, in consultation with Luo Feng, and after communicating with Wu Daoyu and Hu Baiyan, had unanimously resolved to disclose the impending collision of the Bernstein comet with Earth to these core technical personnel. The intention was to galvanize these key individuals to inspire a surge in motivation among all employees. With the assistance of these technical stalwarts, the entire workforce would be driven to work tirelessly, fueled by a collective determination. This heightened effort would maximize the chances of constructing a sufficient number of rockets to facilitate the evacuation of the population from Earth. For the sake of the meeting's security, attendees were requested to surrender their mobile phones. Lin Yibai's words instilled a sense of unease among the attendees. Nevertheless, everyone conscientiously surrendered their mobile phones. Only after the accompanying personnel had deactivated all the phones did Lin Yibai commence his address. According to reliable intelligence, in the winter of 2031, the solar system's largest comet, the Bernstein comet, is projected to collide with Earth, precipitating the near-total extinction of terrestrial flora and fauna. This pronouncement elicited palpable shock from the assembly. Zhao Muyang rose to his feet, questioning, "Is this assertion credible?" Hu Baiyan affirmed, "I, along with several astronomers, have conducted observations and calculations corroborating this claim. Barring intervention from a more advanced civilization, this colossal comet is destined to impact Earth. Although predominantly gaseous, its nucleus possesses formidable mass and momentum, sufficient to obliterate human civilization in its entirety." Wu Daoyu concurred, stating, "My independent calculations yield the same conclusion. Humanity's twilight is upon us." A clamor erupted within the conference hall. Wu Daoyu, a distinguished academician and preeminent expert in rocket dynamics, was not one to fabricate such claims. Zhao Muyang surmised, "This is the impetus behind your endeavor to acquire aerotechnology, is it not?" "Affirmative," Lin Yibai confirmed. "But surely, the nation will intervene?" someone inquired. Lin Yibai responded, "The nation is undoubtedly aware of the comet's trajectory. Indeed, any nation with appreciable technological capabilities has likely detected it. However, the nation cannot deliver salvation to all. Only subterranean cities constructed upon robust bedrock can withstand such an impact. Yet, time is of the essence, and erecting subterranean cities capable of rescuing the majority of the populace is now an insurmountable task. We surmise that the nation's existing subterranean cities can accommodate a mere 1,000,000 individuals. A staggering 99.9% of our national populace shall perish in this cataclysmic comet crisis." A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd once more. No one had anticipated hearing such explosive revelations today. The nation cannot salvage the masses. Its sole recourse is to safeguard human civilization from obliteration. To fortify the subterranean cities, the nation is undertaking a series of grand endeavors, encompassing the expansion of subterranean cities, the recruitment of experts, and the vigorous advancement of artificial intelligence, among others. Zhao Muyang experienced a moment of profound realization. No wonder the television has been incessantly broadcasting various news segments leading up to this conference. Reflecting upon these news items in conjunction with this revelation sends shivers down one's spine. Should any lingering doubts persist, I implore you to consult the astronomical observatories of various nations. Inquire about information pertaining to the Bernstein comet, and you shall discover that, to avert public panic, all news concerning the Bernstein comet has been suppressed. Furthermore, in recent months, scores of astronomers worldwide have taken their own lives, concentrated within the past few months. The singular cause of their self-inflicted demise lies in their discovery of the clandestine 2031 comet crisis. Cognizant of the impending apocalypse, yet powerless to alter its course, they have chosen to embrace oblivion. Someone inquired, "Why do they not choose to inform the public?" Lin Yibai sighed, "I once released a video after deducing the outcome, but it was swiftly taken down. Hardly anyone had the chance to view it. The entire world is collaborating to suppress information regarding the Bernstein comet. Whenever similar news emerges, it is promptly silenced, and those who publish such videos may even face arrest. Is this not a deception of the populace?" Lin Yibai continued with a sigh. "We must understand the rationale behind the government's actions. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Once the information leaks, the populace will undoubtedly refuse to remain passive. They would likely rush towards the few underground cities available. The consequence of such actions would be dire, leading to the demise of all and the extinction of human civilization. This is a desperate measure by the state. They aim to preserve the ember of human civilization by opting to conceal the truth, thus preventing public panic. Other nations have made similar choices." Another person asked, "Why do some countries, which cannot construct underground cities, refrain from disseminating this information?" Lin Yibai responded, "As far as I know, there is an underground city base under construction in a certain region of Central Africa. Given the capabilities of this nation, it is utterly impossible for them to complete it. Therefore, I surmise that this underground city may be a project undertaken by the United Nations, intended to accommodate the leadership of these smaller nations and prevent any leaks of information. Chief Engineer Zhao Muyang inhaled deeply. I understand now. This is the rationale behind your acquisition of aerotechnology. Our only path to survival lies in developing rockets capable of escaping Earth. Indeed, but Zhao Muyang rose, his countenance grave. How many rockets can you construct, and how many souls can they convey? A valid question, for while the officials might abscond via rockets, what of the rest of them? Their lives, too, held value. A palpable agitation rippled through the assembly. Before the specter of mortality, composure was a rare commodity. The atmosphere within the hall thickened with tension. Silence. Zhao Muyang bellowed, his voice cutting through the rising tide of unrest. If Chairman Lin had no intention of including us in this exodus, why would he unveil the truth at this juncture? His words acted as a balm, restoring clarity to their minds. The hall fell silent once more. Lin Yibai surveyed the room, his gaze encompassing all present. My purpose in sharing this revelation is to ensure that we all depart together, not merely those within these walls, but also a third of aerotechnology's personnel. This constitutes our greatest strength. Therefore, our task is monumental, to construct thousands of rockets within the span of a year, facilitating our collective departure. This time, no outcry erupted. Only a profound silence descended. As the technical backbone of aerotechnology, they had dedicated decades to their craft, yet had never witnessed a manned rocket ascend. The prospect of constructing thousands of such vessels in little more than a year was a daunting, nigh impossible, undertaking. What? Have you lost heart? Lin Yibai inquired, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Is your resilience so easily exhausted? Zhao Muyang sighed. It is not a matter of lost heart, but rather the sheer impossibility of the task. To date, we have not even launched a single manned rocket. In such a brief span of time, how could it possibly be accomplished? Wu spoke up, stating, I have reviewed your information. The reason you have not launched a manned rocket is that you wish to ensure a high success rate. Only when the success rate of rocket launches exceeds 99.9% will you attempt to launch a manned rocket. The rationale is quite understandable. Any casualties would deal a significant blow to aerotechnology, potentially leading to the revocation of your rocket launch license. Wu leisurely continued. However, the current circumstances differ. We no longer pursue zero casualties. If we fail, the mortality rate will be 100%. Thus, as long as we possess a mere 1% chance of success, we shall deem it a monumental victory. Lin Yibai added, previously, you operated without the burden of life and death, merely receiving a salary for your tasks. Now, however, each individual works for their very survival, resulting in an entirely different outcome. Therefore, I demand that you restart rocket launches this month and next month. We shall commence manned flights. This is the purpose of today's meeting. Chapter 58. The perilous plight of humanity. Regarding the content of today's meeting, I implore everyone to maintain strict confidentiality. Lin Yibai's expression was exceedingly grave. We have calculated that with our maximum capacity, we can only evacuate 20,000 individuals. Aerotechnology employs several tens of thousands, and once we scale up production, that number may exceed 100,000. Those who can accompany us will not surpass 1/5 of the total. This is an exceedingly harsh reality, Lin Yibai earnestly remarked, akin to a nation's concealment of information. We too must shroud this news in secrecy to prevent its leakage. Otherwise, none shall escape. Those present have been meticulously selected. They are trustworthy and are the individuals who must be taken off this planet. I implore you to grasp the gravity of the situation. Should any of you divulge this secret, it is highly probable that we shall all be trapped here. Zhao Muyang, having come to a similar realization, rose to speak. Chairman Lin is absolutely correct. We must not disclose anything, not even to our spouses, children, parents, or siblings. To leak this information equates to a collective demise. Safeguarding the secret is our only glimmer of hope. Lin Yibai nodded in agreement. You speak truly. When it comes to survival, one must not shy away from any means. Maintaining confidentiality is equally paramount. Someone could not restrain themselves and asked, if we manage to escape Earth, what about our families? Lin Yibai responded, immediate family members shall certainly be permitted to leave. Including siblings, your wife's direct relatives may also accompany you. However, beyond that, no one else may join. Zhao Muyang added, friends, do not overthink this matter. We must absolutely avoid any leaks. This is a matter of life and death. Initially, some were hesitant, but upon hearing Zhao Muyang's words, the gravity of the situation became clear to all. One by one, they raised their hands in unison, declaring, "We shall not disclose this secret." Lin Yibai was confident that these individuals would honor their commitment to confidentiality, because whoever divulges the information will condemn everyone to remain and perish on Earth. This is the rationale behind Lin Yibai's initial disclosure of the truth. At a precinct within the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, the bureau chief's office was a scene of grave concern. "Do you possess irrefutable evidence?" the chief inquired, his brow furrowed, indicating the intricate nature of the case. Yao Yalong responded frankly, "No. Everything is based on deduction and analysis. The sole nexus linking these cases is Zhang Libuing. Apprehending him is crucial for further investigation. The DNA of this Lin Yibai must be procured expeditiously. We are already devising a plan. Xiao Chong has arranged for individuals to apply for positions at the Starry Sky Exploration Company, aiming to infiltrate their ranks." The chief contemplated for a moment before stating, "I will grant you access to the supercomputer, but for a maximum of 2 hours. Furthermore, I am transferring Xiao Chong to your task force. He is a valuable asset." Understood. Given the organized and highly detrimental nature of this criminal syndicate, exercise utmost caution to avoid arousing suspicion. Procure concrete evidence, the chief emphasized with gravity. If they suspect their exposure, they will undoubtedly eliminate all evidence, potentially including Zhang Libuing, severing our only lead and preventing us from holding them accountable. Such an outcome would render our efforts futile. Acknowledged. We will proceed with caution to avoid alerting them. Yao Yalong discerned the gravity with which the chief regarded the case, and the weight of their responsibility intensified. Meanwhile, at the Aerotechnology conference room, the core technical personnel have concluded their meeting. Yet a few individuals remain engaged in discussions regarding their current predicament. Lin Yibai stroked his chin and remarked, "Luo Feng, you mentioned that you would reveal the truth when the opportune moment arises. Why then have you chosen to escape with 20,000 people? This clearly complicates our situation." Lin Yibai cast a sidelong glance at Luo Feng, fully aware that he was being dishonest. It was evident that Luo Feng harbored deeper secrets. While Luo Feng chose to remain reticent, Lin Yibai refrained from pressing further, merely stating, "There is no need for that. Once the Earth has been devastated and 99.9% of humanity has perished, we shall establish contact with the inhabitants of the underground city to seek entry. I am convinced that, by then, they will be amenable to our arrival." Upon finishing, he cast a piercing gaze at Luo Feng, signaling his awareness of the concealed truths. Deeming the excuses too feeble, Luo Feng's expression turned somewhat awkward. At that moment, Wu Daoyu interjected, "Ah, Lin, I can indeed elucidate the reason for you." Lin Yibai distinctly observed Luo Feng's sigh of relief upon Wu Daoyu's announcement. Concealing the secret was a torment for Luo Feng as well. It was imperative that they preserve their capacity to escape Earth once more. Wu Daoyu, with his aged gaze directed at Lin Yibai, continued, "If you reflect upon it, the answer will become apparent." Lin Yibai's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that an even more formidable crisis is approaching? Wu Daoyu replied, "Have you heard of the solar crisis?" Lin Yibai was taken aback. "Are you referring to helium flash? That is merely a concept from science fiction. The actual helium flash is still a long way off. It is a matter that will not unfold for at least several billion years. For the present, we remain quite secure, devoid of any imminent dangers such as helium flashes. Xiaolin, you possess a deeper understanding than I had anticipated. However, humanity's grasp of the sun is, in truth, minuscule." Wu, with a flicker of candlelight in his gaze, articulated that his primary reason for joining our exodus from Earth was the looming threat of a solar flare crisis following the cometary peril. "Solar flare?" Lin Yibai inquired, puzzled. "The Earth has recently endured a series of calamities. Various disasters have occurred with alarming frequency over the past decade." Wu elucidated that all these events are intrinsically linked to the sun. The deviation of the Bernstein comet from its original path towards Earth is also related to some alterations in the sun's behavior. Lin Yibai was taken aback. "What changes in the sun? I have not perceived any." Chapter 59. The supersolar flare. The sun has always exhibited remarkable stability, providing a semblance of security for life on Earth. This stability has led humanity to believe that the sun will remain constant. A famous science fiction novel, The Three-Body Problem, presents a parable about a turkey and a farmer, which bears a resemblance to our relationship with the sun. We assume the sun will perpetually shine and radiate warmth until it undergoes a transformation from a star into a red giant billions of years hence, followed by a helium flash, ultimately becoming a white dwarf. This seems to be the fate of other stars as well. Lin Yibai found this notion perplexing, as these conclusions are part of our collective understanding. Is it not so? Perhaps it is not. Wu's expression turned exceedingly peculiar. Recently, a friend of mine, who is a researcher of stars, observed a tremendous alteration within the sun, where a massive portion collapsed and detached. This fallen segment is vastly larger than Earth by thousands of times. This colossal collapse has instigated seemingly minor, yet profoundly impactful changes throughout the solar system. On the surface, these alterations appear trivial. However, they are potentially catastrophic for our planet. Wu elaborated that, first and foremost, it has altered the trajectory of the Bernstein comet, resulting in a direct collision course with Earth. Secondly, it has affected the climate of our planet. Unexplained earthquakes and bizarre meteorological disasters are intrinsically linked to this collapse. The once arid deserts are now besieged by torrential rains, while regions previously abundant in moisture have turned exceedingly parched. These are merely the initial repercussions of the sun's collapse. Humanity's understanding of the sun has been rather superficial. My friend, utilizing data from recent years of solar observation, constructed a model. Just a month ago, he informed me that the sun's collapse could significantly affect Earth's conditions within a span of several years to decades. At that juncture, the sun is predicted to undergo a superflare, rendering Earth uninhabitable. The superflare's reach will encompass our planet, annihilating everything upon its surface. Our only recourse as humanity, we stated, is to flee the solar system, akin to the concept depicted in The Wandering Earth. Yibai interjected, stating that the concept of a wandering Earth was impractical. Rather than dragging the Earth along, it would be more sensible to construct a colossal spaceship. Furthermore, the notion of planetary engines was equally implausible. Such immense thrust would have long since caused the Earth's crust to collapse, as it cannot withstand such forces. Additionally, humanity has yet to harness energy from materials like firestone. As Wu Daoyu expressed, upon finishing his remarks, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. Whether it was Lin Yibai, hearing this news for the first time, or Luo Feng and Yibai, who were already aware, all remained mute, reluctant to utter a word. The heavy atmosphere was shattered by Lin Yibai's observation. Humanity truly seems beset by calamity. How does this not appear to be mere coincidence? Perhaps. Yet it hardly qualifies as such. According to calculations from a friend of mine, even if the Bernstein comet does not collide with Earth this time, it will inevitably do so upon its next return. Moreover, should this comet fail to make contact, the next one, such as Halley's comet, could very well strike as well. It is merely a matter of time. The flicker of determination in Wu Daoyu's aged eyes was evident, revealing his reluctance to accept this grim reality. What about your friend? Lin Yibai recalled this question. A week before I officially joined the Earth Escape Group, a heavily armed special task force took him away, along with his family. Reflecting on this outcome, Lin Yibai inquired, you mentioned earlier that he had a data model. May I ask if we could possibly obtain a copy of that model? Understood that absconding with 20,000 individuals was in preparation for an exodus from the solar system, Lin Yibai truly comprehended. However, events began to spiral out of control. The number of people became unmanageable, the quantity of rockets became excessive, the required capital became exorbitant, and the extent of the peril escalated. Lin Yibai ruefully realized that he, too, seemed to be losing control. How is it that humanity, in its humbleness, is beset by so many tribulations? The morgue at Jinghua Hospital. Observing the staff extracting cadavers from the refrigeration units, none of the individuals present exhibited any discomfort. They were all seasoned veterans, accustomed to the sight of the deceased. This was the final verification of the corpses. Yao Yalong stood by with his arms folded, as the bodies were to be released to the families for cremation on the morrow. Any further delay would incite unrest among the bereaved. Xiao Chang crouched down, meticulously examining the fingers. The bodies have not been cleansed, correct? Negative. In that case, please procure some samples from his fingertips. I surmise that they may yield some findings. Xiao Chang straightened up, instinctively reaching for his cigarette case, but paused. After all, smoking was prohibited in the mortuary. You suspect that they made a cast from his fingers? The Zurich Bank employs 5 primary security measures: fingerprints, iris scans, passwords, keys, and facial recognition systems. Xiao Chang mused, stroking his chin. Iris scans and facial recognition systems require the expertise of professionals. For fingerprints, a cast would be necessary, and the casting material would inevitably leave some residue. This way, we can ascertain whether they committed murder for the sake of the Zurich fault. Yao Yalong added. Indeed, the task force has also enlisted economic experts. Based on the current situation, it appears that the Stargazing Exploration Company has recently experienced a significant influx of capital. This may potentially be linked to the funds stolen from Zurich Bank. The exact amount remains to be investigated. Xiao Chong scoffed, remarking that in this world, there has never been a flawless crime. Wherever there is wrongdoing, traces are sure to be left behind. By meticulously unraveling the threads, we will undoubtedly uncover their vulnerabilities. In the welding workshop of Aero Technology's rocket manufacturing facility, Feng Ermao, donned in a safety helmet, was diligently surveying his surroundings. Previously, Feng Ermao was known for his cowardice, laziness, and fear of death. However, after enduring the harrowing experience of his recent kidnapping, he came to the stark realization that life itself was at stake. While others were earnestly laboring to carve out a chance for survival, even Zhang Liebering, whom he had always looked down upon yet shared a mutual disdain with, was now diligently studying and striving alongside his peers. This newfound diligence stirred something within Feng Ermao. He yearned to become more useful. Chapter 60, a super firecracker this time. The nation's stance illuminated a crucial truth for him. Only those who prove their worth will be retained. The ineffectual are truly expendable. The upper echelons prioritize the protection of scientists because they possess value. Conversely, they are willing to forsake 99% of the populace, as they pale in comparison to those high-caliber intellectuals. When disaster strikes, the foremost requirement is individuals of significance. Likewise, Lin Yibai and his group of escapees from Earth reflect this principle. Should Feng Ermao prove to be of no use, who knows when Lin Yibai might abandon him? It is only by rendering himself indispensable that he can secure his own survival. Aside from the research and development and technical teams, the entirety of Aero Technology is comprised of ordinary laborers, many of whom possess limited formal education. This realization instilled a measure of confidence in Feng Ermao, who, at the very least, held a bachelor's degree. Ermao, what are you pondering? Lin Yibai approached, his countenance etched with worry, catching sight of Feng Ermao. Feng Ermao observed Lin Yibai and noted the disparity that had widened between them in a mere few months. Lin Yibai was a pivotal figure in the exodus from Earth, while he himself was a potential pawn, readily expendable. This realization engendered a sense of unease. I aspire to become more valuable and am endeavoring to learn, he replied. Come with me. I am about to engage in a discussion with the technical personnel regarding matters pertaining to this month's rocket launch. Perhaps you may glean something of use. Lin Yibai said, putting his arm around Feng Ermao and swiftly heading towards the office. In that moment, the two men reverted to their former camaraderie as students. Will I comprehend the discussion? Feng Ermao asked. If I can understand it, so can you, Lin Yibai responded casually. Sometimes, an outsider can offer more effective suggestions. Upon entering the conference room, they found it already filled with people. As Lin Yibai entered, Zhao Muyang clapped his hands. Quiet, everyone. Chairman Lin has arrived. Please listen attentively to his instructions. Lin Yibai assumed the seat of honor, while Feng Ermao gravitated towards a more secluded spot, settling onto a stool. He gazed at Lin Yibai, who had assumed an air of vigor and determination, and for the first time, Feng Ermao perceived Lin Yibai as possessing genuine charisma and competence, as if no challenge was insurmountable for him. Esteemed colleagues, Lin Yibai began, I have no directives to impart, but rather I am here to resolve any existing issues. Lin Yibai remarked that the first rocket had been constructed and successfully launched this month. Is there any issue? An experienced technician hesitated, stating that the challenges were considerable, as certain technologies remain beyond our grasp. Lin Yibai, unperturbed, responded, I am here to address the problems at hand. Please, articulate the technical difficulties. We shall resolve them on-site. The seasoned technician elaborated. In essence, a rocket comprises three integral components: the rocket body, the propulsion system, and the control system. Our expertise in the rocket body is relatively advanced. Although the material composition may not be state-of-the-art, it is sufficient for ascent. The heat-resistant materials pose no significant concern. As for the propulsion system, with the involvement of Academician Wu and Professor Hu, we anticipate some time for improvements, yet the current propulsion system is largely adequate. With a sigh, the technician continued, the greatest challenge resides within the control system. For the rocket to fly steadily, accurately, and safely, it is imperative that the control system operates effectively. For safety reasons, a self-destruct mechanism is necessary. Additionally, Advanced rockets require telemetry capabilities. At present, we are unclear about the specific type of rocket you require. Shaking his head, the technician lamented, having halted operations for so long. It is a daunting task to resume launches within a month. Seated in the audience, Feng Ermao also felt the gravity of the situation. The fact that aero technology could be activated was commendable, but to expect a reinstatement of launches within a month seemed implausible. He began to feel anxious for Lin Yibai, aware that the weight of responsibility upon him was immense, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Lin Yibai then turned to glance at Zhao Muyang. Zhao Muyang nodded slightly. What Engineer Lu stated earlier is the reality and the practical difficulties we face. Aerotechnology was founded in 2017, precisely when a global surge in civilian space exploration was unfolding. The affluent individuals of Elijah Nation were investing immense capital in the advancement of civilian aerospace endeavors. In those years, our nation specifically sanctioned over a dozen rocket construction and launch licenses to capitalize on this trend. Zhao Muyang remarked with a tinge of nostalgia. Aerotechnology commenced its establishment under this very wave. At that time, aerotechnology possessed a semi-official background, integrating private capital to initiate operations. We also attained considerable achievements. However, after 2025, the fervor for space exploration rapidly subsided. The complete withdrawal of official support, coupled with exorbitant costs and fierce market competition, led to our decline. Other rocket companies have even achieved manned space flights, while we haven't launched any rockets in 2 years, merely subsisting on providing technical support and spare parts. The attrition of numerous pivotal talents renders it impossible for us to revert to a launch-capable state now. Zhao Muyang sighed. Lin Yibai remained undeterred, casting a smile towards the veteran technicians. If we disregard the rocket's stability, accuracy, and safety, and merely focus on propelling it into space, irrespective of its trajectory, is that feasible? Everyone exchanged perplexed glances. However, core technical personnel like Zhao Muyang experienced a moment of profound realization. They are all aware of Lin Yibai's true purpose in constructing the rocket. There is no need to contemplate the destination of the rocket. It merely needs to ascend into space. As long as it escapes the confines of Earth, precise control over its trajectory and altitude is unnecessary. Escaping Earth is the singular objective. However, one may question the significance of such a launch. What distinguishes it from the mere act of setting off firecrackers? An old technician inquired. Lin Yibai smiled faintly and replied, "Consider the rocket as a small automobile. We simply need to launch it into space. The rest is left to the driver." At that moment, Zhao Muyang comprehended fully. He immediately remarked, "If that's the case, the difficulty is not substantial. Nevertheless, a self-destruct mechanism should indeed be included, for the remnants of the rocket might pose a risk to human safety. What is the probability of causing harm to individuals? Perhaps 1 in 10,000. What if it strikes someone?" The old technician expressed his concern. It is well known that in the past, the paramount challenge in rocket construction was safety, an arduous and costly endeavor. If it were to fall upon foreign nationals abroad, they would simply consider it unfortunate. If it were to affect our own citizens, we would bear the consequences, Lin Yibai stated coldly. This declaration shocked everyone, as it fundamentally overturned their understanding. Safety is paramount, a principle ingrained in the very essence of every rocket engineer. Yet Lin Yibai appeared to disregard this entirely. "Chairman Lin, you may be unaware that should a significant loss of life occur during the rocket launch, our license would be revoked," stated a safety manager. Lin Yibai, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I can handle this." Whispers circulated that Lin Yibai possessed formidable connections, and his declaration seemed to substantiate such rumors, further solidifying the belief among the crowd that he indeed had influential backing. Nevertheless, this reckless disregard for human life left an unsettling feeling among many. Some were poised to voice their dissent, but Zhao Muyang, fully aware of Lin Yibai's intentions, rose to speak. "Everyone, let us not dwell on this issue. The probability of a mishap is minuscule, perhaps even less than 1 in 10,000. We can certainly take the risk, otherwise, aerotechnology may face closure." With Zhao Muyang's intervention, the others fell silent. An experienced technician then stood up, stating, "If all it takes is to launch a firecracker into the sky, then we can certainly achieve that within a month." Lin Yibai also rose to his feet. "Let us await good news." In the spectators' area, Feng Ermao sat in astonishment. Is this truly resolved? A seemingly insurmountable dilemma, and Lin Yibai has unraveled it with but a single statement? As they exited the conference room, Zhao Muyang paused beside Lin Yibai. So, the secret of the apocalypse you revealed was to ensure my cooperation with your endeavors. Not merely my endeavors, but our collective efforts, Lin Yibai replied, gazing skyward. You are also a part of the Escape from Earth initiative. Zhao Muyang was taken aback. And it was only at that moment that he realized the immense pressure weighing upon his shoulders. Upon first hearing the news of humanity's impending doom, he had not felt this burden. Now, he understood that every move he made was intricately tied to the lives of 20,000 people. I may lack the knowledge to construct rockets, yet I can discern the shortcuts to their creation. In a modest eatery within Hanwu City, a report from the Central News Agency stated that this year has been marked by the most complex weather patterns, with disasters occurring frequently across various regions. Relevant departments must prepare for flood and drought prevention, as the news played on the television. What were once mundane reports now held a different significance in the hearts of Lin Yibai and his companions. The Earth was undergoing a transformation. Though these changes appeared minor, their ultimate ramifications were dire. Thus, fleeing the Earth and escaping the solar system became the sole option. Did you go to Yinjiang City? Lin Yibai inquired, slurping on a bowl of hot dry noodles. I did, replied Luo, who was also enjoying his noodles, the red oil in his bowl glistening temptingly. What was the purpose of your visit? My brother advised me that it would be best if you remained uninformed, Luo replied without lifting his gaze. Are you employed by me or by your brother? Lin Yibai's tone remained calm, yet it held an undercurrent of menace. You. Then why do you not heed my commands? Lin Yibai halted his meal, fixing his gaze upon Luo. Luo set down his chopsticks and dabbed his mouth with a napkin, stating, You are too soft-hearted. Once you mature into a truly competent leader, I will follow your directives without question. With a sigh, Lin Yibai resumed eating, saying, Then I shall refrain from asking further. Roddy chuckled softly. I quite admire this about you. Your ability to acknowledge mistakes and gracefully withdraw from difficulties. Lin Yibai raised an eyebrow. With these two idioms, one commendatory and the other derogatory, are you praising me or criticizing me? Roddy shrugged nonchalantly. Who says derogatory terms cannot be used for commendation? To me, both words convey praise. Lin Yibai shook his head, realizing Roddy possessed a knack for debate. Do you think we might attract the attention of the constable? I have meticulously analyzed your previous cases. There are too many flaws. The constable has likely taken note of you, Roddy replied. He subtly gestured behind him to a young man reading a newspaper. He appeared to be an apprentice constable, likely present to keep watch over you. Lin Yibai felt a surge of anxiety. What should I do? As they are merely observing for now, it indicates a lack of sufficient evidence. For the moment, there is no issue, Roddy reassured him. As long as you refrain from further transgressions, they will have no leverage against you. Lin Yibai took a deep breath. It seems I must hasten my pace. Across from the Hanwu City business building, in a modest residence, Xiao Chong set down his binoculars. Have you uncovered any details about the individual dining with Lin Yibai? Indeed, we have. He is a retired Special Forces operative. Forcibly discharged a few years ago due to a mistake, Xiao Zhao replied. Truly an expert. No wonder his actions are so deft. Xiao Chong fished out a cigarette from his pocket, preparing to light it, but after a moment's consideration, he returned the lighter to his pocket. Guess what I've unearthed? Zhao said, a playful grin on his face. Speak your mind directly, Xiao Chong retorted, his disposition far from jovial. Yao Yalong had sought authorization to employ the supercomputer in the quest to locate Zhang Libing. However, the supercomputer yielded no trace of Zhang Libing, only revealing his last known whereabouts, the Hanwu City business building, through a review of past surveillance footage. Xiao Chong and Zhao had been stationed there for several days. Yet neither Zhang Libing nor Feng Ermao had materialized, much to Xiao Chong's chagrin. Do you recall Luo Feng? Zhao inquired. Indeed, the elder brother of Luo Di. Xiao Chong affirmed. Precisely, Zhao concurred. Xiao Chong slapped his thigh emphatically, exclaiming, I knew there was something amiss with that professor. It's all coming together now. Excellent, he continued. We shall maintain our vigil. I refuse to believe they've abandoned their endeavors entirely. By the way, Xiao Chong inquired, have you procured Lin Yibai's DNA? Zhao gestured towards the noodle shop ahead. Arrangements have been made for the collection of his discarded bowl. We should have his DNA results by tomorrow at the latest. I must confess, I never suspected that someone as seemingly ordinary as Lin Yibai could be a notorious international thief, Xiao Chong remarked with a shrug before settling down. I shall rest for a while. Alert me upon Zhang Libing's arrival. Recent investigative outcomes had been unfavorable. The discovery of silicone molding material extracted from Pan Shanqi's fingers validated Xiao Chang's conjecture that Lin Yibai and his cohorts were targeting Pan Shanqi's assets held in a Zurich bank. It was highly probable that they had already succeeded. Yet, Yao Yalong and his team were unable to initiate legal proceedings. Chapter 62. Then let us capture. No one is aware of what exactly Pan Shanqi has deposited at the Zurich bank, nor the extent of his holdings. Although they have scrutinized the bank accounts of the Starry Exploration Company, which appear suspicious, they remain impeccably unassailable. There are no issues concerning the sources of funds or the transactions involved. The only potential avenue for investigation lies within the futures account, where the Starry Exploration Company has engaged in numerous dubious operations, hinting at possible money laundering. However, the evidence is too tenuous to construct a compelling chain of proof. This frustrates Xiao Chang immensely. The criminals are right before his eyes, and he is acutely aware that they hold the lives of 9 individuals. Yet he feels utterly powerless to act against them. In the capital, within the office of the director of the Industrial Bureau, an assistant gently placed an invitation on the desk. Director Fu. Aerotechnology is preparing to conduct a rocket test launch at the end of the month and invites you to witness it in person. Fu Tsongrong set aside the documents he was reviewing and took the invitation. At first glance, he was captivated by the title inscribed on it, 2030, Mars Awaits. Upon opening it, he discovered it was an invitation to observe Aerotechnology's rocket launch at the end of the month. There was also a line of smaller text. Aerotechnology will launch a manned rocket to Mars by the end of the year, heralding the dawn of interplanetary colonization. Let us anticipate the near future together. He looked up in confusion. Didn't Aerotechnology go bankrupt? The assistant softly replied, I just verified it. They have been acquired by a company called Star Exploration. Fu Tsongrong shook his head and discarded the invitation into his drawer. Such invitations are far too numerous. He simply cannot attend. Does anyone still pursue Mars initiatives? Since the failure of Star Roaming Company's Mars colonization project, it seems Martian development has waned in public interest. Shall I investigate? The assistant inquired. No need. It's likely a publicity stunt, Fu Tsongrong responded, resuming his review of the documents. He then asked, how is the Underground City project progressing? The Underground City project is proceeding rapidly, with most tasks automated save for a few specialized manual operations. We anticipate completion a month ahead of schedule, the assistant reported. Fu Tsongrong nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, I can finally deliver. Hanwu City Public Security Bureau. In a conference room, designated for Yao Yalong, Xiao Chang, Gu Changyun, and their team from the capital, the atmosphere was thick with smoke. Given that Lin Yibai and his Star Exploration Company were headquartered in Hanwu, they had established their base there to facilitate the investigation. The task force, composed primarily of officers familiar with Lin Yibai's cases, had been working for weeks with limited progress. Yao Yalong, holding up a report, exclaimed with delight, breakthrough. DNA analysis confirms a complete match between Lin Yibai's DNA and samples from 2 crime scenes. We can now confirm Lin Yibai as the mastermind. It's time to move in. Xiao Chang arose, circumvented the desk, and received the report from Yao Yalong's hand, perusing it briefly. Although the comparison was successful, this evidence alone is insufficient to apprehend him. Were he a seasoned veteran, we would indeed be unable to apprehend him, Yao Yalong stated with an air of mystery. However, according to our investigation, Lin Yibai is merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any prior criminal record. Such individuals typically possess a less resilient psychological constitution. I have specifically engaged an interrogation expert from the capital, renowned for his ability to breach an individual's psychological defenses. The evidence we possess is ample to elicit a confession from Lin Yibai, Yao Yalong declared with unwavering confidence. I have encountered numerous young individuals like Lin Yibai, devoid of any prior offenses. On occasion, merely placing handcuffs on them is sufficient to induce them to confess even to childhood indiscretions. Yao Yalong regarded Xiao Chang with a countenance brimming with mirth. Old Xiao, what are your thoughts? Xiao Chang cast a disdainful glance at Gu Changyun, a gesture indicative of his contempt for the sycophancy. He turned his attention to Yao Yalong. An individual capable of perpetrating so many significant cases consecutively is unlikely to possess a fragile psychological constitution. Should our interrogation prove unsuccessful, we risk alerting him prematurely. But he is merely a young man without any prior offenses, Gu Changyun interjected. Xiao Chang cast a sidelong glance at him. Many cold-blooded assassins possess no prior criminal record before their apprehension. We have investigated Lin Yibai's past, He is a normal individual, perhaps even exemplary, law-abiding, he said. It seems he was temporarily deluded, seeking to acquire wealth rapidly and attempting to be cunning, presuming that illicit gains would evade prosecution, thus leading him to take such a risk. I assure you, once apprehended and placed in the custody of the Public Security Bureau with handcuffs and shackles, he will be overcome with fear. Gu Chongyun desires a swift resolution to this matter. As an older man who became a father later in life, he no longer wishes to exert himself strenuously at work. He concurs with Yao Yalong's notion that apprehending Lin Yibai will prompt a confession, facilitating an early case closure. I am in agreement with old Gu on this point. Yao Yalong also seeks a prompt resolution. Such a significant case involving numerous fatalities carries a strict deadline for resolution imposed by superiors. Although their actions constitute major offenses, I suspect they are unrelated to Lin Yibai. The mastermind behind this should be Roddy, an individual with a commando background. By gaining a breakthrough from Lin Yibai, we can apprehend Roddy and his accomplices, the true culprits operating behind the scenes. Given Lin Yibai's lack of experience, capturing and interrogating him will undoubtedly make him crumble. Yao Yalong fixed his gaze on Xiao Chang. Old Xiao, you must have confidence in the interrogation expert I've invited. Old Xiao, some individuals may appear formidable, but in reality, they falter when faced with adversity. Gu Chongyun added, this Lin Yibai is likely one of those individuals. Xiao Chang appeared somewhat agitated. His excessive integrity has hindered his advancement. However, Yao Yalong is the captain of the Beijing Public Security Bureau, and they have all been temporarily assigned to work together on this case. The Xiao Chang of today is not the same as the sharp and aggressive Xiao Chang of the past. He now possesses a slightly better understanding of social graces. All right, since you both concur, let's proceed with the arrest, Xiao Chang said through gritted teeth. Chapter 63. Overly impatient, a police car came to a halt beneath the towering edifice of the business center. Xiao Chang emerged from the vehicle, lifting his gaze to the imposing structure above. This was indeed the headquarters of the Starry Sky Exploration Company. Just then, a young and handsome man exited the building and was about to enter the waiting car below when Xiao Chang brandished his identification towards Lin Yibai, stating, Lin Yibai, I am Xiao Chang, a security officer from the Shijiao Security Substation in Yanjiang City. I require your assistance with an investigation. Lin Yibai momentarily froze, glancing back at Roddy in the car, who appeared equally taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the officer. Roddy had assumed that the officer would lack any definitive evidence. He refrained from voicing his thoughts and merely exchanged a knowing look with Lin Yibai, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Lin Yibai realized this was his first encounter with a law enforcement officer. Turning around, he extended his hand. In a somewhat theatrical display, Xiao Chen skillfully retrieved handcuffs from his waistband, preparing to secure Lin Yibai with an exaggerated flair, convinced of his own charm. In the face of an ordinary individual, such a show might elicit fear and compliance. Yet, only the seasoned offenders would resist. Lin Yibai, obviously a novice with no prior criminal record, would typically be an easy target. However, he offered a slight smile to the young Xiao Chen. Officer, you do not possess an arrest warrant. Since this is a request for assistance in an investigation, the use of handcuffs is unwarranted. Xiao Chang felt a pang of concern. He recognized that Lin Yibai was far from a pushover. To remain composed under such circumstances indicated a formidable psychological resilience. Xiao Chen had more to express. For according to Captain Yao's directives, his task was to create an atmosphere of tension for Lin Yibai, aiming to breach his psychological defenses. He shoved Lin Yibai, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Be compliant and turn your hands behind your back. Lin Yibai turned, pushing Xiao Chen aside, a smile gracing his face. Yet his eyes were ablaze with indignation. If you possess an arrest warrant, produce it now. Otherwise, do not blame me for filing a complaint against you. The coldness in Lin Yibai's gaze unsettled Xiao Chen. Having recently been appointed as a peace officer, he had yet to encounter a true criminal in these tranquil times. The most menacing figures he had faced were merely street thugs, who would promptly submit upon sighting his uniform. Since assuming leadership of the Stargaze Exploration Company, Lin Yibai exuded an air of arrogance. Presently, he paid Xiao Chen no heed, leaving the latter at a loss for how to proceed. Clearing his throat, Xiao Chen repeated, We are assisting in an investigation. There is no need for handcuffs. Xiao Chang intervened, pulling Xiao Chen aside. It was then that Lin Yibai turned and entered the patrol vehicle. Upon witnessing the fierceness in Lin Yibai's eyes, Roddy felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lin Yibai was undeniably a competitor. Though he often appeared unassuming, he exhibited extraordinary capabilities in the face of crisis. Although Roddy had not known Lin Yibai for long, he had developed a strong confidence in him. The fact that the police were not making an arrest but merely assisting in an investigation implied a lack of sufficient evidence against Lin Yibai. He should be able to handle the situation. As the vehicle made its way to the precinct, Xiao Chang remained silent. He had already sensed that this operation would end in failure, indicating that Lin Yibai's criminal gang was about to commence the eradication of evidence. It seemed unlikely that Feng Ermao and Zhang Libing would ever be found again. Such a ruthless and malevolent criminal organization would not leave behind any additional clues or points of vulnerability. It would become increasingly difficult to uncover any leads in the future. This sheriff, it appears we have crossed paths before, Lin Yibai spoke first. Be honest, think carefully about why we have apprehended you. Once we arrive at the security bureau, confess sincerely. A good confession may lead to leniency, Yang Chen declared, swinging the handcuffs in what he believed to be an authoritative manner. Xiao Chang covered his head, feeling a headache from the fact that after more than a year of being with Yang Chen, nothing had been accomplished. Lin Yibai turned to Yang Chen with a smile. Given your accent, you must be from Jianyang City as well. We are fellow townsmen. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing you. Xiao Chang sensed that Lin Yibai was growing increasingly relaxed. The more he spoke, the calmer Lin Yibai became. It was evident that attempting to intimidate Lin Yibai into confessing his crimes would be futile. However, the arrow was already knocked. It had to be released. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed shut as a sheriff wearing a wide-brimmed hat entered the interrogation room. This sheriff had a stern appearance, his expression dark and brooding. His already dark complexion appeared even more ominous under the dim lighting, casting an unpredictable aura. For someone harboring guilt, their psychological defenses would now be perilously fragile. The earlier act of slamming the door would surely instill fear in the interrogated individual. This door slam, combined with the sheriff's grim expression, was a deliberate psychological tactic. These tactics have proven effective in the past. However, on this occasion, Ji Yongjun was disheartened. As the interrogation specialist enlisted by Yao Yalong, he failed to detect any semblance of alarm in Lin Yibai's demeanor. That door slam, coupled with your displeased expression, are all part of the psychological tactics employed during interrogation. Correct? Lin Yibai stated preemptively, before Ji Yongjun could even pose a question. Ji Yongjun's facial muscles twitched slightly, realizing the information he had received was inaccurate. Far from being an inexperienced youth, this individual was a seasoned veteran. Name. Lin Yibai replied with composure, Lin Yibai. The Lin of forests, the E of 1, 2, 3, and the Bai of fair complexion. Lin Yibai's tone remained even. He had anticipated feeling anxious, considering his culpability in the crime. However, upon arriving, he discovered that he was, in fact, unafraid. Perhaps it was because his actions were driven by the instinct for survival. When survival is at stake, nothing is shameful, and there is no fear. If given the opportunity to relive the situation, Lin Yibai would undoubtedly choose to adhere to his course of action. To survive, these actions were unavoidable. Ji Yongjun, fixing his gaze upon Lin Yibai, recognized the difficulty in extracting useful information. Do you know why you've been brought here? Certainly not for tea. Lin Yibai responded with a smile. Bang! Yao Yalong, who was accompanying them, slammed his hand forcefully on the table. Be honest. Ji Yongjun cast a sidelong glance at Yao Yalong, signaling him to exercise restraint and avoid excessive force, lest it prove counterproductive. After nearly an hour of back and forth, Ji Yongjun began to address the core issue. In early April of this year, what were you doing in an abandoned factory in Qinglong Bay, located in the western suburbs of Yanjiang City? Ji Yongjun fixed his gaze on Lin Yibai and inquired, Have you ever been there? I have not, Lin replied. You are lying. We have extracted your DNA from the factory. Ji's tone turned exceedingly stern. His words concealed a trap. He mentioned the DNA extraction without specifying the source. In this tense atmosphere, if Lin Yibai were to inadvertently mention his clothing, it would amount to an admission of guilt, providing ample grounds for his continued detention. Chapter 64. The maturing Lin Yibai begins to exhibit leadership qualities, yet Lin Yibai maintained his composure, responding, I truly have not been there. If you haven't been, how could we have extracted your DNA? Ji's demeanor grew increasingly grave. I don't know. Perhaps you should inquire with the officer who extracted the DNA, Lin retorted. In mid-April, what was your purpose for visiting the mining requisition office in Huji Town, along the Yinjiang River? Ji shifted his line of questioning. I did not go. What is your relationship with Zhang Libing? He is a subordinate. Where is Zhang Libing? I don't know. He resigned a few days ago. We extracted your DNA at the Huji Town Mining Requisition Office. What do you have to say about that? Perhaps I merely passed by and spat, Lin quipped. One after another, Lin skillfully evaded Ji's traps, leaving Ji feeling quite disheartened. This indicated that the young man's psychological defenses were remarkably robust. In the absence of evidence, it was nearly impossible to extract any useful information from Lin Yibai. A knock echoed from outside the door, and Yao Yalong, with a grave expression, stepped out. What is it? Xiao Chong sighed. His lawyer has arrived. Yao Yalong felt somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. I should have listened to you. I never expected this fellow to be so resilient. Now, we have truly startled the snake in the grass. Xiao Chong grasped Yao Yalong's arm. You go and negotiate with the lawyer for a few minutes. Stall him. I will pose a few questions. Yao Yalong nodded in agreement. Xiao Chang entered the interrogation room. Lin Yibai, we are well aware of your actions. There is no need for deceit. We have discovered your DNA at both crime scenes. This is no mere coincidence. Additionally, we have obtained video footage of your involvement at Jinghua Hospital. It would be advisable for you to confess candidly. Where have you concealed Zhang Libuing? How much did you steal in total? Lin Yibai perceived Xiao Chang's urgency. He suddenly broke into a grin. It seems my lawyer has arrived. You must be keen to interrogate me before he steps in, correct? Ji Yongjun and Xiao Chang exchanged glances, both recognizing the sense of frustration reflected in each other's eyes. This round of questioning had utterly failed. Their hasty inquiries had inadvertently revealed their hand to Lin Yibai, who displayed not only exceptional psychological resilience, but also remarkable acumen. I will not say a word until my lawyer arrives. Lin Yibai leaned back, resolutely silent. He bore no resemblance to a novice. Rather, he exuded the air of a seasoned criminal. Undeterred, Xiao Chang resorted to his ultimate tactic. 9 lives lost. Do you not feel even a twinge of remorse? At last, he witnessed the reaction he had hoped for. Lin Yibai's mouth gaped open, momentarily devoid of words. Yet, his expression revealed something profound, something Xiao Chang was able to decipher. Firstly, Lin Yibai was taken aback by this figure. It suggests that Lin Yibai may not be the principal perpetrator, but rather an accomplice. Otherwise, he would have been aware of the 9 lives lost at their hands. Furthermore, it is possible that Lin Yibai has not stained his hands with blood, which accounts for his apparent composure. Lastly, there must be internal discord within Lin Yibai's group. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to remain oblivious to the deaths of 9 individuals. Although Lin Yibai refrained from speaking further, today's inquiry was not devoid of gain. His astonishment was indeed the fruit of the day's efforts. What shall we do next? In the adjacent observation room, Yao Yalong inquired. Xiao Chang gazed at the silent Lin Yibai and his attorney across the window and slowly remarked, it is futile to keep him here any longer. However, I have discerned the discord among them. We can exploit this rift to sow division. Release him? Yes. Xiao Chang added, let us play the long game and catch the big fish. The individuals in the vehicle remained silent, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. Finally, Luo Feng shattered the stillness. The fact that they can release you indicates that they have exhausted their strategies. Roddy promptly sought to lighten the mood. Absolutely. Otherwise, they would not have let you go. However, our hands are clean. There will be no incriminating evidence against us. Lin Yibai finally spoke. They intend to sow discord among us. Luo Feng turned his head. What do you mean? Xiao Chang has revealed a piece of information to me, which he hopes will create a rift within our ranks. Lin Yibai's expression became unusually serene. Initially, upon hearing the number 9, referring to the deceased, Lin Yibai was indeed exceedingly indignant. However, while in the interrogation room, he had come to a realization. Luo Feng and Luo Di were not at fault. His own soft-heartedness was to blame. Events had demonstrated that had those individuals not perished, the escape from Earth initiative would have been utterly ruined. A moment's impatience can spoil great plans. Exchanging the lives of 9 reprehensible individuals for the survival of 20,000 people was both necessary and worthwhile. What information? Luo Di inquired. 9 human lives. Upon hearing these words, both Luo Di and Luo Feng fell silent. Lin Yibai was the originator and core of the entire group. Yet Luo Di and Luo Feng had concealed the deaths of 9 people from him. This was an act of concealment. Luo Di began to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Yibai. No need to explain, I comprehend. Simultaneously, I am grateful for your training, or I would not have so easily withstood their interrogation. Luo Di exhaled deeply. Yibai, you have matured. From this moment forward, we must proceed with caution in every action. Xiao Chang and the others will not relent. especially Xiao Chang. I perceive him to be a tenacious fellow, Lin Yibai stated. Our future actions must not leave any loopholes. Before our departure from Earth, we cannot allow them to seize any further leverage against us. Luo Di nodded in agreement. Notify Xiao Jing to ensure the accounts are impeccably maintained. The sole point of entry they possess at present should be our financial records, Luo Feng added. It seemed that from this juncture onward, Luo Di and Luo Feng harbored a different perception of Lin Yibai. Previously, Lin Yibai had been a collaborator. Now, Lin Yibai truly embodies the essence of a leader, having matured significantly. Emerging from the Public Security Bureau, Lin Yibai seems transformed, as though having undergone a profound baptism. On August 30th, the sky was clear, marking a rare respite after a series of persistent rains. Who could have anticipated that the typically arid and desolate northwestern plateau would experience such a stretch of dreary weather? Fortunately, the sun has emerged, illuminating the vast expanse of the plateau, which now bears a hint of its desert character. The Aero Technology rocket launch site on the outskirts of Taiping County has come alive with activity. After transportation, a towering rocket, standing 30 meters high, has been erected on the launch pad. At the astronaut training center in the western suburbs, Xiang Longfei has paused his training, silently gazing at the distant rocket from the sandy terrain. The stark and desolate plateau makes the rocket all the more striking. Along is truly going to fly, exclaimed Lu Pinyuan, who has lost several pounds, as he hurried over. Look, they're already fueling it. In Chapter 65, the first rocket, upon noticing Xiang Longfei's indifference, Lu smacked his lips, realizing that the young man indeed possesses some talent, capable of launching a rocket. Recently, the astronaut training center has begun equipment maintenance, suggesting the possibility of recruiting new astronauts. This ignites a flicker of hope within Xiang Longfei, as he wishes for the rocket's successful launch, which would provide him with the opportunity to realize his dreams. The observation area is already filled with spectators, including county leaders and representatives from various upstream supporting manufacturers. In addition, there are numerous journalists masquerading under various titles. Aside from the local reporters, the others either claim to be from the Central News Agency or assert themselves as representatives of prominent media outlets, with the least among them identifying as provincial newspaper journalists. Lin Yibai alone understands that despite their grandiose titles, these journalists are, in fact, charlatans within the journalistic realm. Such journalists are easily obtainable, with the help of an intermediary. One can summon reporters from major media across the nation. For every journalist attending the ignition ceremony, Lin Musi instructed to discreetly provide them with red envelopes, along with sumptuous food and drink, thereby ensuring their compliance. The aim was to utilize these deceptive reporters to exert influence over Zhongpingen and other county officials present. At 11 o'clock, the scheduled launch time was approaching. It was now 10:30 in the morning, and in half an hour, the rocket was set to ascend. Upon entering the observation area, Lin Yibai immediately spotted Zhong Pingyan, the county magistrate of Taiping. He extended his hand from a distance, bending slightly as he jogged towards Zhong Pingyan. County Magistrate Zhong, your presence is of utmost importance to us at Aero Technology. Thank you. Rumors circulated that Lin Yibai was a descendant of a significant figure, a notion Zhong Pingyan was inclined to believe. After all, how could someone without connections possibly acquire Aero Technology and achieve a rocket launch within such a brief time frame? Zhong Pingyan had always held a positive impression of Lin Yibai, recognizing his talent, charm, and remarkable drive. Today, however, his perception was further elevated, as he witnessed Lin Yibai's unexpected humility and modesty. It was astonishing that a scion of a great family would place such importance on a mere county magistrate like himself. A thought surged within him. This young man possesses limitless potential. Director Zhong Pingyan's mentor had once remarked that the more capable individuals are, the more humble and respectful they tend to be. Today, he bore witness to this truth. Chairman Lin, with such significant matters at hand, I simply must be present, Zhong Pingyan declared, his face adorned with a satisfied smile. Cultivating a good relationship with Lin Yibai was indeed paving the way for his own future. Lin Yibai affectionately embraced Zhong Pingyan and beckoned to the approaching Roddy, saying, "Come, let us capture a moment with County Chief Zhang before the rocket." The reason for Lin Yibai's enthusiasm was clear. County Chief Zhong Pingyan of Taiping County would play a crucial role in his plans. Although Taiping County is a small county located in the impoverished northwest, it holds the potential to unlock substantial funding. Zhong Pingyan is the pivotal figure in this endeavor. Once the photograph was taken, Lin Yibai warmly shook hands with every guest in attendance, extending particular warmth to the upstream product suppliers. The construction of the rocket cannot be accomplished by a single factory. It involves numerous upstream products. For instance, rocket propellants require both fuel and oxidizers. Lin Yibai intends to procure a significant quantity of fuel and oxidizers in the near future. However, the production capacities of these manufacturers are limited, necessitating the expansion of the entire industrial chain. Today's launch is critical. Should it succeed, it will instill confidence in these upstream manufacturers, allowing them to expand their production with peace of mind. Beyond fuel and oxidizers, there are many more upstream suppliers to consider, such as the durable and heat-resistant steel and other materials required for the rocket. The balance of the rocket necessitates gyroscopes, protective thermal insulation panels, materials for the fairing, coatings for the rocket body, and various other components, all of which require the support of upstream manufacturers. Relying solely on aero technology to enhance production capacity would be insufficient for the construction of such a multitude of rockets in a short time frame. The anticipated materials needed for 2,000 rockets represent a staggering figure. Should these upstream suppliers fail to increase their output, the endeavor would be unattainable. This is also the underlying reason behind Lin Yibai's invitation to these upstream manufacturers to witness the rocket launch. Chairman Lin, a launch director is required for the rocket launch. May I inquire who will assume this role? Zhao Muyang approached and asked. He felt a sense of trepidation. Only they, the technical personnel, understood that this launch did not truly qualify as a rocket in the strictest sense. It was essentially akin to a large firecracker, launched without further concern. The altitude, distance, and final descent of the rocket were all left to fate. Such a rocket holds no significance for the nation's aerospace endeavors or the space tourism industry. Lin Yibai then turned to Director Zhong Pingyan, saying, Director Zhong, the original launch director was to be Deputy Director Fu, but he is occupied with an important meeting. Given the frequency of rocket launches across various regions, our event does not quite meet the expected standards, so Deputy Director Fu will not be attending. How about you take on the role of launch director instead? Zhao Muyang frowned. Lin Yibai's words seemed to reveal a lack of stature, suggesting an inappropriate level of simplicity. However, Zhong Pingyan was quite pleased, for he knew that the deputy director Lin referred to was Fu Tsongrong, the director of the Industrial Bureau. Such luminaries occupy a sphere far removed from our own. Furthermore, Lin Yibai articulated the undersecretary's absence with such perspicacity, evincing both his sincerity and his indifference to the undersecretary's presence. In Lin Yibai's estimation, the undersecretary's stature appeared to be on par with his own, which is indeed a matter of considerable intrigue. This might be somewhat inappropriate. Zhong Pingyan demurred courteously. You are, without a doubt, the most suitable candidate here, Lin Yibai responded, proffering the microphone to Zhong Pingyan. Zhao Muyang glanced at his watch, remarking, in a mere minute, the announcement can be made. Zhong Pingyan promptly took a deep breath, steeling himself for his address. As the moment arrived, he seized the microphone and declared with spirited elation, I hereby announce the commencement of the rocket launch countdown. Upon the utterance of these words, all eyes converged upon the rocket poised upon the launch pad in the distance. The launch pad began to disengage, indicating that the rocket was primed for its ascent. Lin Yibai felt a tremor of apprehension, as this marked his inaugural experience witnessing a rocket launch. Zhong Pingyan, however, remained unfazed, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Despite the nation's annual launch of scores of rockets, and the past launches in Taiping County, this particular launch represented the first during Zhong Pingyan's tenure, thereby constituting a significant achievement for him. Chapter 66, Successful Rocket Launch 3, 2, 1, Ignition. The command resounded from Ligong at the control console. In the distance, a plume of gray smoke billowed from the rocket's base. Here it comes, here it comes. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, as many eagerly brandished their binoculars, eager to witness every moment of the rocket's ascent. The television reporters intensified their filming, apprehensive about missing any crucial moment. This rocket diverged significantly from the unadorned, functional rockets launched by the state. Its fuselage was adorned with an extravagant shark motif, audacious and conspicuous. With a resounding roar, the audience witnessed the shark-emblazoned rocket ascend into the heavens, creating a visually striking spectacle. A fervent applause erupted from the spectators, the majority of whom were laypersons, deeming the launch successful merely by virtue of the rocket's ascent. However, individuals like Zhao Muyang were acutely aware that it was essentially a glorified firecracker. Upon witnessing the rocket's flight, Lin Yibai promptly ordered the dissemination of the successful launch news. Furthermore, he announced a celebratory feast for all employees, ensuring an abundance of delicacies. The objective was to galvanize the workforce, fostering jubilation for Aero Technology's achievement. Simultaneously, a substantial investment was allocated for promotional campaigns, targeting both local and national media outlets, with no expense spared. However, Zhao Muyang harbored trepidation. Given his limited understanding of the rocket's current trajectory and his inability to remotely adjust its course. In essence, it was akin to launching a large firework, disregarding its subsequent flight path. Such extensive publicity, he feared, would expose their deception should experts conduct an evaluation. Why would I invite experts to scrutinize our work? Lin Yibai retorted dismissively. From this juncture onward, all our data shall be treated as confidential, with strict prohibition against any external disclosure. Lin Yibai added with a subtle smile. Chief Engineer Zhao, you are well versed in our objectives. A transformation of mindset is imperative. In our quest for survival, we must be willing to go to any lengths. Upon witnessing Lin Yibai's confident smile, Zhao Muyang felt a modicum of tranquility settle within him. At the astronaut training center, Xiang Longfei observed the rocket, enveloped in a brilliant flame, ascend into the sky until it dwindled into a mere speck. Only then did he exhale in relief. Along, we succeeded. Liu Pinyuan exclaimed with exuberance, embracing Xiang Longfei and leaping with joy. Have you heard? Next month, there will be a manned flight. Liu Pinyuan shook Xiang Longfei vigorously. Our dream is about to come true. Xiang Longfei maintained a composed demeanor, cautioning, let us not be hasty. We must ascertain whether the rocket possesses the capability for manned flight. Numerous tests remain ahead, and the journey is far from simple. However, Liu Pinyuan shook his head in defiance. I tell you, Chairman Lin Yibai is unlike any other. While others claimed success was unattainable within a month. Look at the outcome now. The rocket has soared. If Chairman Lin asserts that a manned flight will occur next month, then it shall indeed transpire. I have faith in him. Not only Liu Pinyuan, but nearly all the staff at Aero Technology harbored newfound confidence in Lin Yibai. In the brief span of less than a month, Lin Yibai transformed Aero Technology from a company on the brink of collapse into a burgeoning enterprise capable of successful rocket launches. This is the true measure of Lin Yibai's prowess. In the bustling cafeteria, the jubilant workers relished their extra meals, their reverence for Lin Yibai having ascended to newfound heights. The laborers harbored a straightforward notion. Anyone capable of ensuring their sustenance and providing supplementary meals merited their esteem and veneration. As they enthusiastically dined, Lin Yibai, accompanied by Zhong Pingyan and other county dignitaries, along with his executive cohort, entered the cafeteria. Ascending the platform, Lin Yibai commenced a pivotal address to the assembled workers, a speech of paramount importance for the forthcoming rocket launch, necessitating the galvanization of their collective enthusiasm. Esteemed colleagues, he began, I am Lin Yibai, chairman of Aero Technology. Instantly, individuals retrieved their mobile devices, initiating live broadcasts. The cafeteria, capable of accommodating approximately 1,000 diners, was presently at peak occupancy. Many suspended their meals, attentively heeding Lin Yibai's discourse. Today marks a momentous occasion for Aero Technology, for we have achieved the successful launch of a rocket. A wave of fervent applause reverberated through the cafeteria. I am cognizant that Aero Technology has previously launched rockets with varying degrees of success. However, this instance is distinct, for we aspire to genuinely commercialize rocketry, ensuring financial prosperity for all. Lin Yibai brandished his mobile device, displaying its contents to the workers before him. These are orders from across the globe, reservations for our rocket launches, secured in the wake of our triumphant launch. Lin Yibai's address was imbued with fervent exhortation. Do you comprehend the implications of this? He exclaimed. He gestured towards Chief Engineer Zhao Muyang and declared, just now, I issued a new directive to Chief Engineer Zhao. Next week, our inaugural commercial rocket will officially launch, and the following month, our first manned rocket will also be launched. This signifies that Aero Technology has officially entered a period of rapid advancement. Amidst the crowd, Feng Ermao and Zhang Liebring were also dining. They observed Lin Yibai, who was in the limelight on the cafeteria stage, and exchanged glances. They had believed they understood Lin Yibai, but now they realized they knew very little about him. This fellow seemed to possess an innate ability to galvanize people. His speech incited the surrounding workers, their faces flushed with excitement, akin to the flushed and frenzied state of intoxication. Each of Lin Yibai's words elicited enthusiastic applause from the workers. This was not difficult to comprehend. Whoever provides sustenance for the workers receives their support. Since Lin Yibai's arrival, he had not only reissued back wages but also provided each worker with benefits and bonuses. Furthermore, he had instilled in everyone a sense of hope for revitalization. Who else would they support if not him? Standing behind Lin Yibai, Zhong Ping'an was also deeply moved. He felt that his initial decision had been correct and that entrusting aero technology to Starry Sky Exploration Company was a judicious choice. Lin Yibai turned to Zhong Ping'an, offering a slight bow of gratitude. We must also express our gratitude for the support from the county. The majority of those present are from Taiping County. The prosperity of aero technology is synonymous with the prosperity of Taiping County. We are a collective, bound together as one, in pursuit of a promising future for aero technology. I have resolved to invest 100 million in the establishment of a space school in Taiping County, with the aim of nurturing a greater pool of talent for our esteemed aero technology. Chapter 67. The Ponzi scheme unveiled. A fervent round of applause ensued, and Zhong Ping'an was exceedingly gratified. The events of the day filled him with exhilaration, as they represented undeniable achievements in governance. Furthermore, I wish to express my gratitude to our management team and senior technical personnel, as well as to all employees for their diligent efforts. I hereby announce the allocation of 1% of the shares of the Star Exploration Company to all employees, particularly to the management team and senior technical staff, encouraging everyone to strive together and reap the rewards collectively. This time, the applause was particularly resounding. As the clapping gradually subsided, Lin Yibai presented another piece of splendid news. Additionally, I declare that our company will distribute dividends monthly from this moment onward, allowing everyone to receive not only their salaries but also dividends, thus earning money effortlessly. The applause reached an even more fervent crescendo, as this was a tangible gift of money to all. Zhang Liebring appeared somewhat perplexed. What is Lin Yibai up to? Our funds are already insufficient, and now we are giving shares and money to the employees. Yet, Feng Ermao seemed to comprehend the situation better. He lowered his voice and remarked, I believe Lin Yibai is employing a strategy of feigned retreat. I suspect that his next move will be to issue additional shares. Issuing additional shares? Zhang Liebring was unfamiliar with such concepts. Humph, it's merely a Ponzi scheme. Feng Ermao scratched his head, pondering the situation. It made sense now. Lin Yibai had generously bestowed money upon everyone upon his arrival, displaying a lavishness akin to that of a scion from a prominent family. Yet, it transpired that this was merely a ruse to ensnare the funds of all. However, aside from Feng Ermao, none in the cafeteria discerned Lin Yibai's cunning scheme. The admiration for Lin Yibai grew to near worship among the populace. His decisions were broadcasted live, reaching the smartphones of every employee, igniting a fervor within aero technology. The respect for Lin Yibai soared to unprecedented heights. This sentiment extended beyond the confines of aero technology. His renown surged throughout Taiping County. Tales of his exploits became increasingly fantastical, elevating Lin Yibai to the status of a legendary figure in the eyes of the locals. In Taiping County, discussions revolved solely around the rockets of aero technology and the enigmatic chairman Lin Yibai. Following the rocket's successful launch, the entire county erupted in jubilation, matching the excitement of aero technology's workers. Taiping County had once basked in glory. In the years prior to aero technology's establishment there, the county thrived, with even small businesses reaping substantial profits. However, as aero technology waned, so too did the fortunes of Taiping County, making it increasingly challenging for the locals to earn a living. Now, with aero technology's resurgence, the promise of renewed prosperity loomed on the horizon for the entire county, rekindling hope among the people. The successful rocket launch positioned Lin Yibai as the primary beneficiary, a triumph worthy of at least 3 toasts. Lin Yibai has promised to donate 1 billion to the county for the construction of a space school, which is indeed a remarkable achievement. It is worth at least 3 toasts. Tonight, it would be an affront to Lin Yibai not to indulge in revelry. However, not everyone shares this joy. The true technical staff of aero technology are far from elated. They are filled with trepidation, fully aware that this does not signify a successful launch, but rather an irresponsible detonation of a firecracker. Should the nation discover that the rocket they launched is completely uncontrollable, they might very well revoke their license for rocket manufacturing and launching. Yet, Lin Yibai's insistence leaves them powerless. Moreover, he has boldly declared that he intends to launch another commercial rocket next week, which only heightens their anxiety. A commercial rocket is meant to carry satellites into space, not merely to explode. It requires precise control to place the satellites into orbit. How could such a feat possibly be accomplished in such a short time? The technicians are all in a state of turmoil. This night is destined to be extraordinary. At the Public Security Bureau of Hanwu City, Xiao Chang gazes silently at the newspaper reporting Aero Technology's successful rocket launch. Xiao Chang glances at the headline and the accompanying image, suddenly exclaiming, "Isn't that Lin Yibai?" Yao Yalong leans over to inquire, "What about Lin Yibai?" Xiao Chang sighs, "We were overly optimistic, thinking that Lin Yibai might exercise some restraint. But look at him. He is utterly unfazed and has gone off to launch rockets in the northwestern desert." He hands the newspaper to Yao Yalong, expressing, "Why do I feel such a sense of defeat?" After receiving the newspaper, Yao Yalong scrutinized it with meticulous attention, maintaining a prolonged silence upon its completion. So, he simply departed? A mixture of elation and disappointment resonated within Gu Chongyun. The disappointment stemmed from the fruitless nature of their endeavor. The existing evidence proved insufficient to warrant the detention of Lin Yibai. Unless they could apprehend Zhang Libing or Feng Ermao, they would remain unable to seize any incriminating evidence against Lin Yibai. What alternative do we possess if he refuses to leave? Unless we unearth irrefutable evidence, we lack the authority to apprehend him, Yao Yalong conceded, his voice tinged with resignation. "Yao, could you furnish me with a letter of authorization? I intend to journey to Taiping County," Xiao Chang declared, rising to his feet. "Have you lost your senses? Are you not concerned that your wife might seek a divorce, and your child might disown you?" Gu Chongyun rebuked in a hushed, indignant tone. The notion of venturing to the remote county of Taiping, nestled in the northwest, seemed preposterous. Given Lin Yibai's cohort's current conduct, uncovering any vulnerabilities would prove exceedingly difficult. Should Xiao Chang genuinely embark on this expedition, the duration of his stay remained uncertain. It would be astonishing if Xiao Chang's wife did not initiate divorce proceedings. "Xiao, you must contemplate this decision with utmost care," Yao Yalong implored. Xiao Chang shook his head resolutely. "I have given it ample consideration. Feng Ermao and Zhang Libing are most likely concealed within Aero Technology. Regrettably, the internal surveillance system of Aero Technology Company lacks external connectivity. To seize any incriminating evidence against Lin Yibai, our sole recourse lies in establishing a presence in Taiping County. But what if they remain ensconced within Aero Technology, impervious to your efforts?" Gu Chongyun countered, attempting to dissuade him. "Zhang Libing has a daughter. By tracing her whereabouts, we can locate Zhang Libing," Xiao Chang asserted, his countenance betraying unwavering resolve. "This constitutes virtually our only avenue for apprehending Zhang Libing." Superficially, the actions of Lin Yibai and his associates appear to be substantiated by a plethora of evidence and leads. However, these clues, while suggestive, do not constitute irrefutable evidence sufficient for an arrest. Without concrete proof, apprehending them is impossible. Chapter 68. Xiao Chang's resolve. The DNA recovered from the scene, though matching Lin Yibai's, cannot definitively prove his culpability. Lin Yibai could offer a myriad of explanations. He could claim the clothes with his DNA were stolen or lost, thus invalidating their use as direct evidence of his involvement in the robbery. Similarly, the DNA found at the convenience store only places him at the location, not necessarily as the perpetrator of the theft. The sole piece of seemingly conclusive evidence is the surveillance footage of Zhang Libing. However, Zhang's disappearance has stalled this lead. Furthermore, the information from the Economic Investigation Department indicates that Star Exploration Company's accounts lack any overt criminal irregularities, despite numerous questionable transactions, including several fat finger errors that resulted in significant funds flowing into Star Exploration Company from external accounts. Jia Yujing's adept manipulation has obscured any major discrepancies. Jia Yujing employs perplexing tactics, such as placing substantial buy orders at the bottom and sell orders at the top of various futures and stocks. A mere misplaced decimal point by another party could inadvertently trigger a fat finger error. While seemingly rare, such occurrences have historical precedent. In 2013, an incident of erroneous trading, commonly referred to as a fat finger trade, occurred in our nation's stock market, resulting in a remarkable 5% surge in the stock index within a mere minute, leading to substantial losses for a particular brokerage firm. Similar occurrences have transpired internationally, where a momentary lapse by a trader inadvertently led to the downfall of a major multinational corporation. The futures market, too, has experienced its fair share of such events, with several incidents each year resulting in significant capital movement. Therefore, the trading strategies employed by Jiu Jing are not without justification. Attempting to accuse the Stargazing Exploration Company of engaging in transactions akin to money laundering lacks a solid foundation. The investigative authorities have found themselves in a quandary. The only path to uncovering the vulnerabilities of Lin Yibai and his associates is to venture to Taiping County and apprehend Zhang Libing. However, should Zhang Libing fall victim to Lin Yibai and his group, any prolonged efforts by Xiao Chong would be futile. If Zhang Libing is killed, the endeavor would be in vain, as Gu Changyan pointed out. Xiao Chong shook his head, asserting that he had interacted directly with Lin Yibai, who is not a person of malevolent intent. Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao are his brothers. He would not harm them. It is certain that Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao are concealed within aero technology. Yet, the prospect of this pursuit appears dismally distant. Gu Changyan exclaimed. He fell silent. Recently, Xiao Chang had been trying to quit smoking, motivated by a desire to redeem himself for the time he had been unable to spend with his wife and child. However, having relapsed into his old habit, it indicated that he was ready to take risks. Gu Changyan had long been aware of Xiao Chang's determination, and upon witnessing it firsthand, he confirmed its authenticity. "Fear not, for I am here," remarked Xiao Chen cheerfully. "Are you going as well?" Yo Yalong inquired, somewhat astonished. "Of course I am going. Xiaoge can be considered my mentor. Besides, I am young and unencumbered. It is an opportunity to explore the world while also safeguarding Xiaoge," Xiao Chen said cheerfully. Yao Yalong nodded slightly. "All right, as long as you are with Lao Xiao, I feel a bit more at ease. Remember, if they harbor any malicious intentions towards you, make a swift retreat. What is there to fear? We are law enforcement officers, champions of justice. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness," Xiao Chong declared emphatically, crushing the spent cigarette but underfoot. "Meanwhile, I too remained diligent, planning to follow up with the Economic Investigation Department to uncover the identities behind the suspicious fund flows to the futures accounts of the Stargazing Exploration Company. This is a potential breakthrough. If I can establish that these accounts are involved in money laundering, I can apply for a search warrant to seize their computers and documents. I refuse to believe that I cannot uncover further clues." Yao Yalong rallied his spirits. This was not only encouragement for Xiao Chong, but also motivation for himself. In the Hanwu City Commercial Building, at the headquarters of Stargazing Exploration Company, Lin Yibai entered Jie Yujing's office. "Now, it is time to generate revenue," he proclaimed. "How do we do that?" Jie Yujing responded, somewhat bewildered. Lin Yibai snatched a handful of chips from her desk and, with a rather unrefined demeanor, remarked, "I've boasted to the workers that we've received a substantial number of orders. Now, we need to actualize these orders. Utilize our overseas shell company to place orders and concurrently pay a deposit. Additionally, under the guise of aero technology, place orders with upstream manufacturers. I require the entire supply chain to be activated." Jie Yujing shot him a glance. "As the chairman, Lin, you should be more mindful of your image. Here, we are family. Among family, there is no need for pretense," Lin Yibai remarked nonchalantly. "The stock market is experiencing significant fluctuations, and I find myself overwhelmed. Furthermore, matters of procurement must adhere to certain formalities to gain the trust of upstream suppliers. Otherwise, what incentive do they have to expand production? Thus, we require someone reliable to manage this task." Jie Yujing understood Lin Yibai's perspective clearly. To construct 2,000 rockets within a short time frame necessitates the simultaneous expansion and upgrading of the entire industry chain, which is no trivial endeavor. "Do you have a candidate?" Lin Yibai inquired. "Yes, my cousin. Though she lacks a prestigious degree, she possesses an innate talent for sales. I am confident she would excel in procurement as well. The best part is that she trusts me and is deserving of that trust," Jie Yujing replied. Lin Yibai shot a glance at Jie Yujing. "Are you hoping to bring your cousin and her family to Mars? Among the escape group from Earth, there is an unwritten rule that only immediate family members may accompany one another in the exodus. No other relatives, regardless of their closeness, can be included, nor can they be privy to our plans. This regulation serves to control the total number of escapees. Currently, Lin Yibai faces the pressing issue of an ever-increasing number of individuals wishing to leave, which escalates the demand for rockets and compounds his challenges. Controlling the growth in numbers has become a formidable task for Lin Yibai. He saw through Jie Yujing's subtle intentions. She truly possesses formidable capabilities. Jie Yujing felt a sense of urgency. Lin Yibai stood up and said, "Arrange a meeting with her. I'll assess her capabilities. If she can genuinely assist our Escape Earth team, she's welcome to join us. Our funds are dwindling rapidly. After the deposit, we'll be practically penniless. Jia Yujing was elated. Rest assured, a substantial sum of money will be arriving shortly. Lin Yibai confidently stated. Where will it come from? Jia Yujing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Jia Yujing recognized that smile of his. Whenever he wore it, it signified the inception of another mischievous scheme. Chapter 69. A deceptive ploy using dividends as bait. September 1st. Aero Technology Headquarters, Taiping County. A message reverberated throughout the entire company, causing astonishment. Lin Yibai's audacious claims had actually materialized. His words in the cafeteria were met with skepticism. In particular, the talk of dividends was viewed with considerable doubt. Everyone assumed that even if dividends were to be distributed, it wouldn't happen until the year's end. However, to their surprise, dividends were initiated on September 1st. The dividend rate was initially set at 2.5%. To boost morale during this inaugural distribution, Chairman Lin Yibai generously doubled the share allocation ratio. As for the dividend amounts, ordinary workers were allocated 1,000 shares each, valued at 1 yuan per share, resulting in a dividend of 50 yuan. While this may not seem particularly enticing, the revelation of the dividend amounts for management and senior technical personnel, disclosed by the finance department, caused an uproar. The shareholding ratio for general managers wasn't substantial, around 2,000 shares. Their dividends amounted to approximately 100 yuan. However, the core management echelon presents a different scenario, with holdings ranging from 10,000 to several 100,000 shares. Notably, the chief engineer, Zhao Muyang, possesses a substantial stake of 300,000 shares. His dividend allocation amounts to 15,000 yuan, a sum that already eclipses the monthly wages of ordinary laborers. In the wake of the inaugural rocket's triumphant launch, Aero Technology has been inundated with substantial deposits, predominantly from overseas corporations eager to leverage Aero Technology's rockets for commercial satellite deployment. These rocket orders have engendered prodigious revenue streams, a fact corroborated by both the sales and finance departments. A tangible influx of several billion yuan has been deposited into Aero Technology's accounts, thus precipitating this dividend distribution. The mere launch of a single rocket has yielded such considerable earnings, instilling a newfound sense of confidence in the company among Aero Technology's personnel. According to disclosures from the finance department, management personnel have received a minimum of several thousand yuan, with Zhao Muyang receiving the highest allocation of 15,000 yuan. These are unearned windfalls. Lin Yibai has also intimated that a successful manned rocket launch this month will result in even more substantial dividend payouts next month. Lin Yibai further clarified that the shares distributed to all employees are not phantom stock, but rather genuine shares that can be freely traded. They can be freely traded on the secondary market. Anyone in need of funds can directly execute a transaction, requiring only an equity transfer procedure with the company's finance department. Upon Aero Technology's listing, these shares can be traded on the main board market, representing tangible assets. Moreover, should Aero Technology successfully go public, the shares valued at 1 yuan could transcend that modest figure, potentially multiplying 5 or 6 times, or even soaring to dozens of times their initial worth. The 1,000 shares held by each individual could transform into over 10,000, or even several tens of thousands. As for Zhao Muyang, his 300,000 shares could escalate into millions, or even tens of millions. Lin Yibai resolutely declared that within 3 years, the company would undoubtedly achieve a public listing. This proclamation rapidly disseminated, with nearly every worker firmly believing in its veracity. Since Lin Yibai assumed leadership of Aero Technology, he has never disappointed his team. Every promise he made, whether regarding rocket launches, back payments of wages, or triple overtime compensation, including this latest commitment to dividends, has been fulfilled. This has ignited a fervent desire among the workers to acquire more shares, eager to partake in the anticipated dividends. In this era, who among them lacks some savings? Rather than investing in financial products, purchasing shares in Aero Technology seemed more prudent. Based on the dividend ratio from the first month, one could double their investment within a year and a half, a pace akin to a windfall. Many well-connected individuals began to inquire discreetly, seeking opportunities to purchase internal shares of Aero Technology or perhaps acquire a portion from the executives. An atmosphere of restlessness enveloped the entire company. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was mere fabrication, a smokescreen orchestrated by Lin Yibai. It was a meticulously crafted, albeit imperfect, Ponzi scheme, designed to captivate the minds of the workers, who, intoxicated by the flood of information, had lost their basic discernment. Although Lin Yibai had never engaged in a Ponzi scheme before, he possessed a profound understanding of human nature. He was acutely aware that to orchestrate a flamboyant Ponzi scheme, one must cultivate a resplendent image and generate considerable hype. Up until now, everything had proceeded smoothly. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Zhao Muyang was engrossed in analyzing data related to manned rockets when the door swung open, and his wife called out, "Lao Zhao, come out quickly. An old friend of yours has come to see you." Puzzled, Zhao Muyang stepped outside and was greeted by a former subordinate. This old subordinate was notably frugal, and Zhao Muyang preferred not to associate closely with such individuals, resulting in years of estrangement between them. Upon seeing Zhao Muyang, the former subordinate immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Lao Zhao, you are quite inconsiderate. How can one amass wealth quietly without acknowledging friends? Now that you've discovered a profitable venture, you should consider us old pals." Zhao Muyang looked bewildered, replying, "What do you mean by amassing wealth quietly? I do not comprehend what you are saying." The former subordinate continued to wear a smile, saying, "Oh, come now, you cannot pretend any longer. It has all been revealed. Xiaoshen from the finance department disclosed your dividend amount, 15,000, correct? In just 1 month, that sum exceeds my salary by double and is 300 times my dividend. It seems rather unfair that you executives are feasting while we can hardly sip the broth." Zhao Muyang then grasped the situation, explaining, "The shareholding ratio was determined by Chairman Lin. We do not possess any authority over it." The former subordinate replied, "That is easily remedied. Did not Chairman Lin state that shares could be freely transferred? I propose you allocate a fraction of your shares to me," the former subordinate unabashedly asserted. Zhao Muyang furrowed his brow, acutely aware of Lin Yibai's machinations. Lin Yibai was employing the lure of dividends as a pretext to ensnare everyone's capital. However, he was unable to expose the scheme, given the gravity of the situation involving the lives of 20,000 individuals. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to see his former subordinate fall prey to deception. Considering the subordinate's capabilities, it was highly improbable that he would be selected as one of the 20,000. He couldn't bear the thought of the subordinate losing both his money and his life, especially when the money could at least afford him some delicacies before their demise. "I'm not sure that's appropriate," Zhao Muyang replied. The former subordinate slapped his thigh emphatically, placing a wad of banknotes on the table. "Are you concerned about my financial capacity? Rest assured, while I may not possess your affluence, I can certainly muster 100,000. That's not what I meant. It's precisely what I mean. As my former superior, shouldn't you extend a helping hand? Transfer shares worth 100,000 to me. This way, you'll have some liquid assets, and I'll be able to partake in the dividends. Wouldn't that be mutually beneficial?" The former subordinate's face was flushed with excitement, and he displayed an utter lack of shame. Zhao Muyang frowned. "I advise you against purchasing them." The former subordinate paid no heed and promptly departed. "I've left the money here for you. Tomorrow, inform the accountant that you've transferred shares worth 100,000 to me. I'll complete the share transfer formalities with you at the finance department tomorrow." Zhao Muyang sighed, his initial compassion for the former subordinate waning. Some individuals, he realized, were simply undeserving of pity. Chapter 70. Stationed in Taiping County for investigation, it is indeed a pit, yet he insists on jumping into it, and nothing can deter him. I have long heard of the subordinate's notorious reputation, but now I have truly experienced it firsthand. This is nothing short of extortion. Gazing at the money on the table, Zhao Muyang is filled with trepidation. This sum is indeed hot to the touch. I wonder who leaked the news of Zhao Muyang's transfer of 100,000 shares. Suddenly, every executive in the company is on edge. Wherever they go, individuals are eager to ingratiate themselves, requesting a share transfer. Some even offer exorbitant prices to purchase shares, leaving the executives too fearful to step outside. Observing this scene, Lin Yibai realizes that the moment has arrived. The core component of the Ponzi scheme can now be formally initiated. At the Taiping County Public Security Bureau, a vehicle comes to a halt. Two younger officers, Xiao Chang and Xiao Chen, step out, spitting out the gritty dust from his mouth. Xiao Chang lifts his head to scrutinize the sign of the bureau. Taiping County is perpetually arid, and although this year has been peculiar with several months of rain, once the skies clear, the soil quickly turns to dust, swirling throughout the city, casting a gray pall over everything. I truly cannot comprehend why Lin Yibai wishes to construct a rocket. Xiao Chen kicks the flat tire of their vehicle, frustrated at the lack of a nearby air pump. Xiao Chang gives him a nudge. "Let us go, we need to check in first." Carrying a document bag, Xiao Chen follows closely behind Xiao Chang as they enter the bureau. It seems significantly less advanced than Yangjiang, as there is no automated receptionist. Instead, an elderly officer stands at the front desk. "Good day. May I assist you in your investigation?" The security officer responsible for reception was a seasoned veteran, immediately recognizing the identities of Xiao Chong and Xiao Chun. Xiao Chong produced a cigarette and offered it, saying, "This is a local brand from Yanjiang. You won't find it elsewhere. Give it a try." The officer waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I'm on duty at the front desk. I can't smoke." "Why not have a beautiful young lady at the front desk?" Xiao Chong retracted the cigarette, feeling awkward smoking if others weren't. The officer chuckled. "If you had come yesterday, a lovely lady would have greeted you. But today she has gone." He then expressed his grievances, taking a break. "Nonsense." She resigned and went to interview at Aero Technology. This security officer clearly harbored significant discontent regarding his role as a receptionist. Xiao Chong was taken aback. Why abandon a government job for a private one? The officer replied with a grin, "The allure of that private job is undeniable. You have no idea how enticing Aero Technology is. They just issued dividends yesterday. Some received over 10,000, and they get dividends every month. It's enough to make one envious." Xiao Chong sensed something was amiss and was about to inquire further when the officer interrupted. "Who are you looking to investigate?" "What case?" "We're looking into someone named Lin Yibai," Xiao Chun interjected eagerly. The officer's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression darkening as he said, "What is there to investigate about Chairman Lin? You can go upstairs. The deputy director in charge of coordination is in his office." As they ascended the stairs, Xiao Chong pulled Xiao Chun aside, cautioning him, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not disclose our true objective to anyone." He spoke gravely. "I have a foreboding feeling that our investigation this time will not be an easy one. Whom shall we investigate? Do not mention Lin Yibai. Let us focus solely on Zhang Liebing and Feng Ermao, with particular emphasis on the daughter of Zhang Liebing. While he may alter his name, it is unlikely that his daughter will do the same." "Understood," Xiao Chun nodded. "Feng Ermao and Zhang Liebing. Are you certain they are hiding within Aero Technology?" The deputy director inquired, glancing at the cooperation letter with a hint of skepticism. "We cannot be certain, but there are leads pointing to this location." Xiao Chong, unusually engaging, expressed, "We do not require personnel from your bureau. We will conduct our investigation discreetly. We merely need to inform the other officers to avoid any misunderstandings." "We comprehend this. May we enter Aero Technology for inquiries?" Xiao Chong pressed further. "You may, but you must report to the security office of Aero Technology, who will escort you inside." The deputy director's expression turned somewhat wary. Aero Technology is a rocket manufacturing enterprise with classified operations. Without the company's consent, you are prohibited from entering. This pertains to commercial secrets, and we hope for your understanding. Xiao Chong sensed the challenges of conducting an investigation here. "Might we request an office space?" He persisted. The deputy director hesitated. Then, "Please visit the security office at Aero Technology. Director Liu will arrange an office space for you. Remember, do not disrupt the production of Aero Technology." Upon exiting the security bureau, Xiao Chun muttered in frustration, "What is this? They treat us like thieves." Xiao Chong silently entered the car, and after starting the engine, he muttered, "Buckle your seatbelt." Without waiting for Xiao Chun to settle in, the vehicle surged forward. Once they had left the Public Security Bureau, Xiao Chong remarked, "It seems the trouble is more severe than we anticipated. Aero Technology is the star enterprise of Taiping County, and the county officials undoubtedly hold it in high regard. Let us refrain from rushing into an investigation. We should first cultivate our relationships and ascertain the details before proceeding." On September 5th, at the Astronaut Training Center in the western suburbs of Taiping County, Lu Pinyuan stood at the entrance, watching the factory vehicle disappear into the distance. Turning around, his face was illuminated with joy. He rushed into Xiang Longfei's home, exuberantly exclaiming, "It's official. I have been selected as the astronaut for this manned spaceflight." Initially, Xiang Longfei was elated, but soon his expression turned to one of confusion. "Really?" "Indeed. The notification has been issued," Lu Pinyuan replied, handing over the document. "They've even allocated the bonus. I am about to become Aero Technology's first astronaut to journey into space. Hooray, my spring has arrived." Unbeknownst to him, Xiang Longfei's countenance was quite grim. Lu Pinyuan snatched the notification from Xiang Longfei's hands and declared, "I must inform my parents immediately. I am to become an astronaut venturing into space. I am the first in private aerospace." His mother-in-law looked disdainfully at the dazed Xiang Longfei and remarked, "What good is that? You won't even be able to reach the heavens. Our daughter has wasted her time with you." Chapter 71. The interview observing his mother-in-law's escalating tantrum within the house, Xiang Longfei abruptly departed. He was utterly perplexed by the selection of Lu Pinyuan as the first to venture into space. His domestic standing, which had only recently improved due to the resurgence of aerotechnology, had once again plummeted. At times, he genuinely contemplated divorce. But the thought of his pregnant wife restrained him. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to question the company's leadership as to why Lu Pinyuan, who he perceived as inferior in many respects, was chosen over him for the inaugural space voyage. Roddy shared this sentiment. Why was Lu Pinyuan, instead of the more accomplished Xiang Longfei, selected as the first astronaut to journey into space? Lin Yibai, gazing skyward, murmured. Perhaps a more accurate query would be, why did I choose to send Lu Pinyuan to his potential demise, rather than Xiang Longfei? That might illuminate your understanding. Are you implying that the manned rocket launch at the end of the month is likely to fail? No, the manned rocket will not fail, it can only succeed. However, the astronaut may perish. That statement lacks logical coherence. If the manned rocket can only succeed, why would the astronaut die? Yet, Roddy comprehended. Irrespective of the manned rocket's success or failure, Lin Yibai would proclaim it a triumph. And Lu Pinyuan was highly likely to die. Indeed, choosing Lu Pinyuan was the more pragmatic decision, given his bachelor status, while Xiang Longfei had a family, including a pregnant wife. Roddy muttered to himself. When mortality becomes an inevitability, Lin Yibai has mastered the art of decision-making, of making choices. We now need to find a director to orchestrate a compelling drama. Lin Yibai stated. A director? Are we producing a play? Roddy inquired, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. He was adept at crisis management. Yet in terms of strategic planning and comprehensive orchestration, he was no match for Lin Yibai. Do you recall the footage of the Alaga Nation's lunar landing? Lin Yibai asked. Some claim it's a fabrication, while others believe it to be genuine. Roddy began to comprehend, as many still held the conviction that the Alaga Nation had never set foot on the moon, and that the filmed sequences were mere studio creations. Lin Yibai smiled faintly. Our endeavor is to produce a film depicting a landing on Mars. We are endeavoring to escape to Mars. What purpose would a counterfeit serve? Roddy remained perplexed. This film will serve as the primary source of our future funding, Lin Yibai elucidated, choosing not to be overly explicit. Discretion was paramount. By the way, accompany me on a journey to Yinjiang City. For what purpose? To interview an individual. Our core team requires reinforcements. In this world, what venture yields the quickest returns? Deception. Of course, particularly the Ponzi scheme. You covet my interest, while I covet your principle. Such is the swiftest path to wealth. To amass 600 to 700 billion in capital, one must resort to the Ponzi scheme. Lin Yibai's plan was structured in 3 stages. The initial stage involved extracting funds from the employees of Aerotechnology, which should yield approximately 100 billion, posing no significant challenge. However, a substantial funding gap would persist. To galvanize the entire upstream industrial chain, thereby enabling the realization of the 2000 rocket manufacturing endeavor. A subsequent phase is imperative, the acquisition of financial resources from the entirety of Taiping County. This endeavor is projected to yield an estimated 50 to 100 billion. Concluding this tripartite strategy is the solicitation of funds from affluent individuals across the nation, an undertaking that, if executed successfully, is poised to amass approximately 1 trillion. Such financial reservoirs would adequately underwrite the fabrication and deployment of the aforementioned 2000 rockets. This encapsulates Lin Yibai's comprehensive blueprint. However, the orchestration of such an ambitious scheme necessitates adept sales acumen. Feng Ermao, by nature a talent, could ascend to the role with marginal tutelage. Alas, his potential inclusion on a proscribed roster renders him untenable. The Luo brothers, Luo Feng and Luo Di, possess individual strengths, yet manifest deficiencies in salesmanship and elocution. Xie Yujing is similarly unsuitable, as is Zhang Libring. Even within the sales echelons of Aerotechnology, Lin Yibai discerns no individual of requisite caliber. This constitutes the impetus behind Lin Yibai's interest in interviewing Xie Yujing's cousin. Of these 3 phases, the third, the acquisition of capital from the nation's elite, bears the utmost significance. Procuring funds from such discerning benefactors necessitates a compelling presentation, an innovative concept, and a proficient sales cadre. While Lin Yibai is inherently adept at such undertakings, his multifarious responsibilities preclude his direct involvement. The identification of a suitable emissary to manage these affairs, thereby alleviating Lin Yibai's burden, is thus exigent. Yinjiang City. Despite the autumnal month of September, Yinjiang City remains under the sway of an ardent sun. The thoroughfares teem with women adorned in resplendent dresses, their captivating legs on display, forming a picturesque tableau. Seizing the final moments of summer to showcase their beauty and captivate the attention of young men is what girls enjoy most. In a roadside CAF, Lin Yibai savored his coffee while appreciating the scenery. However, he was also deeply aware of the responsibility on his shoulders. If he didn't act swiftly, all that was beautiful would soon vanish. Amidst the crowd, a girl in professional attire, a pencil skirt, hurried along. Her elegant hair was styled in a bun, and she carried a folder while sporting a trendy backpack. She entered the CAF with haste. Lin Yibai immediately recognized her as the person they were waiting for. Salespeople often possess such a dynamic energy. Upon entering, the girl removed her sunglasses and surveyed the CAF. Lin Yibai lowered his head, feigning ignorance. He wanted to assess her observational skills, as a proficient salesperson must possess exceptional perception. The CAF was bustling, with many pretentious young individuals occupying comfortable chairs with tablets or laptops, feigning productivity. However, Lin Yibai had observed in the past 15 minutes that they were merely posturing. None of them were actually working. They were all engrossed in their phones, thoroughly enjoying themselves by watching videos, chatting, or streaming shows. The girl quickly identified her target and approached Lin Yibai. "Are you Chairman Lin?" Lin Yibai smiled and raised his head, expressing his curiosity. "I wonder how you knew we were the individuals you sought." The girl cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yibai and retorted, "Are you testing me? In this entire CAF, only the two of you are not engrossed in your phones, and this one is diligently working. If it's not you, who else could it be?" Her tone was resolute, even somewhat commanding, which led Lin Yibai to ponder whether she could proficiently fulfill the dual roles of his assistant and a key sales personnel. Luo Feng, a research professor at the Jiangnan Research Institute, lifted his gaze from his documents and extended his hand. "Luo Feng," he introduced himself. Lin Yibai reciprocated the gesture. The girl extended her hand, and with a gentle touch, they sealed the handshake. She gracefully settled into the vacant seat beside them, stating, "I am quite content with my current position and have no intentions of changing jobs. However, after my cousin's persistent urging, I felt compelled to come and take a look. You have 15 minutes to persuade me." Observing the girl, who held her chin high with an air of pride, Lin Yibai instinctively sensed that she could indeed aid the escape from Earth team. At the very least, she exuded confidence. 15 minutes? 1 minute will suffice. Lin Yibai replied with a slight smile. Chapter 72. A new member joins. The girl looked up at Lin Yibai with seriousness. "I've encountered many boastful individuals, but you are by far the most unpredictable I've met. What can you accomplish in just 1 minute? Luo Feng paused his work, smiling as he observed the exchange between the two. "An annual salary of 1 million, with bonuses to be negotiated," he added. Lin Yibai suddenly interjected with a remark that effectively extinguished the girl's enthusiasm. Her expression morphed into one of perplexity as she hesitated before responding. "You were quite direct, but I fear you might just be boasting." With a swift motion, Lin Yibai produced a checkbook, inscribing a figure that consisted of a single digit followed by 6 zeros, and handed it to her. "This is an advance on your annual salary." The girl accepted the check, her demeanor growing even more peculiar, akin to someone who intended to decline an invitation but found themselves unceremoniously compelled to partake. "Your cousin will handle the exchange of this check. You truly are straightforward. But I appreciate that." The girl finally resolved her inner conflict, inquiring, "When do I start?" "Immediately." "That's not feasible. I need to resign and manage the transition. It will take at least a week. Otherwise, I would have wasted this month." With a swift gesture, Lin Yibai presented her with another check. "This one for 100,000. This is your compensation." The girl promptly stowed away the check, declaring, "Boss, I am yours now. Please assign my duties." Luo Feng chuckled, remarking, "I have heard it said that the most persuasive force is financial power. It appears to hold true. I must take my leave. I need to thoroughly discuss the new rocket launch concepts with several experts." Luo Feng was specifically invited by Lin Yibai to deliberate on the new rocket plans and to assist with the interviews. These concepts were Lin Yibai's latest innovations. Initially, the objective of the Earth escape team had 2 destinations, Mars and the vast expanse of space. Each of these plans possessed its own merits and drawbacks. According to current projections, the impact of the Bernstein comet on Earth would result in an extreme degradation of the environment, necessitating several years for the planet to become barely habitable for humankind. If Mars is the destination, The advantage lies in humanity's ability to swiftly acclimate to terrestrial gravity, coupled with ample living space during these years, allowing for continuous expansion. Moreover, these technologies are under stringent governmental control. The challenge for scientists like Luo Feng and his colleagues to master this technology within a limited time frame is exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, humanity has yet to achieve a successful landing on Mars, making technology the most significant obstacle. The advantages are evident. The technical capacities are fully attainable, even through civilian technology. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. During these several years, all individuals would live in considerable confinement. The spatial limitations of a space base would severely restrict human activity. Additionally, prolonged exposure to microgravity would lead to fragile bones, osteoporosis, and muscular weakness, rendering the situation perilous without terrestrial shelters. Each proposed plan possesses its own set of strengths and weaknesses. Currently, scientists lean towards the second option, constructing a mother space station where everyone would reside in space for the duration of these years. If the first option proves technically unfeasible, all efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, it is imperative to commence the construction of a space station-like base in the cosmos from this moment onward, utilizing the upcoming years to ensure that the space station can accommodate tens of thousands of individuals as comfortably as possible. This endeavor will necessitate substantial financial backing. Thus, they need only to launch a large mothership into space. Subsequently, all crewed modules will autonomously dock with the space base, forming a series of small resting stations. To realize this vision, extensive research and exploration by scientists are imperative. This is the very purpose of Luo Feng's visit today. Go ahead, I will speak with this individual. What is your name? Lin Yibai inquired. The girl rolled her eyes. You've offered me $1 million in annual salary to work for you. Yet you do not even know my name. I am beginning to regret this. You are rather unreliable. I am Yu Jinxiu. Yu Jinxiu, let us proceed. Now follow your boss to work. By the way, I meant you as a person, not in that sense. I am simply referring to someone who works for you. Rest assured, I am not interested in you in that manner. Yu Jinxiu halted, her eyes wide. What do you mean? How do you perceive me? You appear feminine yet work with a masculine vigor. Yu Jinxiu tilted her head in contemplation. You seem to have a point there. Taiping County, headquarters of Aerotechnology. All members of the Earth Escape team are gathered in the auditorium here. This marks the first meeting of the Earth Escape team, a milestone gathering for Lin Yibai. This meeting will determine many critical aspects. The Earth Escape team comprises a modest number of individuals, totaling around 40 to 50, all of whom are aware of the true purpose of their mission. Among them, the scientific contingent comprises nearly 20 individuals, while the managerial and technical echelons of Aerotechnology number over 20. The remaining handful consists of the operational personnel, spearheaded by Lin Yibai. Luo Feng is the principal figure among the scientists, with Wu Daoyu, Hu Baiyan, and others forming the core, alongside a cohort of specialists in astronomy, physics, chemistry, and energy. Notably, these scientists share a common trait. They were all excluded from the national conscription lists. On the Aerotechnology side, Zhao Muyang leads the technical staff. Lin Yibai felt a profound sense of accomplishment as he gazed upon these 40 to 50 individuals, all of whom had congregated at his behest. Despite being forsaken by the nation, Lin Yibai had reunited them, and they were now striving together for survival. However, Lin Yibai also recognized a deficiency, the dearth of peripheral operatives. Only Lin Yibai himself, Roddy, Xie Yujing, Feng Ermao, and Zhang Libring constituted this group. With Feng Ermao and Zhang Libring currently confined within Aerotechnology, unable to render assistance, Lin Yibai urgently required trustworthy external personnel. This was why he immediately recognized Yu Jinxiu's potential and inducted her into the Earth Escape Group. Chapter 73, Space Station or Martian Base. Yu Jinxiu, recommended by Xie Yujing, warranted Lin Yibai's confidence. Her eloquence and sales acumen could also benefit the team. Seated in a corner against the wall, Yu Jinxiu observed the assembly with a bewildered expression. Having just been hired by Lin Yibai, she had yet to familiarize herself with her duties before being summoned to this meeting, leaving her utterly perplexed. Are you Yu Jinxiu? Xieji's cousin? Feng Ermao extended his hand. I'm Feng Ermao, a core member of the Escape from Earth group. Yu Jinxiu refrained from shaking hands, sensing that Feng Ermao was rather glib and unreliable. What exactly is the Escape from Earth group? Feng Ermao was taken aback. Didn't Lin Yibai inform you of the truth? Yu Jinxiu shook her head in confusion. Lin Yibai was increasingly proving to be untrustworthy. Feng Ermao complained to Zhang Libuing. Look, a newcomer, and he brought her in directly. Zhang Libuing, with a mischievous grin, declared, we are a nefarious criminal organization, engaging in murder and arson without restraint. If you are frightened, now is the time to back out. Life was too tense, and encountering such an ignorant little girl was a rare amusement, Zhang Libuing deliberately stated. However, Yu Jinxiu cast a disdainful glance at Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing, scoffing, you two? This derisive laugh wounded both Zhang Libuing and Feng Ermao deeply. Yet, the greater disappointment lay ahead. Her gaze fell upon the resolute figure of Luo Di in the front row. Luo Di resembles that type, and Lin Yibai has a hint of that smiling tiger persona. Then there's Luo Feng. I always find him rather sinister. The three of them bear some resemblance. As for the other two, they were nothing but a joke. Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Yu Jinxiu gestured towards the others. As for these individuals, the old are decrepit, the useless are inept, and they commit crimes. They would be fortunate if they weren't the ones being victimized. Zhang Libuing surveyed the attendees of the conference, and they did not appear to be members of any nefarious gang, especially the gray-haired Wu Daoyu and other scientists, who clearly belonged to the intellectual elite. However, Yu Jinxiu's disdain for them made both Zhang Libuing and Feng Ermao quite uncomfortable. Zhang Libuing shook his head, remarking that she would likely be terrified, sitting there paralyzed with fear. Although Yu Jinxiu was unaware of their conversation, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. She felt that in pursuit of a 1 million annual salary, following Lin Yibai might have been a mistake. Lin Yibai, Luo Feng, and Zhao Muyang entered the conference room with purposeful strides and took their seats at the center. A hush fell over the room as the meeting was about to commence. Zhao Muyang's voice resonated, indicating that within the Earth evacuation team, a hierarchy had already been established. Lin Yibai served as the leader, Luo Feng represented the scientists, and Zhao Muyang acted as the representative of Aero Technologies Management. Together, they constituted the most influential figures present. Lin Yibai spoke up, stating, our mission is formidable, so I shall dispense with trivialities and get straight to the point. Over the past few days, Professor Luo, Chief Engineer Zhao, and I have engaged in thorough discussions regarding our next steps. And today, we have gathered everyone to deliberate on how to more effectively implement our plan to evacuate Earth. Yu Jinxiu furrowed her brow at the mention of the Earth evacuation plan. She found it difficult to discern whether it was merely a code name or if they genuinely intended to escape Earth. The second proposal involved establishing a colonization base on Mars, facilitating the migration of 20,000 people to the Red Planet. Each of these two plans had its own advantages and disadvantages. And now I invite Professor Luo to elaborate on their respective merits and drawbacks. Yu Jinxiu widened her eyes, unable to restrain herself from tugging at Feng Ermao's hand. What are they saying? Why are they fleeing from Earth? Feng Ermao chuckled lightly. I told you, don't get too frightened. Yu Jinxiu rolled her eyes, spit it out. In 2031, the Bernstein comet will collide with Earth. All flora and fauna on the planet, save for a few resilient species, will perish in this impact. We, this group of individuals, refuse to succumb to such a fate, hence our desire to escape from Earth. Yu Jinxiu rolled her eyes once more. Do you really believe that? If a comet were truly on a collision course with Earth, wouldn't the government be aware of it? How come you all discovered it before they did? Feng Ermao understood that Lin Yibai had brought Yu Jinxiu in precisely to enlighten her about the grim reality. He spoke candidly. Of course the government is aware, and they are formulating a response. The state is excavating underground cities, preparing to relocate human civilization. I have never heard of such a thing. Yu Jinxiu was genuinely taken aback. In the center of the conference room, Luo Feng was outlining the advantages and disadvantages of two plans, and everyone else was attentively listening. This was no mere performance. Each individual present was evidently treating the plan to escape Earth with utmost seriousness. Is the government truly constructing underground cities? Yu Jinxiu felt a surge of anxiety. She pulled out her phone and began searching for information regarding underground cities. Indeed, several news articles surfaced, all dated quite recently. The narrative unfolds in a southwestern region where the nation is constructing an underground edifice fortified by robust rock layers. Yet, to assert that a comet will collide with Earth based solely on this fact seems rather far-fetched. Yu Jinxiu remains skeptical. Feng Ermao gestures towards the surrounding scientists. This is academician Wu Daoyu. You must have seen him on television. This is Professor Hu Baiyan, an expert in rocket propulsion. You are familiar with Professor Luo Feng. a leading figure in fundamental physics and several other disciplines, who has previously managed numerous scientific funding projects. Zhao Muyang, the chief engineer of aerotechnology, along with others, are all prominent figures in the scientific community. Do you truly believe they would gather here to engage in idle chatter based on a mere fabrication? Yu Jianxiu is taken aback. Zhang Libuing claps his hands. I have one. She didn't cry, just wet herself out of fear. You have lost. Feng Ermao mutters, fine, tonight's dinner is on me. Yu Jianxiu feels somewhat dazed, her mind buzzing. Chapter 74, Mars Base or Space Base. At this moment, Xie Yujing, seated at the back, leans forward and gently strokes Yu Jianxiu's head. Only those in the Escape from Earth group can board the rocket to leave Earth. And thus they are the only ones with a chance of survival. This is why I insisted on having you here. Yu Jianxiu finally comprehends her cousin's earnest intentions. Thank you, sister. At this juncture, Zhao Muyang speaks up. In my personal opinion, given our current technological capabilities, migrating to Mars is evidently unfeasible. Although settling on Mars would expand our horizons significantly, the technical challenges are insurmountable. By encounters, I believe we must pursue the colonization of Mars. Despite the considerable challenges, it is entirely plausible for us to establish a permanent settlement on Mars. When contemplating a space station, the resupply of sustenance poses a significant predicament. However, should we construct a base on Mars, we could transport terrestrial seeds to sow, cultivate, and harvest crops in the Martian soil. Furthermore, we could harness the Martian atmosphere to furnish us with a supply of oxygen. A voice interjected. Is it akin to that film where potatoes are cultivated on Mars? Bayan responded with a smile. Not solely potatoes, but virtually a plethora of crops could be cultivated. He added, with a space station, the mere storage of provisions would occupy a substantial portion of the available space. Zhao Muyang countered, however, our technological prowess is insufficient to underpin the establishment of a base on Mars. Lin Yibai inquired, Chief Engineer Zhao, allow me to pose a question. Is it theoretically feasible for us to construct a base on Mars? Zhao Muyang hesitated momentarily before replying. Theoretically, of course, it is viable. But we lack practical experience. Luo Feng declared, given its theoretical feasibility, then it is indeed feasible. The construction of a base on Mars offers substantial advantages. Not merely in terms of food resupply, but also in other conveniences. We could construct energy plants, fabricate artificial food factories, and so forth. As for the technological aspect, rest assured, I, along with academician Wu Daoyu and Professor Hu Bayan, possess acquaintances who have mastered core technologies. We can readily enlist these individuals to bridge the technological gaps. Even if we cannot secure their physical presence, we can procure the technologies themselves. Zhao Muyang, growing somewhat agitated, retorted, as I stated earlier, while the theory exists, practical application is imperative. In the realm of scientific inquiry, we are all acutely aware of the formidable challenges inherent in actualizing a theory. Time is decidedly unkind to us, offering no favors. Luo Feng's gaze turned icy. 1 year is sufficient for practical application. This declaration sent a chill through all those acquainted with the field. The implication was unmistakable. He intended to utilize human subjects for experimentation. The difficulty in translating theory into practice predominantly lies in the imperative to ensure safety, specifically, to prevent fatalities and minimize harm. Only when safety parameters meet a certain threshold will human trials be authorized, which significantly hampers the pace at which a theory can be realized. This is especially true in the domain of space exploration, where without a 99% certainty of success, human risk is not entertained. Our nation has long mastered rocket launch technology, yet it was not until 2 decades ago that we embarked on manned spaceflight, driven by the goal of achieving a zero fatality rate. Any loss of life would constitute a catastrophic event, severely impeding the progress of research. The tragic incident involving the Challenger space shuttle in the United States directly resulted in a substantial regression of their space program. Given the current immaturity in various aspects of technology, conducting human trials would almost certainly lead to casualties. Luo Feng's proposition, however, was evidently to employ human subjects directly in experiments, a method that could dramatically enhance efficiency, albeit with a correspondingly high probability of fatalities. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. At this juncture, Lin Yibai spoke up. I have conceived a novel idea, which is to concurrently establish a space base and a Mars base. Technologically, there is no conflict. It merely necessitates securing additional funding and increasing rocket launches. Leave this matter to me. Academician Wu Daoyu also chimed in. There is no need for concern. Conducting experiments does not necessarily equate to loss of life. The current advancements in artificial intelligence are remarkable. We can indeed rely on intelligent robots to establish a base on Mars. In the last row of the venue, Yu Jinxiu whispered, "Hey Mao, why does Luo Feng look so ominous?" Feng Ermao recoiled slightly. "You're not wrong. He does give me the creeps. This person is exceedingly extreme. Just moments ago, he contemplated conducting experiments that could cost lives. He lacks any regard for the lives of others." Jie Yujing frowned. "Don't speak nonsense. I'm not being fanciful. Based on research outcomes, Professor Luo Feng would undoubtedly be selected by the state. He is qualified to enter the underground city. Yet he was not chosen. And he even fervently encouraged Lin Yibai to form a group to escape Earth. Do you know why?" Feng Ermao continued. Yu Jinxiu, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, was curious about everything. Why? I heard that when he was managing the Scientific Research Fund, he allocated a substantial amount to a team, which ultimately failed, resulting in severe criticism from the state and the cessation of their related research, Feng Ermao explained. What research was that? Jie Yujing inquired, eager to learn more about Luo Feng's past. The Human Embryonic Gene Intervention Project, Feng Ermao said mysteriously. What on earth is that? Zhang Libing was also hearing about it for the first time. It's cloning, Feng Ermao replied. This is what Lin Yibai informed me. It is said that Luo Feng supported the research on clones and allocated funds from his managed foundation to the research team. As a result, he was stripped of his qualifications to manage scientific funding and was transferred to work at the Jiangxi Research Institute. Jie Yujing remarked softly, I believe that Luo Feng is neither cold-blooded nor malevolent, nor is he devoid of empathy. He is fervently passionate about science. He is willing to explore anything that may benefit scientific advancement, regardless of the potential for loss of life or ethical dilemmas. He embodies the essence of a true scientist, which may seem rather unorthodox in the eyes of ordinary mortals like us. What is the purpose of the Human Embryonic Gene Intervention Project? Yu Jianxiu's focus was not on Luo Feng, but rather on the matter itself. Feng Ermao seized the rare opportunity to show off. Have you all read a report about scientists using gene intervention to cultivate a pair of twins? These twins, upon birth, will be immune to cancer due to genetic modification. Yu Jianxiu's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Humanity has progressed. Slap. Jie Yujing gave Yu Jianxiu a light smack on the head, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? Human experimentation is prohibited worldwide. It touches upon moral ethics and could potentially cause unknown harm to humanity. Yet, Yu Jianxiu stubbornly insisted. I actually think altering human genes is quite beneficial. Lin Yibai sensed the fervor of the discussion and glanced over. Everyone, let us refrain from speaking, he interjected. Jie Yujing quickly added, All right, let's conclude today's discussion. We must grasp both the Mars base and the space base. Furthermore, Chief Engineer Zhao, concerning the mid-month rocket launch, I've resolved to launch 4 rockets concurrently, thereby maximizing the utilization of all 4 launch pads. Chapter 75. Apprehension commencing from kindergarten concurrently. We must expedite the construction of additional rocket launch pads. The realization of electromagnetic catapult launch pads in short order would be optimal. Chief Engineer Zhao regarded Lin Yibai with a peculiar expression. What is the rationale behind launching 4 rockets simultaneously? Launching an increased quantity of rockets concurrently contributes negligibly to our research endeavors. Lin Yibai offered a smile. Disregard the specifics. Merely disseminate the directive to prepare for the launch of 4 rockets. Taiping County Special Security Precinct. 2 individuals, one seasoned and the other youthful, both adorned in security attire, entered the precinct. You must be the security officers dispatched from the Capital Security Bureau. Please, come in. A middle-aged gentleman gestured to Xiao Chong and Xiao Chun at the entrance. The middle-aged gentleman escorted the pair to the innermost office. Our resources are finite. This office shall be yours. The premises have been sanitized, and the Bureau will dispatch personnel to configure the computers. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to articulate your needs. Xiao Chun stated boisterously. Chief Liu, we require the roster of all girls aged 5 to 6 in the vicinity of Aero Technology Corporation. Chief Liu responded with indifference. Once the computers are installed, you may conduct your own inquiry. Xiao Chun attempted to interject, but Xiao Chong restrained him. There's no urgency. Let's inquire as to the number of kindergartens and elementary schools in the vicinity. That would be quite a few. Aero Technology is a prominent corporation. employing tens of thousands of individuals and maintaining 3 elementary schools, in addition to numerous kindergartens. After conveying this information, Director Liu turned to depart, stating that they should not hesitate to contact him should any needs arise. Following Director Liu's departure, Xiao Chong surveyed the confined office space and offered a subtle shake of his head, expressing his hope that their stay would be brief. "I will inquire about the kindergarten situation later," Xiao Chun declared boisterously, striving to locate Zhang Yushi promptly and apprehend Zhang the Shorty as soon as possible. Abruptly, Director Liu reappeared. "I nearly forgot to mention that Aero Technology is a celebrated enterprise in Taiping County, currently undergoing vigorous development. It would be most advantageous if your investigation did not impede Aero Technology's progress." Xiao Chong mustered a strained smile, assuring him that it would not. Observing Director Liu's subsequent departure, Xiao Chong sensed considerable pressure. "It appears our operations will undoubtedly encounter obstacles," Xiao Qin remarked, also sensing the pressure. "Not to worry. Our objectives are Zhang Libai and Feng Ermao, not Lin Yibai. Should they inquire, we shall state that it is a case of child abduction. This should present no complications." Xiao Chong responded, proceeding to unpack items from his backpack and arrange them on the desk. Having served as a law enforcement officer for many years, he was acutely aware that the difficulties associated with collaborative investigations in unfamiliar locales were substantial, fraught with various conflicts. Furthermore, given Aero Technology's status as a distinguished enterprise in Taiping County, no one desired that their investigation should adversely affect such a prominent entity. Moreover, unfamiliarity with the area would undoubtedly impede the smooth execution of their work. The telephone rang, and Xiao Chong answered the call. After a brief moment, Xiao Chong finally revealed a smile on his face. "Good news," he announced. The Economic Investigation Division had relayed promising information. They had located the accounts controlled by Lin Yibai and his associates. By following the trail, they could uncover evidence of money laundering. With this proof, arrests could be made. Xiao Qin sighed in relief, realizing that it would not be long before Lin Yibai and his cohort faced their downfall. At the entrance of Arrowhead Kindergarten, Xiao Chun flashed his credentials. "Director, is there a girl named Zhang Yushi enrolled in our kindergarten?" "No," the director replied. "Could you kindly provide me with the names and photos of all the girls?" Xiao Qin persisted. "I'm afraid I cannot provide the list and photographs. It's against regulations. However, you are welcome to view them yourself," the director responded. Xiao Qin followed the director into the kindergarten's office, where the director produced a roster. "All the students are listed here, sir. Please take a look." As Xiao Chun perused the names, his brow furrowed. The young girls, age 5 or 6, bore striking similarities. He took out a comparison photo and let out a sigh. Zhang Yushi, the daughter of Zhang Libai, did not possess any distinct features. Having never seen her in person, identifying Zhang Yushi solely from a photograph proved to be an arduous task. Fortunately, Xiao Chong had mentioned that while Zhang Libai's daughter might change her given name, her surname would remain unchanged, significantly narrowing the search. Nevertheless, it still felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At the entrance of Qingbei Kindergarten, Zhang Libai stood, stretching his neck and standing on tiptoe, gazing towards the gate. A group of children is orderly exiting the kindergarten, and the waiting parents eagerly approach their offspring to escort them home. Zhang Libai spots his daughter and, after cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure no suspicious individuals are present, strides swiftly to the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries with the teacher, he takes his daughter's hand and proceeds outside. "Not possible. I want Dad to pick me up." His daughter suddenly recalls, questioning whether her father's absence is due to his busy work schedule. "Yes," Zhang Libai replies with resignation, aware that Lin Yibai forbids him from coming to collect the child. Nevertheless, he cannot resist the temptation to sneak out. Picking up his daughter from school brings him a sense of joy. Holding her small hand, a wave of happiness surges from his heart, filling him with warmth. Although it is merely a trivial matter of picking her up from school, it is a pursuit that Zhang Libai is willing to undertake at any cost. "Dad, look. Candy man. Buy one. Pineapple. Buy. Big meat bun. Buy. There's someone selling little chicks. Buy. Never mind. We can't take care of them." His daughter is easily satisfied. If Zhang Libai declines to buy something, she simply lets it go. After some contemplation, he decides to purchase it anyway. This may very well be the final vestiges of her childhood. By the end of next year, her childhood will be reduced to nothing but the swirling, dusty remnants of Martian sand. As they depart, Xiao Chong approaches, directing his attention toward a kindergarten teacher. "Do you have a student named Zhang Yushi here?" he inquires. "Yes. Her father just picked her up, the teacher replies. Straightening his posture, Xiao Chong scans the area, his gaze searching. However, amidst the throngs of people, he failed to spot the target he yearned to see. With a sense of resolve, Xiao Chong turned and set off towards the next kindergarten. The name Zhang Yuxi is neither entirely common nor entirely uncommon. Remarkably, among the many kindergartens in the industrial complex, there are 3 individuals named Zhang Yuxi, all of similar age. Zhang Yuxi shall serve as the optimal breakthrough point. A piece of news circulated throughout Taiping County and even garnered some attention nationwide. In the office of the director of the Industrial Bureau, Fu Songrong gazed at a headline in the newspaper, feeling a twinge of surprise. The title bore the essence of sensationalism. Shocking. Private rocket company set to break world record with simultaneous launch of 4 commercial rockets. Upon delving into the content, it detailed that Aero Technology would launch 4 commercial rockets simultaneously in mid-month, thereby breaking a world record. Fu Songrong found it somewhat amusing. If the launch rockets were to carry multiple satellites, thus breaking the record for the number of satellites launched, it would be worthy of boasting. However, what record is there to break with the simultaneous launch of 4 rockets? There is utterly no technical challenge involved, merely a publicity stunt. He shook his head and continued to peruse the next piece of news. At the headquarters of Aero Technology in Taiping County, Luo Feng handed over the documents to Lin Yibai. This is the conceptual plan for the Mars base. I have also located the Mars geological expert you were seeking. He will arrive in Taiping County tomorrow. Lin Yibai glanced at the documents and casually tossed them onto the table. Such technical matters are for you to oversee. Why do you insist on launching 4 rockets simultaneously? Apart from wasting money, it offers us very limited assistance. If the 4 launches were conducted separately, we could gather more data, which would provide valuable insights for our subsequent missions. Launching them together appears to serve no purpose, Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. Lin Yibai chuckled. I aim to set a record and capture attention. I consulted Zhao Muyang about how we could draw interest or break records with our rocket launches. However, he informed me that with our current technology, we are at a standstill. While foreign private rockets can deploy over 100 satellites in a single launch, we are far from achieving that. Nonetheless, no one has ever launched 4 rockets simultaneously. Technically, it poses no challenge. Yet it is sufficient to set a record and garner attention. That is my objective, Lin Yibai declared confidently. Luo Feng laughed. Partnering with you certainly brings many unexpected benefits. Such a ludicrous idea is something only you could conceive. At that moment, Yu Jianxiu entered and said, Chairman Lin, I have contacted the director you were looking for. He will arrive in Taiping County tomorrow. Excellent, Lin Yibai replied. Yu Jianxiu frowned slightly. However, I am in sales. Being assigned to greet him feels rather unchallenging. Lin Yibai turned to her. To excel in sales, one must first become familiar with the product. Once the director arrives tomorrow, take the opportunity to thoroughly understand our offerings. What product? Rockets? We don't sell rockets. We can barely keep up with our own needs. Then what is it? In a few days, you shall know. Aero Technology has been making quite a flurry of recent moves. Astonishingly, 4 rockets have been erected on the launch pad. The simultaneous launch of these 4 rockets, while lacking in technical complexity, is undeniably breathtaking. This is precisely the intention of Lin Yibai. If I cannot captivate attention through technological prowess, then let me do so through spectacle. Moreover, another piece of news has circulated. Due to Aero Technology's recent rapid development and continuous influx of orders, Chairman Lin plans to issue additional shares to invigorate employees' enthusiasm for overtime and to promote collective prosperity. The number of these shares is limited and will only be allocated to outstanding employees who are willing to work extra hours. Priced at 1 yuan per share. Each individual is permitted to purchase a maximum of 10,000 shares, totaling 10,000 yuan. These shares are not to be privately transferred. A guaranteed monthly dividend of 2.5% will be distributed, with the specific amount calculated at the end of each month. According to financial calculations, based on this month's sales performance, the minimum dividend per share is projected to be at least 10 fun. For 10,000 shares, one could potentially receive a minimum of 1,000 yuan, which amounts to a 10% return. Upon the announcement of this news, the employees of Aero Technology found themselves in a state of excitement. Their conversations now revolve around inquiring about each other's eligibility to purchase shares. The entire Aero Technology is abuzz with anticipation. In the northwestern stronghold of Haishi City, at the Haishi Special Steel Forging Plant, a spirited young woman entered the factory director's office. She presented a business card and said, "Director Mao, greetings. I am Yu Jinxiu, the purchasing manager of Aero Technology. The director was momentarily taken aback by Yu Jinxiu's commanding presence. Hello. Is there something specific you wish to discuss during this visit? The Blackstone Special Steel Forging Plant serves as an upstream supplier for Aero Technology, specializing in the provision of specialty steel. This particular steel is one of the crucial raw materials utilized in rocket manufacturing. We at Aero Technology have indeed placed an order with you, which raises my curiosity as to why you have declined it. Yu Jinxiu exuded an undeniably formidable aura, and despite the factory director's extensive experience, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed in the presence of his counterpart. Our factory is relatively small, and the demand for such specialty steel in the market is quite limited. The quantity you require is simply beyond our capacity to fulfill, the director confessed with evident distress. Yu Jinxiu removed his sunglasses and looked down upon the director. Do you not wish to secure this order? Of course we do. Who would turn away a business opportunity presented at their doorstep? The director spoke the truth. However, they were genuinely unable to accommodate the request. Even with round-the-clock shifts, they could not meet the volume required by the order. It is indeed regrettable to let such a promising opportunity slip away. We had also planned to place orders with you for the coming year, and the quantities would only increase, along with an advance payment of the deposit. Yu Jinxiu donned his sunglasses once more, stating, "You have become our esteemed partners. Aero Technology has now secured a substantial number of overseas orders. We initially intended to share this fortune with you, but it appears that is no longer feasible. Farewell." With that, Yu Jinxiu turned gracefully to leave. The director, sensing the urgency of the situation, called out to him. No one wishes to let go of an order. We truly desire this contract, yet our production capacity is limited. Is there any chance you could allocate a portion of the order to us? The director anxiously scratched his head. Is it not possible for you to expand your production? Yu Jinxiu inquired. The factory director hesitated. The specialty steel market is quite niche. If we expand production and you no longer require it, our factory could face significant difficulties. Yu Jinxiu removed his glasses once more. Are you underestimating us? Considering our long-standing partnership, I'll share a piece of information. This order we're placing can be for 3 years at once. We will take all that you produce within these 3 years. The factory director's eyes lit up. Are you certain about placing a 3-year order? Absolutely, and we can stipulate that in the event of a breach of contract, we will compensate you threefold, Yu Jinxiu chuckled. However, you'll never receive our compensation. We have so many rocket launch orders that we won't be finished within 3 years. We will procure as much of your specialty steel as you can provide. The factory director slapped his thigh. We'll take this order. I'll head to the city bank to apply for a loan. With your 3-year order, the city leaders will surely expedite the process and disperse the funds directly. Within half a year, our production can double. Yu Jinxiu scoffed. Director, I'm giving you a 3-year order with continuously increasing annual quantities, and you're only expanding the production line by 1-fold? With this limited vision, when will your factory ever become a major enterprise? Take my advice. Expand production by at least 5-fold, or preferably 10-fold. As I said, we will take as much as you can produce. Chapter 77. The Trail of the Kindergarten. She produced a contract. I can sign a preliminary letter of intent with you right now. Our company, Aero Technology, is indeed a substantial enterprise. If your establishment is inadequate, we shall have no choice but to seek out other manufacturers. The factory director clenched his teeth and asked, Is it truly possible to secure a 3-year contract? Absolutely, Yu Jinxiu replied with an air of confidence. I still need to approach numerous other factories, such as those producing coatings and thermal insulation foam, from which I require a considerable amount of raw materials. If you can only double your production capacity, I will look elsewhere to avoid wasting anyone's time. I seek a supplier capable of consistently providing stable output. The factory director, having resolved his internal conflict, assured her, Rest assured, Manager Yu, we can achieve 10-fold production capacity within 6 months. He had already calculated that even if Aero Technology required merely half of the special steel, he would break even. Expanding production 10-fold posed minimal risk. Moreover, Aero Technology is a prominent enterprise currently engaged in a grand endeavor, reportedly preparing to launch 4 rockets simultaneously, a feat that promises to set a world record. Such accolades were sufficient to dispel all doubts in the director's mind. Furthermore, with these contracts in hand, securing a loan from the city would come naturally. The Blackstone Special Steel Plan had been struggling for over a decade, barely surviving. Now that a significant opportunity for growth had finally presented itself, he could not afford to let it slip away. Most importantly, he was captivated by Yu Jianxiu's commanding presence. The finest salespeople do not merely ingratiate themselves with flattery or run around with enthusiastic service. Rather, they wield a commanding aura that compels others to engage. Yu Jianxiu embodied such a sales virtuoso. Each of her clients was subtly led astray by her influence, ultimately resulting in a purchase. The collaboration was indeed harmonious. With sunglasses perched upon her nose, Yu Jianxiu strode confidently out of the factory. Having successfully concluded matters at the third location, she embarked towards the next destination. She settled into the opulent vehicle, ignited the engine, and sped off towards her next rendezvous. In the western outskirts of Taiping County, near the astronaut training center, a construction crew had arrived, commencing the erection of structures with a clang and clatter. As Lu Pinyuan stretched his limbs, he inquired, "What's being built? Is our training center undergoing expansion?" Of late, the astronaut training center had become a hive of activity. Numerous senior executives and technical experts from aerotechnology were bringing their families to partake in spaceflight training, injecting a lively atmosphere into the facility. "Doesn't appear so," Xiang Longfei remarked, reclining to commence weight training. "The structures they're erecting are rudimentary, of a temporary nature." An exceedingly spirited young woman approached, casting a curious glance at the training apparatus within. "How is it that the astronaut training center resembles a gymnasium?" Lu Pinyuan approached, interjecting, "Esteemed lady, the core equipment lies within, the centrifuge. It can impose a gravitational acceleration of up to 8 times, capable of flattening one's visage." Yu Jianxiu scrutinized Lu Pinyuan. "Are you the astronaut poised to become the first private citizen in space at the end of the month?" Lu Pinyuan straightened his posture, affirming, "Indeed, it is I." Xiang Longfei, positioned nearby, appeared somewhat crestfallen as he strained to lift the barbell. "Then you must be Xiang Longfei." Yu Jianxiu extended her hand towards Xiang Longfei, stating, "I am Yu Jianxiu, your superior." Xiang Longfei nearly choked, hastily placing the barbell back on the rack and sitting upright. "Superior? What do you mean?" "You have been selected as an astronaut for the mission to Mars. At the end of this year or the beginning of next, our inaugural spacecraft destined for Mars will launch, and you are designated as the astronaut. I am tasked with organizing your specific duties." The subsequent words were lost on Xiang Longfei, who was elated by this monumental news. It dawned upon him that he would indeed be the first to journey to Mars. "Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the director." Yu Jianxiu turned and departed. "Meet the director?" Lu Pinyuan suddenly embraced Xiang Longfei. "Our spring has arrived. I shall be the first civilian astronaut, while you will be the first to land on Mars. Our long-awaited moment has finally come." Xiang Longfei pushed Lu Pinyuan aside and strode towards the house, determined to demonstrate to his mother-in-law that he was no failure, that he was destined for Mars. This was an immense honor. "You are going to Mars? What about my daughter?" The mother-in-law was far from pleased, and her inquiry left Xiang Longfei disheartened. "If my daughter is to give birth, will you not be there?" Xiang Longfei turned to glance at his pregnant wife, momentarily at a loss for words. If he were to embark on the journey to Mars, he would inevitably miss the birth of his child. A trip to Mars would require at least 6 months. In that moment, his heart was in turmoil. At Qingbei Kindergarten, Xiao Chong entered, dressed casually, and nodded to the principal. "Principal, here are my credentials. I wish to locate a child named Zhang Yuxi." The principal scrutinized Xiao Chong's identification and asked anxiously, "Is there an issue?" "Oh, we are investigating a case of child trafficking." The headmistress demurred, asserting that Zhang Yuxi was unlikely to be a kidnapped child, having met her father and observed a profound bond between them, as well as a resemblance in their features, precluding the possibility of abduction. Xiao Chong, choosing his words carefully, inquired whether he might have a brief conversation with young Zhang Yuxi as a matter of routine. The headmistress acquiesced. She approached the preschool classroom and called out to a little girl inside with a Neza hairstyle. "Zhang Yuxi, come here, this is A." Xiao Chong interjected promptly. "I'm a colleague of your father's. He's working late today and asked me to bring you some treats." He produced a small packet of cookies from his pocket and handed it to the rosy-cheeked girl. A mere glance at Zhang Yuxi sufficed for him to ascertain that he had indeed found the right person. This Zhang Yuxi bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Libuing. However, the same features that appeared sleazy on Zhang Libuing's face were imbued with vivacity and charm on the little girl's countenance. Zhang Yuxi accepted the cookies, expressing her gratitude sweetly. "Thank you, uncle. Your father, Zhang Libuing, asked me to check if you've had enough to eat today," Xiao Chong began, attempting to elicit information from the girl. The little girl suddenly grew wary, fixing Xiao Chong with her gaze and declaring, "My father's name is Zhang Datong." Xiao Chong scratched his head. Yes, that's right. He changed his name to Zhang Datong. That has always been his name. The little girl's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Xiao Chong realized he had made an error, seemingly underestimating the child's guardedness. Yes, Zhang Datong. The errand your father entrusted to me is complete. Uncle is leaving. Xiao Chong rose to his feet. It is rather inconceivable that such a young child would possess an intense sense of vigilance. Could it be that I am mistaken? Upon exiting the classroom, Xiao Chong inquired, "Director, is her father rather short?" "Not particularly tall, perhaps a little over 1.60 meters," came the reply. Xiao Chong walked out of the kindergarten in silence, settling down at a small shop across the street. He ordered a bowl of noodles, slowly eating while he waited. Doubt began to creep in. He was unsure whether this child was indeed Zhang Libuing's daughter. The truth could only be unveiled upon the conclusion of the school day. Chapter 78. 4 arrows fired simultaneously in the workshop dedicated to processing rocket bodies. A group of workers toiled diligently, putting in extra hours. Each day, they willingly extended their shifts, lured by the promise of triple overtime pay. "Zhang, do you qualify to purchase shares this time?" Someone approached Zhang Libuing with a casual greeting. Zhang Libuing set down his welding gun and replied, "I doubt I qualify. Besides, I lack the funds." As he donned his sunglasses and prepared to continue welding, an unsettling sensation stirred within him, as if foreboding some imminent disturbance. Checking the clock, he realized it was time for the kindergarten to dismiss. Should he go to pick up his daughter? He remained indecisive. Just then, his colleague, old Wang, approached. "Zhang, I am heading to collect my child. Would you like me to take yours as well?" This prompted Zhang Libuing to make a definitive choice. He declined the offer. "Thank you, but no." Little did he know, this seemingly trivial decision would spare him from impending peril. As the school day concluded, Xiao Chong donned his sunglasses, made a payment via a scanning app, and positioned himself in a secluded spot beneath the shade of a tree, slowly observing the parents arriving to pick up their children. However, after surveying the area, he failed to spot Zhang Libuing. Just then, Zhang Yuxi emerged from the school. Upon stepping outside, her bright eyes darted around in every direction. Xiao Chong sensed he might have been noticed by her, prompting him to retreat behind the large tree for cover. Suddenly, Zhang Yuxi bolted towards a short yet stout man, exclaiming, Daddy, you came to pick me up?" Old Wang, momentarily taken aback, quickly embraced the rushing Zhang Yuxi, saying, "Yaya, why are you calling me Daddy today? You're as endearing as your father." Zhang Yuxi sweetly replied. With a beaming smile, Old Wang lifted her up and, taking his son by the hand, they mounted their motorcycle and rode off. Xiao Chong emerged from behind the tree, feeling a sense of disappointment. He had initially believed this little girl was the target he sought, but now it appeared he was mistaken. "Daddy," Zhang Yuxi called as she dashed into the workshop. Embracing Zhang Libuing, Old Wang approached, chuckling, "Yaya is so well-behaved today, even calling me Daddy. How amusing." Zhang Libuing crouched down, affectionately ruffling Zhang Yuxi's hair, remarking, "You certainly have a sweet tongue today." However, Zhang Yuxi lowered her voice and said with a semblance of seriousness, "Daddy, today someone pretended to be your friend and claimed your name was Zhang Libuing, but I saw through him. I noticed him hiding behind the tree, so I deliberately called Uncle Wang Daddy to keep him from discovering you." Zhang Libuing was drenched in cold sweat. "How did he inquire about you? Please elaborate," he said. After listening to Zhang Yuxi's words, Zhang Libuing was certain that the person was indeed an undercover officer sent to find him. "Yaya, how did you deduce he was a sheriff?" Zhang Libuing asked in astonishment. "Uncle Roddy often advises me to be cautious of sheriffs. He mentioned that aside from you few, no one knows your true name and insisted that I must not disclose it. Otherwise, I might never see my father again. Otherwise, I would be in danger." He picked up the phone and dialed Lin Yibai's number. "I may have been compromised. The sheriff has traced Yaya's kindergarten." Lin Yibai furrowed his brow. "It's likely that in other locations, you and Feng Ermao are already on the wanted list. I'll have Roddy take you both to the new factory area. Be cautious and avoid showing yourselves for a while." Zhang Libuing sighed. The good days had come to an end, and he would have to start hiding again. Now, he found himself wishing for the comet to arrive sooner, as that would distract everyone from pursuing him. According to reports from the Central News Agency, the development of China's civilian aerospace industry is thriving, with a surge of outstanding private rocket companies emerging. Among them, companies such as Blue Sky, Deep Blue, and Aero Technology are leading the charge, capturing a significant portion of the civilian aerospace market. Humanity's march towards conquering the stars and the seas is advancing at an unprecedented pace. The preceding segment covered domestic news. Now we transition to international affairs. Since the onset of September, an unusual wave of frigid air has unexpectedly swept through tropical regions, resulting in rare snowfall in Central Africa. With a decisive click, Xiao Chong turned off the television. Lin Yibai's aero technology had surprisingly made headlines in the Central News Agency, a development that boded ill. Xiao Chong could distinctly perceive that Lin Yibai's fame was soaring. In the past, they could easily detain Lin Yibai, but now such an endeavor would likely prove exceedingly difficult. In just over a month, Lin Yibai had stirred up quite a commotion. If left unchecked, he might create an even greater uproar, his notoriety swelling further. The prospect of detaining Lin Yibai in Taiping County seemed increasingly implausible, especially with the county's public security bureau chief likely to oppose it vehemently. What is the situation? Xiao Chong inquired, as Xiao Chun dejectedly tossed the roster onto the table. I've visited 15 kindergartens, verifying every family with the surname Zhang. None were found. There are only 3 named Zhang Yushi, 2 of whom have been ruled out. What about the one you checked? Xiao Chong shook his head in response. Not her either. He sank heavily into a chair, only to spring back up as if ignited by a sudden realization. No, that little girl is not the right one. The 2 children were of similar ages, suggesting they could not possibly be siblings. This indicated that the girl had undergone training. Her actions were deliberate. Let us go? Accompany me to Qingbei Kindergarten. The transfer had occurred just a few days prior. The principal, tilting his head in contemplation, recalled. It seems that was the very day after your arrival. Xiao Chong's expression darkened. He was deceived by a mere child, which is indeed a profound humiliation. However, there is a glimmer of good news. Zhang Libring is at Aerotechnology. Furthermore, there is no possibility for Zhang Libring to escape, having been wanted. He has nowhere to flee. The Skynet system is constantly monitoring his and Feng Ermao's movements. Should they appear within the gaze of a camera, the supercomputer will swiftly notify Yao Yalong. Thus, Zhang Libing can only remain at Aerotechnology. Finding him is merely a matter of time. Let us investigate his residence and see if there are any clues. Taiping County is abuzz with excitement, for it has made headlines on the Central News Network. Aerotechnology launched 4 rockets simultaneously. The entire county flocked to the observation platform to witness the magnificent spectacle of the rocket launches. 4 rockets, each spewing colossal plumes of smoke, ascended into the sky in a breathtaking display. Notably, the vibrant images adorning the rockets featured Sun Wukong, Tang Sung, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Seng. This fusion of traditional elements in the rocket designs offered a refreshing sensation to the audience and generated significant buzz. The news was broadcast live by the Central News Network during prime time. Even those watching from their televisions were treated to an awe-inspiring sight. Chapter 79. The Ponzi scheme of hunger marketing. This event is not only a source of pride for Aerotechnology, but also a point of pride for Taiping County. Those in the know understand that such simultaneous launches are devoid of real significance. Yet, how many truly knowledgeable individuals are there? The joy of the people of Taiping County suffices. The employees of Aerotechnology are even more delighted, not solely due to the simultaneous launch of 4 rockets, which set a world record, but also because Chairman Lin Yibai announced a reward of the opportunity to purchase 10,000 shares for outstanding employees. The successful launch sparked a significant uproar. However, when the list of eligible employees was revealed, it incited a collective outcry. The employees granted the privilege to purchase shares numbered fewer than 1,000, representing a mere fraction, slightly over 1%, of the entire workforce. The vast majority of workers found themselves excluded from this lucrative opportunity. Acquiring shares would signify a guaranteed source of income, a veritable golden goose. During the initial stock distribution, each individual received only 1,000 shares, while the executives held hundreds of thousands. This disparity already bred considerable discontent among the employees. Now, with only 1% of the workforce permitted to buy shares, grievances intensified. Initially, some individuals approached the office to challenge the fairness of the list. However, as discontent grew, a large crowd began to converge on the company's office, demanding equality and fair access to shares. Ultimately, thousands gathered in front of the office building, culminating in a collective incident. Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao found themselves amidst the throng. What on earth is Lin Yibai up to? Zhang murmured. Isn't he deliberately exacerbating the conflict? Feng chuckled. You failed to grasp the strategy. This is a classic case of bide your time to catch the prey. It is also known as hunger marketing. Our esteemed Lin is orchestrating a Ponzi scheme. If he were to open the shares for unrestricted purchase, suspicions would surely arise. By deliberately releasing a limited number of shares, he incites a frenzy among everyone. At that point, he can dictate the terms of sale. Do you understand? Shaking his head, Lin Yibai remarked, I find myself increasingly unable to comprehend Lin Yibai. The Lin Yibai of yesteryear seemed rather ordinary, much like you and me. It's only now that he's assumed the mantle of chairman that his reservoir of cunning has become apparent. One wonders from whence it sprang. A sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. Lin Yibai, diminutive in stature, found his view obstructed even when standing on tiptoe. What's happening? What's happening? He inquired. Straining to see over the heads before him, discerned a familiar figure emerging from the office building. It's Lin Yibai, he announced. He's likely about to address the assembly. True enough, Lin Yibai's familiar voice resonated from the front of the crowd. Fellow workers, good day to you all. Please, remain calm. The company is cognizant of your concerns. Murmured, Shorty, mark my words, he's about to offer a portion of the shares for sale. Before Lin Yibai could respond, Lin Yibai's voice carried forth once more. The company's board of directors has resolved, in order to accommodate your desires, to transfer a portion of the equity held by senior management to you all. With a triumphant flourish of his eyebrows, declared, What did I tell you? After all these years as classmates, I still know him inside and out. Lin Yibai, shaking his head, replied, Indeed, he's doing this deliberately. It's a veritable Ponzi scheme. Yet, it's the only way to amass capital rapidly. These shares will be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. Those who wish to acquire these transferred shares may do so at the purchase points to be established at the entrances of each dormitory area. Starting tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. No reservations will be accepted, only on-site transfers. Quantities are limited, so those who are interested should arrive early to queue. Furthermore, to commemorate the triumphant simultaneous launch of 4 rockets, I have resolved to allocate a portion of my personal shares, rewarding each employee with 1,000 shares. An enthusiastic round of applause erupted from the crowd. Lin Yibai, through his own shares, garnered a significant following. Rest assured, as long as aero technology thrives, everyone stands to benefit. Now let us disperse. Lin Yibai raised his hand, waving to signal the crowd to depart. Feng Ermao muttered, Do you think Lin Yibai has become arrogant, adopting the demeanor of a prominent figure? Lin Yibai shook his head dismissively. Not at all, given his current status. He is indeed a significant figure. Your discontent stems from having witnessed his gradual ascent. You still perceive him as a mere underachiever like yourself. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yet the spirit of camaraderie remained unbroken. Many began inquiring about the location for tomorrow's share subscriptions, eager to convene and strategize for an early queue. Lin Yibai's assertion rang true. In their eyes, Lin Yibai had indeed become a distinguished figure. His every action resonated with the poise of a notable leader, entirely fitting. That night, the entire aero technology facility was abuzz with excitement. Everyone recognized that purchasing these shares equated to profit. Individuals were actively seeking information about the share subscription site. Keen to line up early. The most remarkable sight was a person who, having just finished dinner, brought a small stool to queue at the company office. While the other subscription locations remained a mystery, the company office was undoubtedly a certainty. By 10 o'clock that evening, several thousand individuals had gathered at the entrance of the company office. Unlike the fervor of the afternoon, the individuals now sit quietly on their small stools, engrossed in their mobile devices, awaiting the break of dawn. As the clock struck 10, another announcement was made. A list of purchase locations was disseminated throughout the factory premises. Over 20 purchase points had been established. Those at the rear quickly grabbed their stools and hurried towards the various points, determined to secure a favorable position in line. Intent on persisting with the queue. This line stretched for a good 1 to 2 kilometers, comprising at least 1,000 people. Rody stroked his chin as he surveyed the lengthy queue and suddenly remarked, I now realize that we might truly succeed. Feng Ermao was taken aback. Did you not believe in the possibility of success before? No, Rody replied. Then why did you join us in our folly? A glimmer of determination shone in Rody's eyes as he asserted, as members of the assault team, we shall persevere to the end. Even if there is but a sliver of hope. It is our duty. Chapter 80. Mars Photography Base, September 23rd. Inside the Aero Technology factory premises, Xiao Chong and Xiao Chen stood among the crowd, clad in security uniforms, maintaining order. The local security office had unexpectedly received a call for assistance from Aero Technology. requesting police presence to uphold public safety. Director Liu urgently requisitioned dozens of security personnel from the County Bureau for reinforcements. Observing the entire security office mobilized, Xiao Chong and Xiao Chun felt compelled to join in the effort to maintain order. As they witnessed the frenzied crowd, Xiao Chong subtly furrowed his brow. Chen murmured, "Brother Xiao, do you think Lin Yibai has turned over a new leaf? Look at him. He's making a big splash now. And his employees hold him in such high esteem. He no longer needs to resort to crime for money." Xiao Chong sensed a growing unease. He helplessly watched Lin Yibai's influence expand. He knew that he couldn't deal with such a prominent public figure the same way he would an ordinary person, without substantial evidence. He couldn't make an arrest. "I once apprehended a similar criminal, a celebrity," Xiao Chang spat. The inability to smoke while on duty made him feel uneasy. He supposedly had many fans, but I still detained him on the spot. Some fans even tried to interfere, but I kicked them away. Xiao Chong's tone was aggressive. Chen knew that Xiao Chong must be feeling deeply uncomfortable. What happened then? Was he convicted? Xiao Chong spat again. He was released. Someone higher up called. And there wasn't enough evidence. The station couldn't withstand the pressure and let him go. Chen remained silent, having anticipated this outcome. It's starting, he thought. The crowd began to surge. Xiao Chang quickly raised his megaphone. "Please form a line and avoid pushing and trampling." The crowd quieted down slightly. Half an hour later, the registration staff announced, "Stop queuing, the shares here are sold out." The crowd erupted in anger. Xiao Chang nudged Chen. "Quick, maintain order." The situation began to spiral out of control. The joy of those who successfully made their purchases contrasted sharply with the grievances of those who did not. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, teetering on the brink of another collective incident. Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice shouted, "The factory office still has shares. Let us queue up there." The crowd erupted in a fervent rush towards the factory office. Xiao Chang pulled at someone, urging, "Hurry." I suspect the folks at the office won't be able to hold them back. Upon reaching the factory office, they found the throng dense and impenetrable. The security personnel tasked with maintaining order were being jostled about, and the situation appeared to spiral out of control. At that moment, Lin Yibai stepped forward. His mere presence instantly quelled the unrest among the crowd, illustrating his esteemed position within the company. Xiao Chong stood at the back, peering through the mass of people to catch sight of Lin Yibai. In an unexpected moment, Lin Yibai flashed a subtle smile towards Xiao Chong, brimming with an air of provocation. This ignited a profound fury within Xiao Chong, who brandished his handcuffs and waved them defiantly at Lin Yibai. However, Lin Yibai chose to disregard him, redirecting his focus to the crowd. "Chairman, we too wish to purchase shares. We must be afforded more opportunities," cried one voice. "Chairman, why should they be allowed to buy while we are not? It is unjust." Lin Yibai raised his megaphone once more. "Rest assured, there is profit for all. This is my promise to you, Lin Yibai. Give me a little time. Should you find yourselves unable to acquire shares, you may come to me then." Upon hearing Lin Yibai's assurances, the crowd gradually began to disperse. Xiao Chen remarked, "I have conducted an investigation at the factory. Zhang Libuing, under the alias Zhang Datong, serves as the foreman of the electrical team. He has also mastered the art of welding. Many locals are familiar with him. However, when I inquired recently, several people mentioned that they had not seen him for days. I suspect that Zhang Libuing has relocated to a place where he is not recognized." Xiao Chang halted abruptly, stating, "A place where no one knows him? The new factory area." He seized Xiao Chun and urged, "Quickly change your clothes. We are headed to the new factory area. We shall wait at the cafeteria. I refuse to believe we cannot apprehend him." In the western outskirts of Taiping County, at the Astronaut Training Center, a throng had gathered early in the morning for training. This puzzled Liu Pinyuan, as the participants were predominantly relatives and friends of the company's upper management. They appeared to have transformed the facility into a gymnasium. Yet, with fitness centers available both in the county and the factory area, was it truly necessary for them to drive here? Along, what is with these people? They swarm here for training, monopolizing our time and treating the centrifuge as if it were a plaything. Is this appropriate for them? Liu Pinyuan inquired, directing his question at the hurriedly passing Xiang Longfei. Xiang Longfei casually replied, "Perhaps they are hoping to partake in private space tourism. It seems the company has provided them with a quota, allowing them to embark on a space voyage once conditions are favorable." "Are you off to shoot another promotional video?" Liu Pinyuan asked, noticing Xiang Longfei's hurried demeanor. "Focus on your own matters. In just a few days, you will be heading to the skies," Xiang Longfei retorted, continuing on his way towards the recently established filming studio nearby. Lupin Yuan was perplexed as to the rationale behind erecting a photography studio adjacent to their facility, struggling to discern its relevance to aerospace endeavors. Xiang Longfei shared his confusion. Ostensibly, they were producing a promotional film for a Mars landing. Yet the director insisted on treating the location as if it were the Martian surface itself. To facilitate the shoot, the company had even furnished them with a genuine spacesuit. Not a mere prop, but an authentic article of extravehicular wear. This suit was not one of Aero Technology's homegrown imitations, but a retired model procured at considerable expense from the National Space Administration. Annually, the nation decommissions a number of spacesuits that have never ventured into space, with a significant portion finding their way into the possession of private aerospace firms like Aero Technology. These suits are highly prized. The fact that one was being used for a promotional film struck Xiang Longfei as a regrettable waste. Moreover, the content of the film was somewhat disconcerting to Xiang Longfei. It essentially depicted his daily life on Mars. Rather than a promotional piece, it resembled a Martian documentary. However, given that he had not yet set foot on Mars, he questioned the veracity of the project. At the Hanwu City commercial building headquarters, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Lin Yibai's countenance, which bore a grave expression. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated his features, lending him a mature and defined appearance. "You're quite different from when we first met," said Roddy, extracting a piece of chewing gum and placing it in his mouth. "It's impossible not to change under such immense pressure. The lives of tens of thousands of people rest in my hands," Lin Yibai responded. "So what is your decision?" Roddy masticated slowly, his gaze seemingly devoid of emotion. Lin Yibai's eyes were grave, his expression equally solemn. Roddy had just presented Lin Yibai with three options: the best, the second best, and the worst. Xiao Chang's presence at Aero Technology indicated that the Public Security Bureau's investigation into them had never waned. Aero Technology was neither excessively large nor insignificant. However, if Xiao Chang were to investigate diligently, he would inevitably locate Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao. It was highly probable that the apprehension of Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao would directly undermine everyone's plan to escape Earth. A decision regarding Feng Ermao and Zhang Libing had to be made as soon as possible. Roddy's best option was to eliminate Feng Ermao and Zhang Libing, or at the very least, to eliminate Zhang Libing. The second best option was to secretly conceal Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao, ensuring they remained out of sight until the rocket launch. The worst option was to maintain the status quo, but to train Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao to withstand interrogation, preventing them from implicating others. This time, the best option was genuinely the best option, not a deliberately inverted order. Roddy believed Lin Yibai had matured enough to receive sound advice. Eliminating Feng Ermao and Zhang Libing was the optimal, once-and-for-all solution. Roddy was certain that if Luo Feng were to choose, he would select the best option. But Lin Yibai was not Luo Feng. As expected, Lin Yibai began to speak. "Your best option is actually the least suitable approach. The bond that unites our Escape Earth team members is exceedingly fragile, yet remarkably strong. The Escape Earth team already consisted of dozens of individuals. However, thus far, no one has divulged any information, not even to their closest kin. For the simple reason that everyone wishes to survive. The absence of leaks ensures the safety of all. Our survival forms the strongest bond among us. Should we allow our safety to be compromised by the actions of Feng Ermao and Zhang Libing, and thus eliminate them, we would undermine the reliability of this bond. Others would inevitably feel a sense of insecurity, fearing abandonment. The only solid connection within our ranks would fray, leading to dire consequences. We would become a disjointed entity, incapable of accomplishing anything." Lin Yibai turned to Roddy and stated, "I shall not choose from the three strategies you proposed. I opt for a fourth. If they are captured, I will spare no effort to rescue them and bring them to Mars. I will also convey to the other members of the Earth Escape team that I will not forsake any of them. As long as you strive diligently, I will never abandon you. This is my vow." Roddy regarded Lin Yibai with a knowing glance, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. "You have convinced me. I now know what must be done." Lin Yibai evoked a distinctly different sensation in him, one that starkly contrasted with the feelings he associated with his elder brother, Luo Feng. Following Lin Yibai instilled a sense of reassurance. He would not relinquish any team member for the sake of his own safety by sacrificing others. "What will you do?" Lin Yibai pressed. "If the problem cannot be resolved, then one must eliminate those who pose the problem," Roddy replied, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Taiping County, the new facility of Aero Technology. Everything here is pristine and novel. the novel factory buildings, novel equipment, and a novel assembly of workers were overseen by managers transferred from Aero Technologies' former plant. The novel plant's mandate was the fabrication of fundamental component parts, a task undemanding in terms of worker skill but necessitating a substantial workforce, making it an ideal entry point for these novel recruits. In the employee dining hall, Xiao Chong and Xiao Chun, clad in workers' attire, mingled inconspicuously among the laborers, their eyes darting about as they dined. It was suspected that Zhang Liebing was concealed within these premises, camouflaged amidst the novel workforce. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Luo Di meticulously scrutinized the entire dining hall. The canteen was deemed the optimal location for a stakeout in the pursuit of Zhang Liebing. Indeed, he swiftly identified Xiao Chang and Xiao Chen. "Shorty, those two plainclothes are in the canteen, near the entrance. Enter through the main door, feign casual observation, act as if you've spotted them, and then flee." Zhang Liebing's voice echoed, "Am I in danger? With me here, rest assured." "Understood." On the surveillance monitor, Zhang Liebing entered the dining hall, proceeding with caution, his gaze sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, he glanced behind him and bolted. Xiao Chong, who was dining, instantly noticed Zhang Liebing's attempted escape and promptly rose to give chase. Xiao Chun, momentarily taken aback, followed suit. Luo Di seized the walkie-talkie, announcing, "Security, an individual is impersonating our employee, attempting to pilfer our manufacturing secrets. They have been detected and are fleeing towards the cooling tower. Intercept them." He rose, moving with alacrity, and raced towards the cooling tower from an alternate direction. Zhang Liebing, halt. As Xiao Chong ran, he shouted loudly. The passing workers swiftly dodged out of the way. Zhang Liebing moved with remarkable agility, swiftly turning and darting into a narrow alley. Xiao Chang and Xiao Chen desperately pursued him, and soon the three of them vanished from the crowd's sight. Zhang Liebing zigzagged into a secluded alley, and as Xiao Chong caught up, an unsettling feeling washed over him. This place was too isolated. How could Zhang Liebing choose such a location to escape? It seemed like a trap. A wave of intense anxiety surged within Xiao Chong. But before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a heavy blow. He sensed a hard object strike his leg with force. Thud. He fell to the ground. Struggling to locate the assailant, he hadn't even raised his eyes when another heavy hit landed on his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. Xiao Chen, trailing behind, was startled and hastily reached for his gun, only to realize he had left it behind. According to the Department's regulations, when two officers were together, only one could carry a firearm, and at that moment, the weapon was with Xiao Chong. "Catch the thief!" shouted the security personnel rushing in from behind, surrounding Xiao Chun. He attempted to apprehend the assailant, but the perpetrator had already blended into the ranks of security, making it impossible to discern who had attacked. He merely felt a pair of cold eyes glance at him before disappearing entirely. "I'm an officer. We are officers," Xiao Chun declared, pulling out his identification and holding it high. Chapter 82. A manned flight of possible no return. He anticipated suffering the same beating as Xiao Chong, but to his astonishment, the head of security took his credentials, glanced at them, and remarked, "You're actually a law enforcement officer. It appears there's been a misunderstanding. We mistook you for a thief." Enraged, Xiao Chun snatched back his identification, pushed past the obstructing figures, and rushed to Xiao Chong's side. Xiao Chong was unconscious and his face was covered with blood. His leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. "Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance now," Xiao Chun cried out frantically. The security captain hastily responded, "Quick. Call an ambulance. What a mess. Why didn't you officers identify yourselves? And wearing our uniforms. This is a complete misunderstanding." Xiao Chun spun around, his forehead veins throbbing. Who did this? Find them." The security captain stammered, "It's all a misunderstanding. We thought you were thieves. It's all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding, my foot. Who did it? Find them for me. I'll have their life." Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he seized the security captain's collar. "Who?" The security captain hastily freed himself and turned to the surrounding guards. Who did this? Did anyone see?" The guards uniformly shook their heads. "Don't know, didn't see." "Lies. You're doing this on purpose." "Who?" Xiao Chun lunged back towards Xiao Chong, but felt helpless. At the end of the alley, Roddy cast a fleeting glance before turning and departing. Lu Pin Yuan, clad in a spacesuit, was meticulously studying a manual. However, the manual is quite rudimentary and crude, clearly printed in haste. Should any issues arise, feel free to inquire directly. Lin Yibai stood beside him, his expression serene, devoid of sorrow or joy. Yet, Those familiar with Lin Yibai understood that his calm demeanor was often indicative of inner turmoil. It seems there are no apparent issues, Lu Pinyuan remarked, struggling to climb into his spacesuit. Why is there such an abundance of food? Lu Pinyuan inquired curiously. He soon comprehended the necessity behind it. By the way, Chief Engineer Zhao, how long will I be in the sky? This manned launch had been inadequately prepared, verging on an irresponsibly hasty endeavor. Ideally, a first manned flight should follow extensive data accumulation, requiring at least 6 months of preparation. Yet, time was a luxury they could not afford, necessitating the use of human subjects for experimentation to rapidly enhance their data collection. Preliminary estimates suggested that Lu Pinyuan's chances of survival hovered around 70 to 80%. Xiao Lu, we cannot ascertain how long you will endure in space. It could be a day, or perhaps a week, Lin Yibai disclosed candidly. Our current technology remains immature, preventing precise control over flight altitude and thus hindering accurate predictions of your landing site. Moreover, many operations will require your manual intervention. Once you enter space, we will strive to maintain active communication with you. Your data will be crucial in calculating your descent time and location. Lin Yibai gently patted his helmet, stating, "This is a perilous challenge that lies ahead. I comprehend. Were I to find myself stranded in a desolate locale, my survival until your arrival would be highly improbable, wouldn't it?" Articulated with serene composure. Affirmative, concurred. Should you harbor any inclination to withdraw at this juncture, I would regard it with understanding. Cast a sidelong glance at, perplexed. He couldn't fathom why, who had hitherto insisted on concealing the truth from, would now divulge it on the cusp of launch. Was this not a deliberate attempt to unsettle's resolve? Withdraw? Retorted with a wry grin. Surrender the title of the inaugural civilian astronaut to that fellow? Preposterous. I've already boasted to my mother that I shall be the pioneering figure in civilian aeronautics. To recant now would be an utter disgrace. Gestured towards a designated compartment, remarking, contained herein is a medical kit, replete with an assortment of emergency medications. However, exercise caution, for within this kit resides a verdant pill, a potent poison. Refrain from ingesting it indiscriminately. Paused momentarily, before elucidating, is the implication, then, that should I find myself an extremis, devoid of hope, I am to consume this pill? And both nodded in affirmation. As I stated earlier, reiterated, should you desire to withdraw, the option remains available. Abstained from further pronouncements. Secure in the knowledge that would not falter. Despite seemingly carefree demeanor, he harbored a latent ambition to astound all. Were it not so, he would have long departed. In the past, amidst a cohort of over a dozen astronauts, his performance consistently languished at the bottom rung, rendering his prospects of ascending into the cosmos virtually non-existent. Despite the trials, his aspiration to venture into the cosmos remained undeterred. Thus, surrender was not an option, even at the peril of his own existence. After all, every astronaut, prior to their celestial voyage, pens their last will and testament, embracing the potential sacrifice inherent in the pursuit of space exploration. With merely 24 hours until launch, immerse yourself in preparation. We eagerly anticipate your triumphant return, Zhao Muyang expressed. In the office of the Director General of the Industrial Bureau, Fu Songrong once again held a familiar invitation. Each invitation from Aero Technologies bore the same hallmark, an identical cover and hue. Manned spaceflight. Surely this marks the inaugural endeavor of its kind in the private sector? Fu Songrong mused, seemingly to himself and his secretary. Chapter 83. Relinquish your grasp and accept passage on Noah's Ark upon opening the invitation. The familiar entreaty was revealed. Director General Fu Songrong was cordially invited to grace the launch site with his presence, to witness a moment of historical significance. Reschedule my engagements for tomorrow. I shall observe their launch, Fu Songrong declared, closing the invitation. This Lin Yibai piques my curiosity more and more. What manner of individual is he truly? In the inpatient department of Taiping County First Hospital, Lin Yibai, accompanied by the executive echelon of Aero Technologies, entered the ward. Upon crossing the threshold, they beheld Xiao Chong, his head swathed in bandages and a leg encased in plaster, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the ceiling above. Commander Xiao, we meet again, Lin Yibai stated with solemnity, advancing briskly into the room. I have brought the management team of Aero Technologies to extend our condolences. Xiao Chen interjected hastily. What is the purpose of this visit? Having inflicted such harm, do you persist in your harassment? Lin Yibai spoke softly. We merely came to pay a visit to Chief Xiao. Xiao Chong coughed, interrupting Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, allow him to approach. Lin Yibai stepped forward. Placing the bouquet he held upon the bedside, I sincerely apologize. This was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Xiaochang scoffed. Seeing that I'm still alive must be quite disappointing for you. The security personnel were unaware of your status as a law enforcement officer. We have dismissed the assailant. I hope to earn your forgiveness. You have certainly not dismissed the true assailant, Xiaochang retorted coldly. Do not presume that this will deter me. Dream on. Lin Yibai, maintaining his composure, replied, on behalf of Aero Technology, I extend my heartfelt apologies. We shall cover all your expenses and provide a substantial compensation to rectify our error. He leaned closer to Xiaochang, whispering, the compensation has already been disbursed to your family today. I hope it brings some solace to them. Xiaochang's eyes widened in shock. You are truly malicious. He had concealed the news of his assault to spare his wife and daughter from worry. Yet Lin Yibai seemed to have discerned this and deliberately relayed the information to his family. Just as anticipated, the phone rang. Before Xiaochang could utter a word, the call ended abruptly. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. As Lin Yibai reached the doorway, he paused and turned back, saying, what I intend to do cannot be obstructed, nor can it be halted. If you are willing to cooperate, I shall provide you with a ticket for passage in 1 year. Do I care for your ticket? A ticket for Noah's Arkansas. Lin Yibai turned and walked away, knowing it would surely be cherished in the future. September 30th, clear skies. The heavens were particularly kind to Aero Technology today, gracing them with yet another splendidly sunny day. In the arid expanse of the Northwest Desert, sunny days are typically the most commonplace. However, over the past 2 years, especially this year, the region has been blessed with continuous rainfall, resulting in a remarkable balance of sunny and rainy days, even surpassing the frequent showers of the southern regions. Today's clear day is especially precious. On the launch pad, a manned rocket, larger than any previously launched, stands ready for liftoff, its vibrant red exterior visible from afar. The observation area has already filled with an eager crowd, though the main seats remain unoccupied. Outside the observation platform, Lin Yibai and the county mayor of Taiping, Zhong Ping'an, stood expectantly. Chairman Lin, I hear you have a close relationship with Director Fu? Zhong Ping'an's excitement was palpable. Fu Zongrong, the director of the National Industrial Bureau, could be considered the highest-ranking official he had ever encountered, surpassing even the most eminent dignitaries. It was no wonder he was thrilled. Moreover, the attention Aero Technology had garnered from the director, who had personally come to witness the rocket launch, was a tremendous honor for Taiping County. Do not speak nonsense. I am not acquainted with Director Fu, Lin Yibai replied coolly. Zhong Ping'an silently scorned him. Such transparent attempts at obfuscation were easily seen through. Indeed, you may not know him. Yet, it is quite remarkable that Director Fu has traveled such a distance from the capital to observe the launch. It truly reflects a concern for the people, Zhong Ping'an remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Yibai, however, remained steadfast, insisting, this is Director Fu's concern for the civilian aerospace industry. A convoy approached, and the leading vehicle halted before the venue. Lin Yibai swiftly advanced, eagerly opening the door. Director Fu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Behind him, Zhong Ping'an rolled his eyes, thinking, keep pretending. Fu Zongrong emerged from the vehicle, casting a glance at Lin Yibai, as if he had indeed seen him somewhere before. You are the Chairman Lin of Aero Technology? Indeed, that is I. Lin Yibai replied with a humble nod. Meanwhile, Zhong Ping'an could only suppress his urge to comment. He was certain that Lin Yibai and Fu Zongrong were merely putting on a performance to obscure Lin Yibai's true identity, not one to be easily fooled. He refrained from exposing their charade. Greetings, Director Fu. I am Zhong Ping'an, the county magistrate of Ping'an County. Fu Zongrong shook hands with Zhong Ping'an. Your county is quite impressive, exhibiting remarkable ambition. A mere county has managed to make significant strides in the aerospace sector, which deserves commendation. Zhong Ping'an's heart soared with joy. To receive acknowledgement from the director of the Industrial Bureau assured his political stability. This is all thanks to Chairman Lin. We merely offered our assistance to the best of our ability. This statement was carefully crafted, as it praised Lin Yibai while also lauding himself. He was convinced that Lin Yibai and Fu Zongrong shared a profound connection, and his praise for Lin would surely please Fu. Such is the art of governance. Director Fu, shall we proceed? We are eagerly awaiting your directives. Lin Yibai gestured invitingly. Fu Zongrong raised his hand in agreement. Let us go together. He advanced with alacrity, followed closely behind, while lingered slightly, trailing on the other side. This arrangement underscored the distinctions in their standings. Took the lead, assisted, and he brought up the rear. This was an act of deference, a mandatory lesson for those in officialdom. The trio ascended to the observation platform, where a fervent round of applause erupted. This marked the first instance in recent years of a dignitary from the capital gracing the launch site with their presence, gestured in acknowledgement, and settled into the principal seat. A voice resonated through the speakers. Distinguished guests, the inaugural manned flight in the annals of our nation's civilian aerospace history is poised for ignition. We are honored to have, of the Industrial Bureau, present to witness this momentous occasion. We now invite to address us. Following another burst of applause, accepted the microphone and stated, "I am here today as an observer. The burgeoning progress of our nation's private aerospace endeavors is inseparable from the collective dedication of everyone involved. Today, you are the protagonists, not I. Thank you." His address was succinct and potent. Glanced at the time and nodded towards. Strode purposefully to, saluted, and declared, reporting, "The launch preparations are complete. Requesting your authorization to proceed." Unfazed by the formalities, responded with practiced ease. He grasped the microphone and intoned naturally, approved. Amidst a flurry of camera flashes, raised the microphone and announced, reporting the status of all units. The press corps present today was unusually large. Due to Lin Yibai's series of remarkable maneuvers, aero technology has now garnered widespread recognition. Major media outlets are vying to cover them, obviating the need for paid reports from minor journalists. This marks the first manned flight in the history of China's private aviation sector, a truly historic event. Even the Central News Agency has dispatched its top personnel to participate. As the launch pad disengages, the Crimson rocket stands poised for liftoff. Now, genuine remorse washes over him. The high probability of his demise sends shivers down his spine. Yet, there is no turning back. He must persevere. The command center is prepared. The launch platform is ready. All inspections are complete. It is now Luo Pengyuan's turn. After a moment of trepidation, he announces, "Astronaut ready. Commence countdown." As the countdown concludes, the rocket emits a burst of thick smoke and ascends into space. Thunderous applause erupts from the audience. Lin Yibai furtively wipes his brow, ready to declare a successful launch as long as the rocket doesn't explode mid-flight. The fate of Luo Pengyuan, or whether the rocket accurately enters space, will not impede his publicity. If Luo Pengyuan lives, all the better. If he dies, it is still a success. Aero technology cannot afford failure, nor can the Escape from Earth project. At the provincial airport, a plane touches down smoothly. Half an hour later, a mother and child emerge from the exit. Yu Jinxiu approaches briskly, extending his hand and saying, "Hello, I am Yu Jinxiu, the chairman's assistant at Aero Technology. Chairman Lin has arranged for me to pick you up." Before Xiao Chang's wife could react, two burly men took her luggage and escorted her to the car. "Our chairman extends his heartfelt apologies to you. Please feel free to express any request you may have, and we shall certainly accommodate them." Yu Jinxiu's enthusiasm left Xiao Chang's wife at a loss for words. Although she initially intended to express her anger, the generosity shown to her rendered her speechless. Moreover, Xiao Chang's medical test results had come back. Though a period of rest was required, there was no imminent threat to his life. Thus, her pent-up frustration found no outlet. As the vehicle traversed the road toward Taiping County, Yu Jinxiu continued his psychological persuasion, a domain in which he excelled. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared ahead. The driver abruptly slammed on the brakes, and Yu Jinxiu excitedly opened the car door, ushering Xiao Chang's wife and daughter out. "Sister-in-law, behold. This is the first manned rocket launched by Aero Technology. Isn't it magnificent?" Not only Xiao Chang's wife and daughter, who had never witnessed a launch before, but even Yu Jinxiu and the driver felt a surge of exhilaration. Such a grand spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. "We hope you can understand our situation. After all, this is a significant enterprise involved in rocket launches, and all matters are highly confidential. Our security measures are indeed very stringent, which led to this misunderstanding." Yu Jinxiu seized the opportunity to further reassure Xiao Chang's wife. Having been overwhelmed by the magnificent rocket launch, Xiao Chang's wife's initial resentment vanished entirely. By the time the car arrived at the hospital entrance, her previous grievances had dissipated, replaced instead by profound understanding. Yu Jinxiu's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was the very task she excelled at, effortlessly accomplished. Although the technicians had made significant strides in rocket control after several launch experiences, they still fell short of the nation's zero-error standard for manned launches, particularly in accurately managing the rocket's status from the ground. However, Such concerns were not pertinent to Lin Yibai and his team, who were intent on escaping Earth. Fu Songrong stood up, as the rocket had ascended far into the sky. Now out of sight, it was time for him to depart. Haven't we met somewhere before? Fu Songrong inquired with curiosity. Lin Yibai replied with a faint smile. At the Industrial Bureau's commendation meeting, we took a photograph together. In an instant, Fu Songrong recalled the young man who had sought to bask in his fame months prior. And he teased, "Ah, it's you after all." In the distance, Zhong Ping'an, the county magistrate of Taiping County, witnessed the exchange. Though he could not hear their conversation, the light-hearted banter from Fu Songrong indicated that the two were indeed old acquaintances. They no longer felt the need to conceal their familiarity. After bidding farewell to Fu Songrong, Zhong Ping'an approached Lin Yibai. "Chairman Lin, Aero Technology is currently thriving. Employees can still hold shares, which has certainly piqued the interest of our county's residents." Lin Yibai felt a surge of delight within. His Ponzi scheme had yet to reach the county, and now, with Zhong Ping'an presenting himself, it was as if a pillow had appeared just when he needed to rest. He feigned a sudden realization, exclaiming, "Ah, in my preoccupation with enriching the lives of my employees, I momentarily overlooked the county. I am remiss. If County Magistrate Zhong is not otherwise engaged, let us convene and deliberate. I do possess an idea that could enable the county to attain the same shared prosperity as the personnel of Aero's technology." The clarion call for shared prosperity has resonated for numerous years, yet its tangible realization remains elusive. As they entered the conference room, Zhong Ping'an, with palpable eagerness, entreated, "Pray, elucidate your concept." Lin Yibai, after moistening his throat with tea and mentally refining his discourse, commenced, "Shared prosperity is facile in enunciation but arduous in execution. Consider, for instance, our practice of employee stock ownership at Aero's Technology. Were I to extend this to encompass all denizens of the county, it would undoubtedly engender discontent among the employees, as it would be tantamount to redistributing their deserved benefits to the populace of the county, wouldn't it?" Chapter 85. An impeccable reception. Zhong Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. Employee stock ownership serves as a form of incentive for the workforce. Profits are finite. The more individuals among whom they are distributed, the less each receives. Consequently, extending stock ownership to those external to Aero's technology would be untenable, as the employees would vehemently oppose it. However, I am cognizant that the prosperity of Aero's technology is intrinsically linked to the support of the county's citizenry. Lin Yibai's discourse was imbued with utmost sincerity. Therefore, I have conceived a compromise, the joint establishment of a company between ourselves and the county. We shall contribute technology, talent, and projects, while the county shall provide capital. The means of funding can be organized at the county level or through public subscriptions from the people of the entire county. I have already thought of a name for this company, the Taiping Space Tourism Company, which will specialize in developing space tourism projects," Lin Yibai remarked. Zhong Ping'an initially felt elated, but his expression shifted to one of concern upon hearing this. A space tourism company? Yet, throughout the history of human space exploration, no space tourism company has ever succeeded. Can we truly achieve this? Lin Yibai smiled confidently. "Today, we have made history by establishing a domestic record for private astronauts ascending into space. By the end of the year, we will embark on a Mars exploration journey, transporting astronauts to Mars. Once we master the technology for landing on Mars, what challenges could possibly remain for space tourism? What projects do we have? Our tourism offerings will encompass Mars tourism, lunar landings, and space station tours, among others." A space station? Yes, in the first half of next year. We will establish the first civilian space station, creating a human space base in outer space as our travel destination. Lin Yibai shrugged. "This is my vision for fostering shared prosperity. Of course, there is no compulsion. If you find fundraising difficult, our Aero technology will manage it independently." Lin Yibai chuckled. "You know we are not short on funds." Zhong Ping'an immediately grasped Lin Yibai's hand. No, we cannot allow that. Who says we cannot raise the funds? It is impossible. This is a great initiative that will benefit the people. Await my response. Within a week, we shall finalize the arrangements. By the way, what quantum of capital must we amass?" Zhong Ping'an inquired. "A minimum of 100 billion, though an abundance would be advantageous," Lin Yibai articulated. "For the greater the financial resources, the more expeditiously we may advance." Beep, beep, beep within the command center, the apparatus receiving signals pulsed incessantly. Lin Yibai entered, querying, "What is the status?" Luo Feng, Hu Bian, Wu Daoyu, and others congregated around the command console, their eagerness for answers palpable. Zhao Muyang shook his head. Abruptly, the beeping modulated, giving rise to an intermittent voice. Control, do you read? Zhao Muyang, stirred with elation, seized the intercom, demanding, this is Control. Lu Pinyuan, report your condition. Lu Pinyuan's voice, fragmented yet intelligible, conveyed, I have breached the exosphere. Instruments indicate an altitude of 150 kilometers. This altitude, indubitably, constitutes space. While it falls short of the orbital height of conventional satellites, it unequivocally confirms his presence in space. Zhao Muyang exhaled, relieved. Lu Pinyuan, we have acquired your telemetry. We shall forthwith compute your descent trajectory and dispatch rescue contingents. Godspeed. Haha, I am the premier individual from our nation's private aviation sector to venture thus far. Lu Pinyuan exclaimed, his laughter imbued with the exhilaration of one who has narrowly averted catastrophe. Nonetheless, Lin Yibai remained circumspect. This undertaking represented a formidable trial. Taiping County First Hospital. Throughout this ordeal, Xiaochang's spouse experienced profound emotional vicissitudes. Although aero technology had incurred significant financial losses and displayed utmost sincerity, she harbored resentment, considering her husband's precarious state in the hospital. However, her perspective shifted during the journey, influenced by Yu Jianqiu's impeccable demeanor. Witnessing a rocket launch en route enlightened her about aero technology's stature as a national enterprise. Upon entering the county, the exuberant celebrations of ordinary citizens, parading with banners and percussion, underscored the profound significance of aero technology's endeavors. She came to realize her husband's culpability in failing to notify aero technology beforehand and infiltrating the facility in employee attire. Given aero technology's advanced technological infrastructure, stringent security measures were to be expected, rendering the accidental injury understandable. Her reservoir of resentment gradually dissipated. Upon entering the hospital room, she was struck by its luxurious amenities. The level of care was beyond reproach. Furthermore, Xiaochang appeared remarkably well and was engaged in a discussion with Xiaochun. Overwhelmed, Xiaochang's wife burst into tears. A reaction that surprised him, as their relationship was strained. His obstinate nature had alienated many within the Public Security Bureau, particularly the captain, resulting in his transfer to the West City Security Office. His diligence at work left little room for family life. Moreover, the modest salary of a security officer barely sufficed for basic needs, precluding any prospect of a lavish lifestyle. Their frequent altercations had led the wife to broach the subject of divorce on multiple occasions. Xiaochang had resigned himself to the belief that their affection for each other had been irrevocably extinguished. The sole deterrent to their separation was their child. As both yearned to provide the offspring with a complete family unit, nothing more. However, the wife's genuine outpouring of emotion today illuminated the reality that she harbored sincere sentiments for him. Her anxiety and sorrow were undeniably authentic. It is only in the face of adversity that true emotions are revealed. It's all right, Xiaochang uttered clumsily. I am fortunate to be alive. Papa, you mustn't die. The daughter, overwhelmed by her mother's reaction, emitted a piercing shriek of terror and darted into their embrace. In that fleeting moment, tears welled up in Xiaochang's eyes. He experienced a belated sense of dread for the first time. What would become of them if he had been killed? He also felt a novel sense of uncertainty, questioning whether he should relinquish his pursuits. Chapter 86. Evacuation. An ambulance was stationed outside the hospital. This ambulance would transport Xiaochang to the provincial capital's airport, where he would be transferred to Yinjiang City. Xiaochang's injuries were no longer critical, but his fractured leg would necessitate a period of convalescence lasting 3 to 5 months before complete recovery. This inevitably meant that Xiaochang would have to temporarily withdraw from the special task force. Xiaochang's wife wheeled him onto the ambulance, settled him in comfortably, and offered him a glass of water. The previous night, Xiaochang had elucidated the situation to his wife, explaining that this was not an accident but a deliberate act of malice. He hoped to receive his wife's understanding and continued support for his work. Conversely, the outcome was quite the opposite. She produced a knife she habitually carried and brandished it at her own throat, exclaiming, Xiaochang, given how perilous these individuals are, we must not provoke them further. If you persist with this case, I shall take my own life before your very eyes. And I shall take our daughter with me to spare her the fate of becoming an orphan. Xiaochang was rendered speechless. He wordlessly reached out, relieved her of the knife, and acquiesced to her demand that they depart by plane at the earliest opportunity. Have some water. The journey to the provincial capital is still several hours away. Xiao Chang's wife opened the lid of the water cup and offered it to him. The sunlight outside was intense. The early autumn sun possessed an even more dazzling brilliance than the height of summer. A figure slowly approached the edge of the parking area, his gait heavy and his demeanor preoccupied. From his silhouette, it was evident that it was Xiao Chun. He did not raise his head until he stood before the ambulance. "Brother Xiao, what am I to do?" Xiao Chang cast a glance at Xiao Chun. Were his wife not present, he would have undoubtedly instructed him to keep a close watch on Lin Yibai and his entourage. However, he could not bring himself to say the words. Xiao Chang's wife interjected. "Xiao Chun, you're not yet married, are you? And you're your parents' only son, correct?" "Yes. Do not leave your parents without an heir." Xiao Chang turned his head to glare at his wife, but before he could speak, she thrust a meat-filled bun into his mouth. Airline food is notoriously unpalatable. Eat this meat bun and keep your mouth occupied. Xiao Chun inhaled deeply. Captain Yao just made a phone call, saying. He glanced furtively at Xiao Chang's wife. She exited the car, turning back to offer a cautionary remark. Do not bring harm to young Xiao Chun. He is still in the bloom of youth, unlike you, who has a wife and children. As his wife entered the hospital, continuing to retrieve the luggage, Xiao Chang finally inquired, "Speak your mind." Captain Yao stated that we could withdraw. He had already arranged for several novices to infiltrate Aero Technology's new factory. They would notify us upon discovering any information about Zhang Libuing. Xiao Chang solemnly declared, "This is the most astute criminal I have ever encountered. Those undercover agents will not yield any results." Xiao Chun, averting his gaze, lifted his head. "Brother Xiao, are you asking me to remain?" Xiao Chang remained silent. If it were up to him, he would undoubtedly choose to stay. However, he could not compel Xiao Chun to stay. Xiao Chun's life was his own responsibility. Oh right, Captain Yao also mentioned that the Economic Investigation Department has news. The dozens of accounts manipulated by Starry Sky Exploration Company have been seized, and corresponding evidence has been obtained. They are currently consolidating this evidence and simultaneously investigating. As soon as they obtain concrete evidence of Starry Sky Exploration Company's money laundering activities, they will immediately apprehend the manipulator. Xie Yujing and even Lin Yibai will be detained, Xiao Chun stated, feigning excitement. Xiao Chang sighed inwardly, aware that Xiao Chun had retreated. Hence, he had spoken so much. Forced melons are not sweet. Great. Xiao Chun visibly breathed a sigh of relief, shedding a heavy burden. Although he was a member of the assault team, he was not a true law enforcement officer after all, and there were bound to be overlooked clues. Investigate Roddy's whereabouts, as well as his traces in Yinjiang City and Heji Town. We should be able to find some clues. Once Roddy is apprehended, Lin Yibai will have nowhere to escape. Pausing momentarily, Xiao Chang resumed. Once the dust settles, make a discreet visit, focusing solely on the kindergarten. Avoid alerting the local constabulary. Proceed independently. Should you identify Zhang Libuing or Zhang Yuxi, refrain from direct intervention and request backup. Rest assured, Chief Xiao, I shall make repeated visits, Xiao Chun avowed with unwavering resolve. As Xiao Chun departed, Xiao Chang sighed, lamenting that Lin Yibai would remain immune from apprehension for at least 3 months, until his leg injury healed. Despite Yao Yalong's confident pronouncements, Xiao Chang remained skeptical, reasoning that genuine confidence would have obviated the present delay. What troubled Xiao Chang most was Lin Yibai's ascended trajectory. Already a luminary in the business realm, capable of commanding the attention of the director of the Industrial Bureau, his prominence would only intensify in the ensuing months. By then, lacking incontrovertible evidence, any attempt to detain him would be futile, given his immense social influence. Has Xiao Chang departed? Lin Yibai inquired, turning to Yu Jinxiu. Yes. I personally escorted him to the aircraft, Yu Jinxiu replied, his eyes gleaming. Boss, are we genuinely implicated in the case they mentioned? Absolutely not, Lin Yibai retorted, dismissing the notion. They are merely indulging in baseless conjecture. Have you finalized the plans for our joint venture with the county to establish Taiping Interstellar Tourism Company? Boss, I am but a salesman. While I excel at embellishment, crafting PowerPoint presentations is beyond my ken, Yu Jinxiu confessed. We must ensure that such an incident never recurs, Lin Yibai declared. Lin Yibai gritted his teeth and declared, while instructing Rodi to train Feng Ermao and Zhang Libuing, that even if they were captured, they must not divulge any secrets. The grand plan to escape Earth must not be compromised by the fate of these two. Yu Jinxiu nodded, now I understand. You have indeed engaged in such endeavors. Just as Lin Yibai intended to reprimand her, he was met with her radiant smile. You are truly cool. Watching Yu Jianxiu leave with a lively stride, Lin Yibai shook his head. Cool? It's utterly miserable. Had I been born in an era of peace, I would never have undertaken such actions, even if it meant breaking my legs. Chapter 87. Concealment of the Safe Return News. October 4th. This day was destined to be one of torment. It was excruciating for both Lu Pingyuan, who was in space, and for those at Aero Technology. Having living individuals to promote the cause would be genuinely advantageous. With Xiao Chong and Xiao Qin no longer hindering them, Lin Yibai could proceed with greater freedom. The good news was that the expected landing site was within our nation's borders. As Zhao Muyang entered, he eagerly lifted his teacup and took a hearty sip. Now that results had emerged, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Is it truly so accurate? Did you lay a trap? Lin Yibai inquired with a smile. This was indeed favorable news. As long as they landed domestically, the search and rescue operations would be considerably easier. Does Luo Feng truly have such intent? I had not perceived it, Lin Yibai remarked with a bittersweet smile. Luo Feng was a person he could never quite fathom. Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, he now exhibited a hint of humanity, showing a commitment to ensure Lu Pingyuan's safe return. Nevertheless, Zhao Muyang's countenance remained grave, as our nation's vast expanse precludes precise control. The peril of his disappearance persists significantly. Lin Yibai arose, gently patting Zhao Muyang's shoulder. Despite Zhao's venerable silver hair, Lin's gesture seemed entirely natural, for his authority and aptitude were universally acknowledged, notwithstanding his youth. You have acquitted yourselves admirably, delivering an unexpected boon. I am confident that Lu Pingyuan possesses the resilience to overcome this. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yibai experienced a sudden epiphany, realizing his misjudgment of Luo Feng. His concern was not for Lu Pingyuan's well-being, but rather for the grand scheme of escaping Earth. He fervently desired Lu Pingyuan's survival. As a living, Lu Pingyuan would be instrumental in facilitating the escape initiative. This, then, was the impetus behind Luo Feng's strenuous efforts. A detached, data-driven, and scientifically inclined persona constituted his true essence. As night descended, denizens of the central provinces witnessed a radiant meteor plummeting from the heavens, with accompanying videos disseminated online. Speculations arose, ranging from extraterrestrial visitations to remnants of rocket debris. The nation, seemingly influenced by aero technology, had been engaging in frequent rocket experiments of late. Albeit not as incessantly as Aero Technology's near-daily launches, yet markedly more often than in the past. The news swiftly subsided, though some drew parallels with Aero Technology's manned rocket launches, only to dismiss the notion. Aero Technology, renowned for its proactive publicity, would scarcely remain reticent on such a matter. In a situation shrouded in uncertainty, Lu Pingyuan fell. Suddenly, a jubilant cheer erupted from the Aero Technology Command Center, as everyone began to embrace one another. Buoyed by the high probability that Lu Pingyuan was alive, even Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. However, in stark contrast, Lin Yibai remained remarkably composed. Chief Engineer Zhao, can you confirm his location? Is it Shenlong Mountain? Yes, the likelihood is indeed high that he is at Shenlong Mountain, Zhao Muyang responded eagerly. Noting that with the signal locked in, they could locate him within half a day. Lin Yibai's expression shifted. Immediately sever all communications with Lu Pingyuan. Then, select a location with complex and treacherous terrain at least 100 kilometers away, and announce to the world that Lu Pingyuan has safely landed but has lost contact with us. We implore both local authorities and civilians to initiate a comprehensive search, ensuring he is found before his food supply is exhausted. Zhao Muyang was taken aback, but we have already pinpointed his location. Chief Engineer Zhao, follow my orders, Lin Yibai commanded as he turned to leave. All eyes turned to Luo Feng, recognized as the second-in-command of the Earth Escape Team. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng promptly echoed, follow the orders. Remember, no one is to disclose this signal to the outside world, nor establish contact with Lu Pingyuan. Only then did Luo D grasp the situation, nodding in understanding. But why? The anxious crowd inquired, as they were acutely aware of Lu Pingyuan's precarious fate. Would leaving him stranded in the depths of the wilderness lead to unforeseen consequences? He pivoted, his gaze settling upon Luo D, instructing him to select a locale to serve as the crash site, tasking the press corps with fabricating a news story and disseminating it. Even at this juncture, the rationale behind the maneuver remained elusive to most. However, There were those who grasped the underlying intent. These individuals, their eyes fixed upon the receding figure of Lin Yibai, felt a twinge of trepidation mingled with admiration. Zhao Muyang, though uncomprehending, was bound to execute Lin Yibai's directives. Shenlong Mountain, illuminated by the spacecraft's lights. A dense forest loomed into view. The force of the impact was considerable. The surrounding area was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any artificial light. This engendered a sense of unease in Lu Pinyuan, a premonition that he had indeed plummeted into an uninhabited zone. He was uncertain of his geographical location, unsure of the country in which he found himself, despite Zhao Muyang's assurances that the intended landing site was within the nation's borders. The vagaries of such a descent could result in a significant deviation. He could not definitively ascertain whether he was indeed within the country. Moreover, the impenetrable darkness outside raised concerns about potential dangers lurking in the wilderness. Chapter 88. The astronauts' orchestrated disappearance were he within the country. A search and rescue team would be dispatched expeditiously. He retrieved the satellite phone, only to discover that it was a specialized device, capable of dialing only designated numbers. However, all attempts to connect were met with silence, devoid of any signal. This indicated either a malfunction of the satellite phone or an inability to establish a connection. Nevertheless, having safely landed, there was little cause for alarm. The sole concern was to avoid becoming prey to wild beasts. With this in mind, he opened the food pack, extracted a day's ration, and began to consume it slowly. A piece of information reverberated throughout the nation. The landing site is in close proximity to Shenlong Mountain, situated within the central province. Lin Yibai, the chairman of Aero Technology, has disseminated requests for assistance to various local entities, imploring civil servants and residents near Shenlong Mountain to aid in the search, with the utmost priority being the secure retrieval of the pioneering civilian astronaut. This announcement has garnered even more attention than the initial rocket launch, with widespread public concern over the whereabouts of this groundbreaking individual. At Aero Technology headquarters, Lin Yibai asserted, "Given that Lu Pinyuan is not in immediate mortal peril, it is imperative that we maximize his value. We must leverage him to generate news and amplify our influence." With unwavering resolve, Lin Yibai declared, "There is no better publicity than a nationwide search for a missing civilian astronaut. Do you comprehend?" Zhao Muyang's eyes widened in astonishment. The severance of communication was indeed a calculated maneuver to create momentum. In his eyes, Lin Yibai began to appear ruthless. But what if he sustained severe injuries? "You yourself stated that it is highly improbable," Lin Yibai responded with a sigh, approaching Zhao Muyang. "Some matters necessitate a broader perspective. We are currently launching rockets daily, incurring substantial financial expenditures. Our funds are dwindling. Without capital, we all face demise. Therefore, I must exploit Lu Pinyuan, generate publicity, and secure additional funding. Do you understand?" Perceiving Zhao Muyang's inclination to interject, Lin Yibai escorted him out of the office, stating, "Chief Engineer Zhao, our roles are clearly defined. I am responsible for securing funding, while you and Professor Luo are tasked with constructing the rocket and propelling us into the cosmos. Therefore, I would prefer that you refrain from involving yourselves in my affairs." Zhao Muyang remained silent, for he was acutely aware that Aero's technology was expending hundreds of millions daily, a figure that was only escalating, particularly in the final 6 months. The financial demands reached an astronomical scale. The funds currently held by Exploring the Stars Company were woefully inadequate to sustain such expenditure. A portion of Aero's Technology's current funding was derived from employee stock purchases. Furthermore, Lin Yibai was advocating for the establishment of Taiping Starry Sky Tourism Company in collaboration with the county, yet another fundraising endeavor. Even with these measures, they were still facing a severe financial strain. Lin Yibai was undoubtedly under immense pressure. Rest assured, Lu Pinyuan is resilient. He will not perish. Though he may endure some hardship, Lin Yibai's voice echoed from within the office. As Zhao Muyang attempted to interject, the door closed, compelling him to leave with a lowered head. "Boss, what manner of person are you truly?" Yu Jinxiu inquired softly, having witnessed the entire exchange. "At times, you are unyielding, while at others, you are compassionate. It has nothing to do with disposition, but rather with perspective," Lin Yibai replied, his tone even, though his emotions were evidently turbulent. "I now comprehend the true meaning of one victory achieved through the sacrifice of countless lives. The role of a commander is not one for the ordinary." Yu Jinxiu pondered this, remarking, "I could never bring myself to exchange one person's life for the sake of several others. Luo D entered, stating, "I have identified an undercover agent from the Public Security Bureau among the new recruits. Shall I take action?" Lin Yibai shook his head. "No, we shall feign ignorance. Let them stir up trouble. Meanwhile, we must offer them a semblance of sweetness to make them believe they are making progress. We need to placate the sheriff to prevent them from deploying more manpower." Roddy grinned. "Indeed, when it comes to cunning, you are the most adept. I know what to do now." In a residential area of Liangjiang City, Xiao Chang stood on one leg beside his bed. The television emitted news broadcasts, while the kitchen was filled with swirling smoke and delightful aromas, all of which evoked the long-lost essence of life. "Darling, is this astronaut from Aerotechnology?" his wife inquired as she emerged from the kitchen, setting the table. Xiao Chang leaned against the wall and sat down. "Indeed, they are. The rocket launch you saw was to send Lu Pinyuan into the sky. Oh dear, it's truly distressing." His wife served him a bowl of rice, handing it over. "It's been 3 days with no news at all. So many people scouring the mountains, yet they can't find a single living soul. Whether he is alive is uncertain." Xiao Chang muttered, "Let me tell you, my dear, when you go out now, everyone is discussing this matter. Do you think they will ever find him? The last time a plane crashed, they knew the location of the wreckage, yet it took considerable time to locate the black box. This time, we don't even know where it fell, and it's in the deep mountains and forests. How can it be so easy to find?" Xiao Chang took the chopsticks and began to eat quickly. "Slow down, there's no rush to get to work. Your current task is simply to focus on your recovery." His wife chided gently. It must be said that after this ordeal, their relationship had improved significantly. Even the long-dormant intimacy between husband and wife has seen considerable progress in recent days, much to the wife's contentment. She even hopes that Xiao Chang will recuperate at home for an extended period. According to Central News Agency reports, a 6.5 magnitude earthquake has struck Eastern Europe once again, and the extent of casualties remains unclear. Our station will continue to monitor the situation. What on earth is going on these days?" the wife murmured, placing a piece of meat on Xiao Chang's plate. "It's one earthquake and tsunami after another. I feel like the number of earthquakes in the past 2 years rivals that of the previous decades." Xiao Chang's mind stirred. "Honey," he said, "what do you think the Noah's Ark ticket is?" "Noah's Ark? It's the only vessel that can offer salvation during the apocalypse." "Why do you ask?" Chapter 89. Space Components. Xiao Chang mused. "Lin Yibai told me not to interfere in his affairs and offered me a Noah's Ark ticket. I never understood it. But after what you just said, I think I have a better understanding. The climate has been unusually erratic these past few years. Do you think the end of the world is nigh? Could Lin Yibai's rush to launch rockets mean that the rockets he's building are actually Noah's Arks? You're overthinking it." His wife retorted, rolling her eyes. "If the end of the world were truly coming, wouldn't the government intervene?" Xiao Chang nodded. "You're right. Lin Yibai is just one person. After all, if there were a real problem, the government wouldn't ignore it." Shillong Mountain. Lu Pinyuan, armed with a flare gun, cautiously ventured into the woods. Having waited several days without rescue, he decided to scout the surrounding area. This place is evidently a primeval forest, devoid of any signs of human presence, which leaves Lu Pinyuan in a state of ambivalence. Were this location within the confines of his homeland, the rescue team from Aerotechnology would undoubtedly have arrived post-haste. However, being abroad casts uncertainty upon his plight. If no one comes to his aid, he could very well perish from hunger in this wilderness. After traversing the dense thicket for several hours, Lu Pinyuan paused to hydrate and nourish himself. Suddenly, a commotion emanated from the depths of the forest. Filled with exhilaration, he rose and called out loudly in the direction of the noise. "I am here, I am here." His senses heightened, he strained to listen intently, eager to discern the source of the disturbance. The dim light filtering through the leaves created shafts of illumination upon the forest floor, obscuring his vision and rendering it difficult for Lu Pinyuan to ascertain the situation ahead. He sensed movement in the distance. Upon closer inspection, a chill ran down his spine. A black bear. He crouched down, concealing himself behind a rock, fixating intently on the bear's direction. This was an adult black bear, swaying as it ambled about. Clearly, it had caught wind of Lu Pinyuan's presence, glancing in his direction with every few steps. Lu Pinyuan was uncertain whether the bear was sated or merely feigning indifference. Regardless, lingering in this spot was perilous. He must flee without delay. The bear's territory was extensive, and escaping on foot during daylight hours posed a formidable challenge. Should the bear set its sights on him, it would seize the opportunity to ambush him while he slept. Furthermore, The satellite phone at his disposal was limited to dialing a specific number, lacking the functionality for free communication. Now he is utterly uncertain whether the satellite phone is malfunctioning or if adverse weather conditions are impeding signal transmission. If it is merely a signal issue, he could easily ascend to a higher elevation to re-establish contact. However, due to the presence of the black bear, he has resolved to remain steadfast in his position and await assistance. From this moment forth, he must prepare for a prolonged wait, exercising caution in his food consumption while also seeking additional sustenance nearby. Did you ask me to replace the satellite phone with a dedicated line solely for this purpose? Luo Feng inquired curiously. Is it merely to amplify influence today? Certainly not, Lin Yibai replied, shaking his head. I lack the foresight to have anticipated today's events. Luo Feng smirked enigmatically. How can I not find that hard to believe? He then opened his computer. From this point onward, we must hasten the development of our rocket technology. Following your suggestion, we will commence the assembly of our own space station. However, we are still considerably lacking in our space docking capabilities. My proposal is to launch the components in batches into space, allowing them to float freely. Once our technology is sufficiently advanced, we can methodically assemble these components one by one. We will adopt a modular approach for these parts, akin to building blocks, allowing for limitless augmentation. This will reduce assembly complexity and enable us to manufacture a large quantity of identical components, significantly diminishing costs. If we succeed in assembly, we will have a space station. If we fail, it will merely become space debris. Luo Feng continued. I have one more piece of news to share with you. Someone has mentioned your name. Lin Yibai was taken aback. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Luo Feng shook his head slightly. I do not know. It is impossible to judge. The source of this information is quite reliable. It was conveyed to me by one of my students, who currently serves as an academic advisor in a multinational organization. This organization, established not long ago, is called the Eastern Pacific Joint Operations Command. He turned to Lin Yibai with a significant expression. What do you think is the purpose of this command? Lin Yibai seemed to grasp something yet remained puzzled. If it is to defend against comet strikes, there would be no need for countries to join forces. It must be established to evade solar flares after a comet impact. After all, there would be hardly anyone left on Earth at that time. Unity is essential to rejuvenate aerospace technology and to enable our exodus into the cosmos. Luo Feng nodded. I share the same sentiment. Hence, we must hasten the construction of our own spacecraft, our very own space station. He retrieved from his backpack a model resembling a Lego toy and handed it to Lin Yibai. This is a component of our space station that I had someone create. It is quite simple. Each piece is an independent module, yet when assembled together, they can form a grand structure. Lin Yibai examined the module in his hand. Chuckling wryly, one can easily foresee how unsightly our space station, our spacecraft, will be. Utterly hideous. Just look at the nation's space station. That is what one calls aesthetically pleasing. But beauty cannot be consumed as sustenance. I beg to differ, Luo Feng demurred. I posit that the veritable spacecraft of the future should emulate our design, launching individual components incrementally. Once the core module ascends, robotic arms can assemble these constituents, much like Lego bricks, into any desired configuration. It's both facile and economical. Lin Yibai experienced a moment of epiphany. Indeed, he concurred. Our seemingly ungainly creation is, in fact, the most pragmatic solution. All the components we launch will simply remain in orbit, available for use as needed, ensuring no wastage. You mentioned someone singled me out. Who was it, and what did they say? Lin Yibai inquired further. It was a general from the East Pacific Theater, name unknown. He remarked that you are an intriguing individual, brimming with ideas. Luo Feng responded languidly. Lin Yibai was unable to discern whether the remark was commendatory or pejorative. However, with the die cast, neither approbation nor disapprobation could impede Lin Yibai's grand design. Luo Feng, it appears the nation has, to some extent, surmised our intentions. Do you believe they will turn a blind eye? Lin Yibai queried. Chapter 90. Feng Ermao's Shortcomings, Yinjiang City. The October sun persisted with its intensity. The once dimly lit living room now enjoyed a more radiant illumination. Xiao Chang's wife extinguished the electric light and called out to the two men inside. I'm off to purchase some braised meats. Take your time, and Xiao Chun, don't let your brother Xiao drink too much. As the sound of her footsteps receded, Xiao Chang promptly uncorked the bottle and poured himself a generous glass. Brother Xiao, you seem to have undergone a transformation. Xiao Chun gazed at Xiao Chang, feeling a newfound warmth in their interaction. Leave, Xiao Chang chuckled, shaking his head. You have no idea how bothersome your sister-in-law can be. Let us get straight to the point. When do you plan to surreptitiously visit aerotechnology again? Xiao Chen paused, momentarily halting his hand that held the wine glass. He coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. I have a new idea now. Once this concept materializes, I will go. With years of experience in criminal investigation, Xiao Chang easily discerned Xiao Chen's discomfort. He chose silence, lifting his glass to clink with Xiao Chen's before downing its contents in one gulp. My new idea is as follows, Xiao Chen continued, noticing Xiao Chang's disinterest and hastily elaborating. I have consulted with Officer Gu, and their investigation has hit a dead end. While reviewing Feng Ermao's file, I discovered he has a mother living alone and a sister who married far away. Xiao Chen quickly added, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. Feng Ermao possesses a strong sense of filial piety. He may be hiding at aerotechnology now, but he surely cannot abandon his mother. My plan is to leverage his maternal bond to extract information. Xiao Chang paused, his hand pouring wine stilled as he finally regarded Xiao Chen with earnest attention. Elaborate, he urged. Xiao Chen, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, I believe Feng Ermao's psychological defenses are considerably more fragile than Zhang Libing's. After all, Zhang Libing's daughter is in the clutches of Lin Yibai and his associates, and he might withhold information to protect her. However, my investigation into Feng Ermao reveals him to be utterly spineless. Once we apprehend him and apply a modicum of intimidation, he will undoubtedly confess. In Xiao Chang's eyes, a glimmer of light gradually emerged, and the hand holding the wine glass lingered in the air, hesitating to approach his lips. This idea is intriguing. The only dilemma is how to relay the message to Feng Ermao. We need not deliver it ourselves. We merely need to make his mother ill. I am confident that there exists a connection between his sister and Feng Ermao, remarked Xiao Chen. But how do we induce illness in his mother? That should not pose a challenge, Xiao Chang replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen. It seems that in your efforts to avoid aerotechnology these past few days, you've truly exerted considerable thought. Brother Xiao, I could easily pay a visit to aerotechnology right now. Still pretending? Xiao Chen finally lowered his head. My girlfriend forbids me from going, fearing I might end up like you. In the western suburb astronaut training center of Taiping County, Xiang Longfei could no longer endure his mother-in-law's incessant chatter and slammed the door shut. Yet, her voice permeated through the walls. Look at that Lu fellow. What does he think he is trying to achieve? It's quite the spectacle, whether he lives or dies. I suspect he has most likely perished. Perhaps even fallen into the sea. Are you intent on leaving my daughter a widow? Xiang Longfei remained silent. The mysterious disappearance of Lu Pinyuan truly frightened the mother and daughter. Yet, he could not afford to give up. As he watched Lu Pinyuan soar to new heights, his own dreams of space travel blazed fiercely within him. Look, that little Lu is currently unaccounted for. I'm genuinely afraid, his wife murmured, resting her head on his shoulder. Xiang Longfei embraced his wife reassuringly. Do not worry. Little Lu is resilient. He will not meet his end. At the headquarters of Aerotechnology, accompanied by a robustly built man, Roddy entered. Chairman Lin, this is my comrade, Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei raised his hand in a rudimentary, modified military salute, a subconscious gesture ingrained from his years of service. Lin Yibai rose to greet them, extending his hand. Are you fully apprised of the situation? Indeed, Roddy affirmed. Your discretion is well known. As long as remuneration is provided, this matter shall remain confidential, Zhang Kuei asserted. Lin Yibai smiled. I appreciate dealing with forthright individuals. I wish you success. He then settled back into his seat. You must remain unseen. Is he reliable? He was in my unit back in the day. He was repatriated for the same reason, Roddy replied, his tone tinged with a slight tremor. As I said, provided he is compensated, he is capable of maintaining absolute secrecy. At Shenlong Mountain Airport, the brawny Zhang Kuei disembarked the plane with several individuals dressed as hikers. 30 minutes later, they rented a hotel room, stowed their luggage, and, each carrying a massive backpack, set off towards the precipitous Shenlong Mountain. They were all independently seeking the whereabouts of Lu Pinyuan. However, Zhang Kuei and his team had a different objective, one that ran contrary to the others. A map would reveal that they were heading directly towards Lu Pinyuan's location. A stream meandered through the landscape. Lu Pinyuan, unshaven for a fortnight, crouched by the water's edge, cupping his hands to drink. As he quenched his thirst, his gaze meticulously scanned the surroundings. His vigil had proven secure. The signs of black bears having passed through the area are evident. However, he wonders when he will finally be rescued. Not even a single aircraft is visible in the sky. Unbeknownst to him, merely 100 kilometers away, local authorities have mobilized thousands of citizens to scour the mountains. Lin Yibai, a member of the Aero Technology Board, has personally arrived at the scene to partake in the search. Yet, it is destined to be futile in locating Luo Feng. In an old residential building in Liangjiang City, a young man clad in a white coat knocks on a door. The door opens to reveal a woman. "Who are you looking for?" she inquires. Xiaochen instinctively adjusts his mask to obscure his features. "Greetings, ma'am. I am from the community hospital, here to conduct complimentary health assessments for residents. Would you be interested in a checkup?" The woman is Feng Ermao's mother. She rises on her toes to glance outside, where indeed a group of individuals in white coats is providing free medical consultations. "Is it free of charge?" she asks. "Yes, it is," Xiaochen replies, retrieving a bottle of pills from his pocket. "Have you had breakfast?" he questions. "I have," she answers. "Oh, then you will need to take this medication first. Only then can we proceed with the examination." As this is Xiaochen's first experience in such a scenario, his hands tremble slightly. However, Feng Ermao's mother remains unsuspecting. She accepts the pills, turns, and enters the house to pour herself a glass of water, swallowing the medication. Xiaochen breathes a sigh of relief. The first step is complete. Now, it is time to lie in wait. "Ma'am, your health indicators are all abnormal. Have you experienced any insomnia or palpitations recently?" As the medic removed the sphygmomanometer, he inquired. "Yes, I often suffer from insomnia, Mrs. Feng anxiously responded. "I'm not sure what's causing it, but I feel constantly flustered. Is there something seriously wrong with me?" "A thorough examination at our hospital is imperative," the medic stated. "Here, I'll issue a referral for you to undergo tests at the community hospital this afternoon." The medic then wrote out a prescription. Nearby, Little Chun discreetly gave the medic a thumbs up. "Coronary heart disease, with severe vascular blockage. A cardiac stent procedure is urgently required. Contact your family immediately and admit yourself to the hospital without delay." The doctor's expression was grave. Mrs. Feng was utterly panic-stricken. Aero Technology. Feng Ermao hastily entered the room and implored Zhang Liebing. "Shorty, do you have any money?" As much as possible, Zhang Liebing was taken aback. "What's happened?" "My mother is ill, coronary heart disease. She urgently needs surgery, and I need to send her some money immediately." Beads of sweat trickled down Feng Ermao's forehead. Zhang Liebing turned and retrieved a wad of cash from the room. "This is all I have. Take it all." Zhang Liebing gripped Feng Ermao's arm. "Could this be a ruse?" "This is the message my sister sent me. She even sent photos. My mother is wearing a hospital gown and has already been admitted. It can't be fake, and my sister would never deceive me." As he watched Feng Ermao depart in haste, Zhang Liebing felt deeply uneasy and somewhat forlorn. While Lin Yibai and the others were engaged in momentous endeavors, Feng Ermao was the only one with whom he could still converse. Bereft of Feng Ermao's companionship, he was now experiencing a profound sense of solitude for the first time. Concurrently, Luo Feng's situation began to trend virally, his influence palpably burgeoning. Through the deliberate propagation orchestrated by the Escape Earth Collective, Luo Feng was metamorphosed into an emblem of indomitable resilience, a success story of an individual who, despite being ranked last, tenaciously pursued his aerospace ambitions until they were finally realized. As these narratives disseminated, public concern regarding his whereabouts intensified. No one desired such an inspirational figure to remain missing. Consequently, an increasing number of individuals journeyed to the Shunlong mountain region. Each day, flights were replete with volunteers bearing exploration rucksacks. They converged at various mountain entrances, received maps, and embarked on foot into the mountains to conduct searches. News broadcasts from major television stations prominently featured the search for Luo Feng as a focal point. In tandem, the renown of aero technology skyrocketed. Virtually the entire nation became cognizant of a private rocket enterprise that had achieved substantial breakthroughs in the aerospace domain, rivaling established international counterparts. They had even launched a manned rocket successfully. This was precisely the outcome Lin Yibai had envisioned, leveraging Luo Feng's disappearance to augment aero technology's visibility, thereby laying the groundwork for a more extensive Ponzi scheme. Taiping County. Yu Jinxiu, clad in professional attire, briskly entered the county government compound and proceeded to Zhong Ping's office. "Magistrate Zhong," she stated, "herein lies the proposed organizational plan, revised in accordance with your stipulations. Aero Technology shall contribute technology and equipment as equity, thereby securing a valuation of 100 billion. The extent of your equity stake will be directly proportional to the capital you amass, Yu Jinxiu stated with an assured smile. Aero Technology is making a considerable concession here. Zhong Pingyan responded with a professional smile. Little Yu, you must comprehend the support and faith our county's populace has in your rocketry endeavors. Their enthusiastic investment stems from their trust in you. The more capital we accrue, the better positioned we are for advancement, wouldn't you agree? The more you invest, the smaller our equity stake becomes, which is detrimental to our controlling interest, Yu Jinxiu remarked. While your equity stake may diminish, the company will flourish, Zhong Pingyan said, almost ingratiatingly. In the initial proposal, Aero Technology would hold a 10 billion stake through technology and capital, while the county would raise 10 billion, holding an equivalent stake, resulting in a 50-50 split. However, Zhong Pingyan rejected this proposal, citing the overwhelming interest from the county's residents in purchasing shares, exceeding the 10 billion mark. Zhong Pingyan's proposition was unfavorable to Aero Technology, as it prevented them from securing a majority stake. Lin Yibai initially insisted that County Chief Zhong limit the fundraising to 10 billion. However, Zhong Pingyan was unwilling to forego such a lucrative investment opportunity, desiring to allow the entire county to partake in the prosperity of rocket development. After several rounds of negotiations, Lin Yibai reluctantly agreed to remove the fundraising cap for the county. However, Lin Yibai insisted on maintaining a decisive voice in the company's equity structure, a point Zhong Pingyan did not dispute. The county government originally had no intention of interfering in the specific affairs of Taiping Interstellar Tourism Company. They adopted the approach of Penguin Company, allowing Aero Technology to possess significant voting rights with a relatively small shareholding, which satisfied both parties' requirements. Seeing Zhong Pingyan sign the agreement, Yu Jinxiu chuckled inwardly. She truly admired Lin Yibai. He clearly sold people out, yet they helped him count the money. He clearly wanted the people of Taiping County to invest more and more, but he deliberately acted as if it were difficult, enticing Zhong Pingyan and other county officials to be eager and jump into Lin Yibai's trap willingly. Although she had only joined the Escape Earth team for a short time, she knew that all this money would be used by Lin Yibai to build rockets. This was a complete Ponzi scheme. By the way, have you found the astronaut? Zhong Pingyan asked after signing. Yu Jinxiu put away the agreement. We have further narrowed the search circle. It won't be long before we have results. Chapter 92. Setting traps on television. The anchor was somewhat emotional, raising her fist with tears in her eyes. Lu Pin Yuan, hang in there. We are waiting for your safe return. There was a knock on the door. Xiao Chong put down his chopsticks and said to his wife, open the door. Xiao Chen is here. Xiao Chen entered, placing the fruit basket in his hand. Brother Xiao, I came to see you. Xiao Chong handed the fruit basket to his wife. Go wash it. I want to eat an apple. When his wife entered the kitchen, he quickly lowered his voice and asked, how is it? Surgery tonight. I estimate that Feng Ermao should be arriving soon. With palpable excitement, Xiao Chen revealed that Captain Yao had dispatched an elite squad for the stakeout. To maintain utmost discretion and prevent recognition, local law enforcement officers were deliberately excluded from the operation, replaced by personnel dispatched directly from the capital. The capture of Feng Ermao was now deemed inevitable upon his emergence. Xiao Chong promptly interjected, suggesting, local peace officers could still provide invaluable assistance with road patrols. Ah, excellent. I shall immediately relay this to Captain Yao. Then hasten your departure. It is imperative that you familiarize them swiftly with the terrain. This represents our singular opportunity. At the 5th Hospital of Yinjiang City, a recreational vehicle was discreetly parked just outside the main entrance. The vehicle's interior remained concealed from external observation, yet afforded its occupants an unobstructed view of the surrounding environment. Every possible exit was under surveillance. The main entrance, the rear exit, the side entrance, and even the specialized medical waste disposal door. A peace officer reported, all exits are currently being monitored. Yao Yalong, his gaze fixed on a map of Yinjiang City, inquired, have personnel been stationed at the highway exits? Every toll booth on the city's expressways is manned. Any suspicious vehicles will be promptly investigated and verified. And what of the national highways leading into the city? Regrettably, our manpower is insufficient to cover the extensive network of national and provincial highways. However, it is presumed that the suspect would eschew these routes. Given the urgency of his mission, Yao Yalong, with a hint of frustration, conceded, very well, we shall forego the national highways. Our primary focus remains the hospital. ensuring that the suspect can enter, but not depart. On the expressway leading to Yinjiang City, Feng Ermao groggily opened his eyes, inquiring, "Where are we, driver?" "Wangjiang City. In just 1 hour. We shall enter the Yinjiang City limits." The taxi driver responded with palpable enthusiasm. This is indeed a substantial order, although it requires considerable effort. The profits to be gained exceed the usual by several folds. "Get off here." "Get off?" "Indeed, take the national highway." "Taking the national highway won't save much money, and it will delay us by an hour or two." The taxi driver appeared somewhat troubled. "If I ask you to get off, you should comply. I will compensate you for the time lost." Feng Ermao had learned a great deal from Roddy. While he trusted that his sister would not deceive him, he remained vigilant. "It was not merely a matter of money. Since you insist, I shall defer to your decision." The driver activated the turn signal and began to change lanes. Preparing to enter the toll ramp, Feng Ermao rubbed his temples. From this moment forth, he must remain exceptionally alert. His own capture was of little concern. What troubled him was the potential impact on the entire escape plan for the group. The lives of tens of thousands rested upon his shoulders. Shenlong Mountain. Rain had begun to fall, further complicating the search efforts. Lin Yibai remained steadfast at the front line of the search command center. Just moments ago, the National Space Administration had called, offering technical support, which Lin Yibai declined, citing a desire not to utilize national resources. He was well aware of his own limitations. Once the Space Administration intervened, all hope would be lost. He needed to locate Luo Pingyuan swiftly to bring this farce to an end. The nearby city had also dispatched the deputy mayor to the command center to assist in the search. The mayor had already visited, bringing along a throng of journalists. They would not miss such a prime opportunity for publicity. Under the barrage of cameras and microphones, the effect was maximized. "Chairman Lin, this weather must be quite arduous for the astronauts." The deputy mayor, cradling a warm beverage, expressed his concern with a grave demeanor, acknowledging the arduous efforts of both the astronauts and the search teams. He mentioned that after this matter concludes, Jianshi Technology intends to establish a branch factory in your esteemed city as a token of gratitude to the local community. Lin Yibai mirrored the solemn expression. Suddenly, the deputy mayor's teacup lid clattered to the floor. He hadn't anticipated that his visit, initially intended as a mere formality, would yield such a lucrative investment opportunity. Jianshi Technology, the renowned rocket manufacturing firm, is undoubtedly a titan in the industry. A branch factory investment would undoubtedly require a minimum of 10 billion. A monumental achievement for the city. The deputy mayor, who had previously been stifling yawns, was now brimming with energy. He immediately issued directives to dispatch half of the personnel from various municipal departments to participate in the search and rescue operation, emphasizing the imperative to locate the astronaut. "Thank you, Deputy Mayor," Lin Yibai said, clasping his hands together. "No need for thanks. This is all for the honor of the nation." The deputy mayor replied in a hushed tone. "If Jianshi Technology establishes a branch factory in our city, we will undoubtedly provide the most favorable conditions." Lin Yibai beckoned Yu Jianxiu over, saying, "Director Yu, please coordinate with the deputy mayor. Our branch factory's location will be primarily centered here." As he observed the deputy mayor engaging in fervent discussions with Yu Jianxiu regarding the future establishment of the branch factory, Lin Yibai gazed idly at the sky. It has only been approximately 10 days since Luo Pingyuan's fall. If Luo Pingyuan doesn't ration his food, his provisions should be depleted soon. The ensuing days will undoubtedly be torturous for Luo Pingyuan. However, there is also a benefit. Luo Pingyuan will undoubtedly shed a significant amount of weight. Deep within the mountains of Shenlong, a quartet navigated the dense forest. Despite being clad in windproof and waterproof parkas, the dampness insidiously permeated their garments, leaving them feeling clammy. Zhang Kuei consulted his GPS device, then gestured, "We're approaching the designated location. Remember, once the target is located, avoid detection. We'll maintain observation from a distance." "Boss, why is Arrow's technology aware of the astronaut's whereabouts, but refrains from rescuing him?" A diminutive figure inquired. "Cease your incessant chatter. It seems your training is inadequate. Are you not cognizant that we in this profession execute without questioning?" Zhang Kuei retrieved a compressed biscuit, stuffing it into his mouth, washing it down with rainwater. "Curiosity is a fatal flaw. Muzi, is this truly beyond your comprehension?" "It's a publicity stunt," another member elucidated. "Enough chatter. Given the inclement weather, it's unlikely the astronaut will venture out of the spacecraft, thus rendering our presence undetectable. Secure the location, assign one individual to maintain surveillance, and the rest of you. Establish a campsite, Zhang Kuei instructed, stowing the biscuit wrapper in his pocket before pressing onward. Chapter 93. Covert struggle approximately 5 to 600 kilometers from Shenlong Mountain. At the 5th Hospital of Yinjiang City, the RV buzzed with the ringtone of Xiao Chen's phone. Xiao, why haven't you arrived? My wife is watching me like a hawk. I can't slip away. What's the current deployment status? Xiao Chang queried. Captain Yao has stationed personnel at all 4 entrances and exits. We've also embedded individuals at the highway toll booths. Should Feng Ermao appear, he won't escape, Xiao Chen replied. Xiao Chang's tone carried a hint of displeasure. What about the national and provincial highways? The national and provincial roads are replete with entrances, yet we find ourselves lacking sufficient manpower to manage them, Xiao Chen explained. Furthermore, Feng Ermao is unlikely to be particularly cunning. He is expected to exit directly from the highway. Otherwise, he would have to take a significantly longer route. Xiao Chang's tone was particularly urgent. You all tend to make mistakes in my absence. While Feng Ermao may be oblivious, that Luo Di is undoubtedly an expert. He must have trained Feng Ermao and Zhang Izi in counter-surveillance techniques. Trust me, we do not require a large number of personnel. Simply setting up several checkpoints to check for drunk driving at the Hongqi intersection, Matu Street, Fenghuangku, and Liangjiangku along the national road will suffice to monitor his movements. Xiao Chen promptly agreed. After hearing Xiao Chen's account, Yao Yalong wasted no time in contacting the Public Security Bureau, mobilizing forces to establish drunk driving checkpoints at several intersections leading towards Yinjiang City. On the national road to Yinjiang City, a taxi driver called out, Sir, we are about to enter the urban area of Yinjiang City. Should we follow the navigation, or would you prefer to direct us? Feng Ermao, groggy and bleary-eyed, opened his eyes and leaned against the window, gazing outside. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with rain and headlights complicating his ability to discern his location. To the left. Take Fenghuangku. Very well. The driver turned the steering wheel to the left, entering Fenghuang Street. Feng Ermao rubbed his eyes vigorously to awaken himself. The car gradually slowed down. What is happening? There's a drunk driving checkpoint ahead. What would a taxi be checking for drunk driving? Feng Ermao muttered. We have an out-of-town license plate. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Feng Ermao's eyes widened. Stop. Pull over. The driver applied the brakes sharply. What's wrong? He queried. Feng Ermao broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost forgotten that the taxi was from Taiping County in the northwest, and its license plate would reveal everything. Seeing Feng Ermao depart, the driver shook his head and resumed his journey. Having finally made his way to Yinjiang City, he intended to take advantage of his free time tomorrow to explore the city thoroughly. He had no intention of lodging in a nearby inn. Instead, he planned to visit the most vibrant areas of the city center. For now, he needed to find a hotel in a bustling district. As he passed through a checkpoint for drunk driving, a law enforcement officer noticed the taxi with a license plate from a northwestern province. He approached the vehicle, tapped on the window, and glanced at the back. To his surprise, it was empty. Where is your passenger? The officer inquired, feigning casualness but remaining vigilant. Just alighted. The driver responded. Out-of-town taxis are not permitted to solicit business here. When will you be leaving? The officer continued, still feigning nonchalance. As the taxi drove away, the officer gestured, and a car followed it discreetly. The officer picked up the radio and reported, suspect's vehicle spotted. The suspect has already disembarked and is likely en route to the hospital. All units, be advised. Yao Yalong exclaimed excitedly. All units, be advised, enter high alert. Upon locating the suspect, do not make any rash moves. Ensure that the suspect is apprehended without fail. Yao Yalong was also thrilled. This was the first significant breakthrough since the establishment of the task force. Capture Feng Ermao, and you'll be highly commended, he declared. Inside the hospital, the doctor cast a fleeting glance at Feng Ermao's sister, his expression somewhat peculiar. He perused the information in his hands and remarked, this matter is rather intricate. Thus we must ensure the surgical plan is executed successfully. Therefore, it should be scheduled for no later than tomorrow morning. As the doctor departed, Feng Ermao's sister felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Pretending to be irate, she declared, should I heed your words, or the doctor asks? He stated that the operation will take place by tomorrow morning at the latest. If you are hungry, I shall venture out to procure a bowl of noodles for you. With that, she shouldered her bag and hastily exited the ward. As she passed the nurse's station, the conversation of 2 nurses piqued her interest. It's quite strange today. Several unfamiliar doctors have appeared in the hospital, and it's unclear where they originated. Indeed, it is rather odd. Feng Ermao's sister abruptly halted in her tracks. She was acutely aware that her brother had undoubtedly broken the law. Otherwise, he would not be in hiding. Yet, the specifics of his transgression eluded her. Feng Ermao had once asserted that he had never committed any act that would betray his conscience. She knew her brother well. Although he appeared carefree, he had never engaged in any overtly illegal activities. His nature was fundamentally good, and this time, it was likely that he was wronged. She was conscious that Feng Ermao was en route, which heightened her concern for his safety. The nurse's dialogue only deepened her suspicions. Retreating to a corner, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number, but there was no response. Anxiety surged within her. Ultimately, she left a message. Please check if my mother truly has coronary heart disease. Having completed all these tasks, she exited the hospital room once more, preparing to procure some noodles. Moments later, a message from a friend arrived. The chest X-ray appeared normal. However, coronary artery disease necessitates angiography. Kindly show me the angiogram. Without such imaging, what is the purpose of a stent procedure? Which hospital is this, so lacking in professionalism? Feng Ermao's sister comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her mother's illness was a trap. In a state of acute anxiety, she found herself unable to contact her brother. Scanning her surroundings, she resolved to wait at the hospital entrance, determined to prevent her brother from entering. Chapter 94. Remote Command, Shenlong Mountain. The night had fully descended. At the edge of a certain cliff, a tent was pitched. One team member crawled into the tent, accepting a warm cup of tea from Zhang Kuei. Cradling it in his palms. The alarm has been set up. As soon as the black bear approaches, we will be alerted in advance. This rudimentary alarm system consists of a line strung around the tent, adorned with various containers that emit sound, thus ensuring immediate notification when a black bear arrives. The individuals here are seasoned veterans, effortlessly arranging such contrivances. No wonder the astronaut hesitated to venture outside. It was evidently the black bear that deterred him. Zhang Kuei wrapped his clothing tighter, declaring, I will keep watch for the latter half of the night. Who will take the first watch? Another person squeezed inside, shedding his damp rain jacket in favor of a blanket. I found an excellent observation point. I can keep a close eye on that astronaut without him noticing. What is the condition of the astronaut? Zhang Kuei inquired, eyes closed. The spirit is good. He is not yet faint from hunger, indicating that there are still some reserves. That is reassuring. Maintaining the status quo is essential. Once his hunger becomes unbearable, our task will be nearly complete. Zhang Kuei stifled a yawn and began to drift into slumber. Apart from the one on duty, the other two also curled up in their sleeping bags, seizing the opportunity to rest. At the command center at the foot of Shenlong Mountain, Lin Yibai's phone buzzed. He glanced down to see a message from Roddy. Status good. Lin Yibai exhaled deeply. With Lu Pinyuan in good condition, there were no issues to contend with. The current objective is to amplify our presence as much as possible. Everything is progressing in the most favorable direction. Now, it is time to contemplate financial gains. The elaborate Ponzi scheme has reached its second phase, while the most critical third phase remains uninitiated. The most lucrative aspect lies within this pivotal third step. In Lin Yibai's Ponzi scheme, the first phase involved deceiving the factory workers into investing their funds. This stage is nearly completed, as they eagerly purchase whatever is offered. The dividends paid out by Lin Yibai are swiftly reinvested by them. With only a minimal interest, a substantial principal has been secured. You desire my interest. While I seek your principal encapsulates the essence of a Ponzi scheme. Lin Yibai has now launched into the second phase, collaborating with the Taiping County government to establish Taiping Starry Sky Tourism Company, aiming to swindle the entire county's populace. This second phase has only just commenced, yet it is gaining tremendous momentum. It will not be long before the net can be drawn. However, the upper limit of both the first and second phases is too low, capping out at a few hundred billion at most. To amass the colossal sum of 6 or 700 billion for rocket construction, it is imperative to initiate the most crucial third step, to deceive the affluent citizens of the nation. Everything Lin Yibai is currently undertaking serves as a foundation for this third step. Upon its successful execution, this phase will furnish the Earth Escape team with several hundred billion in funds. The orchestration surrounding Lu Pinyuan's disappearance, discussions about investments with officials from neighboring counties, and the promotional activities for the rocket launch are all preparatory actions for this pivotal step. Lu Pinyuan's safety is a significant strategic move. He picked up his phone and sent a message. Proceed as planned. At the entrance of Jiangyang City's 5th hospital, Feng Ermao's sister emerged. surveying her surroundings and lingering without departing. Xiao Chun, who was lying in wait in the RV, suddenly felt invigorated. Feng Ermao's sister has come out. Is she waiting for someone? Yao Yalong also perked up, taking a pair of binoculars to observe the woman at the hospital's entrance. Surely, Feng Ermao wouldn't casually stroll in through the front door, would he? The phone rang, and Xiao Chun pressed the answer button. Brother Xiao, good news. We have located the vehicle Feng Ermao was in. His associates must have entered the city. We are currently surveilling the hospital. The voice of Xiao Chong came through. Your sister-in-law has gone to take a shower. Time is of the essence. Relay all the details. Yao Yalong cast a dissatisfied glance at Xiao Chun, who quickly exited the vehicle, retreating to a corner to speak in hushed tones. He indeed took the national highway. However, he disembarked early at a sobriety checkpoint. Our team identified this out-of-town license plate, confirming it was his vehicle. What is the current situation? Feng Ermao's sister is currently stationed at the entrance of the hospital, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Xiao Chong's voice abruptly adopts a tone of vigilance. It is inconceivable that Feng Ermao would leave a phone number for his sister. We have long been monitoring her call records through the mobile company. Could it be that Feng Ermao just contacted her? Given that Xiao Chun is merely a novice, he finds himself at a loss regarding the proper course of action. It appears that the false doctor at the hospital has finally revealed his true identity. His sister is waiting at the entrance to intercept someone. Quickly inform Yao Yalong to apprehend her sister. We must not allow Feng Ermao to discover her presence, or she may escape. Xiao Chong's voice is filled with urgency. Is it truly that grave? Xiao Chen hesitates, recalling that Yao Yalong was already quite displeased moments ago, clearly irritated by Xiao Chong's remote commands. Now, to intervene in Yao Yalong's operational authority would undoubtedly provoke further dissatisfaction. Yes, do it swiftly. Inform Yao Yalong to secure her immediately. Feng Ermao must not see her, Xiao Chong nearly shouts. Xiao Chun hastily disconnects the call, approaches the vehicle, opens the door, and awkwardly settles inside. What directives does your brother Xiao have now? Yao Yalong inquires with a hint of mockery. Yao Yalong is equally exasperated by Xiao Chong's lack of trust and his telephone oversight. He has begun to grasp the implications behind the local public security bureau's leadership, remarking on his lack of social acumen. Despite this operation being under his command, Xiao Chong incessantly issues directives through Xiao Chun, placing Yao Yalong in a difficult position. Once or twice may be tolerable, but the constant remote control is becoming increasingly irksome. After all, he is the head of the criminal investigation team at the capital's Public Security Bureau. One ought to maintain a semblance of dignity, shouldn't one? Oh, Brother Xiao remarked that the sister of Feng Ermao must have discerned the predicament and was attempting to alert him at the hospital entrance. He instructed us to detain her, ensuring that Feng Ermao would not catch sight of her. Little Chin stammered. Yao Yalong let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, it was yet another instance of remote command. Nevertheless, it appeared that Xiao Chong's reasoning held some merit. Very well. I shall make a call and ask someone inside to concoct a reason to escort her away. Just then, someone exclaimed, "She has moved. It seems she is waving at someone." Yao Yalong was taken aback. Quick, see whom she is greeting. The car door swung open, and several plainclothes officers dashed out. Yet, it was too late. Chapter 95. Feng Ermao is captured at the mouth of the alley opposite the hospital. Feng Ermao had already spotted his sister, who, in turn, had seen him, frantically gesturing for him not to approach. A pang of anxiety struck Feng Ermao, and he swiftly turned to dive into the alley. Little Chin caught a glimpse of the retreating figure. Feng Ermao, apprehend him. But it was too late. By the time they entered the alley, Feng Ermao had vanished. The terrain was decidedly unfavorable for them, yet it greatly favored Feng Ermao. Having grown up in this very vicinity, he was intimately familiar with every nook and cranny. In mere moments, Feng Ermao had completely disappeared. Damn it! Thwarted at the final hurdle. Little Chin kicked a garbage can in frustration. However, Yao Yalong refused to concede defeat. He promptly dialed the Yangjiang City Public Security Bureau, requesting full support to seal off the entire city. At the very least, they needed to ensure that Feng Ermao had no means of escape. Digu, trouble has arisen. In the dead of night, Zhang Libing dialed Roddy's number. What is it? Roddy exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. For the past few days, he had sensed that Zhang Libing and Feng Ermao were harboring secrets from him. Feng Ermao had ventured to Yinjiang City and appeared to have been discovered by the sheriff, who was now orchestrating a citywide manhunt. Zhang Libing, trembling with trepidation, conveyed this alarming news. Without hesitation, Roddy began to dress. Tell me everything you know. I am heading to Yinjiang City immediately. His tone was frigid, laced with an ominous fury. Zhang Libuing was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing he had erred in confiding in Roddy. Roddy was a heartless individual. To safeguard the secret, he might very well resort to eliminating Feng Ermao. He should have informed Lin Yibai instead, for Lin Yibai would never forsake a single brother. You won't kill him, will you? No, I will merely silence him. Roddy's voice grew even colder. At Shenlong Mountain, there were no figures, no flying objects in sight. He calculated that, since he had consumed full portions of food these past few days, the remaining supplies could sustain him for approximately 10 more days. He had foraged some wild fruits nearby, but they were too sour to eat. He intended to reserve them for dire circumstances. This precaution kept Lu Pinyuan from straying too far, for encountering a black bear outside could prove perilous. Such wild black bears were indeed capable of preying on humans. Last night, he thought he heard some noises, but the rain had rendered him uncertain. It now seemed those sounds were likely caused by the black bear. The interminable wait for rescue was excruciating. Little did he know. A mere kilometer or two away, someone was covertly observing him from the concealment of the undergrowth. Riverside City. An SUV entered the city limits and came to a halt outside the 5th Hospital. At a glance, Roddy discerned the presence of law enforcement officers lying in wait. A wave of relief washed over him, indicating that Feng Ermao had yet to be apprehended. He retrieved his phone and dialed Feng Ermao's number. In a dimly lit alleyway, Feng Ermao was jolted awake. He grabbed his phone, glanced at the screen, and answered the call. Where are you? Upon recognizing Roddy's voice, Feng Ermao hastily replied. I've been hiding in my friend's kitchen all night. Roddy's tone grew urgent. Friend, you need to leave immediately. He's a close friend of mine, trustworthy. Just leave. It will be too late if you linger. Name a location, and I will meet you there. Feng Ermao swiftly rose to his feet, pushed open the kitchen door, and peered outside. He immediately noticed his friend approaching with 2 unfamiliar individuals. Feng Ermao took off running. Indeed, something was amiss. His friend could not be trusted. But it was too late. 2 law enforcement officers sprinted forward, cutting off Feng Ermao's escape. The autumnal temperature had dropped considerably after a bout of rain. A subtle hint of autumn permeated the surroundings. A gust of wind dislodged a leaf from a tree, sending it spiraling to the ground. Roddy set down his utensils. Feng Ermao's failure to arrive indicated that he was unable to do so. He left a few coins on the table, entered his vehicle, and drove to the hospital entrance. As expected, the covert surveillance had been withdrawn. This indicates that Feng Ermao has been apprehended. Luo D struck the steering wheel with considerable force. It was a near miss. Yet Feng Ermao was captured nonetheless, which complicates matters considerably. He ascertained the location of Feng Ermao's residence and started the engine. At the entrance to the Yinjiang City Expressway, an SUV was parked on the shoulder. Luo D alighted from the vehicle and opened the door, revealing a woman with hair beginning to gray and a younger woman bearing a resemblance to Feng Ermao. Mr. Luo, why have you brought us here? Feng Ermao's sister inquired cautiously, betraying a palpable fear of the man named Luo D, sensing a certain lethal aura about him. Feng Ermao has been apprehended and will undoubtedly be transported to the capital by the constables. This is the sole opportunity for you to see him one last time. Luo D stated, arms crossed. Alas, my son. Feng Ermao's mother began to sob uncontrollably, her sister joining her in lamentation. What transgression has he committed? Feng Ermao's sister asked, stifling her tears. To some, it is a crime. To humanity, an act of valor, Luo D replied with equanimity. At that moment, a convoy of vehicles approached. Luo D's eyes narrowed. They're here. Quickly, obstruct the road. The 2 women hesitated for a fleeting moment, but the overwhelming desire to bid Feng Ermao farewell propelled them forward, heedless of the consequences, as they rushed into the middle of the road. Screech. The lead constable vehicle braked sharply, followed by the successive halting of the vehicles behind. Occupying the front seat, Yao Yalong immediately spotted Roddy, sensing impending peril. Do not unlock the doors. Maintain vigilance. He was aware of Roddy's ruthless nature, suspecting him of being responsible for several fatalities. However, to his astonishment, Roddy remained stationary, leaning against the car door, arms crossed, observing them with a silent, frigid gaze. What? Yao Yalong intends to transport Feng Ermao to the capital? Indeed, even the chief couldn't dissuade him, lamented Xiao Chun. Which route are they taking? The expressway. Understood. I shall promptly notify Captain Yao. Xiaochen disconnected the call and swiftly dialed Yao Yalong's number. Upon hearing Xiaochen's words, Yao Yalong sighed in resignation. Too late. Roddy has already succeeded. Chapter 96. A futile arrest. Roddy accomplished everything by doing nothing, rendering their apprehension of Feng Ermao virtually pointless. At the front of the convoy, Feng Ermao's mother and sister were desperately pleading, obstructing the vehicles in their desire for a final glimpse of Feng Ermao. In the middle vehicle, Feng Ermao himself was pressed against the window, straining to see his mother. Roddy's foresight caused the capture of Feng Ermao to be instantly negated, for Roddy had, in this manner, conveyed to Feng Ermao that he held the lives of his mother and sister in his grasp. Should Feng Ermao dare to betray them, Roddy would exact vengeance upon his sister and mother. This, of course, was Yao Yalong's interpretation. In reality, Feng Ermao's understanding differed entirely from that of Yao Yalong. When he caught sight of Roddy, Roddy slightly nodded at him and glanced at his mother and sister. He believed that Roddy was not threatening him with the lives of his mother and sister, but rather conveying that as long as he held firm, he could lead his mother, sister, and other family members to safety away from Earth. While Roddy could not save Feng Ermao, he could save his family. This was the significance of Roddy's presence, as well as his promise to him. Everything hinged on his ability to remain silent and say nothing. Although their understandings differed significantly, the outcome remained the same. Feng Ermao would reveal no valuable clues. His vow of silence became a steadfast belief that it would ensure the survival of his loved ones. Two officers separated Feng Ermao's sister and mother, and Feng Ermao sat in the vehicle as it merged onto the highway. It was then that Yao Yalong realized he was truly not on par with Xiao Chong. While Xiao Chong anticipated everything, he himself merely complained about Xiao Chong's remote direction. The truth revealed that Xiao Chong was indeed correct, and he had not reached Xiao Chong's level. Roddy's ambush caught him off guard and rendered their efforts nearly futile. As long as Feng Ermao remained silent, they could not take any action against Lin Yibai. Moreover, Feng Ermao's crimes could only amount to robbery at most, as evidence for other charges was insufficient. Mr. Luo, what crime has Ermao committed? Feng Ermao's sister grasped Roddy's arm, pressing for answers. Roddy's gaze swept across Feng Ermao's sister's face as he replied in an emotionless tone, "Your brother has undertaken a noble endeavor, albeit one that conflicts with existing laws. In but a year's time, he shall be vindicated." He opened the car door. "Your mother is not ill. It is a deliberate trap set by the sheriff. Protect yourselves. By the end of next year, I shall return for you. Then, you shall be reunited with Feng Ermao." The two women then sobbed as they entered the vehicle. Roddy cast a glance at the departing sheriff's car, murmuring, "Feng Ermao, be resolute. Do not falter." Feng Ermao has been captured? Lin Yibai was taken aback. Although Feng Ermao seemed of little consequence, the initial funding for the Escape from Earth initiative stemmed from his ingenious ideas. Moreover, he was Lin Yibai's classmate, and they shared years of camaraderie. Is there no way to rescue him? Almost none. Roddy's voice was frigid. However, he would not divulge anything. "You are still safe." Lin Yibai fell silent. The inability to rescue him meant they could not take Feng Ermao along. By the end of next year, he would perish alongside nearly 10 billion souls on Earth due to the comet's collision. Lin Yibai gazed outside. This farce must come to an end. Zhang Kuei remarked that the fellow was in high spirits, singing loudly every day. He could endure for a few more days. Roddy replied, "Let Zhang Kuei find him. Deplete his provisions, and let him experience hunger for a few days before he emerges from the mountains. We cannot allow him to come out in high spirits. The worse his condition, the better for propaganda." Lin Yibai set aside his thoughts. "We must hasten our pace. Funds are running low." "Well, I quite fancy this idea. I assure you that Zhang Kuei and his companions will torment that fellow to the brink of death, just a breath away from his demise." Roddy, regaining his cheerful demeanor, remarked. A group of individuals entered, led by one who called out to Lin Yibai, "Chairman Lin, we are from the Dajiang Group, and we bring the latest drone technology capable of detecting thermal sources in the air. Even in the darkness, we can locate living beings. We hope you can arrange for us to actively engage in the search." Lin Yibai immediately feigned excitement and enthusiasm. "Splendid. We are in dire need of advanced technology such as yours. Your arrival is immensely appreciated." Internally, he silently scorned his own acting skills, thinking he could easily win an Oscar. Half an hour later, dozens of drones equipped with thermal imaging sensors took to the skies. The crowd engaged in the search had swelled to nearly 100,000, with more arriving after watching the news. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the wildfire that occurred a decade ago in Yinjiang City. where 100,000 hearts united to extinguish the ferocious flames. Kind-hearted and righteous individuals invariably stepped forward in times of need, which filled Lin Yibai with a profound sense of guilt, as he had merely viewed them as instruments for his own purposes. At Xinlong Mountain, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled light upon the rugged rock face, creating an abstract masterpiece. Beneath the rocky cliff, Lu Pinyuan sang loudly to the stone wall, not out of desire, but because he felt that if he held it in any longer, he would lose his sanity. Suddenly, he ceased his singing, for he heard a commotion behind him. He abruptly pivoted, brandishing the signal pistol in his hand. Suddenly, Lu Pinyuan erupted in joyous cheers. Here, bang. The signal flare discharged from the pistol, for he had spotted figures in the distance. Upon seeing the signal flare, Zhang Kuei turned to his comrades and exhorted, "Everyone, summon your inner thespian. Let's not arouse any suspicion in this lad. And Nio, you bring up the rear, ensuring that all his communication devices are rendered useless, and do so without betraying our intentions. Now, consume all the provisions. Let's starve that fellow out." Having issued these directives, Zhang Kuei feigned excitement, waving his hands towards Lu Pinyuan. "Hey, are you all right?" Meanwhile, at the Beijing Public Security Bureau, Feng Ermao sat anxiously on the interrogation chair, his eyes darting around the room. "Can't extract information from this sort?" Ji Yongjun cast a disdainful glance at Feng Ermao through the one-way mirror, failing to perceive anything formidable about the seemingly terrified young man. Yao Yalong, however, was unable to muster any enthusiasm. "You're an interrogation expert, and this Feng Ermao is our only breakthrough. I'd prefer you to conduct the interrogation personally." Ji Yongjun furrowed his brow. "Here's what we'll do. You go in and probe the situation first. I'll observe carefully from the observation room, seeking out his vulnerabilities and loopholes." "All right." Yao Yalong inhaled deeply, straightened his hat, and turned to push open the door to the adjacent interrogation room. Chapter 97. Mysterious Visitor, We Meet Again. Yao Yalong took a seat. "Tell me, what is your name? Why does everyone call you Feng Ermao?" "That's my nickname. Do you know why we apprehended you?" Unbeknownst to him, Feng Ermao instinctively shrank his neck. In the adjacent observation room, Ji Yongjun scoffed derisively, labeling him a novice. Upon reflection, what had transpired on April 5th? It felt like an eternity, and he could not recall. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Yao Yalong struck the table. "Feng Ermao, we have gathered comprehensive evidence of your crimes, along with several witnesses. I advise you to come clean. Our policy has always been leniency for honesty and severity for resistance." This seemed to have an effect, as Feng Ermao was indeed startled, experiencing a fleeting moment of mental wavering. However, it was but a brief instant before he reverted to his former demeanor, lowering his head and uttering not a word. "On the evening of April 5th at 7:35 p.m., what were you doing at Qinglong Bay in Lianjiang City?" Typically, such concrete evidence would dismantle a criminal's delusions of luck. Ji Yongjun understood that someone had advised him to maintain his silence. As long as he remained quiet, he would divulge nothing. Ji Yongjun approached the door of the interrogation room and knocked. Yao Yalong emerged and inquired, "How did it go?" "I leave it to you," Ji Yongjun replied. He entered, removed his hat, and placed it on the table. "I am Ji Yongjun. Would you like some water?" Feng Ermao nodded. Ji Yongjun poured a glass of water and approached Feng Ermao, offering him a drink. "You are still young. Think of your parents, who must be in their 50s or 60s. What will happen to them if you end up in prison?" Yet, Ji Yongjun soon realized he had made a grave error. As the earlier wavering in Feng Ermao's demeanor dissipated upon hearing his parents' words, he transformed into a figure of remarkable composure. This left Ji Yongjun utterly perplexed. Half an hour later, Ji Yongjun rose, his expression dark, and exited the interrogation room. "What is the situation? This young man appears to be a novice, yet his resolve is unyielding. It seems further measures must be devised." Yao Yalong, with a pained gesture, rubbed his forehead. Initially believing that capturing Feng Ermao would provide a breakthrough, he was taken aback by the latter's obstinacy. Could it be that their initial judgment was flawed? Perceiving the seemingly disjointed Feng Ermao as a person of steadfast will, yet nothing about him suggested such strength. What then shall be done next? Perhaps withholding food and sleep would render him vulnerable. In his state of mental disarray, a surprise interrogation could be attempted. Ji Yongjun felt there were no superior alternatives. A suspect who offers no confession is the bane of law enforcement officials. In a wave of excitement, the nation received the news that Lu Pinyuan, missing for a full fortnight, had finally been located. A volunteer team discovered him in the depths of the mountains, 100 kilometers from the intended drop zone, utterly depleted and devoid of provisions. When this group presented Lu Pingyuan to the public, he was so weak from hunger that he could barely walk, having lost considerable weight. Nonetheless, there was joy in the revelation that Lu Pingyuan's spirit remained intact. Aside from his starvation and an eagerness to consume whatever was available, he exhibited no other ailments. At a certain law enforcement bureau in the capital, a loud crash echoed as Yao Yalong forcefully slammed the door behind him. He now recognized that Feng Ermao was a tough nut to crack, impervious to reason. In recent days, they have kept Feng Ermao in a state of semi-starvation, depriving him of sufficient sleep. His mental state has deteriorated significantly. Yet, despite his condition, Feng Ermao remains utterly uncommunicative, revealing not a shred of useful information. Particularly when Lin Yibai is mentioned, he becomes acutely aware, instantly falling silent. According to Ji Yongjun's assessment, this indicates that Lin Yibai possesses some leverage over Feng Ermao, rendering him obstinately unyielding. Team leader Yao, someone is looking for you. Who is it? How bothersome, Yao Yalong replied irritably. Even the interrogation expert Ji Yongjun has been rendered powerless against Feng Ermao, leaving him feeling even more despondent. Well, you can go see for yourself. With a hint of confusion, Yao Yalong made his way to the reception room. Inside, a man in his 50s sat quietly. Although he bore no expression, Yao Yalong instinctively sensed that this individual held significant stature. Flanking him were two companions, clearly members of a special forces unit, each exuding a formidable presence. May I ask who you are? Yao Yalong inquired. The man rose and presented a document to Yao Yalong, stating, I am Lin Yibai, Deputy Officer of the Eastern Pacific Theater of the United Human Command. Yao Yalong's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, he had only heard of the United Human Command, the highest authority of humanity, through television. This was his first encounter with a representative. He took the document, noting its exquisite material and advanced anti-counterfeiting features, unmistakably authentic. May I inquire what assistance you require from us? Yao Yalong asked, his tone tinged with apprehension. He discerned that, in terms of hierarchy, the director of the National Security Bureau might not necessarily outrank this individual. Yao Yalong paused for a moment, then affirmed, Yes. I need to ask him a few questions privately. Yao Yalong turned and said, He is currently in the interrogation room. You may proceed to question him now. Very well. However, all surveillance must be disabled, and no one is permitted to eavesdrop. The observation room must also remain vacant. This interrogation will be a matter of national confidentiality. Lin Yuanyang stated in a calm tone, yet his words left no room for dissent. Yao Yalong opened his mouth to protest, but fell silent under Lin Yuanyang's unwavering gaze. He could only gesture for permission. Lin Yuanyang tilted his head slightly towards his subordinate, who promptly secured the doors to both the interrogation room and the observation area. Lin Yuanyang then pushed the door open and entered, taking a seat across from Feng Ermao. I'm so tired. Please stop tormenting me. I know nothing, Feng Ermao lamented. Feng Ermao, it's time for you to be truthful, Lin Yuanyang replied leisurely. I've already told you I know nothing, Feng Ermao insisted. All right, then I shall speak. And you shall listen, Lin Yuanyang said, slowly raising his head to deliver a statement that instantly jolted Feng Ermao into alertness. Your classmate, Lin Yibai, discovered that a comet is about to collide with Earth, and together you orchestrated a robbery at an underground casino, initiating your plan to escape the planet. Is that correct? Feng Ermao's eyes widened in shock, and after a stammering pause, he finally managed to ask, Who are you? Lin Yuanyang, Eastern Pacific Command of the Human United Command. The man wore a smile that seemed to perceive everything. Now, reveal all that you know. Chapter 98, The First Step to Mars. Feng Ermao's psychological defenses crumbled completely. It turned out that their steadfastness had long been discovered by those above. Concealment seemed to have lost its significance. What is your next plan? Lin Yuanyang approached Feng Ermao and inquired with a slight bow. Sweat cascaded down Feng Ermao's forehead, his heart a tumult of emotions. What he believed to be a covert operation had already been under scrutiny. How could they possibly succeed? I do not know. I am unsure how Lin Yibai will proceed, Feng Ermao said with difficulty. Lin Yuanyang straightened up. According to the evidence held by the Public Security Bureau, they cannot convict you. Feng Ermao suddenly lifted his head, incredulous as he gazed at Lin Yuanyang. Why are you helping us? Feng Ermao was not foolish. He discerned that Lin Yuanyang was not interrogating him, but rather attempting to silence him. It was an implication that as long as he did not confess voluntarily, he would be free in 3 months. When you are released, convey this message to Lin Yibai, know when to stop. As Ling Yuanyang exited the interrogation room, Feng Ermao remained bewildered. Why would someone of such high rank be present here, with the intention not to coerce a confession, but to ensure his silence? He finally comprehended one truth. The state was indeed informed, and it was playing a much larger game. Lin Yibai seemed to have become one of the pawns in this intricate game. Aside from this conjecture, what Ling Yuanyang had just conveyed instilled a glimmer of hope within him. He stated that as long as he refrained from making any confessions, Yao Yalong and his associates could only detain him for 3 months. After that, he would be exonerated, granting him the prospect of survival. Thus, he was resolutely determined not to divulge anything of value. Observing Ling Yuanyang's departure, Yao Yalong was engulfed in suspicion. The sudden and mysterious arrival of this influential figure, who left without revealing any pertinent information, seemed exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, it appeared that after his departure, Feng Ermao began to exude an air of composure, as if emboldened by some hidden assurance. In the western outskirts of Taiping County, as Lu Pinyuan was surrounded and escorted home by a throng of admirers, Xiang Longfei's mother-in-law could no longer contain her discontent. So, you still consider yourself an astronaut? Look at Lu Pinyuan, drowning in mountains of prize money. You truly are useless. My daughter must have been blind. Silence. Xiang Longfei could no longer restrain himself. It was you who prevented me from soaring, and it is also you who desires my flight. If you think so little of me, then leave this moment. The pent-up frustration that had been simmering for so long finally erupted. Today, he unleashed all his grievances as the television inundated the airwaves with news about Lu Pinyuan. They hailed him as the foremost civilian astronaut in the country, extolling his steadfastness in the face of near starvation until rescue came. Aerotechnology had bestowed upon him substantial rewards, including a monetary prize of hundreds of thousands and an elevation to the position of captain of the aerospace team. This filled Xiang Longfei with immense indignation, and he finally vented his long-suppressed resentment. He was resolute in his determination to journey to Mars, aspiring not only to be the first pioneer of private space travel, but also to etch his name as a monumental figure in the annals of human space exploration. However, a profound doubt lingered within him. The footage he captured daily appeared less like authentic documentation and more akin to a FAAD of a Mars landing, which felt decidedly amiss. On December 28th, a day destined to be etched in history for aerotechnology, the company had reached a remarkable cadence, launching no fewer than 3 or 4 rockets daily, an output surpassing that of the entire globe combined. The scientists at Aerotechnology were diligently refining their data and enhancing rocket performance, all in preparation for a manned mission to Mars. Today marked the pivotal launch of the crewed spacecraft destined for the Red Planet. The flight was meticulously structured in 3 phases. The initial phase involved launching the main control module of the spacecraft into orbit, which included transporting the first brave soul set to embark on the journey to Mars aboard the Dragon spacecraft. The second phase entailed the control module employing robotic arms to assemble modular components scattered in space, thereby constructing a medium-sized manned spacecraft equipped with ample supplies for sustenance. The final phase would see the spacecraft accelerate, achieving the second cosmic velocity, liberating itself from Earth's gravitational embrace, and embarking towards Mars under the radiant sun. Not only did the Industrial Bureau send its representatives, but officials from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration were also present to witness this significant event, expressing astonishment at the rapid advancements made by Aerotechnology. After all, it has been less than 6 months since the acquisition of Aerotechnology by the Starry Sky Exploration Company, culminating in the launch of a manned rocket destined for Mars. This pace far surpasses the development speed of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Should this Martian landing prove successful, Aerotechnology will eclipse the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, becoming the most esteemed entity in the eyes of the public. After all, despite years of investment in space exploration, the nation has only achieved lunar landings, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before reaching Mars. 3, 2, 1 launch. The countdown concluded, and the largest rocket ever launched by Aerotechnology ascended into the skies. This moment captured the attention of the entire nation. During the live broadcast, the viewership surpassed that of any previous national rocket launches. People began to sense that Aerotechnology was indeed making significant strides. Applause erupted from the crowd. The television host promptly interviewed Lin Yibai. Chairman Lin, what are your thoughts on this launch? He replied, "This is merely a small step for humanity in the conquest of the stars and oceans. We are poised to initiate further plans. Within the next year, we will commence the Mars colonization project. In March of next year, our first group of Mars colonists will embark, followed by the second group in June. By December of next year, we aim to establish a complete Mars base. Within this base, we will cultivate crops and achieve self-sufficiency. Within 3 years at most, we will attain full autonomy for the Mars base. By that time, humanity's endeavor to conquer the stars and the vast oceans of space would have genuinely taken a significant leap forward." Lin Yibai spoke eloquently, exuding a captivating confidence. The host appeared somewhat incredulous. Could these aspirations truly be realized in such a short span? Lin Yibai smiled lightly. In April, my partner, Professor Luo Feng, inquired whether we could indeed launch a rocket this year. I assured him that we would launch our first rocket in August, our first manned rocket in September, and a crewed spacecraft destined for Mars in December. At that time, Professor Luo Feng shared your skepticism regarding these ambitious claims. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Lin Yibai continued, "Now, look around. Have I not fulfilled each of my proclamations? One must dare to dream to achieve success. Without such audacity, success remains unattainable." The host pressed further. "However, the National Space Administration has yet to successfully achieve a Mars landing. Does this not imply that your capabilities have surpassed those of the administration?" Lin Yibai promptly feigned wiping away a bead of sweat, exaggerating his gestures. "This is entirely different. The focus of the Space Administration diverges from ours. They are true technical experts, capable of precisely controlling rocket trajectories. Our approach is distinct. We do not require such high precision. We have a saying, when precision falls short, manual control compensates. Technically, we are far from the capabilities of the Space Administration. Please do not elevate us beyond our means. Moreover, many of our core technologies have been supported by the National Space Administration." Amidst the crowd, Roddy murmured, "Brother, Lin Yibai is becoming increasingly poised. He truly embodies the charisma of a leader. It's scarcely believable that such an individual was, merely a year prior, an ordinary young man." Luo Feng remarked placidly, "From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I discerned a certain ruthlessness, a willingness to strive and venture. Self-preservation, indeed, rests solely upon him." The host then inquired, "Among private rocket companies, you exhibit the most rapid development. What is the secret to this?" Lin Yibai responded, "Indeed, there is a secret. It lies in launching numerous rockets and mastering copious amounts of data. This facet distinguishes us from the Space Administration. The Space Administration employs taxpayer funds, each fraction of which must be utilized judiciously. They cannot countenance failure. Consequently, the Space Administration's rocket failure rate is at most within 5%. In recent years, they have even attained a 100% success rate. However, we differ in that our funds originate from investors. We require expeditious results. Therefore, we launch 3 to 5 rockets almost daily to swiftly grasp the nuances and experiences of launching. The Space Administration seeks quantitative change through qualitative change, whereas we seek qualitative change through quantitative change. In essence, we expend considerable sums on experimentation. We have also experienced numerous failures. By my estimation, we have launched at least 40 to 50 rockets that have failed, even surpassing the Space Administration's historical total. Solely in terms of failed experience, none can rival us. Yet, despite the failures, we persist in launching. This constitutes the secret to our success." Lin Yibai's address, via livestream, permeated every corner of the nation. Southwest region. At a certain locale, the Eastern Pacific Division of the Human Union Command. As Ling Yuan observed Lin Yibai articulately discussing matters on television, he smilingly inquired, "Professor Dong, do you believe there is any merit in what Lin Yibai is saying?" The silver-haired Professor Dong sighed with a wry smile. "Whether it holds merit, I cannot say. However, it is undeniable that Lin Yibai has delivered a resounding slap to our faces as experts. It is truly embarrassing that our nation's space agency cannot outpace a mere private enterprise. It is indeed a source of shame." He chuckled softly. "In truth, there is no basis for comparison. Lin Yibai has stated that they proceed with launches and address issues as they arise. You, on the other hand, must ensure absolute perfection before launching. The divergence in your approaches will inevitably shape your futures differently." Ling Yuan, still watching Lin Yibai's compelling discourse, reflected on how humanity, when cornered, often unleashes a remarkable surge of creativity. This, he believed, was the reason the command center turned a blind eye to their endeavors. He had a strong premonition that Lin Yibai would bring forth profound surprises. Professor Dong sighed once more. Are we truly going to relinquish our latest communication technology to Luo Feng without compensation? We must be discreet, ensuring Luo Feng remains oblivious to its origins, leading him to believe it is a hard-earned acquisition. Ling Yuan responded with a smile. The commander has instructed us to keep Lin Yibai and his team perpetually in a state of uncertainty. Very well, I shall discreetly relay this technology to Wu Dao. This will foster a greater sense of trust. At the Taiping County Aerotechnology Ground Command Center, Lin Yibai entered with a group of personnel, followed closely by reporters from the television station. What is the current situation? He inquired. The rocket is operating with stability and will ingress into the orbit where our components reside in 1 hour, Zhao Muyang stated. A reporter pressed forward. Chairman Lin, I would like to inquire concerning Xiang Longfei's voyage to Mars. Will it be a one-way expedition akin to that of a certain previously publicized Martian astronaut? Lin Yibai gestured towards the firmament. Do you comprehend why we are launching such a multitude of rockets into the heavens? It is to dispatch individual components into space, rendering long-distance interstellar travel no longer an impossibility. In the vastness of space, subsequent to the initial, discomforting acceleration, Xiang Longfei's spirits were considerably buoyed. He was now ensconced in the cosmos, gazing upon the terrestrial sphere as an immense, azure orb, with the boundless universe overhead. Lin Yibai had apprised him of the rocket's present circumstances the previous day. The probability of a successful mission to Mars was not high. Hence, the extensive video footage was captured with the intention of disseminating fabricated information to the public in the event of failure. Lin Yibai articulated unequivocally that Xiang Longfei's demise was acceptable, but the Mars landing could not be perceived as a failure. Should Xiang Longfei perish, the videos would be edited and gradually released to the public, perpetuating the illusion of his continued existence. This engendered a sense of unease within Xiang Longfei. However, Lin Yibai's concluding remark reignited his fervor. Lin Yibai avowed that, irrespective of success or failure, Xiang Longfei would be the primogenitor of humankind to set foot on the Martian surface, a distinction that would remain immutable. It was this very assertion that solidified Xiang Longfei's resolve to embark on the voyage to Mars. Nevertheless, from this juncture forward, the protracted Martian odyssey truly commenced. Having attained the designated trajectory, Xiang Longfei, you may commence the assembly of your spacecraft. I wish you the best of fortune. Zhao Muyang's voice resonated through the headset. Affirmative. I shall ensure a safe arrival on Mars. I will impart to my progeny the knowledge that I was among the first of humankind to venture beyond the confines of Earth, Xiang Longfei proclaimed with resounding conviction, bolstering his resolve. In contrast to the inaugural manned flight, Aerotechnology's proficiency had burgeoned considerably. Within the confines of a detention center affiliated with the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, the metallic clang of a gate heralded the release of Feng Ermao. Casting his gaze skyward, Feng Ermao inhaled deeply, savoring the unadulterated essence of freedom. In the distance, a public security officer stood sentinel, none other than Xiao Chong, whose gait still bore the subtle traces of a mended leg injury. Witnessing Feng Ermao's liberation, he was engulfed by a profound sense of inadequacy. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit remained undeterred. Feng Ermao's release had ignited within him an unwavering determination to devise a strategy, an all-encompassing scheme to apprehend Lin Yibai and his cohort.